I traveling from a post-apocalyptic world to swallowed star. My wish fulfillment system also travel with me. Now see how I will conquer the universe, dominate the sea of the universe, and break through reincarnation. Chapter 1. Crossing. Yian District First Hospital. In the intensive care unit, a pale young man was lying on a bed covered with white medical bedding. A gorgeously dressed woman, half sitting on a family chair, held the young man's hand tightly with her snow-white hands, and kept muttering to herself. Xiaoyu, it's all my fault. I put too much pressure on you and made you train and study all day long. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fainted in the martial arts training ground. I will never compare you with Xiaoling again. Hey, when will Xiaoyu wake up? The doctor checked many times and there was no problem. It's been 3 days, why is he still not awake? The woman cried in her low voice, her eyes were swollen, and she had obviously been crying for a while. Suddenly, the young man who was lying straight before flicked his fingers. The woman felt a slight movement, and her pretty face with tears on her face suddenly smiled. The young man gradually opened his eyes and saw a pretty face whose beauty was not covered by makeup. This face was both familiar and strange. Mom, don't worry, he wanted to ask, but he blurted out, Mom. Although he was in a coma for 3 days, he was not completely unconscious of the outside world. A day ago, he could gradually sense some information from the outside world. He also heard the woman's murmurs clearly, but his body was still in a state of being unable to move, just like a ghost pressing on the bed. The reason why he was in a coma 3 days ago was that when he was practicing boxing and kicking in the Xiao family martial arts hall, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Open black lens bracket. The wish fulfillment system is successfully launched and is dedicated to serving you. Close black lens bracket. Then a huge amount of memory information poured into his mind, shocking him to faint. After 3 days of information processing, the brain finally resumed work. His original name was Xiaoyu, and he came from a parallel world on Earth, which was a world of human doomsday. In 2025, the Earth began to experience various apocalyptic disasters. After experiencing a series of apocalyptic disasters such as super floods, super tsunamis, super earthquakes, and super volcanic eruptions in 3 years, the global population dropped from 7.5 billion to 3.3 billion. But the disaster of mankind is far from over. This is just the first wave of selection by the Creator. Then, all the remaining humans were forced to enter the huge building of the top of the world with 360 floors to pass the level. There are all kinds of monsters, magic beasts, and demon beasts inside. These monsters will not be updated, but they will breed cubs. In other words, the later you pass the level, the more monsters there will be inside, and the harder it will be to pass the level. The top of the world is like a multi-shadow clone technique, and everyone's level is separate. Every level you pass will receive rich rewards, including various skill secrets, weapons, mechanical equipment, and other resources. After 50 years of hard work, Xiaoyu killed the boss guarding the 100th floor and obtained this wish fulfillment system. Since then, his speed of passing levels has increased rapidly. In 10 years, he has passed all 360 levels. He thought he would be free from then on. Unexpectedly, after leaving the top of the world, he was teleported to a battlefield where all races compete for supremacy. There were many strong people stronger than him on the battlefield. In the first battle with the demons, he was killed instantly by a team leader. Fortunately, the soul gem he obtained before was bound, so he was able to travel to this world. The price of this soul travel is that the soul gem that can provide soul power continuously disappears. There are also some confusing memories that make him confused. He can't figure out whether he traveled into this body 3 days ago or when he was born 18 years ago. In any case, he is now in charge of this body. According to memory, the previous incarnation was also called Xiaoyu, and it was his mother Xu Jingyi who had been whispering beside the bed just now. R virus outbreak, RR virus, hunting monsters in the wilderness. Warrior, general, god of war, ... The messages that flashed in his mind from time to time all showed that this was a world of devouring the stars. I didn't expect that I came to the world of the original novel that was famous all over the world before the end of the world. Xiaoyu thought silently in his heart. Doctor, my son has woken up. Xu Jingyi ran out while shouting. The loud voice interrupted Xiaoyu's thoughts. Soon, a middle-aged male doctor in a white coat came to the ward with a detector and gestured to Xiaoyu's whole body. The patient in bed 01205 has normal indicators and can be discharged. Xu Jingyi quickly completed the discharge procedures with the help of the nurse and took Xiao Yu home in her new energy supercar. In the car, Xiao Yu kept recalling the contents in his mind. Xu Jingyi considered that he had just woken up and needed to rest, so she didn't disturb him. In his previous life, he was a fan of novels, so he was naturally familiar with the world-famous Devouring Star. He read the original novel 4 or 5 times and had a very clear understanding of this world. Devouring Star is a world with a huge worldview. In 2013, the R virus flu broke out on Earth. During the spread of the R virus, more than 20 variants evolved. In January 2015, the R virus evolved into the most terrifying variant, the RR virus. As soon as the RR virus appeared, it quickly spread around the world. All life on the world, whether it was humans or birds and beasts, as long as they needed to breathe, were infected with the RR virus. After the RR virus was infected, the mortality rate was extremely high, almost reaching 30%. In just 3 months, most animals in the world died, and the global population dropped by nearly 2 billion. The 5 billion people who survived all produced antibodies in their bodies, and almost every human's physical fitness increased by more than double. The birds and beasts improved much more than humans, and some monsters even had wisdom that was not lower than that of humans. The war between humans and monsters began, not only limited to land, but also the endless monsters in the ocean participated in the war. In the bloody and crazy war, humans used all the weapons they could use, including nuclear bombs, but not only failed to stop the monsters, but also caused a group of powerful and abnormal birds and beasts to appear among the monsters, such as the blood demon Tinlong. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, 1-6, 1-9, one book, one bar. A group of super warriors like Hong and 4 also appeared among humans. These strong men saved a large number of people at the critical moment and assisted the army in resisting the monsters. Until March 2021, humans developed ultra-high-frequency laser cannons, and after killing more than 10 S-level monsters and 2 SS-level monsters in succession, the war finally ended. The current situation of 5 major countries and 23 cities was formed. Starting from September 2015 and ending in March 2021, this 5.5 years period is called the Great Nirvana period. It is now May 2056, and it has been more than 30 years since the end of the Great Nirvana. As his body involuntarily leaned forward, he interrupted his thoughts. The more than 10 years of writing experience in his memory made him understand that he had arrived home. Walking out of the car, looking at the villa full of technology in front of him, he sighed in his heart. The life he dreamed of in his previous life has now become a daily routine. Although Xu Jingyi is not a warrior, Xiao Yu's father Xiao Donghua is a warrior-level warrior, and he joined the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to obtain the right to live in the Mingyu community in Yangzhou City. Xiao Yu, I heard from my aunt that you are out of the hospital. I am coming to see you. A tall, baby-faced girl wearing a tight black training suit rushed into the living room and looked at Xiao Yu, who was slumped on the sofa in the living room watching TV. You look good. Looking at the girl in front of him, Xiao Yu was speechless. This quirky girl was his sister Xiao Ling. Sister, just miss me. I heard that you fainted due to excessive training during martial arts training. Little brother, I tell you, don't compare yourself with me. I am a genius with high talent. I passed the martial arts assessment 3 months ago and became a formal martial artist. There are not many 18-year-old martial artists in the entire base city. Sister, have you been to the wilderness area? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Although they are cousins, he is facing the college entrance examination after all. The pace of study in martial arts training is tight, especially recently. The college entrance examination will be next month, and there is no time to pay attention to other things. Now that my memory has been awakened, I not only have countless combat experiences, but even the accompanying systems are back online. Of course, I can take a break and learn a little about what it's like to become a warrior. Of course, after becoming a warrior, I joined the Extreme Martial Arts School. With my father's introduction, I joined a team of warriors composed entirely of women. After a month of training, I began my journey to the wilderness. My uncle just became a god of war last year. The team he introduced sounds pretty good. The name of our team is the Steel Rose Team. The captain is Huya, a senior warrior. She was originally a member of my father's team. Later, for some reasons, she separated herself and formed a team composed exclusively of women. She will definitely take care of me. Xiaoling became happier and happier. Our team basically goes out hunting for a month and rests for a month. Now we are still on vacation. I will gather again the day after tomorrow to go out. Sister, you must pay attention to danger when you go out. Not only those monsters, but also the dangers from other humans. Xiao Yu understands the dangers of the wilderness, and is even more aware of Luo Feng's situation in the original book. Although Luo Feng has not become a warrior yet, the Tiger Fang team is definitely not the only team that makes a fortune by hunting human teams, so he reminded her. Thank you for your concern, I will pay attention. Speaking of which, I made a lot of money this time, more than 8 million Chinese yuan. This is the first time I have made so much money by myself. Xiaoling was very happy and patted Xiao Yu on the head twice. He wanted to dodge but failed, and the gap in strength widened. Only after passing the quasi-warrior assessment can the Earth obtain the genetic energy cultivation method and start real cultivation. The gap will only get bigger and bigger according to the different talents, unless you encounter a bottleneck. Chapter 2 System Functions. Xiaoling went back in the evening. She had to make some preparations for the hunting trip the day after tomorrow, so she didn't stay for dinner. Xiao Yu also had time to think about his future plans. After chatting for a whole afternoon, he knew enough about the wilderness and the dangers of monsters. In his previous life and predecessor, he knew more about the wilderness through text. Although his father Xiao Donghua often went in and out of the wilderness, he rarely mentioned specific details to his family. Since he was brought to this world by the soul gem, no matter whether there was a special reason, he had to live well. In the future, the Earth will experience many fatal crises. Although it will be narrowly passed every time in the novel, now that this butterfly has come, I don't know if it will flap its wings and cause some changes. In order to prevent it from happening, I have to become stronger quickly. According to the data tested in the Xiao Family Martial Arts Hall before, my strength is only 780 kilograms and my speed is only 22 meters per second. The physical fitness is not much different from the current Luo Feng, not to mention Luo Feng after having the plugin. Fortunately, I also have a plugin, the wish fulfillment system. Silently thinking. System, are all the previous functions still there? Open black lens bracket. The system is not fully functional, please explore all functions yourself. Close black lens bracket. System opens the personal panel. No response. Perhaps the system function is seriously missing when the soul is transferred, so let's try the core functions of the original version when I got this system. Xiao Yu recalled the initial situation of the wish realization system. Set the first wish to reach the first level of apprentice in physical fitness. The first level of apprentice in devouring stars is the primary warrior level among warriors, with a fist force of 900 kg and a speed of 25 meters per second. Open black lens bracket. Set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host. Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host's first wish, become a first level apprentice. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wish fulfillment, 0/100 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Set the second wish to awaken spiritual talent. Open black lens bracket. Unknown error. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Unable to complete the second wish setting. Close black lens bracket. Okay, this function is really incomplete. Even the second wish cannot be set, but the first wish can still be set. System, open the portable space. After trying all the basic functions, I found that only the first wish can be set, and other functions such as the mall and lottery cannot be used. System, devour the apple in my hand. Xiao Yu picked up a 2-pound red Fuji apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table and said silently in his heart. I was stunned for a long time without any reaction. I remember that even when it was just obtained, the wish fulfillment system could devour everything to obtain wish points. He also speculated that the wish fulfillment system should actually be called an equivalent exchange system. And wish points are actually similar to energy points. Even items and abilities of the law can be exchanged for wish points. Now that the apple cannot be devoured, it means that the energy contained in the apple is not required to realize this wish. Then take other things to experiment one by one. For example, the sofa under the buttocks, the battery pack in the new energy vehicle, the delicious monster meat in the refrigerator. After testing one by one, it was found that only monster meat could be swallowed. He took out a 2-kilogram piece of monster meat before and got 0.2 wish points. Since the monster meat at home is of the same variety, it is not possible to really figure out the exchange ratio between monster meat and wish points. At present, 10 kilograms of monster meat can be exchanged for 1 wish point. In this case, it means that you need to go out and buy 1,000 kilograms of monster meat to meet the conditions for achieving the wish. Xiao Yu, come and eat. Xu Jingyi brought a plate of stir-fried meat with green peppers from the kitchen and placed it on a corner of the square table in the dining room. The square table is 2 meters long and wide, and is already filled with a variety of dishes. Mom, you made so many dishes. It's so rich. Xiao Yu came to the kitchen and looked at the rich dishes. His appetite suddenly opened up. He picked up the rice and started eating. Xiao Yu, eat so fast. Don't choke. Mom's cooking is delicious. Xiao Yu praised while eating. If it's delicious, eat more. Just now when I was cooking, your dad sent a message saying that he would be back tomorrow afternoon. He was very happy to hear that you had woken up. That's great. In Xiao Yu's memory, Xiao Donghua has always been a strict father. Although the two did not communicate much, his few words and actions showed his great love for him. The next morning, Xiao Yu found an excuse and went out. Driving the Mercedes-Benz S500 SUV that he rarely drove, this was the adult gift given to him by his father on his 18th birthday. Using the mobile phone navigation, he found the nearest market selling monster meat. The store selling monster meat is located at the main entrance of the vegetable market. It has an excellent location and elegant decoration. Although there are not many customers coming in and out, everyone is well dressed. As soon as he entered, Xiao Yu saw that the rows of glass refrigerators were neatly arranged with plates of monster meat. Some are cut into pieces, and some are cut into rolls, neatly placed in exquisite transparent plastic boxes. Welcome to the buy store, how can I help you? A young female waiter in uniform saw Xiao Yu enter the store and looked at the various monster meats, then walked in and started her service work. I want to buy some monster meat. Sir, we have all kinds of monster meat from G level to C class. The price of each monster meat is different. Which one do you want to buy? Xiao Yu only knew that some monster meat could be eaten, but it was not clear about its specific effects and prices, but it was also understandable that the higher the price of monster meat, the higher the price of the grade. Can you briefly introduce? Okay, as far as the G-class monster meat is concerned, the type is the most and the cheapest price. Generally, the price of 1 caddies is between 100 and 200, the price is between 500 and 1000, the price of D-class D monsters is between 1000 and 2000, and the price of C-class monster meat is between 2000 and 4000. As for the higher level monster meat, this shop is not yet. In the Swallowing Star Air, the B-class monster is the primary lord level, which is equivalent to the primary war god of human beings. It is normal for the general stores that sell monsters to sell monsters. Xiao Yu thought about it. Because of the limited stock of the monster meat at home, the absorption effect of the system could not be tested. Now you can buy some experiments, all kinds of experiments. Every level is 10 kilograms. The young female waiter frowned and never encountered such customers, but she didn't think about it. This order went on, even if her performance goal this week was achieved in advance. Sir, there are many types of monsters at each level, such as G-class iron pork, shadow cats, etc. Then come at the lowest price at each level. These monster meat is not used to eat for him, and you don't have to care about the taste. Okay, I calculated here, 10 kilograms of G-class shadow cat meat total 2,000 Chinese coins, 10 kilograms of F-class cat meat total 4,000 Chinese coins, 10 kilograms E-class iron wild boar total 10,000 Huasha coins, 10 kilograms Class D class iron pork total 30,000 Huasha coins, 10 kilograms of C-class iron wild boar total 50,000 Huasha coins, totaling a total of 96,000 Chinese coins. Quote. Before Xiao Yu went out, he held a memory card with all his deposits in it. He was the New Year's money and gifts he received in the Chinese New Year. After paying, Xiao Yu entered the car with 5 bags, and 50 kilograms of monster meat was placed in the position of the co-pilot. System, absorb monster meat separately. Absorb 10 kilograms of G Shadow Cat meat and get 1 wish point. Absorb 10 kilograms of F-class shadow cat meat and get 2 wishes. Absorb 10 kilograms of E-class iron pork and get 4 wishes. Absorb 10 kilograms of D-class iron wild pork and get 6 wishes. Absorb 10 kilograms of C-class iron wild pork and get 8 wishes. After this absorption, I got a total of 21.2 wishes. Based on the desire to absorb these 5 levels of monster meat, and the money spent, it is clear that absorbing F-class shadow cat meat is the most cost-effective. According to the current price of this store, I still need to buy 788 catties of F-class shadow cat meat, which is almost 160,000. A lot less than your previous budget. In order to prevent people from being aware of the weirdness, Xiaoyu drove to another wholesale monster meat shop called Wuxia Meat Shop. There is no mistake, 1619, one book, a book. In the weird eyes of everyone, the 1,000 kilograms of F-class cat meat was placed in an off-road vehicle. The reason for buying so much is because although the price of the wholesale store is cheap, the bottom sales weight is 1,000 kilograms. This ton of F-level shadow cats spent 360,000 washa. Absorb all the shadow cat meat and got a full 200 desire. Congratulations, the conditions of wishing have been met. You can realize your wish at any time. Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the car, was happy, and the first step in the world was reached. The system starts to realize the first wish. Open black lens bracket wishes are in progress, close black lens bracket. Xiaoyu felt that he was shrouded in a warmth, and the muscles of the whole body became more and more firmer, and his mind was clear. Many of the skills that I don't understand before are now clear. Congratulations to the body quality of the main body to meet the first standard of apprentices. Xiaoyu held his fist and felt that he could kill a cow, of course, the ordinary cow before the last days. Driving towards the Xiao family martial arts, he couldn't wait to test his strength today. Intersection. Xiaoyu walked to the boxing force test machine, placed in the corner, adjusted his breathing rhythm to make his state reach the best state. Before the previous life, he regulated his state before he learned, and his effect was quite good. With the breath, his whole body relaxed, and suddenly his eyes condensed. The fist was like a shell, and suddenly hit the boxing test machine. Make a loud noise. The fisting target shook suddenly. A line of numbers appeared on the boxing test machine, 925 kilograms. Xiaoyu, yes, how long is this time? It has reached the standard forum assessment standards. Xiao Guoxuan said amazing. Xiao Guoxuan is the third uncle of Xiaoyu and a primary warrior. 5 years ago, when the team was out hunting, they were besieged by a group of beasts led by a high-level beast. They won the battle at the cost of the lives of 2 team members. Xiao Guoxuan also lost his right hand. Although he was later equipped with a mechanical prosthesis that did not affect his life, he could not exert his full strength after all. He also lost his fighting spirit and returned to the family to be responsible for the operation of the martial arts hall. Last year, after his uncle became the god of war, he planned to buy him the water of life, but he did not want it. Uncle San, this is nothing to me. Sister Ling is already a warrior. Please turn on the speed tester. Exhale, inhale. Xiaoyu adjusted his breathing and stood on the runway. The runway was a total of 60 meters long. The speed test area was near the runway interruption speed tester. Xiaoyu exerted force suddenly. With the experience of his previous life, he accelerated to the maximum speed in the blink of an eye. His feet were like the wind, and the whole person flew towards the finish line like an arrow from a string. In about a second, he rushed through the speed tester area, then quickly slowed down and stopped. Uncle San, how is it? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and walked towards Xiao Guoxuan who was standing next to the speed tester. 25.8 meters per second, a big improvement from the last time. You can go to the quasi-warrior assessment of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This data is as Xiaoyu expected, the system is the system. There are 3 tests in the quasi-warrior assessment, namely strength, punch power, speed, and nerve reaction. In terms of nerve reaction, Xiaoyu has never worried because of his rich experience in his previous life. Strength punch power, the passing line for the quasi-warrior assessment is -900 kilograms. In terms of speed, the passing line for the quasi-warrior assessment is -25 meters per second. That is, 4 seconds for 100 meters. Now the strength and speed have reached the passing line. Xiao Yu, now your data has reached the quasi-warrior assessment standard. Are you going to take the test now, or wait until after the college entrance examination? Uncle San Xiao Guoxuan asked with a smile on his face. Today is June 2nd, and the college entrance examination is less than a week away. I still want to take the college entrance examination first and then take the test. The college entrance examination in China is held on June 7th, 8th and 9th. Xiao Yu also wanted to fulfill a dream of his predecessor. After 12 years of hard study, there must be a result. In fact, most of the children of the Xiao family will take the path of warriors, unless they are particularly poorly gifted, otherwise they will become warriors even if they use money to pile up. After a day of training, Xiao Yu returned to class 105 of the first high school in Yian district to continue his final high school study career. Xiao Yu, I heard that you fainted from training before. Are you okay now? A fat man in expensive clothes next to him patted Xiao Yu's shoulder with his fat big hand and asked with concern. This person is his good friend Yuan Minghua in high school. It's just an accidental fall, it's no big deal. Xiao Yu's return was still hotly discussed by his classmates. They once thought that this rich young man might miss the college entrance examination. First high school in Yian district. According to the examination room arrangement, the students of No. 1 middle school, number 3 middle school, and No. 5 middle school all took the college entrance examination in the No. 1 high school. Outside the school gate, a large number of college entrance examination candidates and parents gathered, and outside the school gate of the No. 1 high school, there was also a row of police officers holding real guns and live ammunition. Zhaofeng, you should relax your mind during the exam. Even if our family can't go to the No. 1 military academy, we can go to the No. 2 military academy. Relax. Luo Hongguo looked at his son and said with a smile. Yeah, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Xiao Yu stood by the car parked outside the school gate, looking at the groups of people in front of him, and also saw Luo Feng who was talking to his family. Beep beep, with the loud sound of the car, a new model of Mercedes-Benz S600, which was all black and full of aristocratic temperament, slowly drove to the gate of the No. 1 high school under the protection of police motorcycles, and the candidates and parents around immediately moved aside. 3 people got off the car and walked towards the school gate talking and laughing with each other. The bald guy on the left is Director Zhang of the Yian District Police Department. The one on the right is Director Liu of the Education Bureau. The one in the middle must be the warrior in charge of the safety of the examination room. The crowd around was talking. At the same time, Luo Feng looked at the person in the middle, his heart full of admiration for the warrior. Chapter 3 Second Wish Setting. Enter the venue. Xiao Yu, enter the venue. Go in quickly. Don't feel pressured. Father Xiao Donghua said, and Mother Xu Jingyi beside him also said, go quickly, Mom is waiting for you to come back. Dad, Mom, you go back, I'm not a child anymore. After saying goodbye to his parents, Xiao Yu entered the venue. After seeing the figure in front of him, he quickened his pace. When approaching, Xiao Yu pretended to wave back and bumped into the man. He knocked him 2 meters away. Although he didn't fall, he staggered. Looking at Luo Feng's face now, he was tough in his immaturity. Although he was not very handsome, he was also quite masculine. No wonder Xu Xin, the school beauty of No. 3 middle school, loved him. This old-fashioned meeting was the first step for Xiao Yu to get to know Luo Feng. Classmate, I'm sorry, I just said goodbye to my family and didn't look at the road. I bumped into you. Are you okay? It's okay, but classmate, you'd better be careful next time. Luo Feng rubbed his back. The collision just now was quite painful. Xiao Yu deliberately used some strength to deepen the impression of the collision just now. Classmate, I'm very sorry. Let me introduce myself, Xiao Yu. Let's add contact information. If you feel uncomfortable, you can find me. Xiao Yu took the initiative to extend his right hand. Okay, I'm Luo Feng, let's add each other as friends. Luo Feng, who often trains in the martial arts hall, often gets injured when sparring with others. He doesn't care much about this collision. Seeing that the person in front of him is dressed well, it's nothing to add a friend. After the two added each other as friends, they went to their respective examination rooms. In the examination room classroom, the examination certificate and ID card were placed on the upper right corner of the table for the examiner to check, and the test papers began to be distributed. 2056 Jiangnan City College Entrance Examination Science Paper A clear line of words at the top of the test paper. There are 3 exams in the college entrance examination, namely Science exam, Liberal Arts exam and the final Math exam. Each exam has a full score of 250 points, and the total full score is 750 points. Science refers to the comprehensive exam of physics, chemistry and biology. Liberal arts refers to the comprehensive exam of Chinese, history, politics and geography. The math exam is naturally a math exam. As the foundation of natural science, it is normal for mathematics to be elevated. It is already June 9th, the math exam. In the exam room, Luo Feng looked at the second calculation question and kept checking it on the draft paper, over and over again, but he still couldn't figure it out. His heartbeat kept accelerating, and finally exceeded the limit and fainted. Unlike Luo Feng, thanks to his usual efforts, Xiao Yu's math exam today can be said to be like a fish in water. Ding ding ding. The rapid ringing of the bell echoed in the campus of Yian District No. 1 High School. The parents who were sitting on the lawn or on the road outside the exam room and waiting anxiously immediately stood up one by one, looking into the campus through the railings of the campus wall. The bustling candidates all left the examination room. The Jiangnan City College Entrance Examination in 2056 officially ended. On the day the college entrance examination ended, third uncle Xiao Guoxuan helped Xiao Yu complete the registration for the quasi-warrior assessment. The quasi-warrior assessment needs to be registered in advance, and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will conduct a quasi-warrior assessment on the first day of every month. These 2 days, Xiao Yu was busy training at home to adapt to the increased strength and combat experience received. Occasionally, his father Xiao Donghua would suppress his strength and spar with him. Xiao Yu, not bad. This kick is really tricky. Xiao Donghua barely dodged it, and said in admiration after Xiao Yu's kick. The son in front of him has never really fought in actual combat, but he has extremely rich combat experience. Every blow is aimed at his fatal point, and his body movement has reached the perfect level. I don't know how you practiced your body movement, and you have reached the perfect level. Xiao Yu could only use a silly smile to evade it, but his hands did not stop moving. The two of them had been sparring for 3 hours. It was better to say that his father was sparring with him. During the break, Xiao Yu thought of Luo Feng, who should still be in the hospital, so he sent him a message. Hello, Luo Feng, I heard that you fainted during the math test. How are you now? A few minutes later, he received a reply from Luo Feng, and he was very happy, so he contacted him immediately. The message Luo Feng sent was, "Thank you, I'm much better now, I've been discharged from the hospital." After that, Xiao Yu talked to him for a while and continued his training. After adapting to his physical strength, Xiao Yu also set the latest wish. The system sets the wish as, physical fitness reaches the second level of apprentice. The second level of apprentice is the intermediate warrior level, with a punching force of 2000 kg and a speed of 40 meters per second, which is 2.5 seconds per 100 meters. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host's first wish, to become an apprentice of the second level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment status, 121.2, 1000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Although Xiao Yu also wanted to have a spiritual talent like Luo Feng, he also knew that such a wish that would transform him completely was not something he could achieve with his current financial resources, even if he borrowed money from his father. Moreover, the wish fulfillment system could only set one wish for the time being. Once the awakening spiritual talent was set as a wish, if it could not be achieved in a short time, it would disrupt his plan. This would be a loss. In the following days, Xiao Yu exchanged all the 1 million deposits in his card for F-level monster meat and obtained 500 wish points. In order to meet the conditions of his desire as soon as possible, he had the idea of his father Xiao Donghua, and the intention of borrowing money came into being. Dad, now my physical fitness has reached the martial arts standard. Do you have to give some rewards and motivate it? Stinky boy, what kind of idea, didn't you just buy a car for you some time ago? His father Xiao Donghua patted his head and laughed. 3 months ago, Xiao Yu's predecessor asked him for a luxury car on the grounds of an adult ceremony. Dad, I don't want a car this time, borrow some money, start the funds as a warrior. You also know that as a warrior, it is important to start funds. Boy, you have not passed the assessment of the quasi-martial arts. I just want to start the funds. Besides, whether you join the Thunder Pavilion or the Extreme Martial Arts Museum, you will get a certain start of funds. At the same time, our family will also be based on the family talent funding at least 5 million Wuxia coins, of course I will give you some. Quote. Xiao Yu, who is familiar with the plot, knows these naturally. At the same time, he also knows that the more physical quality has improved within 1 month after passing the quasi-martial artist test, the more funds for the martial arts. Thank you, Dad. Through these 2 days, you can also know the strength of your son. Isn't it a piece of cake through the quasi-warrior assessment? Then the part of your funding is not given sooner or later. Since the physical fitness of Xiao Yu has reached the level of the primary warrior, Xiao Donghua is already preparing his startup funds, and the number is not small. In order to make his father believe that he would not spend money, Xiao Yu's eyes said firmly, Dad, rest assured. I will not spend it messy, all the money will be improved to strength. Although Xiao Donghua is not very clear, what can his son want money now? But he knows his son, and can be said to be a standard good child in the past 18 years, without any disadvantages. Whether it is a neighborhood or a school teacher, he praises his son's good character. Then I will give you 5 million first, and the rest is waiting for you to join the Martial Arts Museum. 5 million is nothing to Xiao Donghua today, and these 5 million are only a small part he prepared. There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book. It has been 8 years since becoming a senior war general, and his body has been stuck at the top of the senior war general. In the past 8 years, he has really deposited a good money, and it is normal for some of the start-up funds for his son. Although I don't know what my son wants to do now, but he chose to believe his son. After the 5 million was stored in Xiao Yu's hands, he was replaced by various monster meat by him. After absorption, he became a desire point in the system. The system checks the wishes to reach the situation. Open black lens bracket Captain, Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. The first wish of the host, become the second order of apprentices. Wishes to reach 3121.2, 1000 wish points. Although the conditions have been achieved today, he still has the impulse to improve immediately as soon as possible. It soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening on June 16. The time of the college entrance examination score. Candidates and parents of candidates can query the college entrance examination results through telephone and network, and the undergraduate scores will also come out at the same time. Although Xiao Yu, who has become a warrior, is not very scored in the college entrance examination, he still visits it on the internet. Xiao Yu, how is the college entrance examination? Xiao Mu Shu Jingyi looked at Xiao Yu while watching the dinner plate and looked at the laptop. The net is a bit stuck, it is refreshing. It is estimated that there are a lot of people who check the results. Xiao Yu said helplessly. His father, Xiao Donghua, also watched beside him. His son Tai is definitely a martial arts road, but who doesn't want his son to be civil in martial arts? After 3 minutes, the page finally refreshed. Xiao Yu quickly entered the name, ID number, and test number, and then clicked the word, query. The page flashed slightly, and a form appeared. Candidate, Xiao Yu. Gender, male. ID number, 426,123,203,803,213,251. Examination number, 5,878,643,587,890,799. Liberal arts, 189. Science, 2,111. Mathematics, 212. Total score, 612. Undergraduate score line, 561. Son, yes. Bachelor scoring line 561, you have taken 612. Even if you don't join the Martial Arts Museum, you can go to Zhongnan First Military Academy. His father Xiao Donghua was happy after seeing the score, and his son was very happy to choose him. Martial arts generally have 4 ways. Or joining the army and becoming a member of the army, the advantage is that high security is high. Or join the martial arts hall. The martial arts management system is relatively loose and belongs to a relatively loose group, and the Extreme Martial Arts Museum is founded by the world's first strongest. Most of the warriors of the Xiao family are the extreme museums that have joined. Or join a group consortium, a family, a certain power, etc., which belongs to the kind of thug. Or it is to join the mercenary. This is the most adventurous, and the most free. These four roads have their own advantages and disadvantages. Father Xiao naturally hopes that his son becomes a warrior, entering the military academy, and then joining the army after graduation. Such a person with both strength and military literacy is the management once he enters the army. It was also the route he wanted to choose. It's just that it all depends on his son's own choice. This is his son's life after all. Although he can make suggestions, he is unwilling to influence. Thinking of this, he sighed, "My son has grown up." After dinner, Xiao Yu returned to his bedroom and sent a message to Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, the college entrance examination results are out, don't forget to check." Luo Feng didn't say much, just replied with a wry smile. Xiao Yu naturally understood that his results would not be very good, so he sent another message to comfort him. "Even if the college entrance examination results are not good this time, you can still go the way of a warrior. I have heard some information about you and have some understanding of your strength. I believe you can do it. Come on." "Thank you." Xiao Yu naturally knew that Luo Feng's strength had improved to a certain extent after he was in a coma during the college entrance examination, and his physical fitness had reached the standard of a quasi-warrior assessment. Chapter 4, Assessment of Prospective Warriors. Nearly half a month passed quickly during Xiao Yu's constant training with his father. He gradually adapted to his current body and gradually integrated his combat experience from his previous life into his current body. In fact, he had already adapted to his current body 3 days after the college entrance examination, but it took some time to turn combat experience into physical instinct. Although he also went out to meet with some friends and classmates during this period as a farewell to the 3 years of high school, everyone went their separate ways after the college entrance examination. Those with good college entrance examination scores, those who passed the undergraduate line, and those who were particularly outstanding went to the first military academy in Zhongnan, and those who were not so good could also get into a good university. Those with good strength, such as Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, basically choose to go the warrior route. Those with poor college entrance examination scores and rich families either use connections to enter some related units, or simply work in their own companies. In the end, those who have no strength, poor academic performance, and poor family background can only look for jobs everywhere. Fortunately, there is always no shortage of positions in today's society, but the income may be a little worse. July 1st. Today is the monthly test day for the quasi-warriors of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After breakfast, Xiao Yu came to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters in Yangzhou City, which is located next to the warrior accommodation area. "Xiao Yu, are you taking the test for the quasi-warriors?" A sweet-looking girl smiled in the lobby of the hall. "Why are you here so early?" "The test for the quasi-warriors will be held at 10 a.m., and then it will be held together with other people." "Yes, Sister Lin Ting, aren't we going to prepare for the test?" Xiao Yu is familiar with this place. He has been here with his father several times before. He walked towards a small bar next to the lobby of the hall. There was a waiter and a bartender. Xiao Yu glanced at it. There were 4 people sitting in the bar. 2 of them were talking to each other, and the other 2 were sitting in silence. He knew one of them, the famous Luo Feng. "Hey, Luo Feng, you are here to take the test for the quasi-warriors too." Xiao Yu greeted Luo Feng. "Yes, Xiao Yu, I didn't expect you to come too." Luo Feng smiled. "Have you found the reason why you fainted during the college entrance examination last time?" "It can't be related to the time I hit you. It's an old problem. I have fainted for no reason several times since I was a child." As time passed, 3 more people came one after another. These 3 people were relatively old, at least in their 30s. From this, we can see how difficult it is to become a warrior and how people yearn for the privileges of warriors. "Ha, Luo Feng," a loud voice sounded. Xiao Yu turned his head and saw a thin man with a hideous scar on his face walking over. This person should be Yang Wu. "Brother Yang." Luo Feng quickly stood up and greeted him. "You are here to take the quasi-warrior assessment as well." "It's embarrassing to say that I took the test once last month. Unfortunately, when I tested my speed, I only reached 24.9 meters per second. It was just a little bit short, and I didn't pass. Yongwu said helplessly. In fact, Yongwu had already passed the test in terms of punching power and nerve reaction speed, but his weakness was speed. Xiao Yu was also a little curious about this Yongwu, so he came up to him. Brother Yong, this is my friend Xiao Yu. Luo Feng introduced. Xiao Yu, I remember that some time ago, there was a person in our Yangzhou City Extreme Club who passed the warrior assessment before the age of 18 and was also named Xiao. Yongwu frowned and thought. Xiao Ling, right, that's my sister. Xiao Yu was depressed. He could hear Xiao Ling's name everywhere. Ah, this is still a strong sister with no weak brothers. The people around were noisy. Obviously, there were also a few people who knew Xiao Ling. Be quiet, a cold voice came from the center of the lobby. All 9 people on the scene turned their heads and looked. They saw a middle-aged man in loose training clothes. Let's go, follow me upstairs and take the quasi-warrior assessment immediately. Remember, be well behaved after going upstairs. Today, an old friend of our Yangzhou City's chief instructor is here. Don't make trouble. Yes, the 9 people on the scene responded respectfully. After entering the elevator, the middle-aged man in loose sportswear pressed 6. Beep. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. Wow. The elevator door opened, and what came into view was a huge martial arts training hall, where more than a dozen people gathered. People are here, stop chatting. A middle-aged man with long hair said, and more than a dozen people in the martial arts training hall turned to look at Xiao Yu and the other 9 people. Facing the gazes of more than a dozen people, Xiao Yu's heart tightened and he was a little nervous. Although he was fully confident, it was related to his future path after all. Xiao Yu knew this middle-aged man with long hair. He had met him several times before with his father. He was Wu Tong, the owner of the Extreme Club and the chief instructor in Yangzhou City. Prepare for the test, Wu Tong ordered. Come here one by one, give me your ID cards first. The warrior Meng Jun who led Luo Feng and the other 8 people took the ID cards from Xiao Yu and the other 9 people and handed them directly to the chief instructor Wu Tong, saying with a smile, Boss, there are quite a few people today. There are 9 of them, even the little guy from the Xiao family is here. Yes, Wu Tong took out Xiao Yu's ID card and slid it over the instrument that was turned on next to him. Beep, a crystal clear, transparent screen popped up on the instrument, and a lot of personal information appeared on the screen. First, Xiao Yu, Wu Tong said indifferently, conduct a fist strength test. Take the test seriously, don't lose face for your father Xiao Donghua. Don't worry, Uncle Wu, I'm sure. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. After saying that, he immediately took a step forward, accumulating strength like a fully drawn bow, and quickly hit the target with his right fist, causing the target to tremble slightly. The number immediately appeared on the screen of the boxing strength testing machine, 991 kilograms. It seems that his boxing power has increased a lot in this month of training. Pass, next one, Donghua. The chief instructor casually slid the second ID card over the instrument and looked at the detailed identity record information. You guys who came from the army also came to my extreme martial arts gym to take the test, interesting. The bearded man immediately took a step forward, his eyes widened immediately, his left hand was in front of his face, his right fist drew an arc and hit the giant boxing target. The boxing target only trembled slightly. The number immediately appeared on the screen of the boxing strength testing machine, 986 kilograms. Come on, next, Luo Feng. Wu Tong looked at the identity information and was surprised, hey, 18 years old. Lao Zhong, this is from your Yian district, right? When did such a talented person appear? Young man. Although Xiao Yu is also 18 years old, his household registration is still in the main city area, not Yian district. The reason why he went to Yian No. 1 high school was due to marriage. Luo Feng stood in front of the boxing target, his feet suddenly exerted force, and when his body turned slightly, his waist and hips burst out with powerful force, which instantly connected with each other and passed into his arms. After punching out, the screen displayed 1101 kilogram. Okay, Xiao Yu cheered, not bad. Many warriors present immediately praised him. Wu Tong touched his chin, nodded and said, the young man is good, he is a good prospect. Yes, passed. Next, Bai Yang. The 9 people quickly completed the boxing strength test, and only one was unlucky. His boxing strength was only 892 kg, just one line away from the qualifying line, and he was eliminated. In the next level of speed test, there are only 8 people left. Come one by one, in the opposite order as before. The first one is Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong ordered. Xiao Yu was the first test before, but now the speed test is the last one. Yang Wu took a deep breath and came to the speed tester. Yang Wu, come on. Xiao Yu encouraged. Brother Yang, come on. Luo Feng also patted Yang Wu gently on the shoulder. Even Zhang Nian, the instructor from Yian district who was standing next to him, looked a little nervous. It was a pity that Yang Wu had been tested many times, and every time he was a little behind in speed. This time Yang Wu also let go. With a ferocious expression on his face and bulging veins on his forehead, Yang Wu gritted his teeth and ran frantically towards the finish line. 25.1 meters per second, Yang Wu, you're lucky. He actually crossed the line. Zhang Nian said with a hearty smile. Huh, it's so dangerous. Yang Wu laughed himself. This time he really used the greatest strength in his life to run. Yes, pass. Chief Instructor Wu Tong also smiled. Next one. Each person was tested one by one, and soon it was Xiao Yu's turn to reach the last one. Xiao Yu, Wu Tong shouted. Come on, brother. The madman's speed test has passed. Come on, we have to go to the warrior's actual combat assessment together, Yang Wu encouraged. Yes, Xiao Yu, we are going to conduct a warrior's actual combat assessment together. Luo Feng came up and said solemnly. There is no mistake. One post, one content, 161, one book, one read. Xiao Yu nodded and walked to the track, adjusting his breathing slightly without making any unnecessary movements. His body was always ready. Whoosh! Xiao Yu was like a leopard, extremely fast, obviously faster than the previous ones, even Luo Feng couldn't compare. Xiao Yu looked back and saw that Luo Feng and Yang Wu were both holding up their thumbs. It's okay. 29.5 meters per second is faster than Luo Feng's 28.6 meters per second. Yang Wu praised. Yes, Xiao Yu, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Luo Feng also praised. In his opinion, Xiao Yu's power is not as high as his, but his speed is faster than him, which is very remarkable. The speed is very good. It's much higher than the qualifying line. Wu Tong smiled and nodded. There were 2 good seedlings in this assessment, which can be considered a good harvest. In this level of speed test, 2 more people were eliminated, and there were still 6 people left. Follow me next and conduct a nerve response speed test. Wu Tong brought everyone to the nerve response testing room. This is a spacious room of about 100 square meters. A tall and valuable instrument is placed on the ground. At the front of the instrument are holes that shoot out like 6-barreled Gatling guns. However, there are many more holes than Gatling guns. There are dozens of them. Entrance of the cave. The first one, Xiao Yu. Wu Tong said. Xiao Yu immediately walked to the front of the test machine gun, within a circle with a diameter of 3 meters and 6 meters. As soon as the switch is turned on, the edge of the circle with a diameter of 3 meters and 6 meters immediately fired a misty red laser upward. Xiao Yu, remember, no matter what, you cannot leave the circle. Once you leave the circle, you will be deemed a failure. If your body touches the red light, points will be deducted. After Wu Tong finished speaking, he walked to the nerve response testing machine next to it. He pressed several buttons to adjust the intensity of the test. The huge muzzle of the neural response test machine began to rotate. Dozens of muzzles in the muzzle burst out red light almost instantly, with speeds varying from fast to slow, and even the flight trajectories were disordered. Xiao Yu stared at the muzzle in front of him. Although he knew that the muzzle in front of him was firing rubber bullets, he still regarded them as normal bullets. His eyes focused on the trajectory of each bullet, and his body naturally flashed back and forth, left and right, as if instinctively. Several times, he narrowly passed through the gap between the bullets. Of course, there were also some bullets that were too fast and could not be avoided, so he could only be shot. This guy is good, and his reaction speed seems to be even better. The warriors watching next to him started talking. This kid's body movement has reached the subtle level. Wu Tong smiled on his face and thought silently in his heart. In fact, Xiao Yu's body movement has reached the perfect level. Due to the current environment, he can only play to this extent, which is at most considered to be the subtle level. Wu, After Wu Tong pressed the button, the nerve reaction test machine slowed down and stopped, and a long string of numbers appeared on the screen. Within 60 seconds, he was hit 8 times and did not touch the red light. Excellent. Wu Tong smiled. Not bad, Xiao Yu, I didn't bring shame to your Xiao family. The first step after his soul was finally completed, and the next step was to prepare for the actual combat assessment. Yeah, Xiao Yu responded. Congratulations, Xiao Yu. Luo Feng congratulated. Xiao Yu also whispered. Luo Feng, with your strength, there will definitely be no problem. Yang Wu also whispered with surprise. Xiao Yu, congratulations, you are now a quasi-warrior. As long as you pass the warrior actual combat assessment, you will be a warrior. Xiao Yu also whispered to Yang Wu, you will definitely pass the nerve reaction test. When the time comes, the three of us will conduct the actual combat assessment together. Okay, next, Tongguan. Wu Tong said next to the nerve reaction test machine. Tongguan's nerve reaction speed assessment was not good. In 60 seconds, he was hit 57 times and touched the red light 3 times. Unqualified and eliminated. Next, Luo Feng. Wu Tong said. Luo Feng was usually hit 50 to 55 times in the 60 seconds before the college entrance examination. Now that his physical fitness has improved, his nerves react faster. In 60 seconds, he was hit 28 times and did not touch the red light. Excellent. Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled. Not bad, Luo Feng, congratulations, as long as the official document is issued and your information is entered into the citizen identity information. You will be a quasi-warrior. Only after entering the citizen identity information can a warrior truly enjoy various privileges, usually within 7 days. Next, Bai Yang. Soon, 2 people took the test in succession, and both failed. The last one, Yang Wu. Wu Tong shouted. Soon Yang Wu's results came out. In 60 seconds, he was hit 52 times and did not touch the red light. He passed. Passed, Chief Wu Tong said. The combat test for warriors will be held on August 1st. Gather at the Extreme Hall in the morning, and go to hunt monsters outside the human base city with other prospective warriors under the guidance of the instructor. Once you pass the combat test, you will be a real warrior. Wu Tong said to the 3 people who had passed the prospective warrior test. Chapter 5 Rapid Improvement. The chief instructor Xuan Tong said with a smile. Okay, this time the quasi-martial arts assessment, a total of 3 people passed the 3 people, namely Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, and Yang Wu. The 3 of you have their own advantages and disadvantages. Xiao Yu and Yang Wu need to pay attention to the method of avoiding the attack on the attack. In the life and death of the monster, you can achieve the smallest body movement to avoid attacks. Naturally, the efficiency of avoiding attacks is extremely high. Quote. But this kind of body is extremely difficult and high, and you need to know very thoroughly about your opponent. You cannot make a slightest mistake, otherwise you will be killed. So, I advise you that when you fight with the monster in the future, you can avoid it as far as possible when you avoid. Let yourself have room for sacrifice. Wu Tong solemnly, with your strength today, it is best to train the basic body. Okay. Xiao Yu was shocked, and felt that he was really a bit disappointed. Perhaps it was too much. Thank you Uncle Xuan's reminder. Yang Wu also nodded solemnly. Yes, the chief instructor. You have to remember the words of the chief instructor. During the martial arts, you should not be greedy. It is very powerful to enter the micro-level body. However, if you do and have the strength to perform such a body, and forcibly perform it, it will only work east, and it makes people laugh. Zhang Nian said carefully. Okay, everyone, the next thing, and signing a practical assessment contract, etc., you can help do it. Captain, let you wait for so long, sorry, let's go out. Na yin fa he pao nan zi sao la xiao yu san ren yi yan, ji yi yan, ju rang xiao yu gan wei jie ren bu jian dan, yan xian zhang ru tong dai yu wei ya yi ban, rang ren xian mi, ji yi shun jian, xiao yu ju zheng tuo chu lai, pang bian de luo feng is also a spiritual, and only Yang Wu's expression becomes dull. This person's strength is terrible. It is a spiritual teacher and may have reached the level of war. The silver-haired black-robed man smiled slightly and glanced at Xiao Yu and Luo Feng in surprise. Little guys, good talents, work hard. Well, the willpower is also good. The chief instructor Wu Tong also nodded with satisfaction. Captain, the boy in the middle is the boy of the Xiao family. Xiao family, Xiao Guohua, yes, his name is Xiao Yu, who is Xiao Guohua's nephew. The two said while walking and went quickly. What's wrong with me? Yongwu was awake, and when he remembered what was just now, he couldn't help but sweat coldly. If it was encountered by the battlefield, a look was killed. In fact, this silver-haired black-robed man has always been next to him. At first, Xiao Yu also noticed him, but he always ignored his existence involuntarily. You three here, the instructor Zhang Nian and other groups of warriors looked at the three with a smile, come to practice the martial arts hall. From the neural reaction test room, it entered the spacious martial arts hall. The three signed a contract with a martial arts hall in the martial arts hall. The content of the contract is very simple, that is, the death and injury occurred in the actual combat assessment, which has nothing to do with the Extreme Martial Arts Museum. After signing the contract, Xiao Yu also got the practice method of Xiao Yu's dreaming of genetic energy, the 5 hearts cultivated to the sky. The only way to cultivate genes on the earth. The reason why I want to obtain this practice method is not because he is advanced. In fact, this cultivation method is very simple, but in this world of all-round monitoring, the slightest growth of his strength is best confined it. Moreover, he also has the idea of studying the method of energy cultivation in the world in this world. This humble practice method is just right. There is only one kind of geneticism on the earth, but there are tens of millions of guidance laws. Many exercises have unique guidance methods, such as 9 heavy lightning knives. And the guidance method is also very important. In encountering a high degree, excellent guidance method, it can do more with less, or even achieve the effect of 10 times 100 times. Xiao Yu sent Luo Feng and Yongwu to the door of Mingyu community. Yongwu, lunatic, I called you like Yongwu. Xiao Yu said, I am very happy, I can know you today. Okay. Luo Feng didn't care about how his friend called him, and he was really sincere. In other words, why would Yongwu call you a lunatic? Xiao Yu asked. Next to the Yongwu haha laughed. When Luo Feng just became a senior student in the Extreme Martial Arts Museum in Yian District, because of family factors, he was crowded out by others. He was angry at the 3 consecutive victories. The nickname of a lunatic. It's fine now, as long as the warrior's actual combat assessment is passed, he can have the right to residential in the Mingyu community. Yongwu sighed. Xiao Yu said, don't say so much, we have passed the assessment of the same place on the same day. Today is a good day, let's find a restaurant together and talk well. Okay, you are familiar here, you come to choose a place. Yongwu said with a smile. Go. Luo Feng also laughed. The 3 of them had just passed the martial arts assessment. They were all struggling and chose a restaurant to have lunch together. Xiao Yu watched the 2 and said, I think Yian District is quite far from this, I will drive you. Xiao Yu naturally knew the plot in the future, which must not be missed. Luo Feng, who was sitting in the co-pilot, just remembered that the good news was told to the family, and the family was happy. After passing the words of his mother and younger brother, Luo Feng just called his father. The phone has not been connected, and Luo Feng is very anxious. Xiao Yu, who pays attention to all this, quickly comforts, there is a positioning finding function on the mobile phone, you can view the position of the binding mobile phone. Otherwise, let's go directly to your dad, tell him the good news in person. Luo Feng wanted to push off, but looked at the positioning and found that the distance was not far away, only a few minutes. Soon the vehicle entered the Tiandu Garden Community, Yian District. This day, the garden community lives, and they are all rich or expensive. Many of them live here are famous big businessmen and bosses in Yian District. Yongwu introduced. It is estimated that my dad's decoration company has a business here. The vehicle soon arrived nearby and stopped on the side of a townhouse. Xiao Yu adjusted the camera on the driving recorder, and the camera was in front of it. In the position of more than 20 meters in front, several people seemed to be quarreling. A middle-aged man wearing a labor-cared man was lying on the ground. 2 workers wearing the same uniform were about to step forward to help the people up, to help the people get up, to help the people up. Essence. Wearing a gorgeous young man, lightning is 2 feet, kicking on the belly of the 2, flying directly and falling to the ground. Don't look at the place when you play. The young man sneered, his voice was not loud and not small. Stop, Zhang Haobai, are your kid? Xiao Yu hurriedly said. Xiao Yu, a young man in front of him, had seen one side, Zhang Haobai, relying on the warrior at the family to make a blessing in Yian district, he could not get on the table. Essence. Fined to death. Luo Feng saw Luo Hongguo, who was lying down on the ground, and flushed his face and rushed over. He had ignored Zhang Haobai's previous provocation many times, but he did not expect that he was bullied on his father Luo Hongguo. I saw a fuzzy figure rushing into the courtyard in an instant. Zhang Haobai recognized it at a glance. Zhang Haobai also saw the other two people who came down from the car. One of them also knew Yongwu, who had not passed the evaluation of the prospective warrior, and the other person was a bit familiar. Think. CNM, Luo Feng saw his father bowed his waist and fell to the ground. His body was full of footprints, and his eyes became red all of a sudden. His father had done such a hard work for so many years and was still eye-catching. Matter. One of the three bodyguards, one of the slightly short fat men, heard Zhang Haobai's instructions, sneered and took a step forward. Give me dead. Luo Feng drank. Lightning was a heavy kick, kicking fiercely. The dwarf bodyguard was still blocked with a right arm. Luo Feng, you actually hit me from my house. Zhang Haobai stared at him. You find death. You are looking for death. Luo Feng's eyes were fierce, gritted his teeth angrily. Be careful, this guy's legs and feet are very heavy. The short bodyguard stood on the stomach with a strong kick by Luo Feng, flying out, and he rubbed his belly. I couldn't get up for a while. Matters need to help, Xiao Yu and Yongwu asked beside him. No, I can deal with it myself. Luo Feng hoped to teach these guys through his own hands, otherwise he would not be happy enough. Less than a minute, the three big bodyguards, one couldn't get up with a belly, a fracture of the right arm, and a kneeling on the ground with a knife. Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng's eyes sprayed fire and wanted to eat people. Luo Feng, I warn you. Looking at Luo Feng, Zhang Haobai was frightened for a while. Peng. Luo Feng was simply stubborn, and he kicked Zhang Haobai's belly directly as a lightning foot. Zhang Haobai was directly kicked and flew out for several meters away, his face pale. Worn a fart. Luo Feng grabbed Zhang Haobai's neck clothes as soon as he was grabbed him, caught him, and Zhang Haobai was hanging. Put the owner down. The anger came from a long distance, and I saw a dozen security officers, and they rushed over with the warning stick. There are cameras in many places in Tiandu community. The first moment of the fighting here was given by the security guards of the community. It was not ordinary people who could live in the community town villas. The first time came, he also called the police. There is no mistake. 1619, one book. 1, a book. Xiao Yu didn't care about everyone else. Zhang Haobai, who had paralyzed on the ground, asked, do you know me? No, don't know. Zhang Haobai was scared by Xiao Yu's full bodies. What? Don't move. The two security guards came to Xiao Yu quickly and poured Zhang Haobai behind. Only the garbage of small movements. Xiao Yu spit a sputum beside him and laughed. Xiao Yu and Yongwu hurriedly helped Luo Feng to help Luo Hongguo. Doo-doo. Suddenly the voice of the police car came, and everyone couldn't help but look at it. I saw a police car stopped quickly at the door of Zhang's house. The four policemen opened the door of the police car and the four policemen ran out quickly. Police are here. The security guards immediately gave away. No, the police are here. Luo Hongguo and the three people were surprised. Luo Hongguo pulled Luo Feng to the corner and said eagerly, Xiao Feng, you hurt people, and the police station will be compared. Triven. Dad, I passed the quasi-warrior assessment. Luo Feng said softly. Uncle Luo, don't worry, this is at most legitimate defense. Brother Yang and I can testify. Xiao Yu hurriedly comforted him. Although Luo Feng was already a quasi-warrior, his certificate had not been approved after all, so he was taken away by the police. Xiao Yu also drove along as a witness. During the process, he also obtained multiple surveillance videos at the time through his father's relationship and submitted them to the police station after making backups. After recording the confession, Xiao Yu and Yongwu went back. This time, the evidence prepared was so sufficient, and Xiao Yu, with the guarantee of his father shouting Guo, Luo Feng was bailed out in court, but he had to pay a bail of 30,000 Chinese yuan. Zhang Haobai learned about the situation of the Xiao family through his uncle Zhang Zehu, and was immediately shocked. The god of war family, that power, is far beyond the reach of his uncle, a senior warrior, even if he is promoted to the level of a general. Although he did not give up the idea of causing trouble for Luo Feng, he did not dare to act rashly for the time being. Even Zhang Zehu warned him not to act rashly for the time being. This attempt was a conscious attempt by Xiao Yu, and he did not expect the effect to be quite good. Xiao Yu declined the invitation of Luo Feng's family. After agreeing to go to the warrior practical assessment together, he drove back to his home in Mingyu Community, Yangzhou City. System: fulfill your wish to become a second-level apprentice. Open black lens bracket host, Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host's first wish, to become a second-level apprentice. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment status, 3121.2, 1000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment is in progress, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu felt a stream of warm current coming from deep inside his body, sweeping towards his bones, flesh, and skin. He felt extremely comfortable all over, and he trembled all over. 10 minutes later, his body stopped trembling, and he felt as strong as an ox. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations on becoming a second-level apprentice warrior. Close black lens bracket. Apprentice level 2, that is, his punching power has reached 2000 kg, and the speed is at least 40 meters per second. When reading the original book in the previous life, Xiao Yu often wondered, if a person's physical fitness before practicing the 5 Hearts to Heaven method is higher, will the degree of improvement after successfully sensing the energy of the universe be greater? There was no chance in the previous life, but now he has begun to experiment. The system sets the first wish to become an apprentice level 3 warrior. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host's first wish, to become an apprentice level 3. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment, 2121.2, 2000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Since the wish points meet the requirements, continue to improve. Achieve the first wish. Open black lens bracket wish points meet the first wish. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment is in progress, close black lens bracket. This time, I trembled all over for half an hour before it ended. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations on becoming an apprentice level 3 warrior. Close black lens bracket. Apprentice level 3 warrior, that is, advanced warrior level, standard punch force 4000 kilograms, speed 60 meters per second. Xiao Yu thought to himself, Xiao Ling, let's see if you can still compete with me now. Xiao Yu, did you poop in the bedroom? Why is it so smelly? Xiao's mother Xu Jingyi shouted loudly. An extremely fishy smell came. Xiao Yu looked at his black body and hurriedly got up to wash. The increase in strength was a bit large. He didn't control the strength well at once, stepped on a piece of the floor, and fell forward. After learning the lesson, he was much more careful. The shower that used to take more than 10 minutes actually took more than an hour this time, and 2 toothbrushes were broken during the period, and the shower head was also broken. 6. Joining the Extreme Martial Arts School. Mom, I just started practicing the genetic energy training method. My strength increased a bit. I didn't master it well for a while and broke some things. I'll ask the repairman to come and fix it tomorrow. Xiao Yu came out of the shower room carefully and explained to his mother. He could only lie for the time being. Xiao's father Xiao Donghua was immediately very happy and said, Xiao Yu is good. It's only been a few hours and he can sense the energy of the universe. Mother also stopped her movements and said happily, my Xiao Yu is better than his father. With the strength of your control over your body, if you lose control and break furniture, this improvement should be significant. Xiao's father Xiao Donghua pondered secretly, if the improvement is large, it may be enough to qualify for the standard of early recruitment of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After you adapt to your body in 2 days, let's go to the Extreme Hall to test it. What standard will be recruited in advance? Xiao Yu asked puzzledly. Generally speaking, the first time you practice genetic energy, your strength will only increase by 300 kg. This is a common phenomenon. Those who increase by 600 kg are considered excellent, those who increase by 1000 kg are considered elites, and those who increase by 2000 kg are geniuses. The father paused and continued, of course, the treatment of talents of different levels is different. For geniuses, both the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School will compete for them. Xiao Yu said happily, Dad, let's go to the training room tomorrow to try out our punching power. He naturally knew about the improvement of his punching power, and the system was quite reliable. Okay, the father nodded heavily. When sleeping, Xiao Yu felt that he should practice genetic energy insurance. Although there is no instrument for testing cosmic energy on Earth in anime or novels, it does not prevent some high-level spiritualists from detecting it. Take out the genetic energy practice method issued by the Extreme Martial Arts School and spread it on the bed. Don't look at the book as thick, it is actually just packaging. The real content is only 2 pages, which is as big as an A4 paper when spread out. Xiao Yu sat up on the bed according to the method recorded in the genetic energy cultivation method, crossed his legs, with the soles of his feet facing upward, and placed his hands on his legs, with his palms facing upward, and his back straight. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Although Luo Feng and the protagonists in the previous life's fan fiction can usually succeed in the first practice of genetic energy, the probability of success is actually about half. It is hard to say whether I will be the lucky half. Concentrating his mind and carefully recalling the contents of the book, the cosmic energy is spread all over the earth. The most difficult part of cultivating genetic energy is the first stage of induction. As long as you can sense the genetic energy, it will be easy to absorb it. Fortunately, Xiao Yu has the experience of cultivation in his previous life, and his whole mind quickly reaches a state of concentration. When he enters the state of concentration, he has no thoughts or ideas. Just like the avenue, he naturally senses the energy that fills the universe and the earth, and there is a very weak and tiny breath floating around, which is the cosmic energy. These cosmic energies are like a ditch with a floodgate open. They flow into Xiao Yu's body from the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head without any traction. It feels so good. Although the emergence of this thought broke the state of meditation he had just entered, it also allowed him to absorb cosmic energy on his own. With his consciousness focused on the 5 hearts, his consciousness naturally radiated a series of thoughts of absorbing cosmic energy. Naturally, the speed of absorbing the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head began to increase, and the speed increased by nearly 100 times in an instant. If at the beginning, the cosmic energy was like a ditch, slowly flowing into Xiao Yu's body. Now, this ditch has become larger, like a river, flowing into Xiao Yu's body without stopping. Ah, a trembling feeling from the depths of his whole body made Xiao Yu's body tremble. After these invisible and colorless cosmic energies entered his body, they were devoured crazily by every cell of his body that had been thirsty for too long. The cells, which had been hungry for more than 10 years, suddenly flooded with sufficient cosmic energy, and suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. The DNA gene blueprint also changed slightly, and the cells began to divide, 1 into 2, 2 into 4. Time passed by. Xiao Yu's body was constantly changing, whether it was the skin, muscles, bones on the surface, or even every cell in the deep layer, and the genes themselves had some changes. This change was the evolution of life and the optimization of life genes. This practice lasted for 1 night. The next morning, Xiao Yu woke up on time and felt extremely comfortable all over his body, which was different from the feeling when the system was upgraded. Although he was immersed in practice all night, he felt more energetic than sleeping all night. He felt that this night's practice was comparable to the previous system upgrade. After breakfast, Xiao Yu did adaptive training in his father's training room for a morning, and finally achieved that he would not damage the floor even if he ran. In the Xiao family martial arts hall, I heard that cousin Xiao Yu passed the quasi-warrior assessment yesterday. Could it be that he came here to test his punching power because he has successfully cultivated his genetic energy? A 16-year-old boy in training clothes said to the girls who were also watching. No way, my idol before was Sister Xiaoling, and now I have to add another one, said the girl who was wearing a training suit with the word, Xiao, on it. Next to the girl, a 1.2-meter tall young man with a face similar to Xiao Yu secretly clenched his fists and cheered for himself. I want to be like Sister Ling and Brother Yu. Third Uncle Xiao Guoxuan turned on the switch of the boxing strength testing machine and said with a smile, Come on, Xiao Yu, let me see how much your boxing strength has increased. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded and glanced at his father next to his third uncle. Taking a deep breath, he gathered some energy and punched the target. He didn't dare to use his full strength for this punch, which was about 60% of the strength. With a touch sound, the boxing target trembled. It shows that the strength of Xiao Yu's punch is 3923 kg. Wow! Seeing the numbers displayed on the boxing strength test machine, the 6 Xiao family juniors who were watching suddenly exclaimed. Our Xiao family is about to produce a real genius. Even Xiao Donghua couldn't help himself when he saw this number. It cannot be said that there are no geniuses who can increase their genetic power by 3,000 kilograms for the first time through practicing, but even the entire Zhongnan-based city cannot produce one in a year. It is said that Xiao Ling is a genius. The first time she practiced genetic energy, she gained 1,800 kilograms. I didn't expect Xiao Yu to be even more talented. The third uncle was also amazed when he saw this number. After hearing the words of his third uncle, Xiao Yu secretly calculated Xiao Ling's strength in his heart. He should be between a senior warrior and a junior general. Xiao Donghua, who was stunned for a moment, came to his senses and said, a few more times, and the force must be steady. Okay, Xiao Yu responded. Xiao Yu mastered the strength and struck 6 times in succession, 3956 kg, 3900 kg, 3938 kg, 3896 kg, 3966 kg, 3912 kg. The force exerted is not yet stable, and it takes 2 days of adaptive training to fully master it. A warrior must fully master every ounce of force he exerts. Only in this way can he take the initiative in battle, said his father Xiao Donghua. In actual combat, if you cannot control the force you send out, you will make mistakes in predicting the battle situation, and it is easy to put yourself in a dangerous situation. One mistake can lead to death. Third uncle Xiao Guoxuan also turned around and said to the 6 Xiao Yu's younger brothers and sisters who were watching, second brother is right. Not only Xiao Yu should remember it, but you guys should also remember it, especially you Li Tengyan. Quote. I know, third uncle. The 16-year-old boy responded. Seeing their eldest brother being preached to, the other 5 children were all holding back their laughter, but the 12-year-old boy did not hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. Xiao Jie, you still have the nerve to smile. You are the best here. Third uncle Xiao Guoxuan shouted, with a hint of anger in his voice. Dad, I'm only 8 years old. The 1-meter-2 boy said aggrievedly. Xiao Yu, let's continue testing the speed. Third uncle Xiao Garong said after turning on the switch of the speed tester. Okay, third uncle, Xiao Yu responded. This time Xiao Yu still didn't dare to run with all his strength. One was because he didn't have good strength control and was worried about damaging the floor. The other was also worried that the data would not match. 61.2 meters per second, the speed is very fast. It has reached the level of an advanced warrior. Xiao Donghua said while staring at the display screen of the speed tester. What a monster genius. Extreme martial arts schools with such a genius will definitely rush for it. For the next period of time, Xiao Yu practiced in his father's Xiao family martial arts school during the day, getting familiar with his body after the growth spurt, striving to perfectly master his own strength, and occasionally teaching his younger brothers and sisters who came over for advice. He also tested his punching power with all his strength when there was no one around, and it actually reached 6500 kg. This means that his first genetic energy training actually increased to 500 kg. Even without a system, he can be classified as a genius. However, it cannot be said whether the increase in punching power is related to the substantial increase in his physical fitness. There is no mistake. 1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, 1 read. The full speed is also 83.6 meters per second. At night, I used Wuxia to send my genetic energy to the sky instead of sleeping. Although I didn't sleep for a week, I was still energetic. After mastering his own strength, he was led by his father to the Yongzhou City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In fact, it was only 2 steps away. Xiao Yu could come alone, but his father Xiao Donghua insisted on following him, saying that he could not be given by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall when signing the contract. Fooled. But you can tell from the smug look on his face what his intentions were. Wu Tong looked at Xiao Donghua, who was overjoyed since he came in, then looked at Xiao Yu next to him and said, Xiao Yu, although Brother Xiao has told me about your situation, we still have to test it. Come on, let's get started. Okay, Uncle Wu, there were only 3 of them here, so Xiao Yu didn't call Wu Tong the chief instructor. Xiao Yu, standing in front of the boxing strength testing machine, gathered his strength and punched the target, 3985 kg. Wu Tong was surprised. He had heard from Brother Xiao that his son had successfully cultivated genetic energy for the first time, and his strength had increased significantly, but he did not expect that he had actually increased his weight by 3,000 kg. Wu Tong said in surprise, "Haha. Brother Xiao, you are sending me contribution points. I heard 2 days ago that Zhang Nian in Yian district cultivated a genius Luo Feng and got a lot of benefits. I didn't expect that now I have actually cultivated a genius even more talented than Luo Feng." Hearing Wu Tong mention Luo Feng, Xiao Yu was also very curious about Luo Feng's current strength after the plot was broken, and hurriedly asked, "Uncle Wu, Luo Feng also succeeded in the cultivation of genetic energy?" Yes, according to Director Zug, Luo Feng not only succeeded in the first practice, but also the increase was not small. The punching force reached 2000 kg, and the punching force he tested reached 3150 kg. The speed reached 58.5 meters per second, and the nerve reaction test also reached the primary warrior level full score. The intermediate warrior level is excellent. Xiao Yu did not expect that although Luo Feng did not go to the detention center, his strength was still improved to such a level. It can be said that he is worthy of being the son of destiny. It seems that Luo Feng has awakened his spiritual talent, and his strength will rise rapidly. Xiao Yu secretly competed in his heart, and he had to work harder. Xiao Yu, come, test the speed. Wait a minute, test the nerve reaction speed again. Wu Tong kept testing the ability of this treasure as if he had found a treasure. Okay, Uncle Wu, Xiao Yu responded. Soon the test results came out. Punch power minus 3,985 kilograms. Speed minus 62 meters per second. Nerve reaction test full score for intermediate warrior level. Excellent for advanced warrior. Haha, a few months ago, a quasi-genius Shaoling appeared, and now there is a monster Xiao Yu. Brother Xiao, your Xiao family is really full of talents. Wu Tong said to Xiao Donghua enviously. In the past 10 years, the Xiao family has become more and more glamorous, and the family strength has become stronger and stronger. Xiao's father Xiao Donghua smiled with a rare implicit smile. Haha, it's all their own efforts. Xiao Yu, with your improved strength, my extreme martial arts school can let you join the martial arts school in advance. You don't have to go through the actual combat assessment of the warriors, just let you join first. Wu Tong said. I heard from my father. Xiao Yu replied, given the relationship between our 2 families, I won't hide it from you. Your first genetic energy training increased your punching power by 3,000 kilograms, and your speed and nerve reaction test progress were also amazing. It can be assessed that your talent belongs to the genius level, or the monster level. The entire Jiangnan city has a population of 200 million, and I'm afraid that there will not be a monster talent in a year. A monster genius like you, when the warriors are tested in actual combat, the results will naturally be discovered by the Thunder Martial Arts School, the various families of the Underground Alliance, etc., and then they will certainly come to invite you to join, and they will also offer impressive conditions. Of course, don't worry, the conditions my extreme martial arts school will give you will not be low. For a genius like you, in addition to a villa, we also have 20 million startup funds. Let you buy various weapons and equipment, etc. At the same time, our extreme martial arts school will also give you a set of guiding techniques, a set of sword skills secrets, and a set of body skills secrets for free. As long as the price of these 3 is less than 50 million, you can get them directly for free. If it exceeds 50 million, you need to pay the extra part yourself. In addition to getting a villa, ordinary warriors joining the martial arts school will get a startup capital of 1 million Chinese yuan. Xiao Yu nodded. He knew all this information. My extreme martial arts school has the same conditions for talented warriors. The warriors in our extreme martial arts school are very united. In the future, when they go out to hunt monsters, they can get help from companions from all over the world. Moreover, the head of our extreme martial arts school, the world's strongest man Hong, will occasionally guide some real elites. Wu Tong said with a smile. Xiao Yu thought about it. In fact, he had no choice. The Xiao family's base was on the extreme martial arts school. His uncle, father, third uncle, and eldest sister all joined the extreme martial arts school. He couldn't be an exception. Uncle Wu, I'm joining the extreme martial arts school. Haha, Wu Tong laughed heartily. Of course I'm not qualified to let you join the extreme martial arts school directly. To absorb a monster-level warrior like you, the headquarters needs to personally review it. Wu Tong took out a mobile phone from his arms, gently said, headquarters, and immediately the phone dialed. A moment later, a figure appeared on the mobile phone screen. Wu Tong, what's up? The gray-haired old man on the phone screen said with a faint smile. Uncle Bai, Wu Tong excitedly told Xiao Yu's story again. Chapter 7 Warrior Combat Assessment. Wu Tong led Xiao Yu to directly use the extreme martial arts gym privileges to buy a ticket and rushed to the core urban area of Zhongnan Base City. After the two got off the car, they arrived at a very large area. In addition to the extending silver-white courtyard wall, there was a tall dark blue skyscraper. There were 4 figures on the skyscraper. Big characters that can be clearly seen inside and outside, Extreme Martial Arts School. This is the ultimate general hall. The headquarters of our Extreme Martial Arts Gym in Zhongnan City. Wu Tong said. Outside the walls of the Extreme General Hall, there are people standing guard everywhere with real guns and live ammunition. The entire Extreme General Hall gives people the feeling of a monster armed to the teeth. The main entrance of the Extreme General Hall is 100 meters wide, and rows of soldiers are scanning the surroundings. So many soldiers. Xiao Yu sighed. These are our own troops from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Many of them are warriors from our Extreme Martial Arts Hall who were injured or changed careers. Wu Tong smiled and said, let's go in. Let's go. A one-armed man with a scar on his face waved at the front door. All the soldiers immediately took a step back. The uniform momentum was breathtaking. The one-armed man glanced at Wu Tong with a smile. Brother Wu, Lao Zhang just came to the headquarters 2 days ago, and you are here again in the past 2 days. It seems that your Yangzhou City Guild Hall has gained a lot this year. Xiao Yu, this is your senior, please call Uncle Lu. Wu Tong glanced at Xiao Yu. Uncle Lu, Xiao Yu shouted respectfully. He had great respect for such warriors who fought on the battlefield. It can be seen that the reason why he has one arm is due to fighting in the wilderness area. This is probably the reason why he is on duty here now. Wu Tong, come here quickly. An old man with gray hair was standing at the gate of the martial arts hall looking in the direction of the two of them. Uncle Bai, why bother you to come down and pick me up? Wu Tong hurriedly came over to greet him. Come on, come with me. Wu Tong greeted Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu also greeted the old man. Uncle Bai, young man is good. The gray-haired old man looked Xiao Yu up and down and said. The three of them talked all the way and soon walked outside a 3-story single-family villa. This villa occupied a large area. Uncle Bai said, we're here, let's go up. Yes, Uncle Bai. The second floor of the villa is empty, no smaller than the Extreme Martial Arts Training Hall in Yian District, Yangzhou. Supervisor. When Wu Tong entered the second floor, he immediately shouted respectfully. Wu Tong, this young man must be Xiao Yu. A soft voice sounded. Yes, Supervisor. Wu Tong responded hurriedly. Xiao Yu looked carefully and saw 7 people standing in front of him, 6 of whom were all wearing white suits. At this moment, these 6 people were standing respectfully behind a middle-aged man in a black tang suit. He has a thin appearance, a hooked nose, and a gentle smile in his eyes. His whole person has a feminine feel. Wu Tong coughed, and Xiao Yu quickly responded, I've met the supervisor. The middle-aged man in tang suit nodded slightly and said, Old Bai, let's get started. Let's review this young man's strength. Yes, Uncle Bai also responded respectfully. In just these few words, Xiao Yu had already concluded that the middle-aged man in tang suit was the famous angel investor Zhu Dao. All the cameras and other equipment in the spacious martial arts training hall on the second floor were turned on, obviously to record all the images of Xiao Yu's test. The 6 young men and women in white suits also immediately took action. With the experience of the previous few days, the 6 people's operations were extremely skilled. Uncle Bai, there's nothing wrong with the instrument. The young man in a white suit said. Okay. Uncle Bai looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, let's start the test. First, the fist strength test, then the speed test, and finally the nerve response test. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and secretly told himself to control his strength. The test data will come out soon. Boxing strength 3,985 kg. Speed 62 meters per second. Nervous reaction test. Perfect score for intermediate warrior level. Excellent senior warrior. In terms of physical fitness, speed and neurological response are all outstanding, especially the neurological response. Supervisor Zhu Dao said with a smile. The age is also 18 years old, within the limit. Zhu Dao looked at Wu Tong and said with a smile, "You have produced 2 geniuses in Yangzhou City in a row. Wu Tong, you are indispensable." Wu Tong couldn't help showing a hint of joy and said with a smile, "The main thing is that Xiao Yu works hard enough." Zhu Dao's eyes fell on Xiao Yu and said solemnly, "Xiao Yu, are you willing to join my extreme martial arts gym now? I believe Wu Tong has already told you the conditions." "Well, I am willing to join the extreme martial arts gym," Xiao Yu said solemnly. Zhu Dao then explained some details. The conditions given to Xiao Yu by the extreme martial arts gym are: the right to live in a villa in Yangzhou City or the main urban headquarters, a startup capital of 20 million, movement skills, guidance skills, and attack skills with a price of no more than 50 million. 3 secret books of Dharma. Among the above conditions, Xiao Yu chose the main urban headquarters for the villa. He can still live with his parents in Yangzhou City, so he counts as owning 2 villas. As for the third item, Zhu Dao is worthy of the name as an angel investor. He personally funded 150 million in cash to purchase 3 secret books, Shenfa, Guidance, and Attack. That is to say, Xiao Yu now owns a villa in the main city, 20 million in startup capital, and 200 million for the purchase of 3 secret manuals, body movement, guiding technique, and attack method. After Wu Tong and Xiao Yu left, Zhu Dao called the headquarters. "Envoy Yang, we have discovered a super genius in Zhongnan base city. He is 18 years old and has increased his genetic energy by 3,000 kilograms in his first practice. As an intermediate warrior, his nerve reaction is comparable to that of an elite high-level warrior. Well, continue to observe until he reaches the level of a general and has experienced a certain amount of actual combat." The other side replied. Although it is rare to increase 3,000 kilograms at a time, it is extremely rare, but there is still a certain distance from entering the basic training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. One of the hard indicators for entering the basic training camp is to become a general. This is because only geniuses who have experienced sufficient actual combat are true geniuses. On the way back, Wu Tong warned Xiao Yu, "Although your current strength has reached the pinnacle of an intermediate warrior and you will soon become a senior warrior, this is only on paper. It is hard to say what your real strength is. Everything must be tested in actual combat before it can be accurate. Don't be proud and complacent." "I understand, Uncle Wu." Although Xiao Yu himself already knew this information, he also understood that Wu Tong said this for his own good. "I have never told you about the level of warriors before. Now I will give you a general explanation. Warriors are divided into warrior level, general level, and god of war level. Each level is divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Your uncle Xiao Guohua belongs to the god of war level. In addition, there are counselor level strongmen above the god of war." Wu Tong's eyes lit up when he mentioned the counselor level. There are not many counselor level strongmen in the world. Once you become a counselor level strongman, you can be said to be standing on the top of the world. Xiao Yu, who returned to Mingyu community in Yangzhou City, had to prepare for the upcoming warrior actual combat assessment. In the Xiao Family Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City. What weapon should I choose? Xiao Yu walked towards the weapon room in deep thought. He was good at using knives in his previous life, and he could use both single and double knives. On the weapon cabinet, there are a large number of weapons, including knives, guns, sticks, clubs, axes, hammers, swords, spears, etc., of various types. Moreover, each major category of weapons is divided into many types. For example, among knives, there are single-handed knives and two-handed knives. And there are many types of single-handed knives. After searching for a long time, he chose the Silver Moon 3 series. The Silver Moon 3 series war knife belongs to the double knife flow. Each war knife has a blade length of 78 centimeters, a whole knife length of 101 centimeters, a knife width of 11.2 centimeters, a blade back with oblique teeth, a sharp blade tip and good at stabbing. After many attempts, a war knife weighing 80 kg was found. The backs of the left and right Silver Moon 3 series war knives can be buckled together. Practice basic movements first. Based on the offensive and defensive movements of the double knives learned in the previous life, he began to familiarize himself with the weapons. It is said that weapons are an extension of the body. He needs to practice the double swords like using fists and feet to be qualified. A 14-year-old girl was practicing fists and feet. When she saw Xiao Yu's swordsmanship in the weapon training area next to her, she was stunned for a moment. Cousin Yu's swordsmanship is so beautiful, just like dancing. Li Yijia, what are you doing? Keep practicing boxing. Xiao Ling returned safely from the wilderness area again. Okay, right away, cousin. Li Yijia responded. Sister, why are you so angry? Xiao Yu heard the movement in the fist and foot training area and stopped practicing sword and shield. Now he has achieved his goal. Since Xiao Ling knew Xiao Yu's test results for the quasi-warrior, she has lost her indifference. For a while, she took everything very seriously, especially in the training of her younger brothers and sisters. Even if the youngest Xiao Jie did not do a standard action, he would be scolded. Even if third uncle Xiao Guoxuan was beside him, he would not stop him. He was very happy to be taught by Xiao's family the next day. No mistakes, one post, one content, 1-6, 1-9, one book, one bar. After seeing Xiao Yu coming, Xiao Ling's anger subsided a lot, and she warned, don't be careless in the actual combat assessment tomorrow. After all, actual combat is different from practice. Xiao Ling still dotes on this brother who is only a few months younger than her. After all, the two grew up together. Don't worry, sister, in addition to training this month, I have also specially checked the characteristics of many monsters in the wilderness. Xiao Yu said. Okay, it's getting late, go back and rest, and keep your spirits up. Xiao Ling looked at the time and smiled. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded in response. After saying goodbye to third uncle and sister Ling, he went straight back to his villa. The Xiao family martial arts hall is very close to Mingyu community, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to walk. On the morning of August 1st, led by a warrior from the Extreme Club, more than 30 would-be warriors including Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, and Yongwu rushed to the train station. This was a special train with a large number of would-be warriors sitting inside, all of whom were participating in the actual combat assessment of warriors. The train carriages were fully enclosed structures, and a figure appeared on the big screen in each carriage at this moment. Dear would-be warriors, future warriors, I come from the HR Alliance. A middle-aged man's speech was being broadcast live on the big screen in the carriage. I believe everyone has heard of the Our Alliance. The most powerful group in the world, the richest group, and the group with the most warriors. Everyone must be familiar with another name of our HR Alliance, the Underground Alliance. Since Luo Feng and Yongwu moved into Mingyu community, the three of them have become closer and have gotten together several times. The three of them also sat side by side on the train. Madman, Xiao Yu, do you know about the Underground Alliance? Yongwu chuckled, that's a rich man. The richest group in the world, richer than a national government. I know, Xiao Yu nodded. The HR Alliance, also known as the Human Rights Alliance, is actually an alliance formed by various super consortiums and large consortiums that survived the Great Nirvana period in order to protect their own interests. Warriors generally call it the Underground Alliance. Let me introduce myself. I am the Deputy Director of the Zhongnan Base City Security Bureau. My surname is Liu. In our country of China, the government army is undoubtedly the strongest. I am the Director of the Thunder and Lightning General Hall in Zhongnan Base City. My surname is Wang. Our Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts Hall. The future warriors have been introduced by the previous three. Needless to say, everyone knows that I am from the Extreme Martial Arts School. The characters on the display screen in the carriage are constantly switching. Madman, Xiao Yu, my instructors and senior brothers in the past also joined the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, and now even you have joined the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Of course I am the same. Anyway, even if you join the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, you can still connect with the Underground Alliance. As for the mission, as for buying and selling items, you can do it in the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, or in the Underground Alliance, Yongwu said in a low voice. As far as I know, when buying and selling items, the price of Underground Alliances will generally be higher, but when sold to Extreme Martial Arts Halls, corresponding contribution points will be obtained. The contribution value is very important to the warriors in our Extreme Martial Arts Halls. Xiao Yu also said lowly, the voice said. Luo Feng naturally knew all this. Look at how many would-be warriors are on this train. Luo Feng looked around. There were over 100 people in one carriage alone. There are a lot of people. Yongwu curled his lips. I just heard someone talking about how there are 2 warriors' actual combat assessments a year. For each warrior's actual combat assessment, there are over 1,000 quasi-combatants in the entire Zhongnan base city to participate. It should be more than 1,500 people. Xiao Yu, who knew the exact number, gave a range. Fellow would-be warriors, the train is about to pull into the station. Please be ready to get off the train. The carriage door opened, and the would-be warriors in each carriage got off the train, and the vast crowd of would-be warriors entered the large military camp. In the blue sky, hundreds of birds and monsters were densely packed and roared past, and the cries of various birds and beasts were heard, attracting a group of quasi-warriors who had not experienced actual combat to stop and watch. A loud voice reached the ears of every would-be warrior. Everyone, welcome to the Zhongnan Base City North Military District. This time, the actual combat assessment of 1,680 of you warriors will be held in our North Military District. I hope that most of you can all pass the test, and I hope all of you can pass this practical test alive. Next, please report the names of the prospective warriors to come up and receive combat uniforms and weapons. Fang Zhenxing, Lu Ruting, Luo Feng, Yongwu, Xiao Yu. As soon as Xiao Yu heard his name, he immediately rushed to the front to receive his combat uniform, combat boots, combat knife, and communication watch. When the military region is ready, this set of equipment will cost at least 7 or 800,000, and all the quasi-warriors will cost 1 or 2 billion. Xiao Yu picked up the equipment assigned to him and returned to the rest area. After changing it, he returned and chatted with Luo Feng, Yongwu and others next to him. Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, follow me. Wu Tong said and led the way. Okay, Uncle Wu. Xiao Yu, who understood the plot, followed directly. Although Luo Feng was confused, he did not hesitate. Chapter 8 Killing Practice. Soon the group of 3 people came to the second floor of a quiet small building. In the living room on the second floor, there were several people sitting together. Xiao Yu took a look and saw that one of these people he knew was Zhongnan City Limit. Zhuge Dao, one of the 4 giants of the guild hall. Supervisor. Xiao Yu and Luo Feng shouted at the same time. Well, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng, you follow Wu Tong and sit over there. Zhuge Dao, who was wearing a dark combat uniform with a hint of broken silver, said with a faint smile. Zhuge, is this the Luo Feng you're talking about? I think it's not much better than our Thunder and Lightning martial arts school. Opposite Zhuge Dao was a burly man wearing a dark purple suit, and his voice sounded like there was an echo in his chest. My Thunder martial arts school is recruiting 2 people in advance this time. One's physical fitness is no worse than your Luo Feng, and the other is a genius with firearms. The burly man did not look at Xiao Yu, because he understood the situation of the Xiao family and knew that no matter how high the price he paid, he would not be able to invite Xiao Yu, so there was no need to waste time. This burly man is Wang Heng, the director of the Thunder and Lightning martial arts gym. But looking at his face, you may think that this person is the kind of loyal person, but in fact, his personality has nothing to do with loyalty. There are a few people who can be the director of the martial arts gym. It is easy to get along with. My name is Wan Dong. The gloomy young man with a purple birthmark on his face said. My name is Ma Xiao. Another young man had a smile on his face. He was very beautiful. He only needed a set of clothes and a wig to look like the kind of beauty who could charm millions of teenagers. Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked at a few people with a smile. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu. Wan Dong said, do you guys have the courage to compete? Tonight's warrior actual combat assessment, who among you and me will get the first place in points? This Wan Dong's temperament does not match his appearance at all. He is just like an adolescent child, very competitive. Xiao Yu simply ignored his invitation. Not interested. Luo Feng also shook his head and refused. Wang Heng, the director of the Thunder and Lightning martial arts school, was about to speak when Zhuge Dao interrupted. Let's go to. The actual combat assessment of warriors will begin soon. 1,680 quasi-warriors, including Xiao Yu, spent nearly half an hour arriving at the outskirts of a small town under the guidance of soldiers. It was already evening and the sun had already set. Ho, oh, all kinds of heart-stopping strange screams came from the small town. The outside of the small town was surrounded by barbed wire. A large number of soldiers patrolled the surrounding area with firearms to prevent the monsters in the town from escaping, and also to prevent powerful monsters from escaping. Break into the town. Everyone, this actual combat assessment follows the same rules as in the past. It will start on time at 6:30 tonight. The assessment will end at 6:30 tomorrow morning. The more monsters you kill, the more points you get. Every time you kill a monster, cut off the monster's left ear as proof. Remember, quasi-warriors are prohibited from killing each other. All your activities are under surveillance, and violators will be shot directly. Among the 1,680 quasi-warriors among you, those with the top 60% in points will be qualified as warriors. The bottom 40% will be considered failures and will have to wait for the next warrior actual combat assessment. I would like to remind you that if you hunt 3 monsters based on your past assessment experience, you will be able to pass the assessment. If you only hunt 2 monsters, it depends on your luck. The soldier read out the rules of this assessment. 1,680 people participated, and 60% passed, that is, 1,008 people passed the test, and the remaining 672 people will be eliminated. This elimination rate is not small. Fortunately, even if you are eliminated, you can still participate in the next assessment. The key is to ensure your own safety and not to lose your life just to pass the assessment. That is when you really have no chance. All would-be warriors, set off and enter Monster Town. The officer waved his hand. All would-be warriors entered quickly after hearing the order. After all personnel participating in the assessment entered, the officer locked the door. To figure it out, either end the assessment proactively or wait until the assessment time is over. Luo Feng said to Xiao Yu and Yang Wu, "Xiao Yu, brother Yang, are you going to go together or go to this monster town alone?" Xiao Yu solemnly said, "Madman, this warrior actual combat assessment is not only an assessment, but more importantly, a training. When we enter the wilderness area in the future, we will encounter countless more powerful monsters, and we will also encounter countless more powerful monsters. There are countless dangers, we all have to learn to adapt to this kind of life, and the monsters in this monster town are all the weakest H-class monsters, which is the best opportunity to practice." Quote. Luo Feng nodded. "That's right, you should also be careful." "Well, madman, Xiao Yu, you should also seize the opportunity and practice your sword practice," Yang Wu reminded. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, then ran towards a building in the distance. Unlike many people's choices, he did not go to a shadowed position, but to a bright position illuminated by large searchlights on the edge of the town. Although this is more dangerous, Xiao Yu is not afraid of this danger. Monsters on the earth have levels similar to humans, namely the Beast Soldier level, Beast General level, and Lord level, which correspond to the Human Warrior level, and War God level respectively. Of course, monsters also have levels above lords, such as King level monsters and Emperor level monsters. The monsters in this town are basically the weakest H-class monsters, and even G-class monsters are rare, that is, at the Junior Beast Soldier level and the Intermediate Beast Soldier level. Although there are thousands of monsters in this town, they are mainly divided into 3 categories. The Shadow Cat, among cat monsters, which wins with speed, the Iron-Haired Wild Boar, which wins with powerful defense, and the Tiger Mastiff, among dog monsters, which has extremely amazing speed and strength. These monsters are generally good at hiding themselves, and many monsters, especially the shadow cats, are used to sneak attacks in the shadows. Xiao Yu, who is now walking in the bright place, is undoubtedly the most prominent target. He just walked past a collapsed 2-story building, and felt a slight movement behind him. He turned around cautiously to look at the situation behind him. I saw 3 shadows slowly moving in the shadow of the 3-story building that was still intact 50 meters away. With Xiao Yu's current eyesight, he could see clearly that these were 3 monsters with hair all over their bodies like spikes, each 1.5 meters tall. The 2 huge fangs in each big mouth reflected a heart-pounding cold light under the ray of light refracted from the searchlight in the distance. 3 iron-haired wild boars all at once, do you think too highly of me? Xiao Yu said self-deprecatingly. Awesome. The 3 iron-haired wild boars stared at the human warrior holding 2 swords in front of them, and let out a strange roar. Then the iron-haired wild boar in front rushed towards Xiao Yu first, followed by the 2 behind. The 3 iron-haired wild boars rushed over like 3 armored vehicles, greatly compressing his evasive space. The moment they approached, the 6 sharp and long fangs, like 6 giant scimitars, pushed forward at the same time. Xiao Yu saw the opportunity and took advantage of the time difference between the attacks of the 3 iron-haired wild boars to dodge quickly. When he dodged to the side, the iron-haired wild boars that were running fast had no time to react. Xiao Yu's eyes were shining, and the whole body strength suddenly burst out with the sword in his right hand. The ruthless silver moon sword was swiftly lifted up at the neck of the leading iron-haired wild boar, and the blade passed from bottom to top. After the blade passed, there was no need to look at the result. He turned and dodged, dodging to the side of the iron-haired wild boar in the back row, and the left-handed sword slashed across the neck of the iron-haired wild boar from bottom to top. Puff, puff, the heads of the 2 iron-haired wild boars were thrown away from their bodies one after another, and blood spurted out from the broken necks to the surroundings, like 2 red fireworks. The bodies of the iron-haired wild boars flew for more than 10 meters according to inertia before falling down with a bang. The body still twitched on the ground for a while before it died completely. The remaining iron-haired wild boar saw that its companion was killed in an instant, and the battle situation suddenly became 0-2. It was immediately frightened and ran away quickly, 1 point faster than the speed of rushing towards Xiao Yu before. Looking at the iron-haired wild boar going away, Xiao Yu smiled bitterly, but he would not let go of this trophy that he had reserved, so how could he let him go? He chased after the iron-haired wild boar, and arrived first after starting late, reaching the side of the iron-haired wild boar in less than 2 seconds. The iron-haired wild boar, which was running wildly, saw the human figure chasing after it, as if it had encountered a demon. Its eyes widened, its hair stood up, and its running speed increased by 1 point. However, no matter how hard the iron-haired wild boar tried, it was just an H-level monster, which was about the same as a primary warrior. Compared with Xiao Yu, who had transformed into a peak intermediate warrior, the difference was too big. The next moment, the pig's head broke away from its neck, which had lived for who knows how long, and its body actually ran for more than 20 meters before falling down. Looking at these 3 monsters with broken necks and gushing blood, he was not shocked by the first blood he saw, but was faintly excited. This might be the sequelae of being accustomed to various life and death in his previous life. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. Xiao Yu walked to the nearest pig head, waved his hand and cut off the left ear of the iron-haired wild boar, put it into the backpack behind him, and then took the left ears of the other 2 iron-haired wild boars one by one. He had just started, and he had already earned 3 points. Although he was tempted by the corpses of the 3 iron-haired wild boars, he also knew that all the movements in the monster town were monitored almost all the time, and he could not lose the big picture because of the small. Xiao Yu continued to walk forward, and when he walked less than 100 meters forward, he found that the shadows of the 100 meters ahead reflected dozens of bright eyes, like dozens of weak lights. After discovering that Xiao Yu had discovered them, the more than 10 monsters actually scattered and hid in the shadows to seek a better opportunity for a sneak attack. Seeing such a scene, even Xiao Yu became cautious all of a sudden, holding the 2 knives tightly in both hands, and carefully watching the surrounding scene. Suddenly, 3 black shadows rushed towards him at the edge of Xiao Yu's sight. Wow, wow, 2 cold lights lit up, and Xiao Yu's body only moved half a meter. There was a faint trace of blood on the blade of the silver moon saber in his hand. The 2 black shadows were thrown away powerlessly and fell in the corner of the wall, leaving a bloodstain on the ground. Only 1 black shadow was lucky enough to hide in the shadow again. Although this shadow cat is fast, the speed of the primary beast soldier is 40 meters per second, but the defense is insufficient. As long as you master the skills, even a primary warrior can be easily killed. Xiao Yu muttered. Swish, swish, there were several wind sounds again. Xiao Yu dodged quickly, and the instant attack of dodging was not only the attack of the saber, but also the stones on the ground were used by him. 6 shadow cats were killed by his saber, and only 1 shadow cat was hit on the head by a stone and flew backwards, falling on the collapsed ruins, twitching for several breaths, and never got up again. The remaining shadow cats saw that the man in front of them was not easy to mess with, and actually fled in all directions using the shadows. After waiting for a while without any movement, Xiao Yu walked to his spoils. The body of the shadow cat on the ground had gray hair all over its body. Its body was not big, only about half a meter long. At this moment, there was a scary cut on the abdomen of the shadow cat. Even its internal organs were cut open by Xiao Yu's previous knife, and even its internal organs flowed out. After cutting off the left ear of the shadow cat, he walked to the bodies of the other 7 shadow cats. The death of these shadow cats was different. One was directly beheaded, and the cat head flew more than 10 meters away, making Xiao Yu look for it. After harvesting the left ears of 8 shadow cats in a row, his record has reached 11 points, and he has already qualified steadily. As for whether he can compete for the first place, Xiao Yu does not care. Even if he accidentally gets the first place, it has no meaning to him. Now, Xiao Yu finally stopped walking on the ground, but stood on the edge of the rooftop of the 6-story residential building, slowly looking down and around. I haven't killed a tiger mastiff yet. Look at this guy's quality. He saw at a glance that there was a tiger mastiff with spots and streamlined body on the top of a 3-story dilapidated villa diagonally below. He immediately rushed over, and then leapt on the edge of the rooftop, flew directly over more than 10 meters, and landed heavily on the top floor of the dilapidated villa, hitting the floor and shaking violently. When he landed on the roof, he rolled over, unloading the impact and killing the tiger mastiff directly. Roar! The tiger mastiff also pounced. When passing by, the sword in his left hand cut horizontally, and the blade passed forward from the side of the tiger mastiff. The tiger mastiff flew straight for several meters and fell to the ground, motionless. After collecting the combat power, he jumped several times in a row, jumping from the ground to the roof of the 3-story villa, jumping from the edge to the balcony of the 6-story building, and from the edge of the balcony, jumping to the roof of the 8th floor, which is the highest position in this area. Here he could better observe the surrounding situation. I saw a figure fighting with 2 shadow cats. The 2 shadow cats screamed and moved at an amazing speed, with sharp claws constantly grabbing. The figure was flexible and kept dodging, fighting with the 2 shadow cats. It seems that Luo Feng has started to train seriously. It won't take long for his body skills to reach the subtle level. You know, this is because he has not been exposed to the body skills secrets. He has figured it out completely based on the basic body skills. His fighting talent is obvious. If I hadn't accumulated experience in my previous life, my body skills would not have reached the perfect level. Xiao Yu muttered to himself. Although his body skills have reached the perfect level, his strength is insufficient, and he can only play to the subtle level at most. At the same time, Xiao Yu also saw the cold young man with blood on his body, holding the ghost moon knife, walking on the street in an extremely arrogant manner. Wandong, I can only compete with Luo Feng in the warrior practical test, and that's when Luo Feng is not concentrating on killing monsters. Xiao Yu sighed, and stopped paying attention to the 2 people's situation, and began his own practice. For Xiao Yu, killing is practice, and the temporary goal is to turn combat skills into instinct. If he can achieve this step, even if he can't awaken his spiritual talent, he will not be powerless to fight back when his spirit is controlled by the controller in the future. Chapter 9 Ninefold Thunder Blade. In the monster town, killing is constantly being carried out. Some prospective martial arts were injured in the first killing with the monster, and helplessly pressed the help button on the communication watch, but helplessly chose to fail. Some were scared after killing the monsters, but there were some powerful quasi-warriors. After killing the monster, he was excited and excited. There was something like Xiao Yu calmly treated after killing the monster. Not far next to the monster town, in a large building, a large number of monitoring screens show everything that happened in various areas in the town. In one of the rooms in this building, an officer was sitting and drinking with a burly man, discussing the killing of the big screen in the town. Suddenly the officer exclaimed, "Pharaoh, look at it, this guy is very powerful, he can fight more than a dozen shadow cats at the same time, and he can also kill." The burly man looked at the picture on the screen, and said some regretful, "Unfortunately, he is the nephew of the Shao family." Seeing his clean killing, this method is also terrible. It should be the micro level. Well, unlike the first step in the micro level, the regret in the heart of the burly man was even worse. Don't regret, look at the quasi-warrior shot on the 21st camera, this little man's body is also very good. This is also the micro level. The burly man shook his eyes, staring at Luo Feng under the attack of the 5-headed cat monster. Luo Feng's dodge movement was not large, and he was very easily avoided. Each shadow cat's attack. I did not expect that it was just a practical assessment, and there were 2 body methods that entered the micro level. You must know that even many strong men who are in the war general can't do it. The officer said sighed. Unfortunately, it was recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Museum in advance. The burly Han hated the word. The Extreme Martial Arts Museum has really gone through the shit, and 2 geniuses are recruited in a row, and one is stronger than one. You know, the body in the air is mainly divided into foundation, micro-level, perfect level, and artistic conception. Many war-level generals, and even some war god-level power are still at the foundation level. The 2 middle-level soldiers in front of them have realized that they have entered the micro-level body. What a rare genius. The burly man slammed the table. This burly man is Wang Heng, the director of the Thunder Pavilion. He is naturally unwilling to be snatched by the Extreme Martial Arts Museum headquarters, fighting for him for better convenience. During the battle, the body, knife and consciousness are all crucial. The killing of this knight, Xiao Yu has adapted to the current battle rhythm, and has a more thorough understanding of the micro-level body method. The martial arts who entered the micro-level body can make predictions by observing the action trajectory of the opponent and avoid attacks with the minimum movement. As for what extent they can do in actual combat, it depends on the level of personal understanding. Once the level of the body reaches the perfect level, the martial arts movement is very smooth, can easily avoid the opponent's attack, and even use all the objects in the surrounding environment to generate advantages in the battle. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. It's over. Xiao Yu rushed towards the door of the monster town quickly after cutting the left ear of the 3 heads next to her lower body. The prospective martial arts rushed out of the gate, and almost everyone had blood stains, or the blood of monsters, or their own blood. Hi, these are the bodies of the prospective warrior, come to receive it. Nympho, what crying, how can there be no death with the monster? This time I arranged you the weakest H-class monster. After you become a warrior, you enter the wilderness area. If you don't do this psychology, what are the martial arts? Nympho, Lu Ting. Well, the 4 monsters left ear, yes, the next one. Nympho, Xiao Yu, yes, there are 42 monsters in the left ear. Until now, you are the most temporarily hunting monsters in this group. Well, it is not injured. Nympho, Luo Feng, yes, there are 36 monsters in total. For the time being, you are the second most. Well, it is not injured. The next one. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu shouted in the crowd. Xiao Yu, how are you? How many heads have you killed? Luo Feng asked. 42 heads. Nympho, Yang Wu, yes, the 3 monsters left ear, the left arm was slightly injured. The next one. Here, Xiao Yu beckoned. Nympho, Wan Dong, a total of 51 monsters in the left ear. Haha, you surpass Xiao Yu now. For the time being, it is the most hunting monster among this wave of martial arts. Madman, Xiao Yu, this Wan Dong is more than you. Yang Wu was a little surprised. Is it meaningful to kill? Luo Feng smiled without care. Yeah, you will really enter the wilderness soon, where is the killing field for us? Xiao Yu laughed. Luo Feng, a beard officer smiled. Take a trip to me, a friend wants to see you, just in the lounge. Xiao Yu didn't care when he saw that he didn't call himself. He returned to the lounge and changed his clothes to find him. You performed well, I've seen your battle scenes. You look like a great general. You walked leisurely in the battle, and your body movements were also very advanced. Wu Tong said with a smile, but you must be more cautious when you really enter the wilderness area in the future. I understand, Uncle Wu. Xiao Yu replied. He understood that Wu Tong's preaching was well-intentioned. I passed the practical test, I have to inform my family. Then Xiao Yu sent the news that he passed the practical test to his parents and sister Xiaoling. Those at home called directly, and those who were away sent messages. August 2nd, evening, Mingyu Community, Yangzhou City. Xiao Yu is back, congratulations. Congratulations. That martial artist practical test is not difficult for Xiao Yu at all. The martial artist circle is very small, and these people have long known that Xiao Yu was recruited into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in advance. Walking on the road in the community, Xiao Yu smiled and greeted some warriors he saw. These people were also very polite to him before, but that was more because of his father Xiao Dingguo's face in the face of the Xiao family's war god. Now that he has become a warrior, he feels different. For these neighbors, maybe one day there will be a possibility of becoming teammates, so they are all enthusiastic. Mom, sister, Xiao Yu saw at a glance that his mother Xu Jingyi and sister Xiao Ling and the nanny at home were already standing at the door. Xiao Yu was very happy that night. After all, from this moment on, he was officially integrated into the earth. After dinner, he came to the audiovisual room on the second floor and opened the internal warrior network that only the warriors of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are qualified to enter Extreme Home. A personal page appeared on the huge screen in the audiovisual room. Name: Xiao Yu. Gender: male. Address: Zhongnan Base City, Huaxia. Warrior certificate number: 426,123,203,803,213,251. Level: Warrior level primary. Contribution value: 0 points. Currency balance: 20 million Huaxia coins. The reason why the level is shown as the primary warrior level is because he has no real record. Only after he submits the items of killing higher level monsters can he get the corresponding level upgrade. In other words, even if a high-level warrior kills a war god level monster and submits the items, it can only be displayed as a high-level warrior. Of course, the record will be displayed on the personal page. 20 million Huaxia coins. It seems that the 100 million Huaxia coins invested by Director Zug and the other 50 million shares are not displayed. Sure enough, he found a row of buttons at the top of the page, one of which was flashing constantly, and there was a line of words on the button: "You have 2 new emails." After opening it, a video of a young man in a black suit came out. Through his explanation, it also showed that the 200 million Huaxia coins promised by Director Zug were valid. Open another email, still a video. Dear new warrior, Xiao Yu, hello. On behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts School, I welcome you to join our big family. A sweet-looking girl smiled and said, "This is your first time to enter the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Extreme House. Let me introduce you to the purpose of the Extreme House. First of all, in the Extreme House, you can buy weapons of various levels. This is a standard video. Except for the change of the name at the beginning, the rest is an introduction to the Extreme House. Warriors can not only buy various weapons, tools, and martial arts secrets through the Extreme House, but also pay to get guidance from famous teachers. In addition, it explains the benefits of the Extreme Martial Arts School's contribution points and how to get them. There are mainly 2 ways. One is to hunt monsters and sell important materials to the Extreme Martial Arts School, which can get money and contribution points. The other is to use Huaxia currency to exchange contribution points. The current exchange rate of Huaxia currency is 10,000 to 1, that is, 10,000 Huaxia currency is exchanged for 1 contribution point. Of course, this exchange is not unlimited. The upper limit of each warrior is 100 billion Huaxia currency. In addition, the contribution points of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are not liquid, that is, they cannot be transferred. If your contribution points are not enough to buy a certain item, you can entrust others to buy it. Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to buy secret books and weapons. Although he had seen the introduction of the Extreme House in the original book in his previous life, the content there was limited after all. Now that he really understood it, he found that the content in the Extreme House was rich and almost the prototype of a virtual network. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. The Extreme House website has many functions and is divided into many sections. There are tasks to accept and publish tasks, a separate meeting and chat function, a cultivation section, and a donation system. However, what Xiao Yu is most interested in are the 2 major sections of Warrior Forum and Online Mall. Through the Warrior Forum, he can learn about some knowledge and information shared by many warriors, including sharing of cultivation experience of various techniques, field common sense, monster analysis, etc. After watching for some time, he found that this is definitely a treasure area, and knowing more can better help him survive in the wilderness area. The online store contained many items he wanted to buy. The first thing he checked was the attack cheats. The big screen showed the actual photos of the cheats, as well as the names and prices of the cheats. Destroying the World, category, gunmanship, rating, ultimate, price, 100 billion Chinese currency, full price 50 billion Chinese currency, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunder Blade, category, sword skills, rating, ultimate, price, 100 billion Chinese yuan, full price 50 billion Chinese yuan, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on the page of Ninefold Thunder Blade. The reason for this is that the only two truly valuable secret books on Earth today are Ninefold Thunder Blade and World Destruction. Among them, Ninefold Thunder Blade may comprehend the field of thunder and lightning, and then comprehend the law of thunder and lightning, and through practicing World Destruction, it is also possible to comprehend the field of light and even the law of light. As for whether it can be comprehended, it is also related to each person's special ability. Whether it is the law of light or the law of thunder and lightning, they are all lower laws of the upper law of time, and there is no saying of strong or weak. And Xiao Yu, whether in his previous life or now, is used to sword skills, not gun skills. Although it is said that for people who have reached a certain realm, whether it is a sword or a gun, it is the same to use, but Xiao Yu's current strength is still very low. It is better to use a knife that is convenient to use, and it will be faster to get started. Moreover, this 9-layer Thunder Blade not only contains sword techniques, but also includes corresponding body techniques and guiding techniques. It is equivalent to spending the price of one to get 3 things. It is not an exaggeration to say that this secret book is the most difficult sword technique in the world. Xiao Yu carefully looked at the price. 9-layer Thunder Blade, all 9 levels, price 100 billion Chinese currency, full price 50 billion Chinese currency, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points. 9-layer Thunder Blade, first 4 levels, price 500 million Chinese currency, full price 250 million Chinese currency, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. 9-layer Thunder Blade, first 3 levels, price 200 million Chinese currency, full price 100 million Chinese currency, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. 9-layer Thunder Blade, first 2 levels, price 100 million Chinese yuan, full price 50 million Chinese yuan, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. The first level of 9-layer Thunder Blade, price 50 million Chinese yuan, full price 25 million Chinese yuan, half price, requirement, 1-star contribution points. Xiao Yu also knew that warriors did not need to have contribution points when they first bought something in the Extreme House. With the funds promised by his Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he could buy the first 3 levels, and still get a lot. If he bought the first 4 levels, he would still lack a part. Xiao Yu thought of what his father had mentioned before, that the Xiao family would reward each new warrior with a sum of startup funds, and his father also prepared a part for him. I wonder how much startup funds I can get from the family in total. Xiao Yu thought to himself. Suddenly, his mobile phone on the table vibrated. Xiao Yu picked it up and saw that it was a call from his father Xiao Donghua. Son, are you still awake? When you sent the message this morning, Dad was on a mission. I saw your message at the gathering point and replied to you. Congratulations, you have grown into a man. The excited voice of his father came to my ears. Dad, I'm fine. You should be careful in the wilderness. Xiao Yu said with concern. Don't worry, son, you have just become a warrior, so you must be worried about which secret book to choose. Although I am in the wilderness now and cannot give too much advice, you can consult him because of my relationship with Wu Tong. Don't worry, Dad, I have already chosen the secret book to practice. Which secret books? Tell me. Ninefold Thunder Blade, Xiao Yu said. What? Ninefold Thunder Blade, that is the ultimate attack secret book. It is said to be the most difficult swordsmanship in the world. Xiao Yu, you have made up your mind. Xiao Donghua, Xiao's father, said in shock. Yeah, is your son a genius? Any sword technique seems easy to your son. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before a voice came. Then Dad supports you, you kid, you have your own ideas. By the way, Xiao Yu, I also told you before that every child of our Xiao family will be given a certain amount of startup funds after becoming a formal warrior. Xiao Ling gave 10 million Chinese yuan as startup funds that time. Your qualifications are much better than hers. The family will give you 15 million Chinese yuan as startup funds. Of course, this money is not taken for nothing. When you become a warrior, you must think about giving back to the family. Yeah, I understand the importance of the family. It's good to understand. The most important thing for a family is healthy development. The family has helped you on your way to growth. When you grow up, you must give back to the family and even protect the family. The father said earnestly. Yeah, I understand. Now Xiao Yu also understands that although the Xiao family martial arts hall is not big and there are not many people, the annual expenditure is not low. Now it is supported by the uncle and father. After all, the Xiao family is still a new family, with few children and few staff. By the way, before going to the wilderness area this time, I will also prepare to give you the startup funds, which will be transferred to your account later. Recently, Dad is preparing to buy items that can assist in the promotion to the God of War level, so I will transfer this much to you first. If it is not enough, tell Dad. Xiao Yu was very happy with his father's words. Thank you, Dad. Dad, go to bed early. After the call ended, not long after, the mobile phone in his hand vibrated. Clicked it and saw that it was a bank message. Hello. Xiao Dongguo transferred 150 million Chinese yuan to your account with the last number 5681 at 21:35 on August 2nd, please check it. After Xiao Yu entered the online bank, he found that the balance of the account was 150,056,203.05 Chinese yuan. As expected of a father, he still loves me so much. Xiao Yu made a calculation in his heart. The 220 million given by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, plus the family's startup capital of 15 million Chinese coins, and the 150 million startup capital donated by his father, together there are 385 million all in all. The amount in the account is enough to purchase the first 4 levels of 9 levels of Thunder Knife at once, with 100 million left. In addition, there are 15 million Chinese coins funded by the family that have not arrived. Chapter 10 Uncle Xiao Guohua. Immediately click on the page of the first 4 levels of 9-layer Thunder Blade to buy. Please confirm whether to purchase the first 4 levels of 9-layer Thunder Blade. You need to pay 250 million Chinese yuan. A prompt appeared on the big screen. After clicking to confirm, please pass the fingerprint test and confirm again. A reminder appeared on the screen. Xiao Yu put his finger on the fingerprint collector of the wireless keyboard. Ding. Fingerprint confirmation passed. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The first 4 levels of 9-layer Thunder Blade secret book will be delivered to your home within 24 hours, Mr. Xiao Yu. Prompts appeared on the screen one after another. Xiao Yu continued to check weapons and combat uniforms. Xiao Yu clicked on the weapon list page and soon found the Silver Moon Battle Blade No. 3 series. Directly find the Silver Moon Saber Series 3, A5 and A6 models. Silver Moon Saber Series 3, A5 model, price, 12 million Chinese coins, full price, 6 million Chinese coins, half price, requirement, 1-star contribution points. Silver Moon Saber Series 3, A6 model, price, 50 million Chinese coins, full price 25 million Chinese coins, half price, requirement, 1-star contribution points. Generally, the A6 model of the Saber can fight with most high-level beast generals. If you ask your father to help buy it, half price will cost 25 million, and 2 will cost 50 million Chinese coins. This price is more than double the price of A6 in the Blood Shadow 2 series. Of course, it is expensive for a reason. The rest of the full set of combat uniforms, backpacks and communication watches including combat boots, backpacks and communication watches are very cheap, and can be done with 200,000, so I bought them in full immediately. But the full set of combat uniforms is very expensive, much more expensive than the Silver Moon series of sabers. Even if it is the D5 series that can only resist the intermediate beast general, the full price of the whole set is 18 million Chinese coins, and the half price is 9 million Chinese coins. The full price of the D6 series is 80 million Chinese coins, and the half price is 40 million Chinese coins. After calculating, he decided to buy a full set of combat uniforms of the D6 series and 2 Silver Moon War swords of type A6. If he bought them at half price, he would still have more than 20 million left. He is not going to use this money for the time being. On the morning of August 3rd, around 11 o'clock, at the door of Xiao Yu's villa in Mingyu Community, a stranger came here. Mr. Xiao Yu, this is the secret book you bought. Use your fingerprint to open it. Seeing the fully armed man in front of him, Xiao Yu knew that the 9-layer Thunder Blade was here, and he could finally see the swordsmanship of this world. Xiao Yu took the sealed alloy box handed over by the other party and ran his finger across the top of the alloy box. Ding! Fingerprint verification passed, an electronic synthesized sound sounded, and then the alloy box opened, revealing a book about 1 centimeter thick, with 2 CDs on the book. Xiao Yu saw the 4 words on the book, which were the 9-layer thunder blade. Mr. Xiao Yu, please sign the receipt to confirm. The delivery man smiled. Today he delivered 2 sets of 9-layer thunder blades to Mingyu community, which was considered a big profit. This is the ultimate 9-layer thunder blade. Even if it is only the first level, ordinary warriors can't afford it. Mr. Xiao Yu, I believe you know some taboos after buying secret books, right? The delivery man smiled. According to the rules, I will say it again, the copyright of the secret book belongs to the creator of the secret book. The copyright owner of the 9-layer thunder blade, secret book is Thunder God. The buyer only has the right to learn, not the right to pass on. The secret book shall not be copied, sold or taught privately. Once someone violates it, he will be hunted down by the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Thunder Martial Arts School, the Underground Alliance, and the government army. Xiao Yu naturally knew this. At the same time, he also knew that after he bought the 9-fold Thunder Blade, the information database of the Joint Extreme Martial Arts School, the Underground Alliance, the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School, etc. would be entered as follows. Xiao Yu bought the first 4 layers of the 9-fold Thunder Blade. Then, Xiao Yu would be fine if he used the 9-fold Thunder Blade in the future. But if he did not buy the 9-fold Thunder Blade, and used it in future battles, he would be caught once he was discovered. He knew this rule, so he did not use the system to directly learn the content of the 9-fold Thunder Blade in order to save money. Looking at the secret book and 2 CDs in his hand, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sighed. It's still profitable to sell secret books. With the reputation of Lei Shen and Hong, I don't know how many people in the world have bought the secret books they created, and the Chinese currency they earned is incalculable. It's far from being comparable to the world's richest man in the open. When I have time, I will also study the 2 secret books and share them, and make some pocket money by the way. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu carried the box and walked back to the villa. For most warriors, the most difficult stage is the warrior stage. Warriors at this stage are like novices in the game. They can only hunt low-level monsters that are not worth much. Even if they fight hard for a year, they can't get much money. For warrior-level warriors, they basically follow the teams of generals to make money. Only after becoming a general, the income will be significantly improved. In the afternoon, Xiao Family Martial Arts Hall. Xiao Yu, have you entered the extreme house? Asked Uncle Xiao Guoxuan. Well, I went in and took a look after I got home last night. I found that there are quite a lot of content sections inside. Xiao Yu said with a smile. I heard from my dad that our family has prepared some startup funds for me. Well, yes, 15 million Wuxia coins. The third Uncle Xiao Guoxuan laughed. In recent years, I rarely go to the wilderness in the wilderness. In addition, I also took the family assets of the Xiao family. Give you 15 million Wuxia coins. I just hit your card. Sanshi Xiao Guoxuan took out his mobile phone and entered the family's bank's exclusive account transfer page to transfer the transfer page of Xiao Yu by 15 million. Well, okay, do you receive it? With a buzzing, Xiao Yu's mobile phone shook in his pocket, and opened it. It was the bank's account information. I received it. Xiao Yu nodded. Xiao Yu, don't forget the family's dedication, and you will give back to the family when you grow up in the future. How to give back to the family? Xiao Yu was a little puzzled. How did our Xiao family be established? You should know. The third Uncle Xiao Guoxuan took the teacup on the coffee table, took a bite of tea, and continued. Big brother, he became a warrior 20 years ago, and a person worked alone in the wild. It was only 4 or 5 years before becoming a warrior. Our Xiao family was really established at that time. At the beginning of the family's establishment, my elder brother set us rules. In the future after becoming a formal warrior, it will also give a certain amount of startup funds. After becoming a war-level warrior, this family member needs to take out 10% of the percentage of net income to the family. Quote, your uncle did this, and your dad did this. I see. Xiao Yu can realize that this emerging family is not easy. When establishing it, it is sad to understand that uncle wants to build a benign development, and naturally does not objection to these. Xiao Yu, have you sure which kinds of cheats, weapons, and combat services to buy? The third Uncle Xiao Guoxuan then asked. Uncle San, I have been determined. The cheats I bought the 9 heavy thunder knives. I am interested in the sword method, so I bought this book, but I can buy it. I haven't bought it yet. Xiao Yu answered truthfully. The third uncle Xiao Guoxuan smiled and said, haha, then, the types of weapons and combat clothes you are going to buy are sent to me, I can buy it for you, you came over the day after tomorrow. Although I didn't have the time in the wilderness before, long, but the contribution point has reached 2-star. Quote. The face of the uncle Xiao Guoxuan was not proud. After the third uncle became a junior war general, he only broke into the wilderness for about 3 years, and he did not leave the city again. The contribution value accumulated in these 3 years reached a 2-star. Ruthless. Xiao Yu nodded. By the way, your uncle told me yesterday that he will be connected to you through the limit home in the evening. Xiao Guoxuan said. Xiao Yu said. At about 10 p.m., the video room on the second floor of the Xiao family. Through the video chat function of the extreme house, Xiao Yu is wearing a middle-aged man with a terrible scar on his face in the face of ice blue combat clothes. The eyes, nose, and mouth are intact. Boy, tell you a good news. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Haha, Xiao Yu, do you want to say that you become a formal warrior? Xiao Guohua said with a smile. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. When I talked to your third uncle last night, he had already told me, which is why I gave you a video today. Although you said that after you became a formal warrior, the family gave you a certain amount of startup funds. Presumably your dad also gave it to your dad too. You have prepared some, after all, he is like a son. Xiao Guohua said with a smile. Xiao Yu said, I also prepared some funds for you here. As the nephew of the 3 guns, I can't let people look at it. Uncle Xiao Guohua, 3 shots of war gods, known as Xiao Sanshou. The origin of this name is that he can always fight in the 3 shots with monsters or humans with the same level, either victory or defeat. When he was a war general, he was called the 3-shot war generals. After being promoted to the god of war last year, he was called the 3-gun god of war. Uncle Xiao Guohua paused and said, in addition, listening to the 3rd time that you have bought the 9 heavy thunder knife. It happens that I have a friend Yang Renhua. He is also a cultivation of the 9 heavy thunder knives. Now it has been cultivated to the 6th floor. After 2 days, I have been in give him his cultivation experience. Quote. Thank you uncle. Xiao Yu was so happy. Although everyone said that the internal unity of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, some people in the martial arts forum in the Extreme family will share their cultivation experience. These experiences generally do not contain key information, and few people will share their core content. The experience of spreading such friends is human. Uncle Xiao Guohua is willing to owe other people's affection for him, and it can also see his love for him, as well as the mood of Xiao's family's unity. In addition, I discussed with your dad, and decided to arrange you first in your dad's war team to experience. All their teams are war generals. In this way, you are more likely to be experienced outside the base city, safe more guarantee. Quote 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 quote. A perfect post, content, read it on 16 to 9 book bar. Ah, Xiao Yu was puzzled. I have informed Zhu Dao of Zhongnan base city about this matter. Xiao Wu will inform you in 2 days. Although the god of war has great power, he still needs to discuss with the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to arrange his nephew to join a certain team. Under normal circumstances, as long as the team agrees, the supervisor will not interfere. Okay, that's all. You should practice well and don't slack off. Uncle Xiao Guohua urged. Well, I understand, uncle. Xiao Yu responded. Not long after the video call was closed, Xiao Yu received a transfer message from the Extreme House. After opening it, Xiao Yu was surprised to find that there were as many as 200 million Chinese yuan. In this way, Xiao Yu had 220 million Chinese yuan in his account, which was more than the assets of some newly promoted general-level warriors. It is not a good idea to keep so much money in the account and wait for it. Besides, Xiao Yu can enter the wilderness area soon, so he does not need to buy monster meat to get wish points. Then the money cannot be used for the time being, so it is better to invest it. After thinking about his friends, he found that only Luo Feng's younger brother Luo Hua has a genius investment talent. If there is no alien invasion crisis, even if Luo Feng cannot become a warrior, the Luo family can still do well on Earth with Luo Hua's investment talent alone. Before Luo Feng became a warrior, Luo Hua could turn his pocket money from a few thousand yuan to 20,000 yuan by self-learning to trade stocks. He did not have systematic learning, but he could play around with the investment market on Earth. After his legs recovered, Luo Hua's talent was also exerted, showing a very amazing investment ability. The investment market on Earth is shallow water, and the investment market in the universe is his goal. He is simply the universe version of Buffett. As long as Luo Hua invests in stocks, it is basically a guaranteed profit, and it can be multiplied several times when he is lucky. Luo Feng or Luo Hua are still weak now. If you give the money to him to manage, it will not only increase the relationship with Luo Feng, but also increase the value of your own funds. Why not do it? Around 10 o'clock in the morning on August 4th, in the reception room on the first floor of Luo Feng's villa, Luo Feng made a cup of coffee from the coffee machine in the corner and handed it to Xiao Yu. He took a sip and said, "Crazy, I heard that your brother has a good talent for investment." Luo Feng smiled and said, "It's hard to say whether it's talent or not. It's true that the stock market has doubled several times in the past 3 years. But how did you know?" Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry about how I know. As long as it's true." Luo Feng nodded. Xiao Yu said a little embarrassedly, "That's good. I just have something to ask you to help me with." Luo Feng asked suspiciously, "What help?" "It's like this. I have a sum of money sitting there now. I heard that your brother is a sure winner in stock trading, so I thought of asking him to help me run it." Xiao Yu said the purpose of coming here. "Okay, then I'll ask him to come over. You sit down first," Luo Feng responded. He walked out and soon pushed Luo Hua, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to the reception room. "Brother Yu, my brother told me that you want me to help you trade stocks?" Luo Hua asked. Looking at the boy who now looks a bit like Luo Feng, but more handsome, but slightly immature, it is hard to imagine that he will become a financial tycoon in the universe in the future. "Yeah, that's right," Xiao Yu responded, "of course I won't let you work in vain." Luo Hua then asked, "How much is it?" Xiao Yu smiled and said an astonishing number, 220 million. Because of Xiao Yu's previous intervention, Luo Feng did not go to the detention center, and there was no compensation from Zhou Wang, nor did Zhang Zehu negotiate compensation for Zhang Haobai, nor did Luo Hua receive Luo Feng's investment of 500,000. Although these 220 million Chinese currency are a lot, they are not enough to make Xiao Yu feel distressed. With the golden finger, as long as he enters the wilderness area, his strength will increase very quickly, and no matter how much Chinese currency he can get in the future, he can easily get it. The reason why he took out 220 million Chinese yuan now is mainly to test Luo Hua's quality. On the one hand, it is to test his ability to operate such a large amount of funds, and on the other hand, it is to test his self-control. Can he not be a little bit cunning after having the right to use this fund? 220 million, Luo Hua exclaimed. This is the most money he has ever seen. Just now, he was still worried about the only 30,000 Chinese yuan in his stock account. Obviously, the opportunity has come, but he can't fight because of insufficient funds in his hands. This feeling is very aggrieved. Now an investor has come from the sky and sent 220 million Chinese yuan. This is unimaginable. Luo Feng had guessed before that Xiao Yu's family was not simple. A few days ago, he learned from Wu Tong that the Xiao family actually had a war god-level strongman. He was shocked when he heard this news. Seeing that he was usually very low-key, his background was much stronger than that of Zhang Haobai's kid. Seeing Xiao Yu in front of him, he was not so surprised that he could easily take out more than 200 million Chinese yuan for investment. Seeing the expressions of the two, Xiao Yu continued, "Don't worry, this money is considered an investment. If you make money, I'll give you a 20% commission. If you lose money, it's my fault." 20% is a bit high. Luo Hua, who is self-taught, naturally knows that under normal circumstances, the commission is about 10%. Even if the 220 million can only double this year, the 20% commission is 44 million. Your brother and I are good friends, and I also regard you as my younger brother. What's 20%? Just treat it as a gift to you. Let's make it a deal. Thank you for your trust, brother Yu. I will definitely turn these 200 million into 1 billion or 2 billion. Luo Hua did not refuse. Xiao Yu hesitated and said, "By the way, madman, when you buy weapons and other things, if you don't have enough money, you can also advance it first, and then pay me back." Luo Feng was happy all of a sudden. It's just right, I want to buy some better weapons, but I feel that the money is a bit insufficient. Then Luo Feng looked at Xiao Yu again and said, aren't you afraid that I can't pay it back? I believe in you. In less than a year, this money will be nothing to you. Xiao Yu said solemnly. You trust me so much. Luo Feng was a little suspicious. Yeah, I believe in you, more than you believe in yourself. Luo Feng still joined the Fire Hammer squad at the suggestion of Supervisor Zug, and purchased combat uniforms and weapons through the artillery Chen Jiyu. The half price of the full set of D5 series combat uniforms is 9 million, the half price of the Blood Shadow Blade No. 2A6 series is 10 million, the Shield 5 series is 1.5 million, and the 7 series throwing knives are 10 in total, the price is 15 million. The total price is 35.5 million. After having better swords and throwing knives, Luo Feng's journey in the wilderness is also smoother. Chapter 11. In the afternoon, Xiao Yu got a full set of equipment from his uncle and dressed up. Now he was wearing D6 combat boots and D6 combat uniforms, holding a large silver moon sword in each hand, looking very majestic. My cousin is so handsome. My cousin is so majestic. My cousin is a general. A group of brothers and sisters were circling around him with shining eyes. Why don't you train quickly? Xiao Ling came over and said. She looked at Xiao Yu and said, not bad, you look a bit manly. Tisk, you're only a few months older than me. Xiao Yu felt a little funny. This little Y-head pretended to be an adult, but a few months of wilderness training did make her a lot more mature. Not only in terms of external experience, but more importantly, her heart has begun to change. On the second floor of the Xiao family, in the martial arts hall. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, reflecting the entire martial arts hall in yellow and orange. Xiao Yu wore a loose training suit and sat cross-legged barefoot in the martial arts hall. The martial arts training hall of more than 150 square meters was empty. Only Xiao Yu was sitting cross-legged in the middle. In front of him was a secret book, Ninefold Thunder Blade. Open the first page of the secret book of Ninefold Thunder Blade. Quick! The most conspicuous big word on the cover made Xiao Yu feel as if he saw the sword light coming towards him. His whole heart trembled. It can be imagined that when Lei Shen created this technique, his realm had reached the planetary level, otherwise he would not have been so nervous with his rich experience in cultivation in his previous life. The martial arts in the world are indestructible, only speed can't break. The only secret of Lei Shen's Ninefold Thunder Blade is the word, fast. Ninefold Thunder Blade contains a complete set of body techniques, Lu Guang, a complete set of guiding techniques, Ninefold Chaotic Source, and a complete set of sword techniques, Thunder Blade. Among these three, guiding techniques are the foundation. There are 9 chapters in the 9-layered Chaotic Source guiding technique. This book only records the first 4 chapters. Similarly, there are only the first 4 levels of the Thunder Blade technique in the Flowing Light Body technique. The 9-layered Chaotic Source guiding technique can strengthen a person's physique. Only physical fitness is the foundation. Body techniques and sword techniques are skills. What is needed is repeated practice and understanding. Xiao Yu carefully studied the first 4 levels of the 9-layered Thunder Blade sword technique. It is indeed remarkable. Some key techniques were not considered by him in his previous life. He is indeed a martial arts genius. It seems that a strong man who can rise in the Great Nirvana period should not be underestimated. When ordinary people swing a knife with all their strength, it may be 90% of the strength or 100% of the strength. When the practitioners of the 9-layered Thunder Blade swing a knife, they will only use 70% of the strength. When they send out the first level of strength, they will try to make the body send out the second level of strength again, the same 70% strength. The superposition of 2 levels of strength is 140% of the strength. After practicing the 9-layer Thunder Blade, each level can exert an extra level of dark power, which means that the 9-layer Thunder Blade can exert up to 7 times the force. This power can not only act on the attack, but also on the body movement, making one's speed faster. The first 4 levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade purchased by Xiao Yu can allow him to exert up to 3.5 times the force of the attack. Xiao Yu began to practice according to the method described in the Thunder Blade sword technique. There are 18 sword techniques in the first level of the Thunder Blade. Practicing these 18 sword techniques is conducive to understanding the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. These 18 sword techniques are very simple. Xiao Yu can perform them after practicing them once. The difficult part is to use them in a coherent manner. System: set the first wish to perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiaoyu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment status. 121.2, 5000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. It is indeed the most difficult secret book in the world to comprehend. It takes 5000 wish points to comprehend the first level, which is more than twice as much as the second-level apprentice to the third-level apprentice. Xiaoyu muttered. Put away your thoughts and start practicing with concentration. According to the 18 sword techniques, swing the sword 18,000 times a day, practice the Luguang body technique in the remaining time, and practice the 9-level Hunyuan guiding technique with genetic energy at night. The effect is most obvious. Every day he can feel that he is getting stronger. A week later, in the training room on the second floor of the Xiao family, a 1.8-meter tall boy, wearing a full set of D6 combat uniforms, holding 2 swords, kept slashing at the air, and his body was moving quickly while slashing, and for a moment it was as if an illusion had appeared. Xiaoyu, not bad. The middle-aged man in casual clothes stood by and watched for a long time, then said, I have just started practicing the 9-fold Thunder Blade, and it has already achieved some results. It seems that you have chosen the right secret book. Ah, Xiaoyu was so absorbed in practicing the sword technique that he did not notice his father Xiao Dingguo coming in. I saw you were so absorbed in practicing just now that I did not disturb you. Father Xiao Dingguo said lovingly, looking at your body movements and speed just now, you should have reached the level of a senior warrior. Well, your physical fitness reached the level of a senior warrior before the actual combat assessment. After the assessment, I felt that I improved even faster after practicing the 9-fold Hunyuan guiding technique. Xiaoyu said confidently. Xiao Dingguo was overjoyed and said happily, how much strength do you have now? The punching force measured yesterday was 7500 kg. Xiaoyu said truthfully. What? Come on, test it again. Father Xiao Dingguo said in disbelief. The two came to the punching force tester in the corner. Xiao Dingguo pressed the switch, and after the machine started, Xiaoyu stood still and punched the punching target, and the number, 7535 kg, was displayed. Haha, it seems that my Xiao family is stable. Xiao Dingguo laughed. By the way, I will stay in the city for a week at most this time, mainly for 2 things. The first thing is that your uncle gave me a book of experience and asked me to give it to you. Father Xiao Dingguo said with a smile. The second thing is to take you to join the Iron Blood team. Uncle Wu mentioned this when he came here before. I thought you would not be back for a month. Xiaoyu was puzzled. Haha, isn't it that my son is going to join the Iron Blood squad to train in the wilderness area? All my old friends will give me face. I will now tell you the basic situation of our team. There are 6 people in our team now, all of whom are warriors. With you, it is 7 people. Among these people, only your Uncle Lu and I joined the team at the beginning, and the other 4 joined later. I, your father, am the captain of the Iron Blood squad, and your Uncle Lu is the deputy captain. This is the cultivation experience of the first 6 levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade by the god of war Yongrenhua. While talking, his father Xiao Dingguo took out a book as big as a primary school student's notebook from his arms and handed it to Xiaoyu. Is this the cultivation experience? Xiaoyu asked. Don't disbelieve me, the experience here is all pure dry goods. Of course there are only a few pages. For some levels, you may not get any results after months of thinking, but a word from the master can make you realize it. That's the truth, Father Xiao Dingguo said with a smile. To practice the skills, the guide is very important. It is difficult to achieve results by relying on one person to explore, unless you are a genius with extraordinary talent. Xiaoyu flipped through the first page of the experience, and it was written with 4 big words, Yongju's experience. Continue to open it. The second page reads, 9-fold Thunder Blade. The key to the first level of practice is how to connect 18 sword techniques into a set, so that the muscles of the waist, cross and back can continuously send out 2 strengths. Well, this book is well written. Many problems encountered before seem to be solved in an instant. Xiaoyu exclaimed. This experience is really a treasure. If you have these experiences as a reference before practicing, it should be easy to comprehend the first level of the ninefold Thunder Blade. It's good to have gains. You should practice well these few days. Come with me to the wilderness area in 5 days. Haha. Father Xiao Donghua laughed twice and left the practice room. Xiao Yu nodded. After his father left, Xiao Yu carefully studied the practice experience of the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. He studied it carefully 2 or 3 times and gained a lot. The doubts that had been lingering in his mind before were answered one by one. Take advantage of the moment of enlightenment and practice as soon as possible. The first time, 18 consecutive sword techniques, 1 progress, slashing. When slashing, the core muscle group of the body burst out of force. When the force was transmitted to the arm, the waist and hips actually generated another force. Puff. The silver moon war knife flashed a cold light. The speed was the same as before, and the arc of the cold light in the air was a little larger. Failed. The second force has obviously been generated. The time difference between the generation of the 2 forces is a bit long. Continue training. Xiao Yu was surprised that it was successful. Xiao Yu suddenly took a step forward. The core area of the body's strength, the waist and hips, almost instantly burst out of force, but at the same time, when the muscle force was transmitted into the arm, the waist and hips naturally, like the transmission of waves, burst out another force. 2 forces were transmitted to the arm almost at the same time. Puff. The silver moon war knife flashed a cold light in the air, and the speed was 2 points faster than before. Haha, it's true, it can really send out 2 forces in succession. I can do this without going through the system. Xiao Yu muttered to himself. He wanted to see how the system handled this situation. System, check the fulfillment of the first wish. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment. 121.2, 2000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The wish points have actually decreased. This situation did not appear in the previous life. Xiao Yu was a little puzzled. Could it be that after I made a wish to the system, I could reduce the need for wish points through my own efforts? But why do I need 2000 wish points to meet the conditions when I have already comprehended the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade's power generating technique? Maybe the power generating technique I comprehended is not perfect yet. Xiao Yu, come down to eat. Mother Shu Jingyi shouted. Okay, I'll be down right away. Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu came out of the practice room and was surprised by the full table of dishes as soon as he entered the restaurant. No mistake, 1 song, 1 release, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar. Mom, this is too much. Or did I win the lottery? No wonder Xiao Yu yelled. This table of 18 bowls and plates is extremely luxurious. Even with the wealth of the Xiao family, they can hardly eat it at ordinary times. Even during the Chinese New Year, they only make 1 or 2 main dishes. The purchase cost of this table alone is 1 million Chinese yuan. My son, aren't we going to the wilderness area soon? Take advantage of these 2 days to make up for it. You won't be able to eat or sleep well when you are outside. Mother Shu Jingyi said. Mom, you're the best. Xiao Yu said with a smile. HMPH, I often go out, and I don't see you making delicious food for me. Xiao's father Xiao Donghua said a little sourly. You are jealous of your son. You are really. So much food can't stop your mouth. Mother Shu Jingyi said angrily. August 16th, today is the day when Xiao Yu follows the Iron Blood Squad to the wilderness area. Let's go, Xiao Yu, let's go to the HR Alliance Mall and meet up with Lao Lu and others. Xiao Donghua, wearing a D8 series combat uniform, carried 2 7 series battle axes and walked out of the villa gate first. Yeah, Xiao Yu followed. Xiao Yu, be careful. Mother Shu Jingyi looked at Xiao Yu in a combat uniform and couldn't help but say. Don't worry, Mom, take care of yourself too. Xiao Yu grinned. Don't worry, Jingyi, I'll take care of everything. Father Xiao Donghua turned his upper body to face his mother and patted his chest and said. Xiao Yu and his father Xiao Donghua got on the special car of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and set off quickly. Zhongnan Base City, one of the 6 major base cities in China, is extremely rich. There is an 88-story skyscraper in the main urban area. On the wall of this skyscraper are the 2 dazzling English letters, HR. Around the first floor of the skyscraper, there is a beautiful square and the largest fountain in the entire Zhongnan base city. Around the square, there are more than 1,000 soldiers with real guns and live ammunition patrolling, and no outsiders are allowed to step inside. This is the headquarters of the famous HR Alliance Zhongnan base city, with luxurious interior decoration. The bar area in the lobby. Xiao Yu and his father sat on the sofa. What would you like to drink, gentlemen? The handsome waiter bowed slightly and asked with a smile. Iron Guanyin, give him a cup of pu'er. Father Xiao Donghua said directly without waiting for Xiao Yu to report. Xiao Yu, you must not be careless when entering the wilderness area. You must be alert and not drink. Remember this one, Xiao Donghua said solemnly. Xiao Yu nodded heavily. Xiao Yu, here, the first floor is a place for guests to rest. From the second floor up, it is the place where the mall sells items. The price of the items here is generally lower than the full price of the items in the Extreme House online mall. Of course, it is higher than our half price. Xiao Donghua carefully introduced the HR Alliance to his son. Crazy Axe, a hearty voice came. A middle-aged man with half-white hair wearing a D6 series combat uniform, carrying a pair of huge war hammers, came over, followed by two fully armed young strong men, both wearing D5 combat uniforms, carrying axe shields. Hearing the voice, Xiao Donghua immediately stood up and said, Old Lu, this. Xiao Yu also turned around and looked, and quickly stood up and shouted, Uncle Lu. The half-white-haired middle-aged man in the lead was Xiao Donghua's old friend, the deputy captain of the Iron Blood squad, Iron Blood crazy fighter Lu Yuanping. Lu Yuanping walked up to Xiao Yu and looked at him and said, Good boy. It's only been a year since I last saw you. You've grown up and become handsome. You look a bit like Xiao when he was young. Come on, Xiao Yu, let me introduce you. These two are the famous Zuo brothers, Zuo Yan and Zuo Zan. Xiao Donghua said with a smile. The Zuo brothers nodded to Xiao Yu, took off their shields and battle axes, and sat down. Brother Yan, Brother Zan. Xiao Yu greeted them with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Yu had been looking at the two of them, the man close to Xiao Yu said, Xiao Yu, I'm Zuo Yan. Don't be confused. Zuo Zan and I are twins. We look the same. It's normal that you can't tell us apart for a while, but we have different personalities. You'll understand after a while. Okay, Brother Zuo Yan. Xiao Yu nodded in response. Zuo Zan next to him didn't say anything, just sat there quietly. Why haven't Li Chao and Zhang Xiaoyang arrived yet? Zuo Yan kept looking around, obviously unable to sit still. Xiao Yu, I see you are holding two swords, are you using two swords? Zuo Yan smiled at Xiao Yu and said, Zhang Xiaoyang in our team is a swordsman. You can communicate more in the future. Yeah, Xiao Yu nodded. Zuo Yan stretched out his left hand, revealing a huge scar left by the healing, and said to Xiao Yu. Brother, see, this scar on my left arm was left by hunting a high-level beast general-level red flame tiger ape monster a year ago. If I hadn't reacted quickly and blocked it with a shield, the half-meter-long giant claw would have pierced my body. Brother, Zuo Zan next to Zuo Yan interrupted. Zuo Yan, who was interrupted, picked up the coffee that the waiter had just brought over, drank it in one gulp, and then began to look around. Li Chao, Zhang Xiaoyang, come here. Zuo Yan stood up and greeted the entrance of the hall. Xiao Yu turned his head and saw that among the two people who came, one of them was a 1.9 meter tall, strong man wearing a D6 combat uniform and carrying a huge sword and shield. The man next to him was also more than 1.8 meters tall. His physique was slimmer than the man next to him, but he was also stronger than ordinary people. He wore a D6 combat uniform and carried a detachable war gun. Lao Yan, Captain, the two spoke almost at the same time. You two, hurry up, I will introduce you to the newcomers to our team. Zuo Yan said anxiously. The two put down their weapons and shields and sat on the sofa. Xiao Yu, these two are Li Chao and Zhang Xiaoyang. Xiao Donghua said with a smile. Brother Chao, Brother Yang. Xiao Yu greeted the two with a smile. The two also nodded with a smile and examined Xiao Yu. Let's take a break and leave immediately. Xiao Donghua said. Yes, Captain, everyone said in unison, and Xiao Yu also changed his words. In less than 20 minutes, everyone finished their tea and prepared to leave. Let's go. The 7 members of the Iron Blood squad took the HR Alliance special car and went directly to the railway station. They took the train from the base city to the 0201 county level city. The 0201 county-level city is located hundreds of miles north of the Zhongnan base city, and there is a military district station nearby. A special area in the military district is specially designated as a warrior supply base, which is specially for warriors to rest and supply some items. There are personnel from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the HR Alliance and the government army here. The monster materials obtained by warriors in the wilderness area can also be sold here. When the special train of the Iron Blood squad arrived at the military district station, it was noon. The 7 people replenished some food and water at the supply area and continued on their way. Chapter 12 Wilderness Killing. Woo, woo. In the fields on both sides of the highway, a burst of monster roar came from the ruined villages, and even Xiao Yu could see many monsters. The other 6 of the Iron Blood team were relaxed, but Xiao Yu did not dare to relax at all. After all, this was the first time he entered the wilderness. Xiao Yu, there is AF-level unicorn wild boar in front. You have come to cook. Xiao Donghua said, this is the first time you enter the wilderness area, be careful. Brave up, rest assured, I will give you up, Uncle Lu encouraged. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, he could feel his father and Uncle Lu's care and support for him. Come on, Xiao Yu, look at the weaknesses, this kind of monster is not a knife. Zhuo Yan said. Although the other 3 did not speak, they also held weapons. Dad, Uncle Lu, waiting for a moment to see that I took the unicorns of this unicorn. Xiao Yu said, approaching each other quickly. Captain, although Xiao Yu is your son, but you let him play in the first battle, will you fight with the unicorns close to the E-class? Uncle Lu asked. Although you expect him to be fast when you grow up, you have to step by step, and the step is too big to pull the egg. Quote. Yes, you can't worry about it. Zhuo Yan also said. What kind of person am I, do you still know? Xiao Donghua said calmly, let's look. Li Chao, who has been staring ahead, said, look, Xiao Yu's speed must be 90 meters per second. All of them are on the speed of entering and exiting the junior war general. The strength should be similar. Li Chao's words attracted 4 people such as Lu Yuanping and Zhuo Yan. They want to re-examine the little guy of this first martial arts. Xiao Yu pulled out the Yuyu battle knife. He understood that he could join the Iron Blood team because his father was the captain. Although they followed Xiao Donghua's decision, they could not say a bit of conviction. In this battle, he also simply resolved. The unicorns roared, staring at the fast-moving humanoid objects in front of them. Xiao Yu's heartbeat accelerated, and he was extremely excited for a while, and he felt the feeling of fighting the battlefield. Boom! The unicorns kicked the ground with thick hind hoofs and flew up suddenly, turning into a high-speed tank, and directly hit Xiao Yu's worn car in front of Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu approached the unicorns, he escaped its collision sideways. At the same time, the silver moon war knife of the right hand stunned the unicorn's neck, and the blade did not cut into the neck 30 centimeters obliquely. At the same time, the Yinyu battle knife of the left hand was raised high to prevent the unicorn's sneaky like tail attack. At the same time, a dark shadow split against Xiao Yu's head. While seeing the shadow of black, Xiao Yu's left hand chopped down and chopped the tail of the unicorn wild boar into 2 sections. Double knives almost work at the same time. While the unicorns rely on inertia to fly the worn-out car, they rushed to the ground for more than 20 meters before they fell to the ground. The countless combat experience in previous lives allows him to grasp the battle situation. When the unicorns rely on the inertia forward, Xiao Yu's right foot was obliquely, and at the same time turned around, elegant changed his direction. This is a technique explored in his decades of fighting in his past decades, and he was called elegant legs. Looking at the opening of the below, the neck was also cut into a half-pulled unicorn wild boar. The internal organs flowed all the way, the blood was almost dried up, and the hoof was still unwilling to kick. Vitality is really strong, Xiao Yu muttered secretly. The silver moon war knife flashed in the right hand, inserted into its heart, and solved it. The Yinyu war knife followed the unicorn. Nympho. What? It is solved in one face. Li Chao and others were shocked on his face. This is really incredible to give a fatal blow to the unicorn wild boar. Zhang Xiaoyang. He dared to launch an attack in quickly moving. The power of this blow is comparable to a hit of intermediate generals. Be able to grasp the time while moving quickly, and kill the monster of the same level at the same time, can also predict the opponent's sneak attack and make precautions in advance. It's really amazing, Zhuo Yan admired. This eye power, and the grasp of the timing, it is really old. Uncle Lu surprised. Lao Shao, you really have a great son. This kid is a bit strong. Xiao Dingguo said with a smile. Abnormal, Zhuo Zan said. Dad, Xiao Yu walked with the unicorn, this one horn. You killed, of course this unicorn belongs to you. Xiao Dingguo said. This one horn is sold to the Extreme Martial Arts Museum, which should be worth 5,000 yuan. You can also get a few contributions. To 8,000. Xiao Yu, your performance just now is not like entering the wilderness for the first time. Zhuo Yan said. Xiao Yu was a little stunned, and he showed too much. Your kid's move was really scared. I had a cold sweat. Uncle Lu laughed. The next time you are cautious, this way is too risky. Xiao Yu nodded. Okay, let's continue. Nympho. After a while, Xiao Yu and his companions encountered a lone F-class cat-like, tiger cat monster. This tiger cat had spots on its body and was as strong as a calf. It was much more flexible and ferocious than the unicorn wild boar. Xiao Dingguo looked at Xiao Yu and said, continue. Okay, Xiao Yu replied. The 6 people stared at every move of Xiao Yu, not missing a single detail. Xiao Yu rushed straight towards the tiger cat, and the tiger cat also roared and rushed over. At the moment the tiger cat landed, it accelerated and collided with the tiger cat that was about to jump. At the moment of collision, Xiao Yu dodged sideways, and at the same time, a cold arc of light passed through the tiger cat's neck and throat from below. As a stream of blood spurted out like tap water, Xiao Yu retreated violently, watching the tiger cat monster roaring in pain with cold eyes, gradually falling down powerlessly, and losing his breath. He cut off the tiger cat monster's tail, took out one of the almost transparent tendons, put it in his backpack, and walked back. Looking at Xiao Yu, who didn't have a drop of blood on his body, Xiao Dingguo said, there is progress. You can actually use speed to paralyze the tiger cat, causing it to misjudge the timing of the attack, so that it reveals its weakness. Zhuo Yan exclaimed. This kid is really good. Uncle Lu laughed. The purpose of the Iron Blood team's trip is to train Xiao Yu. When encountering a single monster along the way, Xiao Yu was no longer allowed to solve it alone. Everyone taught by example and practiced several times. Xiao Yu also made great progress by summarizing their combat skills. There was no monster group encountered along the way, which made Xiao Yu depressed. 2 days later, in the evening, on the dilapidated ring road, a group of 7 people from the Iron Blood team moved forward. There are 3 F-level lion mastiffs in front. Xiao Yu, you go. Captain Xiao Dingguo ordered. Yes, Captain. Xiao Yu ran towards the lion mastiff with a smile, but his speed was not very fast. Roar! The 3 lion mastiffs roared and rushed towards Xiao Yu. There was still bloodthirstiness and madness in the eyes of the lion mastiff monsters. They didn't care about the human in front of them. When the 2 sides were very close, Xiao Yu showed a sneer on his face. The speed suddenly soared. The hair on the 3 lion mastiff monsters stood up instantly. Xiao Yu approached instantly, and took 2 strange steps under his feet. It was the flowing light body movement in the 9-fold thunder sword, which attracted the claws of the 2 lion mastiffs. He twisted his body and accurately avoided the claws of the lion mastiffs. At the same time as the 3 parties staggered, Xiao Yu had come to the middle of the 2 lion mastiffs, and the 2 silver moon war knives were very insidious and stabbed out instantly. Puff! Directly pierced into the vital part of the neck. Rush forward quickly, and then turn to look at the other lion mastiff monster. Roar! Seeing the blood gushing from his companion's neck, the other lion mastiff monster roared and flew away. Xiao Dingguo, Lu Yuanping and others from the Iron Blood team smiled when they saw this. Xiao Yu, let's go, let's get into the county quickly. Lion mastiffs live in groups, and the one that just escaped will soon bring a group of lion mastiff monsters here. Uncle Lu said. 7 members of the Iron Blood team entered the suburbs of County 0201 overnight, and they needed to find a high ground as a base. The wilderness is full of dangers, and the suburbs at night are even more dangerous. Roar! Roar! Captain! Xiao Yu heard the roar of the lion mastiff monster behind him. Stop! Xiao Dingguo ordered. He glanced at the figures standing on the surrounding tall buildings and said, everyone, spread out. Zhuo Zan and Zhuo Yan set up 2 searchlights. The rest of you find your positions. Don't panic. Look after each other and prepare to fight the enemy. Okay. Zuo Zan and Zuo Yan replied. The two brothers took out several searchlights from their backpacks and illuminated the scenes on the surrounding 300-meter-high buildings clearly. They were deep in a small square, surrounded by dilapidated buildings of varying heights. On almost every building stood several lion mastiffs, like wolves looking down at their prey under the moon. It's a pack of lion mastiffs. Uncle Lu said, look at the number, there should be hundreds of them. Yeah, Shouting Guo's face was gloomy. Look, the biggest one is their leader, and his size and strength have reached the advanced beast general level. Then it is estimated that there are a certain number of intermediate and primary beast generals in this pack of lion mastiffs. Zhang Xiaoyang grinned and said, this is great, Xiao Yuzi has shown off his power all the way. Such a big commotion in the middle of the night, it is estimated that it will attract a lot of monsters. Zuo Yan said. If it were daytime, these monsters would not be in their eyes at all, but now it is night, and monsters are very active. Yeah, good, quick battle and quick decision. Xiao Dingguo ordered. Everyone suddenly became serious and stopped laughing. Roar! With the roar of the huge lion mastiff, the entire pack of hundreds of lion mastiffs quickly moved and rushed towards them from all directions. There is no mistake in the first post. Take a look at the 6 to 9 book bar. Brother, don't be afraid, these are just small scenes. Zuo Yan said, holding a shield in one hand and a battle axe in the other. I will deal with the leader, Lao Lu will support, and you can attack freely. Xiao Dingguo ordered. Okay, everyone responded. Xiao Dingguo went to the leader of the lion mastiff, waving his battle axe with both hands, harvesting the life of every lion mastiff that approached. Lu Yuanping, who followed closely behind, took a step forward in an instant, and his spear instantly pierced through the eyes of a lion mastiff monster that was trying to sneak attack, and penetrated the lion mastiff monster's head. Ho ho, the lion mastiff monster unconsciously kicked twice with its 4 claws, and fell down helplessly. The two cooperated tacitly, harvesting the lion mastiff's younger brothers while approaching the lion mastiff leader. The Zuo brothers also rushed towards the nearest F-level lion mastiff, raised their shields and hit it at the moment of collision, and at the same time, the battle axe in their hands flashed with cold light, and the lion mastiff that was knocked away was cut in half. Seeing that everyone had achieved certain results, they also rushed towards an F-level lion mastiff that was rushing towards them. With a jump, he just passed by the lion mastiff sideways in the air. At the moment of contact, a cold light flashed, and the silver moon directly cut through the lion mastiff's neck, beheading it, and blood spurted out like a broken water pipe. Be careful, Xiao Yu. Li Chao reminded. As soon as Xiao Yu landed, he saw a lion mastiff that was 3 times larger than the F-level lion mastiff, rushing towards him from the side, with an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yu was about to dodge, and the lion mastiff rushed forward when it was 2 meters away from him. It was Li Chao, and the war spear passed through the lion mastiff's head through the ear hole. Its 4 claws kicked twice, and it fell down powerlessly. Thank you, Xiao Yu thanked. Be careful, when fighting with a group of beasts, you must keep your eyes and ears open. Li Chao said with a smile. Yeah, after this lesson, Xiao Yu did not dare to be careless. In just a moment, most of the lion mastiffs in the entire community were slaughtered. Roar! The lion mastiff leader roared, calling on several E-level and D-level lion mastiffs behind him to rush towards the approaching Xiao Dingguo and Lu Yuanping. The speed and flexibility of these lion mastiffs are much more flexible and faster than before. Old Lu, Zhang Xiaoyang, I'll deal with the leader, you can deal with the others, right? Xiao Dingguo stared at the lion mastiff's every move and said. No problem. Old Lu and Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. When the monster reaches the level of beast general, it has a certain wisdom. Even if it is a battle of the same level, it is much more difficult to deal with than when it is at the level of beast soldier. They already know how to protect their weaknesses. While everyone was busy fighting, Xiao Yu dodged and jumped down from the balcony of a 3-story residential building. There was a corpse of an F-level lion mastiff that he had just killed in the corner of the wall. There was no one around. Xiao Yu squatted down and touched the corpse of the F-level lion mastiff with his fingers, and silently said, System, absorb the corpse of the F-level lion mastiff. In less than a second, the corpse in front of him disappeared, and even the blood on the ground disappeared without a trace. Open black lens bracket absorb the corpse of the F-level lion mastiff and get 50 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After several consecutive jumps, he found another one. Open black lens bracket absorb the corpse of the H-level lion mastiff and get 20 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorb the corpse of the H-level lion mastiff and get 22 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorb the corpse of the F-level lion mastiff and get 43 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorb the corpse of the F-level lion mastiff and get 60 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After absorbing the corpses of 30 lion mastiffs in a row, he got 1,300 wish points. Xiao Yu was very happy. System checks the status of wish fulfillment. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer thunder blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment. 1421.2 1800 wish points. Close black lens bracket. It's almost there. I will be able to perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer thunder blade soon. Xiao Yu, who was secretly happy, saw that his side had gained a great advantage, and there were less than 30 lion mastiffs left. Xiao Yu, where did you go just now? Li Chao jumped to the roof of the 4-story residential building and came to Xiao Yu's side. Just dealt with 2 lion mastiffs downstairs, Xiao Yu said. Listening to the banging battlefield in the distance, Xiao Yu continued to rush towards an F-level lion mastiff monster. At the moment it landed, he quickly approached it, and the silver moon war knife flashed with a cold light, and cut off its head. Suddenly, the remaining less than 20 lion mastiffs, as if they had no target, fled in fear. Don't chase. Xiao Yu was about to chase, and a loud voice stopped him. Dad. Xiao Yu turned around and saw Xiao Dingguo covered in blood. He said tremblingly, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, it's okay. These bloodstains are not mine. It's just a C-level monster." Xiao Dingguo approached and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. He turned around and said to everyone, "Okay, pack up quickly and leave here." With the pressure of the lion mastiff leader, no monsters should come near for a while. Uncle Lu said. Everyone went to harvest materials from the monsters. After Xiao Yu harvested the materials of the lion mastiff he hunted, he saw that everyone was concentrating on cutting materials and no one cared about him, so he absorbed 20 lion mastiff corpses and obtained 600 wish points. Dad, do you want my help? Xiao Yu walked to Xiao Dingguo, who was carefully cutting the fur of the lion mastiff leader bit by bit. Okay, Xiao Dingguo said, then you can handle this one. The lion mastiff leader in front of him no longer had the majesty he had before. His head was broken, his skin was torn, and 3 ribs in his chest and abdomen were broken, one of which was inserted into his heart. This should be the fatal injury he suffered. Xiao Yu, pack up and come over. Let's gather at the same place just now and then set off together. Xiao Dingguo said. After he saw Xiao Yu carefully harvest all the important materials of the lion mastiff, he jumped down from the tall building with confidence and joined everyone. Xiao Yu was relieved to see that his father and others had already joined at the square just now. The system absorbs the body of this lion mastiff. Open black lens bracket absorb the body of AC level lion mastiff and get 800 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu looked at the leader's younger brother lying next to him, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Open black lens bracket absorb the body of AD level lion mastiff and get 400 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorb the body of an E-level lion mastiff and get 160 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Check the fulfillment of wishes. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer thunder blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment. 3381.2 1800 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Let's go. Xiao Yu also jumped down from the tall building and joined everyone. The remaining monster corpses were scattered around the square. There was no shelter, so Xiao Yu did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 13 Hunting down the Silver Moon Wolf. In the suburbs of No. 0201 County, in a 10-story residential building, in a relatively intact room. Li Chao, because of his extraordinary eyesight, was on guard at the side of the window, and the other 6 people sat together in the moonlight through the window. Xiao Dingguo smiled and said, Today we killed a high-level beast general, 2 intermediate beast generals, 4 primary beast generals, and hundreds of beast soldier-level monsters. It can be said that we have a good harvest. Everyone nodded, each looking at the backpack with only a small amount of space left, waiting for the captain to finish his words. Before I came, I received news that there was a silver moon wolf in No. 0201 County. Donghua said, and the price of the silver moon wolf is more than 50% higher than that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Well, the silver moon wolf is very fast and good at hunting. It is called a hunter. Moreover, the silver moon wolf is at least an intermediate beast general. If we encounter a high-level beast general, even we may not be able to take it down. Uncle Lu's words were not without worry. What's there to hesitate about? We have 6 generals in our field, and we can walk sideways in this 0201 county. Zhuo Yan said proudly. Besides, if you want to make a lot of money, you have to take risks. My brother is right, Zhuo Zan also responded. That's right, Zhang Xiaoyang said. No one here admits defeat. Uncle Lu also said. Well, let's find a hidden place tomorrow to put these monster materials in our hands, and then continue to track the silver moon wolf. Donghua said with a final word. Okay, everyone nodded in agreement. Today, Li Chao, Xiao Yu, Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhuo Yan, and Zhuo Zan will take turns to guard the night, 1 hour each. Uncle Lu arranged the candidates for the night watch. When resting in the wilderness area, even in a safe place, someone needs to guard the night. In the Iron Blood squad, the captain and the deputy captain, 2 high-level generals, must always maintain the best condition and do not need to guard the night. Everyone else needs to, including Xiao Yu. Under normal circumstances, each person guards for a maximum of 2 hours. The so-called rest is nothing more than entering the cultivation. After entering the wilderness, no one will really sleep. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, it was Xiao Yu's turn to keep watch. He quickly checked all the warning points and found no problems. He came to the window facing a commercial plaza. There were many monsters in the commercial plaza and needed to be watched at all times. The system realizes the first wish, perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer thunder blade. A stream of warm currents appeared out of thin air and poured into his body, making his physique stronger and more powerful. Suddenly Xiao Yu was in a state of enlightenment. His previous misunderstandings of the 9-layer thunder blade's swordsmanship, flowing light body skills, and the first level of the 9-layer Hunyuan guidance technique were all perfectly explained. In a moment, his understanding of the first level of the 9-layer thunder blade was no less than that of the creator Thor, and even surpassed Thor in guidance and force techniques. In terms of force techniques, although he could also send out 2 forces at the same time before, he didn't understand why he could do so. Now he understands it all. This also applies to the guidance technique. Knowing the reason and the reason. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. The content of this system infusion not only allowed him to perfectly comprehend the first level of the 9-layer thunder blade, but also had a remarkable effect on his subsequent cultivation. System, set the first wish to, physical fitness reaches the 4th level of the apprentice. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Physical fitness reaches the 4th level of the apprentice. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment. 1581.2, 300 wish points. Close black lens bracket. It seems that his physique, after all the fighting and cultivation along the way, is about to be promoted to a junior general. System fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket wish is being fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. A comfortable feeling surged into his body, and Xiao Yu was completely immersed in this feeling. Open black lens bracket wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. System, set the first wish, physical fitness reaches the 5th level of the apprentice. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish, physical fitness reaches the 5th level of the apprentice. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment, 1281.2, 8000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After finishing these things, Xiao Yu resumed his duties. An hour passed quickly, and Xiao Yu walked to the relatively intact room, woke up Zhang Xiaoyang who was resting cross-legged, and completed today's shift. Xiao Yu casually found a flat ground to sit cross-legged, and used the 5 hearts to the sky method to continue practicing the 9-layer Hunyuan guiding technique. Suddenly, he found that the cosmic energy was running more smoothly in his body, and there was a kind of mysterious feeling. Immersed in practice, it is really wonderful to experience the feeling of the body slowly growing every moment. Suddenly, a rustling sound came into Xiao Yu's ears. Reluctantly opened his eyes, and saw the teammates of the Iron Blood team, one by one, starting the morning preparations. Xiao Yu, wake up, Xiao Donghua said, then hurry up and prepare, let's eat a simple meal first, and then find a hidden place to put the obtained beast soldier level materials, and put them back when we come back. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded and began to pack his things. 0201 in the suburban area of the county town, in the underground parking lot of Vida Plaza. Captain, this underground parking lot is not big, there is only one entrance and exit, there are no monsters inside, there are no buildings higher than 3 floors around, and the location is also very remote, no one should notice this place. Uncle Lu said with a smile. After we get out, this hole at the exit can be blocked by a few cars, which will be safer. Xiao Donghua pointed to the entrance of the parking lot and the hole more than 1 person high on the fallen fire door. Leave this to my brothers. I just saw 2 dilapidated vans next to them, which are just right. Zhuo Yan said. Okay, Xiao Donghua nodded. 0201 County, at the gate of a dilapidated community, the surrounding buildings are in ruins, and the 4 big characters, Xiaoguo Bank, can still be vaguely seen on the stone pillars of the gate. This is a 24-story office building. The 2 stone lions at the entrance of the hall are also broken, and the head of one of the stone lions fell to the side. Let's go to the rooftop. Everyone be careful, there might be some monsters hiding somewhere upstairs. Walk lightly. The 7 members of the Iron Blood team walked cautiously along the stairs. Awoo! Xiao Yu saw a monster much larger than the F-level tiger cat suddenly appear at the corner next to him. Xiao Yu, be careful. This is an E-level tiger cat. Zhuo Yan reminded him and rushed to Xiao Yu's side. Xiao Yu had just been promoted to the junior general level last night and was just about to try his hand. As soon as the tiger cat monster ran out and saw humans, it immediately roared and rushed over with a gust of fishy wind. It was 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu instantly dodged to the platform next to him, and Zhuo Yan, relying on his strength as a mid-level general, raised his shield and stepped forward, hitting from the side. At the same time, an arc of cold light flashed, and the blade of the sword passed through the joints of the tiger cat's upper limbs. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who had dodged away, saw the tiger cat lose its balance after being hit, and instantly used the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade's power-generating technique that he had perfectly comprehended, the Silver Moon Battle Blade, to slash across the tiger cat's abdomen from bottom to top. The tiger cat monster flew back more than 10 meters, and blood flowed all over the ground. The tiger cat monster just wanted to get up, but its 2 front paws stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhuo Yan and Xiao Yu took advantage of the situation to kill it, and followed it without stopping. Almost at the same time, one stabbed the throat and the other stabbed the heart. The 2 smiled at each other. Xiao Yu said a little embarrassedly, Brother Yan, I stole your monster. We are all brothers, what's there to steal? Zhuo Yan said in a low voice. Xiao Yu's on-the-spot reaction to the beast general level monster this time made everyone feel more at ease. On the rooftop, the 7 members of the Iron Blood squad were looking into the distance with high-powered binoculars. Captain, I saw a bloodthirsty tank beast herd in a block not far to the east. Zhuo Yan said. I saw a high-level beast general here, but it seems to be a beast herd over there. Li Chao said. Captain, they are all beast soldier level monsters. I didn't see any beast general level monsters here. After a long time, I found the Silver Moon Wolf. Uncle Lu said happily. Where is it? Let me see too. Xiao Donghua asked happily. 5 kilometers to the north. Uncle Lu said. It seems to be fighting with something, and I can't see the other party clearly. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. All of a sudden, everyone in the Iron Blood squad looked towards the north with high-powered telescopes. The Silver Moon Wolf is approaching us, it seems to be running away. Xiao Donghua also saw the Silver Moon Wolf in the telescope. The speed of this silver moon wolf is almost as fast as that of a war god. It's already close to 3 kilometers, and it's actually a human warrior flying in the air on a shield. No, he can only fly in the air for a short time. It should be a war general level spiritualist. If it is a war god level spiritualist, he will not let the silver moon wolf live that long. The silver moon wolf ran to the southeast. There seems to be a bloodthirsty tank beast group there, and the leader is at least a mid-level beast general. Not good, the silver moon wolf is probably going to run away. Let's go, let's follow it. Xiao Donghuo gave an order. The team of 7 people was cautious when going upstairs, but they were extremely fast when going downstairs. Xiao Yu jumped 4 times in a row and jumped from the 24th floor to the 1st floor of the stairs. The 7 people approached quickly in formation. At the end of a street near the bloodthirsty tank beast group, there were dilapidated shops on both sides of the 2-way 6-lane road. Many of the signs that occasionally remained were well-known brands before the Great Nirvana, and some are still active now. Captain, the silver moon wolf disappeared when it approached the bloodthirsty tank beast group. The spiritualist just broke into the bloodthirsty tank beast group. Li Chao told the situation he had discovered. Captain, what should we do? Zhuo Yan asked. As long as the spiritualist doesn't do anything stupid, there will be no danger. Xiao Donghuo said, how many beast generals and beast soldier level monsters are there in the bloodthirsty tank beast group? 3 beast generals, the leader is a mid-level beast general, there are monsters close to high level, and the other 2 are primary guards. Li Chao said carefully, there are no less than 100 beast soldier level monsters. How does this bloodthirsty tank beast group compare to the lion mastiff group we wiped out yesterday? Xiao Yu asked. This bloodthirsty tank ranks 2nd among pig monsters. This guy is covered in scales and has amazing defense. His only weaknesses are his eyes, mouth, and nostrils. It is more troublesome to deal with. It is not comparable to the group of lion mastiffs. Uncle Lu said. This leader is troublesome even for me to deal with. Xiao Donghuo said cautiously. Captain, the psychic master entered a tall building, and the leader and some bloodthirsty tanks followed him in. Currently, there is only 1 junior beast general level monster left outside, and there are less than 10 beast soldier level monsters in various areas of the territory. Regional Patrol. Li Chao reported what he saw from time to time. Captain, let's, Zhuo Yan asked. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Donghuo said, let's go, let's follow. Although this bloodthirsty tank group is a little troublesome to us, it's nothing. Xiao Yu and the others quickly approached. We stopped near the street. There were 2 shabby cars that crossed each other at the street intersection, and 2 bloodthirsty tanks patrolled back and forth. From time to time, they crushed a glass bottle and made a lot of noise. Without any orders, Zhuo Yan and Zhuo Zan quickly approached them. When the bloodthirsty tank heard the noise, they were already in front of them. The 2 people's movements were almost as if they had been rehearsed in advance. As soon as they made progress, they arrived in front of the bloodthirsty tank. Before it could react, the shield suddenly hit the bloodthirsty tank's forehead, smashing him unconscious. A huge rumble sounded, and the heads of the 2 bloodthirsty tanks hit the ground hard, sinking at least 10 centimeters into the ground, causing earth and rocks to fly. Li Chao quickly followed and stabbed the 2 bloodthirsty tanks to death with 2 consecutive shots. The gun penetrated the bloodthirsty tanks' eyes and stabbed their heads through each other. Xiao Yu walked up, wanting to test the defensive power of this bloodthirsty tank. There was a flash of cold light, and countless sparks were splashed. Although he did not have nearly full strength, he only used less than 50% of the strength, and he just chopped on the back. On the scales. The defense of this bloodthirsty tank is like steel. The name tank is really worthy of its name. Xiao Yu praised. The movement here still alarmed the bloodthirsty tank herd, and a junior beast general rushed over with more than a dozen bloodthirsty tanks. The team of 7 quickly stepped forward. Xiao Donghuo ran towards the junior beast general in the lead. When the 3-meter-tall bloodthirsty tank saw the human running towards it, its eyes were filled with blood, and it kicked its hind legs fiercely, charging towards it like a huge steel tank. Xiao Donghuo reached the top of the bloodthirsty tank in one leap, dodged the fangs on the top of the bloodthirsty tank, and struck the bloodthirsty tank's head with his 2-handed tomahawk 4 times in a row, hitting the same position each time. When the first axe was struck, sparks flew and a mark of the axe blade was sunken 5 centimeters. The second blow of the axe broke the scales on its head and hit his skull, causing the skull to be filled with cracks. On the third axe, the tomahawk broke open the skull of the bloodthirsty tank, and part of the brain was taken out. At the fourth axe, the bloodthirsty tank was developed like a ripe bean. Old Xiao's mountain collapse axe is still so awesome, Lu Shu praised, who had just stabbed an F-class bloodthirsty tank to death with one shot. There are 9 styles of mountain collapsing axe. One axe is stronger than the other, and the 9th axe can break mountains. Xiao Dingguo said with hope in his eyes. Lu Yuanping made a progress, saw the opportunity, and stabbed the head of an bloodthirsty tank with another shot. The bloodthirsty tank trembled all over, flew backwards, and could not get up again. An F-class bloodthirsty tank rushed towards Xiao Yu. The speed was much faster than that of a tiger cat and almost the same level as a one-horned wild boar. At the moment of impact, Xiao Yu jumped up on the cement platform in the corner, while another bloodthirsty tank jumped up. The tank hit the spot where Xiao Yu settled. These monsters are actually cooperating, Xiao Yu said, exerting force on his waist and abdomen. The 9-fold thunder knife was activated for the first time. He successfully spun half a circle in the air, and the silver moon sword in his hand slashed at the bloodthirsty tank. There was a knife mark on his head, and blood flowed from the wound. He himself landed next to the bloodthirsty tank with the help of the reaction force. The bloodthirsty tank in his hand rushed forward for more than 10 meters, shaking his injured head, and countless blood drops splashed on the ground. Although Xiao Yu's knife just now failed to kill it, it was still seriously injured. Xiao Yu took the lead in launching an attack. With one step forward, he reached the side of the bloodthirsty tank. With a flash of cold light, the tip of the silver moon saber pierced its eye. With a bang, one of the bloodthirsty tank's eyes exploded, and its eye socket burst. It cracked, and when the silver moon saber was pulled out, some red and white paste appeared. The bloodthirsty tank staggered back a few steps, fell to the ground, and tried to get up again, but could not. At this time, the bloodthirsty tank that initially attacked Xiao Yu rushed towards him. Xiao Yu dodged, and at the same time, the silver moon saber struck the bloodthirsty tank's bent forelimb joints from back to front. The bloodthirsty tank lost its balance and staggered. It was mounted on the bloodthirsty tank that was trying to get up. Its sharp fangs penetrated its other eye and penetrated into its brain, causing it to tremble all over. Xiao Yu came to the nearest place in an instant, and saw the bloodthirsty tank shaking its head and tail without reading, trying to pull out its fangs. With a flash of cold light, the first level of the 9-fold thunder knife was activated again, and the silver moon sword passed through the bloodthirsty tank like a thunderous force. The bloodthirsty tank's eyeballs pierced into the skull, and the sword sank at least 10 centimeters. The bloodthirsty tank was shaking all over, but he did not die immediately. In order to prevent the bloodthirsty tank from dying completely, Xiao Yu stabbed its wound again, stabbing it at the same position. This time, it went directly into the 30 centimeters, and stirred it back and forth to ensure that it was completely dead. Old Xiao, look, Xiao Yu's swordsmanship has a thunderous momentum between movement and stillness. It should have reached the first level of the 9-fold thunder sword. Lu Yuanping said. Well, not bad, Xiao Dingguo replied. A bloodthirsty tank saw Xiao Dingguo just landed on the ground, and took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind and rushed over. However, due to its huge weight, the footsteps could not hide its movements at all. Xiao Dingguo turned around and dodged, and the giant axe hit his neck, breaking his neck and sinking it half a meter deep into the ground. He glared at the person in front of him, but could not move. Xiao Dingguo, the second axe cut off his neck, and blood spurted. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Dingguo killed 2 more bloodthirsty tanks. Okay, the bloodthirsty tanks outside have been cleared. Let's enter the building and collect materials after all are cleared, Xiao Dingguo said. With such a big commotion, why didn't any bloodthirsty tanks come out of the building to check? Uncle Lu said with some confusion. Captain, there is a big hole in front of the small square of the building. There should be a parking lot underneath, Zhuo Yan said. Let's go into the building. The spiritualist hasn't come out yet. It might be bad if we are late. A group of 7 people entered the building and went up 2 floors. They found no signs of fighting. Let's go to the parking lot. I guess all the mon. Chapter 14. Spiritual Master Sun Lan. On the first floor of the underground parking lot, a fishy smell lingered in the air. Dozens of bloodthirsty tanks lay quietly on the ground. There were walls and concrete pillars that had been knocked open everywhere. The mixture of soil, Rocks and blood was scattered on the ground, which was very disgusting. I just looked at the map at the stairs. There are 2 floors underground. Zuo Zan said. Li Chao said, the fatal injuries on these bloodthirsty tanks are basically on the eyes and nostrils. They were all caused by flying knives. They should have been killed by the psychic master. This psychic master is really efficient in killing monsters. Zuo Yan exclaimed, he only went in a few minutes earlier than us, but there are more than twice as many monsters as us. It can't be compared. The flying knives of the psychic master are extremely fast and very hidden. It's hard to defend against. Lu Yuanping said. Bang, bang, there is a sound of fighting, on the next floor. Xiao Dingguo said, go to the second underground floor. Xiao Yu, don't follow me, collect materials up there. Xiao Dingguo ordered, be careful, the others come with me. Okay, this order was exactly what Xiao Yu wanted. Be careful, don't let the monsters attack you. Zuo Yan reminded. After seeing the 6 people enter the stairs, Xiao Yu came to the outside of the building and began his own dissection. The first one he chose was the primary beast general level. The most important material on the bloodthirsty tank is the scale armor, which is an important material for making battle suits. A complete set of scale armor is at least several million. Carefully put the dissected materials into the backpack, and then reach out to the remaining bones and flesh. System, absorb the bloodthirsty tank corpse. Open black lens bracket, absorb the E-level bloodthirsty tank corpse and get 300 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After dissecting this beast general level, he began to harvest the materials of the beast soldier level monster. The swords in both hands flew, cutting off the required parts quickly and accurately. Open black lens bracket, absorb the corpse of a class F bloodthirsty tank and get 100 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, absorb the corpse of a class F bloodthirsty tank and get 120 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, absorb the corpse of a class F bloodthirsty tank and get 140 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After absorbing the corpses of 10 bloodthirsty tanks in a row, he got 1,500 wish points. Although the strong smell of blood outside the building attracted many monsters to fight for flesh and blood, such as tiger cats, lion mastiffs, etc. But he was still worried that there would be no explanation if there were not a few corpses left. When Xiao Yu finished dealing with the monster materials outside and re-entered the underground parking lot, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Nearly half of the ground had collapsed, and the boundary between the first and second floors underground almost did not exist. The 6 members of the Iron Blood team and an unknown spiritualist were in a fierce battle. Seeing that Zuo Yan was about to be knocked down by a bloodthirsty tank, Xiao Yu quickly reminded him, Brother Yan, be careful. At the same time, he also went up to help. Thank you for your help. The psychic with blood all over his body and torn D6 combat uniform said, I didn't have time to introduce myself because of the emergency. I am Sun Lan, from the Extreme Martial Arts School. It's okay, we are all family. We are also from the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Iron Blood Squad. It's a pity for the Silver Moon Wolf. Xiao Ding waved his hand. I have heard of you for a long time. Sun Lan said with a pale face, a little weak. The speed of the Silver Moon Wolf is comparable to that of a war god. Fortunately, I seriously injured it before, otherwise it would be faster. This Silver Moon Wolf is too cunning. It actually knows how to kill people with a borrowed knife. It is also familiar with the geography here and can escape underground. Uncle Lu said. Do you need help with your injury? Zuo Yan asked. No. Sun Lan jumped several times and went upstairs to find a room to bandage it. Xiao Yu looked at the remaining monster corpses in the dilapidated underground parking lot and said it was a pity that so many wish points were wasted. At the same time, he was eager to solve the current passive situation. System, check the current wish fulfillment status. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Physical fitness reaches the 5th level of apprentice close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment status. 2781.2, 7900 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Okay, after processing the materials, let's take a break. Xiao Dingguo, Li Chao, go see the direction where the Silver Moon Wolf escaped. Yes, Li Chao responded. Li Chao quickly moved towards the depths of the parking lot, where there was a big hole, and the silver moon wolf left from there. Xiao Yu approached his father Xiao Dingguo and said, "Dad, I have something here, can I discuss it with you?" Xiao Dingguo put the harvested materials into the backpack, looked at the busy team members around him, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yu, what's the matter?" Xiao Yu hesitated and said, "Dad, I feel that my strength has improved rapidly during the battle in the wilderness during this period. When you return to the base city, can I not go back first? I want to practice my body and sword skills by myself." "Too dangerous." Xiao Dingguo looked at Xiao Yu and said, "I am just going to hone my sword skills and body skills in the No. 0231 county next to the military district," Xiao Yu said anxiously. Xiao Dingguo stared at Xiao Yu for a long time, thinking in his heart for a long time, "No. 0231 county. Next to the military district. That will have to wait until your strength is improved to the level of a general. The monster forces around the military area are weak, and lord-level monsters dare not stay in the county town next to the military area. Therefore, in the several county towns next to the military area, almost all of them are beast soldier level monsters, and the number of beast general level monsters is relatively small, and most of them are primary beast general level, and even intermediate beast general level is rare. Because there are too few beast general level monsters, each primary beast general level monster can command hundreds or even thousands of beast soldier level monsters. General warrior teams rarely hunt such monsters, and they don't get much after a hard day's work." Xiao Yu asked happily, "Really?" Xiao Dingguo regretted what he said just now, but he had to nod to confirm when he thought about educating his son to be honest. "Dad, my current strength has reached the level of a primary general." Xiao Yu said with a smile, "If you don't believe it, we can try it." "Punch your chest," Xiao Dingguo said. "Okay, everyone make way, Xiao Yu is going to spar with the captain," Zhuo Yan said with a smile. Xiao Yu stood still and concentrated, retracted his right fist to his waist to accumulate strength, and with a step forward, the power of the 9-layer thunder blade was transmitted to his legs and arms at the same time. With a bang, the extremely fast punch was caught by Xiao Dingguo. "Come again." Xiao Yu kept dodging. He was just in front of Xiao Dingguo, but he came behind him in an instant. With a bang, he punched again, and collided with Xiao Dingguo's fist, who turned around. "Good boy, you are quite powerful," Xiao Dingguo said with a smile. Sun Lan, the spiritualist, thought there was another fight when he heard the sound just now. He hurried out to see that it was a fight between father and son, and watched with relish. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one look. Ah, Xiao Yu's strength has reached the level of a primary general. Uncle Lu laughed, "It's incredible. He became a general less than a month after becoming a formal warrior. He is really a monster." Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yu threw 3 punches in a row, and stopped attacking after each punch was accurately caught. "Dad, how is my strength? I have reached the level of a primary general." "Yes, it has indeed reached the level of a primary general." Xiao Dingguo laughed. "Then you agreed. Let's talk about it when we wait until the supply area," Xiao Dingguo said, seeing that everyone was still watching. "It seems that everyone has rested enough." "Captain, I just came back from the investigation and found that you and Xiao Yu were sparring, so I didn't disturb you." Li Chao said, "There is no trace of the silver moon wolf after 100 meters out of the cave. Let's go and take a look together." Xiao Dingguo glanced at Sun Lan and said, "Sun Lan, do you want to go with us?" "Okay, let's go," Sun Lan, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages, said. After a while, the 7 members of the Iron Blood squad and the spiritualist Sun Lan jumped out of the 3-meter-long hole 100 meters behind the building and searched the surroundings for a long time. For the time being, the silver moon wolf ran away. Xiao Dingguo said with a worried look on his face. Since it was seriously injured by Sun Lan before, it is estimated that it will not come out in a short time. It will definitely find a place to recuperate. Yes, just as I thought. The silver moon wolf is extremely cunning. It will be more cautious after being injured. Once it loses its trace, it is difficult to catch it. It's also my fault. I didn't bring a positioning flare when fighting it before. Then there is no way. Uncle Lu said with regret on his face. Let this beast escape. Zhuo Yan smiled and said, Deputy Captain Quangzan, we have gained a lot this time, and it is not worse than before. Okay, Let's go back to the supply area first. Xiao Dingguo said, Sun Lan, what about you? I want to go back. I was seriously injured this time. After returning to the base city, I have to recuperate for a while. Sun Lan sighed and said, then let's go together, so we can have someone to look after us on the way. Uncle Lu said with a smile. Sun Lan nodded. One day later, on the highway far away from the county-level city of 0201 and close to the military district, two teams were marching towards each other. One team had 7 men and 1 woman, and the men all wore iron-blooded badges on their chests. The other team had only 6 people wearing fire hammer badges. The 6 people in front are the fire hammer team, Zhuo Yan said to Xiao Yu beside him. Fire hammer team. Xiao Yu searched among the people in the fire hammer team, and indeed found Luo Feng among them. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu shouted loudly. Xiao Yu. Luo Feng hesitated and said, you are in the iron-blooded team. Apparently, after Luo Feng joined the fire hammer team, he had a certain understanding of the various well-known battle general teams in the urban area of Yangzhou. Not bad, Xiao Yu responded. Luo Feng, didn't you see your uncle? You kid, you still look handsome in combat uniforms. Xiao Dingguo laughed and scolded. This is Uncle Xiao, you are actually in the same team. Luo Feng said in surprise. Haha, Xiao Dingguo laughed. Captain Crazy Axe, are you going back? Said Gao Feng, the captain of the Fire Hammer squad. Well, brother Gao Feng, there is a wounded silver moon wolf in the 0201 base city. Its strength is at the level of a high-level beast general and is about to reach the lord level. Be careful when you meet it. Xiao Dingguo said. When we return to the base city, we will have time to drink together. Everyone is a team from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It is quite worthwhile to use information that is no longer useful to them to sell a favor. For the Iron Blood Squad, the 0201 county-level city is still too weak and there are too few beast generals. Thank you, I will definitely come back if I have a chance. Gao Feng thanked. Then we won't delay your journey. Xiao Dingguo said. Luo Feng, be careful, we'll talk again when we get back to the base city. Xiao Yu urged. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Chapter 15, Practicing Alone. Military Area Station, Supply Base Entrance. E22, Lao Xiao, you have gained a lot this time. The gatekeeper looked at the bulging backpacks on the backs of everyone in the iron-blooded team. The supply base, Villa E22, has temporarily become the resting place for the Jagged team. Let's first deal with the monster materials obtained from this hunt. Xiao Dingguo said, although we didn't go out for a long time this time, we hunted 9 beast-level monsters, including 2 bloodthirsty tanks and 2 two-tailed tiger cat, 5-headed tiger mastiff. Xiao Yu and his group also encountered 2 junior beast general level 2-tailed tiger cat monsters on their way back. With the strength of the iron-blooded team, they were easily killed. In addition, there are numerous beast soldier level monster materials, including dozens of beast soldier level bloodthirsty tanks donated by Sun Lan. Uncle Lu said. What a good person, she only wanted the materials for a junior general level bloodthirsty tank. Zhuo Yan praised. It's that hunter, it's a pity. Uncle Lu sighed. Everyone has a meal and a rest, and we will sell it later. Xiao Dingguo said with a smile. After the meal, the 7 members of the iron-blooded team found the person in charge of the Our Alliance and directly sold the monster materials they had hunted to the other party. In the E22 villa, a group of people from the Jagged team were gathered in front of the computer to share money. Xiao Yu collected a lot of ordinary beast soldier level monsters, ranging from G level to F level. The materials for each beast soldier level monster averaged over 8,000 yuan each. In other words, these ordinary beast soldier level monsters, Xiao Yu got more than 500,000 points. The captain was there to distribute the money. Zhuo Yan collected 80 kinds of ordinary beast level monster materials, all of which were F level. The average price was about 8,000 yuan, and the total price was about 640,000 yuan. Quote. Lu Yuanping collected ordinary beast level monsters. Zhuo Zan collected materials for ordinary beast level monsters. The 7 members of the iron-blooded team quickly divided the money for ordinary beast level materials. Okay, here is the distribution of the materials for the precious beast level bloodthirsty tanks. In addition to the 40 killed by our team, the 77 donated by Sun Lan were equally divided among our team, 11 for each person. Xiao Yu collected 4 of them alone, plus 11 more, with an average price of 1.5 million per head, which means Xiao Yu received 22.5 million. Lu Yuanping collected 8 heads, plus 11 more, the total price is about 28.5 million yuan. Zhuo Yan collected 5 heads. Zhuo Zan collected 5 heads. Li Chao collected 6 heads. Zhang Xiaoyang collected 4 heads. The 7 members of the Iron Blood team divided the bloodthirsty tank's money fairly. Okay, here's the distribution of Beast General level monsters. The whole body materials of the 2 twin-tailed tiger cat monsters were sold for a total of 25 million. Xiao Dingguo looked at everyone. During the hunting process, Xiao Yu and Li exceeded the main force. If not unexpectedly, Xiao Yu and Li Chao each had 30% of the money of the 2-tailed tiger cat. Everyone contributed a lot in this battle, so the remaining 40% should be shared equally by the other 5, right? Quote. Everyone nodded. In other words, Xiao Yu and Li Chao each received 7.5 million, and the others each received 2 million. After Xiao Dingguo entered the data, the 4-headed beast generals, tiger mastiffs, and dogs were sold for a total of 40 million. Li Chao and Lu Yuanping contributed equally, and each get 30%, and the rest will share the remaining 40% equally. No objection. Everyone nodded. Li Chao and Lu Yuanping each received 12 million, and the others received 3.2 million each. Xiao Dingguo said with a smile, the price of the high-level tiger mastiff is 60 million. I played the main role in this battle, and others also blocked the herd, so I got 60%, and the others distributed the remaining 40%. That means I get 36 million and you each get 4 million. Finally, there are 2 Beast General level bloodthirsty tanks, with a total of 60 million. Lu Yuanping and I each have 30%, and you both share 40%. Xiao Dingguo smiled slightly and said, in other words, Lu Yuanping and I each get 18 million, and you guys each get 4.8 million. All in all, I am 88.2 million, Lu Yuanping is 65.5 million, Li Chao is 55 million, Xiao Yu is 42.5 million, Zhuo Yan is 38.64 million, Zhuo Zan is 38.8 million, and Zhang Xiaoyang is 37.3 million. I'll divide the money first and transfer it to each of your accounts. Xiao Dingguo said with a smile, and in front of everyone, he transferred the money he had received previously through the Jagged team's public account one by one to everyone's account. Everyone in the team knows the account password of the public account. Generally, when money is earned, it will be distributed immediately. This time, our harvest is a little worse than usual, but our goal can be considered achieved. Xiao Dingguo said with a smile. Xiao Yu's strength has been stabilized and he has reached the junior warrior level. Next time we can go to more dangerous cities. Uncle Lu said. That's right, there was a lot of time between the last time we went out and this time. Everyone should have a good rest after returning to the base city this time. That afternoon, Xiao Dingguo and the other 6 took the train back to the base city. In the end, Xiao Dingguo agreed to Xiao Yu's request, mainly because the monsters in County No 0231 were very weak. As long as they didn't rush in, Xiao Yu's general level strength would basically not be in danger. Xiao Yu rested alone in the supply area for 2 days. During these 2 days, he began to practice the second level of the 9-level Thunder Sword. With the perfect understanding of the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, he has already gained some experience in practicing the second level. The secret of the 9-layer Thunder Blade is speed. What is the fastest in this world? Lightning and thunder. But the closest thing to the 9-layer Thunder Blade is thunder and lightning. Today, Xiao Yu is practicing the sword to pursue the feeling in his heart, the feeling of lightning and thunder. The extremely condensed power that bursts out instantly. Xiao Yu's sword light is seen vertically, slashing, lifting, and horizontally, just like a stream of light passing by. After getting familiar with the sword skills, body skills and guiding skills of the second level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, he began his own practice. After breakfast, Xiao Yu put on his combat uniform and carried his sword, and left the warrior supply base. Today, the sky is gloomy. The weather is cool. Xiao Yu did not draw his sword, but strode forward in the wilderness. The wilderness ahead might have been fertile land in the past, but after decades, it is now overgrown with weeds. Xiao Yu found a road with shorter weeds and moved forward. Crossing the wilderness and walking quickly along the dilapidated highway for more than half an hour, he arrived at County 0231. Puff. Xiao Yu cut open the tail of a tiger mastiff, took out the tendon and put it in his backpack. From the supply base to the county town, although it was only a short distance of nearly 100 miles, Xiao Yu had killed more than 10 ordinary beast soldier level monsters, obtained the materials on them, and used the system to devour the remaining corpses. It's so cool to hunt alone. You can make money and earn wish points. It can be said that improving strength and making money are both possible. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, walking in a dilapidated residential area. There are many monsters lurking in this deserted community. When Xiao Yu looked up, he saw the figure of a monster on the 4th floor of a residential building in front of him. Officially begin. Xiao Yu suddenly kicked the ground, and with a loud bang, the concrete floor cracked, like a cannonball directly ejected to the 4th floor balcony, and killed it with just one knife. On the first day, he hunted 60 beast soldier level monsters and obtained 2,200 wish points. 3 days later, Xiao Yu entered the supply base with a bulging bag of important monster materials. No mistakes, 1 sentence, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar. Xiao Yu, are you alone? At the gate of the base, the guard looked at the information displayed by the scanning device and looked at Xiao Yu at the gate in surprise. You followed the Iron Blood team before, why are you alone? Practicing alone, give me the key quickly. Xiao Yu said with a smile. The guard smiled and handed over a key, H655, you are alone. So the allocation is a small townhouse. Before, the Iron Blood team was a team, and that was allocated a relatively large villa, and the residence for one person alone was naturally much smaller. By the way, my last name is Wang, just call me Brother Wang. You are welcome to sell me the monster materials you hunted. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Okay, take a look. Xiao Yu took the key and put down his backpack. Well, it seems that you killed 201 monsters this time, most of which are high-level beast soldiers. 1.6 million, how about it? Okay, in these 3 days, Xiao Yu has obtained a total of 5,600 wish points. Time has passed day by day. Since Xiao Yu has been hiding in this county town No. 0231 for a long time. A large number of monsters in this county town have suffered. Xiao Yu is not like other warriors who kill them and withdraw important materials. Instead, after taking the materials, he will devour their bodies. Every time Xiao Yu obtains abundant wish points, he enters the supply base with a bulging bag of important monster materials. Xiao Yu returns to the supply base almost every 3 days. When Xiao Yu came back for the second time, well, it seems that you have killed 225 monsters in the past few days, most of which are high-level beast soldiers, 1.8 million. How is it? Wang Wei at the supply base said. When Xiao Yu came back for the 4th time, you have killed 242 monsters in the past few days, most of which are high-level beast soldiers, 2 million. How is it? When Xiao Yu came back for the 7th time, this thorn actually killed 260 monsters, more than a dozen more than last time, most of which are high-level beast soldiers, 2.1 million. In the past 20 days, he killed nearly 1,500 monsters in total, basically all of which are high-level beast soldiers. The reason for this is that the cost-effectiveness of killing high-level beast soldiers is relatively high. Xiao Yu plans to end his practice. After resting for 2 days after returning, he will continue to go out with the Iron Blood team. The system checks the status of wish fulfillment. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Physical fitness reaches the 5th level of apprentice close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment status. 55,707 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The train is about to arrive at the station. Passengers leaving the station, please prepare your belongings. The conductor's recorded voice echoed in the carriage, and with a bang, the carriage door opened. Go home, Xiao Yu thought to himself. The train station was crowded with people, full of popularity. This time he spent about a month in the wilderness area, and he stayed alone for more than 20 days. The wilderness area was desolate and dilapidated everywhere, and those cities had long been in a mess. A large number of monsters were entrenched, and Xiao Yu had to be careful at all times, fearing that he would be surrounded by the beasts. Only the base city. This is the safe living area for humans. This is where civilization exists. Base city, the last base of human society. Xiao Yu had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. Even for the sake of this base of human society, warriors with stronger power should really stand up. Like me, I can easily hunt ordinary beast soldier level monsters, and even primary beast general level monsters can be easily killed. But for ordinary humans, even if there are 1,000 people, equipped with weapons, it is extremely dangerous to face beast general level monsters. After the train battle, Xiao Yu called his mother in advance and took the vehicle occupied by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall back to his home in Mingyu Community, Yongzhou City. Chapter 16 Rapidly Improving Strength. Mingyu Community, Xiao Yu's training room. Two figures kept changing, like two phantoms. One of them was nearly twice as fast as the other, but they fought equally. The slower figure was like a prophet, always able to anticipate the opponent's attack and prepare countermeasures in advance, so even if the speed was much slower, it could always use the opponent's actions to anticipate the enemy. Good boy, although your speed is far worse than mine, your combat awareness is too strong, and you can actually keep up with my rhythm. Xiao Donghua smiled and said, okay, practice by yourself. Practicing with you, I feel that I have lived in vain for more than 20 years. When the two practiced just now, Xiao Donghua only used the speed of the advanced general level but did not use the corresponding fist power. He only used the fist power of the primary general level. Otherwise, with Xiao Yu's body, one punch would have done it. Haha, Xiao Yu laughed, Dad, you believe your son this time. Little pervert. Xiao Donghua walked out with a smile and scolded. Then I will act alone in the future. Xiao Yu said. Well, except for special missions. Xiao Donghua finally agreed to Xiao Yu's request. Since his strength was enough, he would give him freedom. After seeing that he was the only one in the room, Xiao Yu was very happy. The system fulfilled the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is being fulfilled, close black lens bracket. An unprecedented energy filled Xiao Yu's body. All the cells in his body were transformed, becoming stronger and more resilient, and containing more energy. Even the nervous system was transformed and optimized. Faster reaction speed, muscles are more powerful, bones are harder, and skin is more resilient. After a while, open black lens bracket. The first wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. I am already an intermediate warrior, with a punching force of 16,000 kilograms and a speed of 130 meters per second. Xiao Yu thought to himself. The strength is improving quickly, and it takes a few days to adapt. What can be done now is to improve the realm of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. The system sets the wish to perfectly comprehend the second level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Open black lens bracket. Setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host, Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. First wish. Perfectly comprehend the second level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wish fulfillment. 48,708,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Since the wish points are still sufficient, then the wish will be fulfilled. The system will fulfill the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is being fulfilled, close black lens bracket. A stream of comprehension about the second level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade entered Xiao Yu's mind, and he suddenly realized it as if he had opened his mind. At the same time, the energy was optimizing his body, making his physique stronger. The second level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade can exert 210% of its strength. If his physique is not strong enough, he may not be able to use the 9-layer Thunder Blade for a few times, and his body may have problems. It is impossible to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of his own every time he fights. Open black lens bracket. The first wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu stood up immediately with excitement, holding the Silver Moon Battle Blade, and swung a knife directly forward. The speed of the knife was only relatively fast when it just moved. But in an instant, the speed of the knife increased. Increased again. Increased twice in a row. The knife cut through the air. Boom! A sonic boom sounded and the knife cut through the air. Xiao Yu felt that the two dark forces of the second level of his 9-layer Thunder Blade could not only complete 2 accelerations, but also control the acceleration time at will, and even change the angle, so that the traces of the knife would form a zigzag, and the power would not be reduced. It can be said to be changeable and weird. It makes it more difficult to predict in advance. Although the system will improve his understanding of the swordsmanship, even the artistic conception can be directly transmitted, but what if the system is gone one day or the system loses its function in some places? He can't always rely on the system, many things still need to rely on himself to climb higher peaks. The system sets the first wish to perfectly comprehend the third level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Those who need to train should be trained, and those who need to rely on should still be relied on for the time being. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiaoyu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Perfectly comprehend the third level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment status, 40,712 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Although he had enough wish points, he still had to wait until he had adapted to the current change in strength. Woo, the sword was erratic. One sword, another sword. Swinging the sword again and again. He felt the sword skills of the 9-layer Thunder Sword more and more deeply. Immersed in this kind of training, physical fatigue could not affect Xiaoyu's mental excitement at all. He swung the sword again and again, and his sword skills became more and more proficient. In just 2 days, he adapted to the current surge in strength. He could perfectly control every bit of strength in his body again. After finishing the training, he planned to go out and relax. Luo Feng happened to be in Mingyu community, so he asked him to go to HR Alliance for a drink. HR Alliance Mall in the main urban area of Zhongnan Base City. In the bar, Xiaoyu and Luo Feng were lazily lying on the sofa. There were more than a dozen empty wine glasses and a few remaining wine glasses on the table. Luo Feng, I heard that you found the injured hunter. Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Yes, the price of this hunter is not low, but one of our Fire Hammer team members lost an arm when hunting this monster. Luo Feng said with a somewhat angry look. What happened? Xiaoyu asked. When we hunting the Silver Moon murderer, we encountered the sneak attack of the Hoya team in the Thunder Pavilion. Zhang Ke lost his right arm in order to save the captain. Luo Feng looked ahead and said, although it is legendary, the water of life, can make the broken arm rebirth, but the price of that and other items is too high, a total of 30 billion Huasha coins, or are there no market? Quote. Xiaoyu did not expect that even if he had interrupted the grievances between Zhang Haobai and Luo Feng, he did not expect that Luo Feng was still on the bar with the Hoya team. However, it is normal to think that, with the degree of greed of the Hoya team, how can we let go of the wealth like the hunting hunter who has been seriously injured? Hoya team, I have some understanding. Captain Panya and One-Eyed are both intermediate generals. In addition, they also have 2 junior war generals and 2 senior soldiers. One of the senior soldiers is Zhang Zehu. Zhang Haobai's uncle. This strength is still good. Xiaoyu's eyes contained disgust and said, unfortunately, this group of guys have no rules in the wilderness, they specialize in stealing chickens and dogs, specializing in the robbery of the martial arts team. Quote. Zhang Haobai, what is it? Luo Feng said, although it is said that the warrior was restricted in the base city, but in the wilderness, it was basically the king of strength. Today, Luo Feng, who is not even a martial arts, is not attentive. Luo Feng, such a person, although there is no strength, may not be a matter, but it may be bad, and this guy likes to operate specializing in the specialty, although the strength is slowly strong now, but your family. Xiaoyu decided to wake up Luo Feng. Yeah, my family is also ordinary people. Luo Feng's words were full of worry. But they all live in a martial arts community, and they will not have problems under normal circumstances. Xiaoyu comforted again. Luo Feng's face was white and red. Don't say this, come, take another one. Xiaoyu took the glass on the table and said, looking at us on the pinnacle. Toast. Drive all evil forces and protect the family and friends around him. Luo Feng also held up a glass of wine. Luo Feng's words are the motivation of becoming a strong man in this world, because he wants to protect his relatives and friends, he constantly becomes stronger. Seeing Luo Feng stare at a beautiful girl in the front desk of the lobby, Xiaoyu laughed and asked, how? I like people, let me see who is. Why is it familiar? Luo Feng smiled and didn't speak. It is default. Well, isn't this Shu Xin of the Our Alliance Shu family? His brother seems to be a son, dragged like a 2,580,000, called Shu Gang, Xiaoyu reminded. The Shu family is the 12 of the Our Alliance in the country. One of the families, you have to grasp a little bit. His brother is a guy who wants to be happy, and he will not care if his sister is happy. Xiaoyu remembers that in the original book, Shu Gang can be said to be a complete sister as a chip. He does not care about the existence of his heart. He has arranged a blind date for his sister many times. After Luo Feng enters the God of War training camp, in order to protect the interests of his family he married Candies. What? Luo Feng was taken aback, there is still this kind of brother. Then you don't pass it, talk more, let her take the heart to recognize you, and it will be easy in the future. Xiao Yu proposed. Okay, then I passed. Luo Fengxing hurriedly passed. On the bar, Xu Xin, wearing a white shirt like a professional woman, was talking with some warriors. Suddenly, she inadvertently saw a figure walking towards the bar. With a closer look, Xu Xin's eyes could not help passing by a little surprise. There is no mistake, 1619, one book, a book. Luo Feng, Xu Xin shouted with a smile. Xu Xin, Luo Feng laughed next to the bar, give me a cup of pu'er tea, right, is there time? Our old classmates talk. Xu Xin Lu Wei Kai Yi Yi Sha, Xiao La Xiao Ju A Peng Bian De Ling Wai Yi Wei Fu Wu Sheng Zhu Tuo Li Yi Sheng, Sui Hu Bian Zhou Chu La Ba Tai Xiao Dao, Jin Tian J Bian K Ren Bu Duo Bu Suan Meng, Zhou Ba, Luo Feng, Ku Na Bian Chat. Quote. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Xu Xin were relatively sit up and continued to talk. Luo Feng, this boy is really a lucky goddess. Xiao Yu suddenly came to the two of them. Ah, you are so familiar, Xu Xin asked in surprise. Xiao Yu, Caps of Xu Xin doesn't remember me. Xiao Yu laughed. Xiao Yu, the cousin of Aunt Jingyi's house. Xu Xin said uncertainly. Yes, Xiao Yu said, you two turned out to be relatives. Luo Feng next to him was even more surprised. In his heart, he thought about it, and he was a brother with Xiao Yu. If he was married to Xu Xin, wouldn't he want to call Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu laughed. I have seen it a few times when I was a kid. After restoring the memory of the past life, his memory was amazing. He even urinated several times when he was 3 years old, and the feeling of urinating beds was clear. It seems that when he was 6 years old, it has been more than 10 years, and you have become a lot of cousin. It's not like when you were a child. At that time, you were so fat. Xu Xin said jokingly. When I was young, I was not fat at all, and it was at most robust. 6 years old, still strong. Xu Xin laughed, without a little lady, maybe he met his loved ones. Xiao Yu and Luo Feng also laughed. At this time, a young man in a black shirt and black trousers wore a black shirt and black trousers. When he swept his eyes, he saw Xu Xin and Luo Feng in the corner of the bar. Who chat with Xiaoxin? The young man frowned slightly and looked closely. One of them seems to be Luo Feng, one of the 3 senior students in the school where Xiaoxin High School is located. High school, he knows very well, and he has seen the information. The young man sneered. A few days ago, when eating at home, Xiaoxin also mentioned this Luo Feng. It turned out that the two of them had been in contact with. The young man walked to the other side of the bar and sat down silently. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu and Xu Xin were very happy. Someone seemed to call Xu Xin over the bar. Xu Xin stood up and apologized. Cousin, Luo Feng, I'm sorry, I'm busy first. Go, don't care about us. Luo Feng and Xiao Yu said. Xiaoxin, these two are your friends. At this time, a male voice sounded, and Luo Feng turned around and saw a young man who was handsome and Xu Xin stood beside him. Xin looked at Luo Feng with a smile. Xu Xin was surprised. Brother, you came to the mall today. By the way, this is my old classmate Luo Feng, and this is Xiao Yu, the cousin of Aunt Jingyi's house. Brother, I am busy first. Let's talk together. Quote. When Xu Xin walked, he gave Xiao Yu a look. He understood this look that made him reconcile. Okay, you go. The young man nodded with a smile and turned his head to look at the two. Hello, introduce yourself, I am Xu Xin's brother Xu Gang. Cousin, hello, Xiao Yu said, although the cousin was not filial, but he had to recognize him. Hello, Luo Feng laughed. Although Xiao Yu had just stopped talking about the future sister-in-law, he still had to maintain his surface politeness, at least he could not let him catch this handle. Hello, Xiao Yu's cousin. Xu Gang sat down with a smile. I heard that you are a genius. It's okay, I have also heard of Xu Gang's cousin's name. Xiao Yu pointed at Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng is my good buddy. When Xiao Yu spoke, his eyes kept staring at Xu Gang, with a trace of killing in his eyes. There was a tendency to sue each other's parents. Haha, Luo Feng, hello. Shu Gang sat down with a smile. I have heard of Luo Feng's name. My sister studied in high school, and it is said that there were only 3 senior martial arts students at the time, and you were you. One of them, and I listened to my sister, said, "Are you already a formal warrior now?" Quote. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Xiao Yu laughed. Luo Feng's current strength is at least there are senior soldiers. Xiao Yu intends to raise Luo Feng's position in Shu Gang's heart, trying to weaken his obstacles with Shu Xin. At the same time, he did not want his cheap cousin to look forward to the second goods in the future. In fact, it greatly lowered the image of the Shu family. Ah, it's really amazing, the 18-year-old senior soldier. Shu Gang sighed and smiled. My sister is at school. Is it particularly low-key? It's very low-key, no one can see how rich her family is. Luo Feng also laughed. At the time, Shu Xin was indeed a simple and quiet girl. Shu Gang's smile on his face was in full bloom. Haha, in fact, my grandfather worried that the young lady at home was having a temper, so she just wanted her sister to enter ordinary schools, not noble schools. Let her feel at a close distance with the general public. Life now. Luo Feng nodded. It seems that you already know. Shu Gang said with emotion. In fact, this big family also has the troubles of big families, such as a big marriage event. Sometimes it is not as expected. Just like my sister, there are many now. There are a lot of excellent young people are pursuing my sister. That Guo Hai is also thick-skinned. Shu Gang shook his head and cursed. Isn't it a war general martial arts? He really thought he was a gadget. My Shu family was also a bit of a status in the world. The young lady in the family, marry a warrior who is not sure. Luo Feng may be tolerated, but Xiao Yu couldn't stand it. Brother Shu Gang, what are you say? What is not good for the warrior? It is the guardian of the warrior that allows ordinary people in the base city to enjoy peace. If you say this, I will tell your grandpa to see him. Will it be the law of you? Xiao Yu said justly. Being a brother, I don't want my sister to live a stable life. Shu Gang sighed. Compared to a warrior, this young master with huge wealth, with my sister, can be regarded as a door-to-door. With my brother like you, Shu Xin's cousin didn't know that it was mildew in a few life. Xiao Yu said angrily. Luo Feng, let's go, I can't stay for a moment. Hit him. Quote. Xiao Yu pulled Luo Feng to leave, and Luo Feng broke away. Master Shu Gang and Shu, your Shu family is really amazing, and can control a group of war general warriors. Luo Feng smiled. However, you do and know if you can make a war god strong. What about going? Quote. I don't know, can you meet the existence of the gods of war? See the meeting. Luo Feng said. Shu Gang's face was ugly. Xiao Yu gave Luo Feng a thumbs up. Master Shu Gang, we are friends. I remind you, don't look down on warriors. Luo Feng looked at Shu Gang. After that, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng turned around and walked out of Our Alliance. Luo Feng, only strength is the ultimate power in the world. Xiao Yu looked at Luo Feng and said. Chapter 17. Senior General. Since returning from the HR Alliance, Luo Feng has become even more diligent, with a raging fire in his heart. Soon, he will go to 0231 County alone to practice swordsmanship and body skills. After returning home, Xiao Yu continued to practice step by step, first practicing the 3rd level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. With the experience of practicing in his previous life, he quickly entered a state of calmness, and his state of mind was like that clear crystal. At least at this moment, it was like this. Without any distractions, he devoted himself to practicing the sword. Xiao Yu practiced for a while, then stood there frowning and thinking hard, occasionally gesturing twice, and then continued to practice the sword, then stopped to think, and then practiced the sword again. Occasionally, he would pick up the 9-layer Thunder Blade practice experience and take a look, and then continue to practice. Just like doing questions in middle school, he kept studying, and looked at the reference book when he encountered difficult problems. Over time, after having the experience of perfect comprehension of the first 2 levels, Xiao Yu's progress in practicing the 3rd level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade was rapid. In less than 3 days, he almost found the way to a breakthrough. This time, he still chose to advance through the system. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is being fulfilled, close black lens bracket. With the continuous strengthening of his physical strength, everything in the third level opened up to him. It's not just his swordsmanship and body skills that have improved. Even the 9-layer Hunyuan guiding technique has been upgraded to the third level, and his cultivation speed has doubled again. The perfect understanding of the first 2 levels has doubled the improvement of the cultivation speed, and now it has doubled again. Open black lens bracket. The first wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. In the third level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, he can exert 280% of his strength. Xiao Yu stood up, holding the silver moon battle blade, and suddenly a cold light lit up in the entire hall, with a faint trace of strange fluctuations, like a lightning bolt. Puff, the air actually produced a strange shock wave like sonic boom. Xiao Yu widened his eyes and was stunned. The speed of the knife actually reached the speed of sound. For a whole morning, he kept familiarizing himself with the third level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, trying to explore all possibilities, including applying the force-generating skills to his body movements. For example, applying it at the start, at the landing stage, when accelerating, when turning, when stopping suddenly, etc. These not only made his sword skills weird, but also his flowing light body movements were extremely weird. Okay, the system sets the first wish to reach the 6th level of apprentice physical fitness. After getting familiar with the growth of strength, it is time to increase strength again. Open black lens bracket. Host, Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. First wish, physical fitness reaches the 6th level of apprentice. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wish fulfillment, 30,000 16,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. High-level warriors need 16,000 points, and it is estimated that the junior war god needs 32,000 points. What about the planetary level and star level? The estimated number is unimaginable. In addition, there are various comprehension of skills, domains, and laws. If you want to quickly improve your strength, which one does not require wish points? The number required in the middle stage will be astronomical. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is being fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu suddenly felt as if he was soaked in endless energy. After his strength was raised to the intermediate general, his perception was much stronger than before. He could sense that these energies were indeed much more advanced than the genetic energy, but he could not understand the root of these energies. Just like in his previous life, although he wanted to explore, he could not explore. Perhaps his strength was not enough. After his strength reached a certain level, he believed that he would eventually understand these. Although this energy was advanced, it was extremely gentle to Xiao Yu who was in it. After acting on his body, he felt transparent and extremely comfortable. Deep into the bone marrow, the energy constantly changed Xiao Yu's body, optimized the cell structure, and improved the gene chain. Not only did it improve his physique, it also rapidly increased his reaction speed. The only thing that did not increase his combat experience and instincts. A moment later, open black lens bracket. The first wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. He is already a high-level general level warrior, and he is also a general warrior who can exert 2.8 times the force. Under the 9-fold Thunder Blade, his strength is comparable to that of a war god without power-generating skills. But is there a junior war god who can't learn power-generating skills? In fact, there is no such thing. It can only be said that he is the top among the general-level warriors. This time, the increase in his body is not small, from the basic power of 16,000 kg to 32,000 kg, which has doubled. His control over the power in his body has decreased a lot. If you can't perfectly control your own power, even a high-level general may not be able to beat a mid-level general who has perfect self-control. Constantly draw the knife, retract the knife, chop, cut horizontally, lift up, chop diagonally, cut in an arc, etc., and perform body movements one by one. In the training room of 150 square meters. Puff, the sonic boom in the air continued, and Xiao Yu's figure was almost everywhere in the entire training room. Now his basic speed has reached 190 meters per second. Under the third level of the 9-fold Thunder Blade, his speed can already cause a sonic boom. After 5 days of training, he was finally able to perfectly control every bit of strength in his body. At this time, his father had gone out to hunt in City 003. City 003 was the economic center of the entire Wuxia country before the Great Nirvana, the former Shanghai city. It is close to the ocean and can be said to be one of the most terrifying areas in the entire Eurasian region. The monsters here are of higher levels. There are many beast general level monsters, and there are many lord level monsters here. There are even monsters that surpass the lord level. In the wilderness area, danger means money. The more dangerous the place, the greater the wealth. The monsters themselves are huge wealth. The grass and tree spirits that may be contained in them are even more precious. That is a treasure that can allow the war god to be promoted to the planetary level. So a large number of top warriors ran here to adventure. Of course, they were not for the illusory grass and tree spirits. If there were any, they would have been taken away by stronger people in advance. Nowadays, only places like the Australian fog area that are particularly dangerous and rarely visited by people have some grass and tree spirits. These top warriors come here to resist monsters and kill as many sea monsters that run to the shore as possible. Thinking of sea monsters, Xiao Yu thought of the several disasters that the earth would encounter after the golden horned monster descended on the earth, and he thought of his mother as an ordinary person. In such a disaster, even warriors were killed and injured, not to mention ordinary people. We still have to find a way to improve my mother's strength. He couldn't help but think of a drink, Purple Light Dew, a magical drink that can make a senior student a warrior with 15 milliliters. And the price of this item is not expensive, only 10 black dragon coins can buy 1 liter. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to try whether the wish system can make it come true. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. The first wish of the system is to obtain 1 liter of Purple Light Dew. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Obtain 1 kilogram of Purple Light Dew close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish fulfillment. 14,000 10,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Achieve the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is being realized. Close black lens bracket. In a grocery store in Keelongsheng, Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the owner was weighing a 50 milliliters bottle of purple liquid for the customer. The shopkeeper was surprised. Why are there 30 bottles missing from the box? I remember there were 1,000 bottles. How come there are only 970 bottles now? Maybe you remembered it wrong. The customer said suspiciously. This is a closed space, and there is no alarm on the alarm device in the store, which means there is no space turbulence or something like that. Open black lens bracket. The first wish has been fulfilled, please accept it. Close black lens bracket. Release it into the plastic bucket in front of you. Xiao Yu held a 5-liter transparent mineral water bucket in his hand. The transparent mineral water bucket in his hand sank, and dozens of special bottles containing purple liquid appeared in the water bucket. The sword in Xiao Yu's hand flashed, cut the top of the bottle, and took out the bottles of Purple Light Dew one by one. There were exactly 30 bottles, each bottle was 50 milliliters. There were some rune-like things on the bottle, which did not look like words on earth. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket. The system has fulfilled 10 wishes for the host. The system started to upgrade automatically, and the upgrade time was half an hour. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The system is upgrading, close black lens bracket. The system has been upgraded. I wonder if it will fully restore the system's functions. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. He picked up a bottle of Purple Light Dew, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it in one gulp. It tasted good, although it had no effect on him. When I have enough wish points in the future, I can use it to make drinks. He put the 29 bottles of Purple Light Dew on the ground in the box one by one, and Xiao Yu came downstairs with the box. Mom, I'll show you a treasure. Xiao Yu shouted. What treasure? Mother Shu Jingyi asked in confusion. It's a medicine that can improve the physique of ordinary people. What? The spirit of plants and trees. As a branch of the Shu family, the mother also knew some treasures that could improve the physique of ordinary people, such as the spirit of plants and trees, but those things were too rare and precious, and even in the most prosperous period of the Shu family, they were rarely available. Such items are basically only available to war god level warriors. Even if they are obtained by chance by low-level warriors, who would not treasure them. No, it's the Purple Light Dew, a liquid that can make senior students evolve into junior warriors. I just tasted it and it tastes pretty good, Xiao Yu said with a smile. He put the box on the table and took out a bottle with purple light. This packaging looks good, Mother Shu Jingyi sighed. This bottle is 50 milliliters, which is actually enough for 3 senior students to evolve into warriors. Xiao Yu said, Mom, you are just an ordinary person now. Dilute 5 milliliters with warm water each time before drinking. When your physical fitness improves, swallow 15 milliliters at a time to become a junior warrior. Okay, my son is really filial. Mother Shu Jingyi said happily, then what are you going to do with the rest? I'm going to take 3 bottles to Luo Feng's family. There should be 25 bottles left. Let my father deal with it. Xiao Yu thought for a while and said. His father has many brothers and sisters, 4 brothers and sisters. Now Xiao Yu's peers have 8 people. After Xiao Yu and his family get married, there will be more people below. Of course, maybe by then, the Earth will have entered the cosmic age, and they won't care about these purple light dews anymore, but it is still very important to the Xiao family now. For example, it can help the younger generation build a good foundation in advance, and then take the assessment after their physical fitness exceeds the standard of a quasi-warrior. Open black lens bracket system upgrade successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please check the system update content yourself. Close black lens bracket. Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi took the purple light dew for 2 consecutive days, and her physical fitness improved to the advanced student level. Xiao Yu thought of Luo Feng. It is already September 28th, and Luo Feng should not have gone out yet. I remember that he went to 0231 County on October 7th to practice crazily. Chapter 18 Demonstration of the 9-layered Thunder Blade. Mingyu Community in Yongzhou City, at the door of Luo Feng's villa. Bang bang, Xiao Yu kept knocking on the door of Luo Feng's house. Who is it? Luo's mother Gong Xinlin asked. Auntie, it's me, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng's friend. Xiao Yu replied. It's Xiao Yu. The door of the villa opened quickly, and Luo's mother Gong Xinlin let Xiao Yu in and sat down in the living room. Xiao Feng, your friend is here. Luo's mother Gong Xinlin shouted upstairs. Come down right away. Luo Feng replied upstairs, and the banging stopped at the same time. Auntie, don't bother, I've been here so many times. Xiao Yu looked at Gong Xinlin pouring tea and serving fruit. It can be clearly seen that the life of the Luo family is getting better and better. Not only are the living supplies at home better, but a nanny has also been hired. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Luo Feng was a little confused. Why, can't you come over and take a look if you have nothing to do? Xiao Yu said jokingly, besides, I'm Luo Hua's partner. Yes, of course not. Luo Feng pretended to hit Xiao Yu in the chest. Xiao Yu reacted quickly, and caught Luo Feng's fist with a slight lift of his left hand. Although he changed speed once in the middle, he still couldn't escape the fate of being caught. Hey, brother, not bad, Luo Feng praised, let's go to my training room to practice when we have time. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, he also wanted to fight with Luo Feng. The two of them walked towards the second floor. Drink tea before going up. Luo's mother Gong Xinlin complained, not to Xiao Yu, but to Luo Feng. Auntie, it's okay, come down and drink later, it won't get cold. Xiao Yu smiled. He was going to beat Luo Feng with warm tea. The two soon came to Luo Feng's training room of about 100 square meters. Before fighting, let's talk about business first. Xiao Yu saw Luo Feng was about to start, and hurriedly stopped him. Okay, just fight. Luo Feng just wanted to find someone to spar with, and now he has someone, so how can he not seize the opportunity? Xiao Yu took out a beautifully packaged box from the backpack behind him and gave it to Luo Feng. What is this? Luo Feng took it in confusion. This is purple light dew, a total of 3 bottles, 50 milliliters each. Xiao Yu said. What is purple light dew? Luo Feng was puzzled, he had never heard of this thing. This is what I got by chance, it should be an alien item, you see the words on the package are not like the words on our Earth. Xiao Yu opened the package and took out a bottle. Then Xiao Yu explained the purpose and usage of purple light dew to Luo Feng. That's good. My family's strength can also be improved to the primary warrior level, so they can have a certain self-protection ability. Luo Feng said happily, thank you. Brother. Come on, let's spar. Let you make the first move. Xiao Yu said with a posture. After all, the two were sparring, of course they were bare-handed, without weapons and without wearing combat uniforms. Okay. As soon as Luo Feng's voice fell, he stepped forward and came to Xiao Yu's side, punching his throat. Good boy, you know the weak points when you spar. Xiao Yu smiled. He clenched his left hand and instantly came to his chest, tightly grasping Luo Feng's fist. He loosened it with force, and Luo Feng's body was about to lose balance. He quickly adjusted, and seeing that his fist was tightly grasped, he attacked Xiao Yu's abdomen with another fist at an extremely hidden angle. As if Xiao Yu had predicted it in advance, he bent his right leg and slightly raised it to block Luo Feng's attack. Luo Feng, whose fist was blocked, kicked his right leg hard, and he turned around Xiao Yu in a circle. In order not to really hurt Luo Feng, Xiao Yu loosened his fist. Without looking behind, he kicked back with his right foot, kicking Luo Feng, who wanted to sneak attack from behind and sending him flying backwards. The force used by Xiao Yu in this kick was only at the advanced warrior level, equivalent to Luo Feng, and would not hurt him, but it was estimated that he would not feel good either. Come again. Bang, bang. In the field, the fists and feet of the two kept colliding. Xiao Yu had been on the passive defense, countering the moves, and had not taken the initiative to attack once. His strength was still at the advanced warrior level, comparable to Luo Feng. That was even more terrifying. Luo Feng even used the power-generating skills of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, but still could not gain the upper hand. Okay, Luo Feng, I'm going to take the initiative to attack. Watch how the 9-layer Thunder Blade is used, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu's figure suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of Luo Feng. This was the effect of the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade on the body movement. Xiao Yu punched Luo Feng in the face. Although the fist was not fast at the beginning, Luo Feng did not pay much attention to it. But when the fist was about to attack him, it suddenly accelerated and caught Luo Feng off guard, and the defensive action just now was a beat slower. His left eye was hit hard and suddenly turned into a panda eye. Xiao Yu, you used the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade this time, why is it different from what I used? Luo Feng asked. Yes, it is the first level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. The 9-layer Thunder Blade is a force-generating technique, which can be used not only in swordsmanship, but also in boxing and body movements. Xiao Yu explained. If you want to use the 9-layer Thunder Blade well, you must be able to perfectly master this force-generating technique. When you use it, you can naturally turn slow into fast, and fast into faster, which will produce more changes. And this is only the first level. What if it is the second, third, or even the 9th level? After listening, Luo Feng had a sperm in his eyes. He had this feeling before. Now Xiao Yu showed it out, just like the street lights opened a new door. Come, I'll show the second weight. Xiao Yu decided to open the second threshold for Luo Feng in advance. Xiao Yu showed the second rowing body. Under the dual force, the transformation of the body was more weird. When I was close to Luo Feng, the other glance at him was a punch again. When the fist was stretched halfway, it suddenly slowed once, and the moment he reached his eyes, he accelerated rapidly. Even if he only used the power of an intermediate soldier, the effect was okay. Senior soldiers. Luo Feng also tried to avoid it and still failed. Damn, I will go out tomorrow. Luo Feng sighed. At this moment, Luo Feng really turned into a panda eye. The darkness of the 9 heavy thunder knives is a kind of force skills. Now the weight is still low, and the physical cultivation can follow, but if it reaches the 3rd, 4th, and even the 9th, the most 7 times of strength, you cannot blindly pursue the rigidity, so that the body will not be able to stand it in the end. The timing of strength can not only send extra 2 forces at one time, or send out the strength separately. Xiao Yu subsequently exhibited the various applications of the 9 heavy thunder knives many times, showing all the exhibition. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Great, Luo Feng said. Thank you, brother. You are polite. Since it is a brother, it must be helpful. Xiao Yu laughed. Go down to drink tea. Luo Feng laughed. Go. Xiao Yu nodded. In the living room downstairs, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng kept talking about various insights in the wilderness area. Luo's mother and Luo's father listed next to them were very godly. When they encountered interest, they asked questions. Brother Xiao, you asked me to cast the money to me. It has grown very well. It has risen by 30% for more than a month. Luo Hua heard Xiao Yu coming and sat on the seat and took the elevator. It's right. Rest assured, Shalwa, I heard that you have a girlfriend. What? Xiao Yu asked. Okay, where is it? Luo Hua said, sometimes you have to show your strength, and at the same time, you must trust each other. Only by experiencing a difficult relationship can it last long. Xiao Yu spread his experience as if he came over. Everyone nodded, and Xiao Yu was still a single man. He only cares about cultivation and rescue in the previous life, and now he is busy learning in cultivation. When did you find one by yourself? Xiao Yu thought. After chatting in Luofeng's living room for an hour, Xiao Yu went home to accompany her mother. Tomorrow he will also go to the city No 003 to practice. With his current strength, monsters who go all out to deal with the strength of the primary lord level are not a problem. After the system upgraded before, he has not come and view the specific content. System viewing upgrade content. Open black lens bracket. System upgrade content is as follows. Close black lens bracket. 1. Increase the number of desire tasks to 2. Increase the distance of 10 meters away from the wishing point. 3. Added copper coins, wish silver coins, and wishes gold coins. The specific exchange ratio is 1 wish gold coin equals 10,000 wishes silver coins equals 100 million wishes copper coins equals 1 trillion wishes. It seems that there are a lot of content this time. Xiao Yu carefully studied the upgrade of this system. At present, he can set 3 wishes at one time, so that the plan test can be used to obtain the difference between the items and the ability to obtain the ability. He also cares about the second article of the system upgrade, which means that he can obtain it through system swallowing without contacting the body of the monster. If he continues to explore, he will find the function of the system. He can absorb any non-live body with genetic original energy within 10 meters, which means that he can absorb any part of the monster corpse, which means that it will be collected in the future. All parts are devoured, and the remaining parts are important materials that can be used. As for the last one, it is simple. Before that, if you reach the universe, if you want to improve a certain ability, the number of desire points must be an astronomical number. System setting. The first desire is the improvement of physical quality to the 7th order of apprentices. Set the second wish to perfectly understand the 4th weight of the 9 heavy thunder knives. Set the third wish to increase the genetic multiples of the gene. Successful settings. Open black lens bracket. Captain Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The first wish. The physical fitness is improved to the 7th order of apprentices. 32000 wishes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Second wish. Perfect understanding of the 4th weight of Zhejiang Thunder Knife. 18000 wishes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Third wish. Double gene multiple. 100 wishes. Copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Remaining wish point. 4000 points. Close black lens bracket. I rely on the increase of the genetic multiples of the gene, and it takes 1 million wishes. Xiao Yu sighed. Ren Zhuan far away. After busy, Xiao Yu began to prepare for going out. In order to rush to the city number 003 alone, he not only bought a lot of supply, but even prepared 2 oversized backpacks, which was amazing. To enter the city number 003, you need to enter the Southeast Military Region, and then enter the city No. 003. Chapter 19. City 003. The Southeast Military District is larger than the North Military District in Jiangnan Base City. This supply base is also much larger than the supply base in the North Military District. After receiving the key, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh as he walked into the supply base. The number of residential buildings in the entire supply base far exceeded that of the North Military District, and at a glance, a large number of warriors could be seen in various places. In terms of strength, the warriors here are also far superior to those in the North Military District. One by one, the mighty warriors walked by. The pressure these warriors brought to Xiao Yu was much greater than that of his father shouting Guo. They must be war god level warriors. Here, it is indeed as described in the warrior forum. War gods can be seen everywhere. Along the highway, Xiao Yu walked for about 2 days before finally entering the scope of City 003. Yo, gaga, hundreds of birds flew quickly in the sky. There are more birds here than in the wilderness next to the North Military District. Xiao Yu quickly flashed into a street-side store next to him. In City 003, there are not only many flying monsters, but also often amphibious monsters. Continue to move for 2 kilometers, Kill 4 snake monsters, more than 30 ordinary beast soldier monsters, and 2 primary beast general monsters, and get 1800 wish points. Arrived at a community called Vanki Fantasy City. This Vanki Fantasy City covers a large area, which was enough to accommodate nearly 1 million people. Now there are many monsters here, and because it is located on the edge of the suburbs of City 003, it is difficult to encounter Lord-level monsters. It is an ideal hunting ground. Roar, awoo, die. The deafening roar came from dozens of miles away, and there was even a human shout. This is a battle between a human strongman and a monster, at least a god of war level. Xiao Yu rushed into a residential building carefully and quickly. This residential building has 28 floors. Xiao Yu killed from the first floor to the 22nd floor. On the way, he encountered more than 20 monsters, most of which were high-level beast soldier monsters. There was only one primary beast general level. He only collected the materials from the beast general and swallowed the rest with the system, and obtained 1000 wish points. On the 22nd floor, there was a room of about 100 square meters, which was relatively intact with doors and windows. Xiao Yu put some supplies on his body in this room and planned to use it as his temporary camp. Suddenly, Xiao Yu was stunned. Through the window, he could see that the fog was lingering 10 miles away. The buildings were looming in the fog. In the deeper part, they could not be seen at all. Only the dilapidated road signs were seen. That area was indeed strangely completely shrouded in fog. In fact, the entire 003 city was gray. The roars of various monsters and the calls of birds could be seen everywhere. The rumbling monsters of tens of thousands are too numerous to count. There should be a high-level lord entrenched there. It is said that the high-level lord monster has 2 primary lords under its command, as well as a large number of beast generals and countless beast soldier monsters entrenched there. It is the tyrant of this nearby area. Xiao Yu recalled the latest monster distribution map of 003 city that he saw on the Warrior Forum. Although Xiao Yu was confident, he was not arrogant enough to provoke such an existence, at least not at the moment. Xiao Yu killed from the 22nd to the top floor, killed nearly a dozen beast soldier monsters, and obtained 500 wish points. Seeing that it was getting dark, Xiao Yu did not continue to kill monsters, but returned to the temporary base to prepare to eat something, and then rested. The system will check the status of the wish fulfillment. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Physical fitness is improved to the 7th level of apprentice, 31650 wish points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. Perfect understanding of the 4th level of the 9-layer thunder blade, 18000 wish points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Double the gene multiple, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket remaining wish points. 7,300 points close black lens bracket. It is called rest, but in fact it is sitting cross-legged to practice. First practice the 9-layer Hunyuan guiding technique, and then practice the 5 hearts to the sky gene energy cultivation method. It is already the perfect 3rd level of the 9-layer Hunyuan guiding technique. The speed of practice has doubled, and his physical fitness has increased a lot every day. After a night, in the early morning, the system checks personal physical attributes. Xiao Yu tentatively meditated on the system. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength. 32350 kg close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed. 185 meters per second close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket nerve reaction. Perfect for advanced generals close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. 2.8 times close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu looked down through the balcony. There were a total of 12 monsters in his field of vision, 3 of which were at the beast general level. These were relatively weak beast general level monsters, with few followers. Soon Xiao Yu went down to the first floor and hid at the stairs to observe outside. There were 5 unicorn wild boar monsters about 100 meters away. The leading one was huge, and its horn was completely black. Unlike the gray hair of ordinary monsters, the steel needle-like hair on its body turned into a rich black color, which showed its identity, intermediate beast general level. Seeing that there were not many monsters, Xiao Yu took the lead in approaching the intermediate beast general level unicorn wild boar quickly, holding the silver moon battle knife, and still maintained the normal speed of 100 meters per second. Roar, The beast general level unicorn wild boar roared angrily when it saw Xiao Yu, a human, rushing over. Its speed instantly soared to 100 meters per second, which was the same as Xiao Yu's speed. Its unicorn horn even pushed towards Xiao Yu. With this kind of impact force and its size, even a truck would be broken by the collision. The two crossed. In an instant, Xiao Yu's speed soared, and his feet staggered. The dodge was accurate to millimeters, so that the unicorn wild boar didn't touch Xiao Yu at all, and the silver moon war knife in Xiao Yu's hand was directly slashed upward. In the process of slashing, the silver moon war knife accelerated 3 times in a row, instantly breaking the speed of sound limit, and producing a violent detonation sound. The cold light instantly passed through the neck of the unicorn wild boar, and the 3rd level of the 9-level thunder knife was successful in one go. Xiao Yu's silver moon war knife seemed to be casual and simple. 4 cuts instantly cut the throats of the other 4 beast soldier level unicorn wild boars. In a moment, the bodies of the 4 beast soldier level unicorn wild boars completely disappeared, and the only thing left of the intermediate beast general level unicorn wild boar was the unicorn horn and other important and valuable materials, and the rest of the body also completely disappeared. At the same time, the system prompts. Open black lens bracket absorb the unicorn wild boar monster corpse to obtain 1,300 wish points. Close black lens bracket. As a high-level warrior, he can kill these elementary beast generals in 1 second, even without using the 9-layer thunder blade. The noise of the battle here attracted the surrounding monsters one after another. In just half an hour, Xiao Yu killed no less than 30 monsters, including 3 elementary beast general level monsters, all of which were common monsters. Just absorbing the corpses of these monsters earned him 3,000 wish points. After putting the important beast general level monster materials left on the ground into his backpack one by one, Xiao Yu entered the nearby residential building marked 0231#, starting from Unit 1 and killing all the way from the 1st floor to the 28th floor, and then went downstairs to continue. This 0231# residential building has 5 units. Just by clearing one building, Xiao Yu killed about 100 monsters, including 2 primary beast general level monsters. After the system absorbed them, he obtained 4,900 wish points. After clearing this building, he continued to clear the nearby 0232# and 0233#. In one day, he cleared the monsters of 5 buildings and obtained another 10,000 wish points. At night, Xiao Yu continued to return to his temporary base to rest. Looking at the monster materials that were almost half full in his backpack, Xiao Yu was very happy. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining wish points. 26,500 points close black lens bracket. It is enough to perfectly comprehend the 4th level of the 9th level. The system has fulfilled the 2nd wish. Open black lens bracket 2nd wish. Perfectly comprehend the 4th level of the 9-layer thunder blade, 18,000 wish points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the 2nd wish is being fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu's brain was blank, and a stream of experience in using the 4th level of the 9-layer thunder blade poured in. A stream of strange energy rushed into his body, transforming his body and soul into something stronger. Although these energies changed his physique, they did not change his genes. They only strengthened his body to the point where he could use the 4th level of the 9-layer thunder blade at will. Xiao Yu, who had just understood the sword technique, was once again infused with the experience of using the 4th level of the 9-layer Hunyuan guidance technique, and the whole person fell into enlightenment again. In a moment, his cultivation speed doubled again. Open black lens bracket the 2nd wish has been fulfilled close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket congratulations to the host for having perfectly comprehended the 4th level of the 9-layer thunder blade. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu stood up and casually swung the sword at the air. Pucci, after 4 consecutive accelerations, a sonic boom sounded, and the sword light drew a long arc in the air. Then Xiao Yu continued to practice sword until he could stop the 9-fold thunder sword at any time. In this way, his 9-fold thunder sword can increase or decrease the speed of the sword, so that the sword can be stopped at any position at any time, without any error, which can be said to be a perfect control of the sword. After practicing sword, Xiao Yu continued to practice the 9-fold Hunyuan guiding technique in the heartless Xianxia practice method instead of sleeping. The next morning, he continued to clean up the surrounding monsters. Whether it was a beast soldier or a beast general monster, it was basically killed in 1 second. In just one day, Xiao Yu killed 10 beast general monsters, and there were hundreds of beast soldier monsters. It can be said that Xiao Yu came here not to experience, but to harvest wealth. I am afraid that the speed of the money printing machine is not as fast as Xiao Yu's speed of making money. The important materials of a primary beast general monster can generally be sold for 5 million to 15 million. The important materials of an intermediate beast general monster can generally be sold for 10 million to more than 100 million. Important materials of high-level beast general level monsters can generally be sold for around 50 million to 600 million or 700 million. Occasionally, there are some exceptions, such as some extremely special monsters, or some although they are high-level beast generals, they are almost lords, so the price will naturally rise. After 10 consecutive days of fighting, Xiao Yu killed nearly 2,000 beast soldiers, 80 primary beast generals, 3 intermediate beast generals, and 1 high-level beast general. The total price is estimated to be about 1 billion. 10 consecutive days of high-intensity fighting made Xiao Yu quite tired, so he took a good rest for a day. After that, he continued to hunt monsters, but the number of beast general level monsters in the surrounding area was obviously much less. In these 10 days, he has obtained 116,600 wish points. Unprecedented wealth, but compared to the 1 million wish points required to double the gene multiplier, it is nothing. Looking at the 3 backpacks full of beast general level monster materials, Xiao Yu temporarily chose to return to the supply base to dispose of the monster materials first. Chapter 20. Advancing to the God of War level. 2 days later, Xiao Yu returned to the Southeast Military Region supply base and received his own small townhouse T-1665. After a night's rest, he brought 3 backpacks to the monster material purchase shop at the supply base. Sir, you have a total of 92 primary beast generals, 5 intermediate beast general materials, and 3 advanced beast general materials. A purchasing manager named Wang in the extreme martial arts shop looked at the piles of monster materials in front of him and said, "The total price is 1.5 billion. Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, "Okay, this is my account. Mr. Xiao, 1.5 billion Chinese yuan has been transferred." The purchasing manager named Wang handed over a card and said, "This is my business card. You can contact me directly next time you sell materials." Xiao Yu nodded and walked out of the shop. This time, 1.5 billion Chinese yuan was harvested in just half a month, which is much more efficient than before. This is true. In this world, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to gain wealth. Xiao Yu had a simple lunch in a restaurant, and then came to a street of shops, where various goods were sold. Although the prices were several times more expensive than those in the base city, compared with the round-trip train ticket price and the time it took, it was nothing. He bought some necessities and then returned to Villa T-1665 to rest for a night. The next day, he returned to City 003 and continued to hunt monsters. 2 days later, Xiao Yu came to Vanki Fantasy City again. This time, he killed no less than 100 beast soldier level monsters and 3 primary beast general level monsters on the road alone, and obtained 4,650 wish points. All the monsters around the temporary base were killed by Xiao Yu. In less than a week, even if there were monsters re-entering, the number was not large. Near dusk, Xiao Yu entered the 0562 residential building, killing all the way from the 1st floor to the 28th floor, killing nearly 40 beast soldier level monsters and 2 primary beast generals, and devouring to obtain 2,500 wish points. On the 20th floor, a relatively complete room was selected as a temporary base, and some necessities were placed here. No words were spoken overnight, and the next morning, Xiao Yu stood on the balcony of the 27th floor, took out a telescope and observed the surrounding situation. Suddenly he found, in a residential building in the distance, the corners were full of moss vines. However, at this time, there was a huge python on the moss vines, which was as thick as a man's waist and about 20 meters long. The whole body of this python had nearly parallel black lines, and the closer these black lines were to the head, the thicker the black lines became. At the front of the huge python, 2 triangular snake heads were split, and the foreheads of these 2 snake heads were slightly raised. This is the black line, with a highly poisonous snake monster, or the mutated, 2-headed black line snake, among the black line snakes. And it is about to grow horns and become a dragon. This is a high-level beast general level, close to the lord level. Xiao Yu also took a breath of cold air. This guy is not easy to mess with. The two-headed black snake is very dangerous. The poison in its fangs is extremely strong. Once you are poisoned, you will definitely die. Even the god of war cannot avoid it. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and decided to kill this monster. Although this guy's poison is strong, just be careful not to be bitten. What's more, his current strength is 3.5 times, and his strength and speed are stronger than those of ordinary primary gods of war. He quickly went downstairs and rushed to the two-headed black snake. The monsters passing by, whether they were beast soldiers, primary beast generals, or intermediate beast generals, were killed by him at will. Except for some important materials, the rest were turned into wish points in the system. After 100 meters away from the two-headed black snake, Xiao Yu quickly approached and traveled at full speed, reaching 195 meters per second, causing huge airflow fluctuations during the journey. The two-headed black snake also sensed Xiao Yu's figure and rushed towards him. When they met, Xiao Yu used his left foot to exert force. When he jumped, he exerted force 4 times in a row. In an instant, he reached the left head of the 4-meter-high two-headed black snake, and at the same time, the sword in his right hand stabbed the snake's eye. Pucci, after accelerating twice in a row, the silver moon sword made a detonation sound. Hiss, the two-headed black snake roared angrily, and in a short moment, its left head actually made an evasive action. Under the 4th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword, the speed of Xiao Yu's sword has reached the speed of sound. It can reach a half-meter distance in 1,000th of a second. Even so, the two-headed black snake can dodge, which shows how fast its nerve reaction speed is. However, due to limited time, he only dodged less than 3 centimeters. As if Xiao Yu had predicted the evasive action of the two-headed black snake in advance, the silver moon sword in his hand accelerated twice in a row and stuck tightly to its eyes. With a flash of cold light, the silver moon saber pierced the head of the two-headed black snake through the eye of the left snake head, and dark green blood continued to flow out. Xiao Yu's body continued to fly into the air, and fell after jumping dozens of meters. Hiss, the two-headed black snake roared angrily. The left head had been severely damaged by Xiao Yu. As long as the right snake head was destroyed, the two-headed black snake could be killed. After the two-headed black snake roared twice in a row, it turned around and ran away. When Xiao Yu landed on the ground, the two-headed black snake had already fled hundreds of meters away, and the snake blood splashed all the way. After landing, Xiao Yu quickly chased after it. The two-headed black snake had already coiled around the outer wall of the residential building. After Xiao Yu followed downstairs, he exerted force with his feet, and exerted force 4 times at the moment of taking off. He rushed towards the right snake head of the two-headed black snake like a cannonball. Xiao Yu rushed up too fast, and rushed up along the body of the two-headed black snake. The silver moon war knife in his right hand chopped at the snake body, accelerating 4 times in a row, and the war knife chopped on the snake's scales in an instant. Chi-chi, just leaving a string of white marks, the war knife bounced away. Xiao Yu circled in an arc in the air and came to the floor above the two-headed black snake. The two-headed black snake saw that it could not escape, and launched a fatal pursuit towards Xiao Yu. The remaining snake heads chased his figure and entered the building, smashing all the glass, iron doors, and even walls they encountered. Xiao Yu hid behind a load-bearing wall, carefully observing the movement trajectory of the two-headed black snake, and launched a fatal attack the moment it approached. After 4 accelerations, the silver moon war knife, like a phantom, accompanied by a detonation sound, pierced into the right eye of the two-headed black snake and pierced its head. The two-headed black snake's upper body kept shaking and twitching for a long time before it fell to the ground, and dark green blood kept pouring out. The most valuable materials on the two-headed black snake are the poison sac, scales, and snake gallbladder of the snake head. This two-headed black snake is equivalent to the price of 4 black snakes of the same level. The price of a black snake that is about to become a dragon is about 400 million, and this two-headed black snake can be sold for 1.6 billion. The price of this two-headed black snake alone is almost catching up with the harvest of the previous 10 days. Put the dissected monster materials into the backpack. Xiao Yu looked at the remaining monster corpses and silently said in his heart, "The system devours the two-headed black snake corpse." Open black lens bracket. Absorb the two-headed black snake corpse and obtain 1,600 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After killing the two-headed black snake, Xiao Yu began his own journey of clearing monsters. For 5 days, he cleared all monsters within a 500-meter area around the temporary base, obtained 60,000 wish points, and many beast general level monster materials. After 5 days of continuous killing, Xiao Yu was a little tired. After a night's rest, he decided to continue to improve his strength in this wilderness. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is to reach the 7th level of apprentice physical fitness, which is being realized. Close black lens bracket. The 7th level of apprentice is the primary level of war god, with a standard punch force of 64,000 kilograms and a speed of 340 meters per second. A stream of energy poured into his body, transforming and optimizing his genes, enhancing his physique, strength, speed and nerve reaction speed. After a full 10 minutes, the physical fitness was upgraded. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. The system checks the wish status. No mistake. 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, look. Open black lens bracket. Host, Xiao Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. First wish. Double the gene multiple, 100 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Second wish. None. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Third wish. None. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Remaining wish points. 160,600 points. Close black lens bracket. The system sets the second wish to reach the 8th level of apprentice physical fitness. Open black lens bracket. Set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Second wish. Physical fitness reaches the 8th level of apprentice. 64,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The system sets the third wish to obtain a space ring. Open black lens bracket. Set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Third wish. Obtain a space ring. 5 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu did not expect that a space ring would only require 50,000 wish points, which is completely inconsistent with the value of 10,000 wish points required to obtain the purple light dew. But since you can pick up a leak, why not? The system realizes the third wish to obtain a space ring. Open black lens bracket. Wish points have been consumed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Being realized. Close black lens bracket. In the 7th battlefield of the human race, countless human cosmic level, domain masters, realm masters, immortal gods and demon race strongmen are constantly fighting in various areas of the battlefield. A realm master with a lightning inscription on his forehead in a white robe is hiding in the broken star belt with 7 domain master veterans. In the distance, a group of 5 alien strongmen are constantly searching. They are between 16 meters and 20 meters tall. All of them are wearing thick battle armor. The upper body is similar to a human body. The lower body is a reptile body, with 6 thick hooves and a scaly tail, and the whole body, including the upper body, is covered with green scales. It is the Thunder Clan. These 5 Thunder Clan members are led by a Realm Master and a Domain Master. The white-robed Realm Master of the human race took the lead in launching the attack, and his right hand formed a claw shape and grabbed forward. In an instant, an extremely huge beast claw condensed in the universe, and the beast claw clawed towards the 5 Thunder Clan members. The 5 Thunder Clan members gathered the lightning power in their bodies to resist the attack. Although their strength was not as good as that of the human Realm Master, they barely maintained it. After a while, the 5 Thunder Clan members dodged in all directions. However, one of the Domain Master level Thunder Clan members was a little slower and was attacked. He died with just this one blow. The white-robed Realm Master of the human race waved his hand casually, and his hand was empty. He looked at the fingers of the Thunder Clan member floating in the universe, and they were empty. I just saw a space ring on the finger of the Lightning Tribe member. Why did it suddenly disappear? The white-robed World Master of the human race muttered to himself in confusion. Although this Lightning Tribe member is only at the Domain Master level, the items inside may not be of great value, but there may be some lightning specialties of the Lightning Tribe. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The items are ready to be delivered, please select the delivery location. Close black lens bracket. System, drop the space ring directly into my palm. After a dazzling flash of light, an ancient ring appeared in the palm of Xiao Yu's front body facing the sky. Is this the space ring? Chapter 21 Space Ring. Xiao Yu looked at the space ring in front of him, and his heart was extremely excited. Although he was not sure about his mental power, he still planned to give it a try. He calmed down and concentrated his mental power to probe into the space ring, only to feel a barrier blocking the penetration of his spirit. Has this space ring already recognized its owner? Xiao Yu was puzzled. If it was an ownerless space ring, his mental power should be able to easily penetrate it, but now it was like encountering a wall. But if the owner of the space ring was still alive, he would fight back against the invader. Now this mental power did not fight back when it encountered an invasion, indicating that although it had recognized its owner, the owner was dead. In this way, even if it was worn out bit by bit, it could be worn away with his mental power. For a whole day, Xiao Yu just sat cross-legged on the ground, and the mental power in his body continued to wear away the mental power in the space ring. After the mental power was exhausted, he meditated to recover, and continued to wear it away after recovery. For a whole day and night, the mental power in the ring only disappeared a little, less than 5%. Damn, at this rate, it will take at least a month to open the space ring. Xiao Yu didn't want to waste a month on the space ring, so he naturally had to find a way. In fact, there was only one way, that is to increase his mental power. The system sets the third wish to perfectly increase mental power by 20 times. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Perfectly increase mental power by 20 times, 100,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining wish points. 110,600 points. Close black lens bracket. It was enough. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yu silently said in his heart, the system realizes the third wish to perfectly increase mental power by 20 times. Open black lens bracket wish points have been consumed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the third wish is being realized. Close black lens bracket. A stream of invisible and ownerless mental power poured into Xiao Yu's upper dantian between his eyebrows. After these ownerless mental powers entered his body, they were contaminated with his breath and became mental powers that he could use. Countless mental powers quickly condensed in his upper dantian, forming a small spherical core. The small ball continued to grow. In just a moment, the ball changed from the size of a soybean to the size of a peanut. Open black lens bracket the wish has come true. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu suddenly felt extremely refreshed. The world became different in his eyes. With a thought, a stream of spiritual power followed his thoughts and explored the surrounding environment. The trees were like being dissected, and the various layers of structure appeared in his mind. He gathered his mind and stopped thinking about it. The spiritual power that had been explored before returned to his brow. Looking at the ring in his hand, the spiritual power explored again. After encountering the barrier, Xiao Yu continued to condense the spiritual power in front of the barrier and condensed the spiritual power into a rapidly rotating cone. The cone-shaped spiritual power stabbed towards the invisible barrier, and the two continued to compete. Because of Xiao Yu's continuous replenishment, the cone did not change its shape. A quarter of an hour later, a puff sound came into the spiritual space, and the invisible barrier was broken. Xiao Yu only consumed 3/10 of his spiritual power to explore the space ring. With a mental sweep, he had a certain understanding of the space inside the ring. This is a huge space, 1,000 meters long *, 800 meters wide * 512 meters high, with a volume of more than 400 million cubic meters. Xiao Yu was surprised. It's not empty inside. There are gifts. In one corner, there are two huge spaceships. The smaller one is 100 meters long, 25 meters high, and 25 meters wide. The whole is black, and it is not clear what metal it is made of. The big one is 320 meters long, 50 meters high, and 50 meters wide, and the whole is vertical. On the other side, there are a lot of objects cut into the size of 1 cubic centimeter, shining, neatly stacked, about 1 million cubic meters. These should be cosmic crystals, and these are cosmic coins. I'm rich now. Xiao Yu was immediately very happy. This 1 million cubic meters of cosmic crystals is 1 trillion cosmic coins, which is 1 hunyuan. In another corner, there are dozens of jade boxes and nearly 1,000 weapons and shields scattered around. Among them, there are dozens of various knife-shaped weapons. Xiao Yu took a fancy to a weapon with a 2-meter-long roulette shape. He took it out with his mind, with the blade facing down, and the blade sank into the cement on the ground without a sound. This is too sharp. Xiao Yu took some effort to take it out from the ground. The weight of this war knife is at least 1 ton. He swung it forward with force. The genetic energy in the body poured into the weapon in his hand like a flood. A strong red light flashed. At the same time as the blade swung, a nearly 30-meter-long blade light flew straight from the front of the body to the distance, piercing through a residential building hundreds of meters away and continued to fly forward. The high-rise building collapsed, and the surrounding monsters fled in panic. Xiao Yu suddenly felt extremely tired, and the genetic energy in his body was actually consumed in that instant. This guy is definitely an energy-eating monster. Let's name you the Crescent War Knife. With a thought, he put the Crescent War Knife back into the space ring. Xiao Yu crossed his legs and started practicing again. The next day, the genetic energy in his body became abundant again. Xiao Yu stood up and continued to practice in this temporary base. He had previously used the system to improve his physical fitness to the level of a god of war, doubling his strength. In order to perfectly master his own strength, he needed to constantly exercise. The best way was to practice with a knife, repeatedly swinging and cutting, and other knife moves. His feet did not stop, and he trained with the knife skills in a flowing light manner. There was no mistake in the poem, the content, the book, the bar, and the book. He even kept using the 4th level 9-layer Thunder Blade. It took him a whole week to regain perfect control of his body, and then he continued his hunting trip. Roar! A low roar like thunder suddenly sounded. Not far away, a huge monster with a body size of nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, larger than an ordinary truck, was silver-white all over, and its body was faintly reflecting rays of light. Obviously, there was a layer of silver scales in its fur, and there was a small bulge on the forehead of its huge head, as if something was about to break through the fur. This is exactly one of the 2 high-level beast generals in the entire beast group. A high-level beast general level lion mastiff. Boom! With just one leap, the lion mastiff leader flew over a distance of more than 20 meters like a silver stream of light and rushed directly in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu jumped and instantly came to the side of the lion mastiff monster's head. He swung the silver moon saber in his hand. Without using the 9-layer thunder saber, the saber still made a sonic boom when it passed through the air. With a flash of cold light, the tip of the silver moon saber pierced into the lion mastiff's eyes, penetrating 30 centimeters. The lion mastiff's eyes were dull for a moment, and its whole body began to twitch continuously, and it stopped moving for a moment. With a flash of thought, only a pile of scales, fur and other materials were left on the ground. Open black lens bracket absorb the corpse of AC level lion mastiff to obtain 1,800 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu walked leisurely and quickly among the monsters, swinging his 2 swords casually, and each blow knocked down a monster, whether it was a beast soldier or a beast general. Half an hour later, this group of monsters, including 2 high-level beast generals, 5 intermediate beast generals, and 10 primary beast generals, totaling more than 3,000 monsters, was almost slaughtered by Xiao Yu alone, and only a few F-level monsters escaped. Xiao Yu walked among the corpses of the monsters, and with a thought, the corpses of the monsters disappeared one by one, leaving only 17 piles of materials. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpses of lion mastiffs and tiger cats to obtain 120,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. All monster materials were directly put into the space ring. Xiao Yu continued to hunt other monsters. For 5 consecutive days, Xiao Yu eliminated a total of 8 monster groups led by high-level beast generals, and of course, some scattered monsters. In these 5 days, he obtained a large amount of monster materials and 910,000 wish points. All day long, Xiao Yu just killed 2 intermediate beast general monsters and looked forward to the location of Carrefour, 1 kilometer outside Vanki Fantasy City. The 2 giant beasts that seemed to be burning with flames made people palpitate. The 2 giant beasts were covered with fiery red scales, without a trace of mixed colors. Especially their huge heads, they all had 3 high curved horns piercing forward. These turned out to be 2 primary lords, fire scale trident pigs, ranking first among pig monsters, with amazing defense. A huge, bloodthirsty tank, monster, and a one-horned wild boar monster surrounded there. The scales of each of these monsters were much brighter than ordinary monsters, and seemed to be more delicate. The monster group actually exceeded 100, and at least they were primary beast generals. A vague phantom appeared in front of the two fire-scale trident pigs, and the body condensed and turned into a figure of 1.8 meters tall. A large number of monster corpses fell from the sky behind them, and a booming sonic boom came. A large number of monsters flew towards him. Boom, boom. Two primary lord-level fire-scaled 3 halberd pigs also ran at the speed of sound and rushed towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was like lightning, and every flashing movement had a taste and rhythm of thunder and lightning, which seemed extremely swift. Xiaoyu's body skills have gradually entered the artistic conception level, which was realized from the lightning in the thunderstorm weather from the Luguang body skills. Although the attack speed of the fire-scaled 3 halberd pig was amazingly fast, and each attack produced an amazing gas explosion sound, it could not hurt Xiaoyu at all, and the scale armor on the neck of the fire-scaled 3 halberd pig was broken into 5 pieces, and 2 scars appeared on its forelimbs. Nearly 20 of the besieged beast generals died. Oh-ho! With the roar of the sky, led by more than 30 beast general-level monsters, thousands of monsters rushed over like an overwhelming force, and the earth trembled for a while. Even with so many monsters joining in, they still couldn't do anything to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who has reached the level of God of War, can fully display his skills that have entered the realm of artistic conception. Half an hour later, the 2 primary lord-level fire-scale trident pigs were covered with scars. One of the fire-scale trident pigs had blood gushing out of its left eye, and the other fire-scale trident pig was severely injured in the joints of its 2 front feet, making it difficult to move and losing its speed, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Chapter 22 Killing the Primary Lord Monster. There are less than 100 monsters left around the 2 junior lord-level fire-scaled trident pigs, and less than half of the beast general-level monsters. The defense of lord-level monsters is really amazing. A dozen-story building collapsed, and even if some of it hit the fire-scale trident pig, the fire-scale trident pig's tail swung, and the cement pillars and concrete cracked directly, exposing the steel bars inside, and flew up. The fire-scale trident pig's scales not even a scratch on it. Xiaoyu's figure flashed, his feet landed on the 3rd-floor roof of Carrefour Supermarket, and then he rushed towards the one-eyed fire-scaled pig like a sniper bullet. After 4 consecutive accelerations, his starting speed reached 2 times the speed of sound. The fire-scaled trident pig also rushed towards Xiaoyu. At the moment of the collision, Xiaoyu's body rushed to the side of the one-eyed fire-scaled trident pig like lightning, and stabbed forward with the silver moon sword in his hand. After 4 consecutive accelerations, the sword's speed suddenly reached supersonic speed, piercing into the bleeding eye hole of the fire-scaled trident pig. The fire-scaled trident pig was blind in one eye and had poor vision. By the time it sensed Xiaoyu's attack through the sound, the sword had already penetrated the entire fire-scaled trident pig's head. The sword rotates in his hand. The one-eyed fire-scaled 3 halberd pig trembled and twitched all over. Another fire-scaled trident pig saw Xiaoyu attacking its companion, and staggered towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu quickly dodged, and pulled out the sword in his hand from the scaled trident pig's eye socket, and streams of red and white liquid splashed. It crashed into the trembling fire-scaled 3 halberd pig, and both junior lord-level monsters fell to the ground. Wow, the sword broke into countless pieces. The sword in front of me is an A6 model. It is good to be able to fight the junior lord until it breaks. Change the silver moon saber in your left hand to your right hand. Instantly arriving in front of the fire-scale trident pig whose forelimb was injured, the silver moon sword flashed, and the tip of the knife struck the fire-scale trident pig's left eye with a shock wave. The head of the fire-scale trident pig suddenly hit Xiaoyu. At the same time, the sword in Xiaoyu's hand accelerated 4 times in a row. The tip of the knife was always facing the left eye of the fire-scale trident pig. It accurately penetrated the fire-scale trident pig's eyeball and completely submerged into the fire-scale trident pig's head. At the same time, the head of the fire-scale trident pig hit Xiaoyu's body, knocking him away. Fortunately, the fire-scale trident pig's horn did not touch him. The body of the fire-scale trident pig kept shaking and twitching all over. In this way, the 2 elementary lord-level monsters were already subdued. This change made the surrounding monsters besieging them extremely surprised. One after another fled in all directions. As his mind turned, the corpses of the monsters disappeared, leaving only piles of important materials on the ground. Open black lens bracket absorb 2 junior lord level fire scaled 3 halberd pigs to obtain 30,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorb 76 beast level monsters to obtain 110,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorb 3,000 beast level monsters to obtain 120,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Walk to the piles of monster materials, touch the monster materials with both hands, put them into the storage ring, and quickly return to the temporary stronghold after you are done. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket. The remaining wish points are 1,302,800 points. Close black lens bracket. Take a break today, sort out the monster materials and go back directly. His spirit penetrated into the space ring, his mind scanned all the monster materials, and the number of monster materials appeared in his mind. Put the monster materials on all the junior beast generals and some intermediate beast generals into 3 backpacks. Then he carried a backpack on his back, holding a backpack in each hand, and quickly returned to the southeast military region. One day later, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Xiaoyu came to the monster materials sales store in the supply base. "Brother Wang, are you there? I want to sell a batch of monster materials here." Xiaoyu talked to the manager surnamed Wang through his communication watch. "Brother Xiao, yes, I'll be out right away." In less than a minute, a figure rushed in front of Xiaoyu. "Brother Xiao, please come into the inner room. It seems that the harvest this time is not bad." Xiaoyu nodded and followed into the inner room. The decoration inside was much more luxurious than outside. Manager Wang walked into a large curved bar in the middle, took 2 tall glasses from behind, took out a bottle of red wine from under the bar and poured 2 glasses of it. "Pass Xiaoyu a glass. Brother Xiao, if you don't worry, just put your backpack here. I'll have someone sort it out. Let's go have a drink next to it," manager surnamed Wang said. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Brother Xiao, let's sit here for a while." Manager surnamed Wang led Xiaoyu to a leisure area nearby, where there were 2 sofas. "Okay." Xiaoyu followed and sat on the sofa. "Lao Han, bring 2 people out to sort out the materials." The manager surnamed Wang shouted towards a half-open door behind the bar. "Come here," an old voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray-haired old man came to the bar with 2 apprentices. "Brother Xiao, I have never been formally introduced before. My surname is Wang Deqing, and my full name is Wang Deqing." Wang Deqing said, "Let's have a drink together." "Cheers," Xiaoyu said. A quarter of an hour later, all the monster materials were calculated. Wang Deqing smiled and said, "This time there are a total of 112 junior beast general monster materials, with an average of 12 million each, and 56 intermediate beast general monster materials, with an average of 85 million each. Put it all together, a total of 6.2 billion Chinese coins." Xiaoyu nodded and smiled. "No problem. Then it's a deal." Wang Deqing and Xiaoyu shook hands and the deal was concluded. After a night's rest, Xiaoyu put the remaining monster materials back into his backpack, took a special train back to the base city, and took the special car of the Extreme Martial Arts School to the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters. The Extreme Martial Arts School is the nest of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Zhongnan Base City. Although Xiaoyu has a villa here, he rarely comes here. Most of the time he goes back to his home in Yangzhou City. As soon as he entered the first floor of the Extreme Martial Arts School, many warriors recognized Xiaoyu and greeted him enthusiastically. Xiaoyu and his friends also chatted with each other with a smile. Most of the warriors met each other when they were resting at the supply base. Under the guidance of a woman in a black suit, Xiaoyu took the elevator to the 23rd floor. Ding! Single quote. The elevator door opened. "Please follow me." The woman in the black suit smiled and led Xiaoyu to an office where a middle-aged woman was sitting in front of a computer. "Is this Xiaoyu from the Iron Blood team? Welcome, welcome," the middle-aged woman said with a smile. "My name is Luo Yunqian." "Hello, Manager Luo," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "Manager Luo, this is the monster material I brought this time, take a look." As he said that, he put the 2 oversized backpacks on his body on the ground, pulled the rope, and immediately poured a large amount of monster materials directly into a large metal basin next to him. Luo Yunqian's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her password box, opened the password box, and took out the tools. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Ding ding ding. Under the scanning of the instrument, the quality, name, and price of each piece of monster material appeared directly on the screen. There was no need for manual inspection at all, and the total price soon appeared on the screen. The total price is 2.8 billion, and the contribution points are 1,400,000 points. Luo Yunqian smiled and said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. If this batch of materials is sold to the HR Alliance, it will be at least 4.2 billion. However, at the Extreme Martial Arts Club, it can only be sold at 2/3 of the price of 2.8 billion. Although it is 1.4 billion less, it has 1.4 million more contribution points. If you rely purely on donations to obtain contribution points, you need a full 14 billion. Calculated in this way, as a warrior of the Extreme Martial Arts Club, it is still more cost-effective to sell the materials to the Extreme Martial Arts Club. Are you sure you want to sell it? Luo Yunqian smiled at Xiao Yu. Sure. Xiao Yu nodded. The materials of the 2 primary Lord-level monsters will be counted in my record. Xiao Yu said. Okay. Now, your warrior level is Primary God of War. Luo Yunqian nodded and entered directly. When you become a God of War, you will generally join the God of War Palace directly and get the Consciousness Sensor. However, the God of War Palace will send someone to test Mr. Xiao's strength. Xiao Yu glanced at the screen. On the screen was Xiao Yu's information, and in the level column, it was God of War Primary. There is also a pop-up box below, with some text in it. War God Palace Application, under assessment. Just a few seconds. Luo Yunqian smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, someone from War God Palace will come tomorrow, very soon. Late at night, in the audiovisual room of Xiao Yu's home. The wall screen entered the Extreme Home webpage, and the most conspicuous thing on this webpage was a list. Name, Xiao Yu. Gender, male. Address, Zhongnan Base City, Huaxia Country. Warrior Certificate Number, 426,123,203,803,213,251. Level, War God Level Primary. Contribution Value, 1,400,000 points, 3 stars. Currency Balance, 10,561,250,000 Huaxia coins. Online Mall, Cheats, 9-layer Thunder Blade. Xiao Yu quickly tapped the wireless keyboard touchscreen and entered the Cheats purchase page for 9-layer Thunder Blade. The first 6 levels of 9-layer Thunder Blade, price 10 billion Chinese currency, full price 5 billion Chinese currency, half price, requirement, 3-star contribution points. Xiao Yu gently tapped the purchase button for the first 6 levels of the secret book. Please confirm whether to purchase the first 6 levels of 9-layer Thunder Blade. You need to pay 5 billion Chinese currency. Confirm. Xiao Yu clicked. Please pass the fingerprint test and confirm again. Xiao Yu placed his finger on the fingerprint collector of the wireless keyboard. Ding. Fingerprint confirmation passed. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The first 6 levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade secret book will be delivered to your home within 24 hours, Mr. Xiao Yu. Prompts appeared on the screen one after another. The secret book has been purchased, and the next step is the combat uniform and the sword. The 2 Silver Moon swords are all damaged, and the combat uniform is only the D6 series, which is no longer suitable. Now at least the D8 series is suitable. Weapon Silver Moon Saber series. Xiao Yu quickly tapped the wireless keyboard touchscreen and entered the weapon purchase page of the Silver Moon Saber. Silver Moon Saber Series 3, A7 model, price, 100 million Chinese coins, full price 50 million Chinese coins, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. Silver Moon Saber Series 3, A8 model, price, 500 million Chinese coins, full price 250 million Chinese coins, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. Silver Moon Saber Series 3, A9 model, price, 2 billion Chinese coins, full price 1 billion Chinese coins, half price, requirement, 3-star contribution points. After checking the weapons, he checked the price of the combat uniforms. A full set of D8 series combat uniforms costs 1 billion Chinese currency, and half price also requires 500 million 2-star contribution points. The full price of D9 series combat uniforms is 4 billion Chinese currency, and half price also requires 2 billion Chinese currency, 3-star contribution points. After comprehensive consideration, Xiao Yu chose 2 Silver Moon Battle Swords A9 type and a set of D9 series combat uniforms, with a total cost of 4 billion Chinese currency. In this way, he still has 1.5 billion Chinese currency left. Chapter 23 Hong. On the rooftop of the Extreme Club in Jiangnan Base City, President Zhou Zhengyang held his mobile phone and kept saying, "Master Wang, a super genius appeared in Jiangnan Base City." It took less than 4 months for him to grow from a warrior to a primary war god. We have verified his strength. On a king-level intelligent fighter over the Pacific Ocean, a thin man who was sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed. The thin man said, "Okay, send me his information, and I will report it to the owner immediately." A few seconds later, the thin man received the information and said in surprise, "Xiao Yu." After looking carefully for a few seconds, he said to the fighter console, "Dial the owner's contact information." Jiangnan Base City, Extreme Club, President's office on the 26th floor. "Xiao Yu, come with me, the owner wants to see you." President Zhou Zhengyang said. "Owner?" Xiao Yu was puzzled. Could it be that Hong wanted to see him? "Well, the owner will arrive in Jiangnan Base City in about half an hour." President Zhou Zhengyang said happily. The owner stays in Hongning Base City all year round, and he can't come to Jiangnan Base City once a year. Xiao Yu hurriedly followed President Zhou Zhengyang to the square downstairs of the Extreme General Hall. It was already full of people, and the number of guards was several times more than usual. "Xiao Yu, here," a warrior with a height of nearly 1.9 meters in the first row of people spoke. "Uncle, you are back to the base city," Xiao Yu responded. "Uncle Xiao Guohua rarely returns to Jiangnan Base City, and I didn't expect him to come back this time." A thin man with a mustache in front of the crowd looked nearly 40 years old at first glance. Judging from his face, he was very handsome when he was young. At this time, he was slightly closing his eyes and fiddling with Buddhist beads with one hand. "Inspector." President Zhou Zhengyang walked closer and whispered. The thin man opened his eyes slightly, looked at Zhou Zhengyang, and then looked at Xiao Yu behind him. Being stared at by him, Xiao Yu felt as if he had left the world for a moment. It was as if a separate space was formed, in which there were only the thin man and Xiao Yu, and the thin man was the god in this space. This invisible pressure made Xiao Yu hold his breath. "Xiao Yu, stand beside me," the thin man said. "Yes, Lord Inspector," Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu walked to the side of the thin man, stepped back half a step, and stood still. President Zhou Zhengyang stood next to Xiao Yu. A blood-red triangular fighter plane, with smooth lines, gave people the feeling of a ferocious flying monster that was about to attack. At this moment, this blood-red triangular fighter plane was slowly descending from the sky, and all the generals and warriors of Jiangnan Base City below kept quiet one by one. No one dared to say a word. The fighter plane landed. Wow! The hatch opened. A man and a woman took a step out of the hatch at the same time, and walked directly to the grass as if there was a step in the air that ordinary people could not see. This scene made all the students present widen their eyes. The moment Xiao Yu saw the two people, he understood their identities. Hong's personal guards, Bingshan and Yaorao, were both planetary-level existences, more powerful than ordinary inspectors. The two personal guards stood on the grass, standing on both sides waiting for the owner. More than 200 pairs of eyes in Jiangnan Base City were also staring at the hatch. Everyone was looking forward to the legendary world's strongest, and the undisputed world's #1. Finally, a figure walked out of the hatch, as if a long spear was about to pierce the sky. He took a step out and walked out of the hatch, while his eyes swept everyone. Xiao Yu only felt a roar in his head, and the surrounding world was completely distorted. The original noon sun disappeared from the sight. Everyone in the square was horrified to find that the whole sky seemed to have turned into night from noon in an instant, without a trace of light, only black. The world is black, and the most dazzling center of this black world is the black-haired man. He is a god. He is Hong. Hong, who has the field of light, is extremely powerful and can be said to be an invincible existence at the planetary level. It is also the fundamental reason why he still signed an agreement with human strongmen when there are two emperor-level monsters in the ocean. Xiao Yu spent a lot of effort to break free from the fantasy brought by Hong. Well, A slightly gentle voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, everyone in the square that was originally trapped in the night found that the endless night around them disappeared, and the sun that was originally at noon appeared again. But even so, everyone felt a kind of mental pressure, like an ant facing an elephant. Master, this is the genius god of war Xiao Yu. Wang Zunchao, the leader of the crowd, said. Ah, Xiao Yu became a god of war. How could it be? Many warriors in the crowd who knew Xiao Yu were all very puzzled. What? This kid became a god for 4 months, and he became rich. Xiao Guohua was very happy. Xiao Guohua, the pillar of the Xiao family, breathed a sigh of relief when a genius appeared in the Xiao family. At the same time, a fire in his heart was rekindled. Before, because he was the only god of war in the Xiao family, he wanted to go to the ancient civilization ruins, but he didn't dare to act. Xiao Yu has become a god of war, and this kid is hiding it from me. Xiao Dongguo muttered to himself. Ah, my little brother has become a powerful god of war. Xiao Ling, who was next to Xiao Dongguo, was also confused. You are Xiao Yu. Hong took a step forward and arrived at Xiao Yu's side as if teleporting. Many war generals and the gods are puzzled. Xiao Yu knows that the strength has reached the level of the war general. It has become a war general for 4 months. Although he is genius, he will not let the first strong people watch it. Yes, the owner of the main hall. Xiao Yu replied respectfully. The black-haired man grinned, and the corner of his mouth seemed to be slightly raised. Immediately, the black-haired man Hong turned his head to leave and entered the Zhongnan Base Municipal Association. Xiao Yu, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. There is a quiet around. Xiao Yu turned his head to look at it. It was Wang Qingxi. Wang Qian looked at Xiao Yu. Let's go with me to meet the head of the General Museum. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded. Under the leadership of Wang Panzu, Xiao Yu came to the door of a tea room on the top floor of the General Hall. The Lord of the Museum is in it, go in. Wang Qian said. Yes. In the quiet tea room, Xiao Yu walked into it. Sit. The voice was still a bit cold, but the black-haired man Hong looked at Xiao Yu's gaze, but he was interested. There is no mistake. 1619, one book, a book. Xiao Yu sat down. Xiao Yu, from the warrior level to the god of war in less than half a year, it can be said that it is a speed of progress. In addition, I also heard that you are practicing Thunder's Zhouzhong Thunder Knife, and it has reached the 4th weight, and his understanding is unique. Museum, I am lucky. I chose a cheat with a high degree of harmony, otherwise I would not cultivate so fast. Xiao Yu said modestly. He can't say that all this is due to the system of the system. For super talents with amazing potential, my Extreme Martial Arts Museum will also have corresponding treatment. This is the official contract prepared by the Extreme Martial Arts Museum for you. Hong Han said with a smile. There is indeed a contract on the table, with a total of 3 sheets. Xiao Yu looked at it carefully. This is the official recruitment contract of the Extreme Martial Arts Museum, and there is power and interests. 1. Each year's activities of 5 billion Wuxia coins. 2. SS-level combat service, a full set of weapons, a full set of cheats, and ancient civilization ruins, Black God. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu directly signed the contract. There have been few Black God sets around the world. Only when they enter the ancient civilization ruins can the successful people get a set of Black God sets. Everyone has only one chance to enter, so it is me, there is no way to get one more. Black God set, which causes the world's Black God sets to be scarce. Then get a set of Black God sets, supply me the extreme martial arts. Quote. Thank you for your love. Xiao Yu laughed. Xiao Yu did not expect that he had just become an elementary god, and Hong sent himself the Black God set. Although he still needed to get a set of Black Gods afterwards, the Supply Limit Martial Arts Museum. Perhaps this is the protection of himself, hoping that he can grow up quickly. At this earth, only Hong and Thunder have a certain understanding of the universe, and at the same time care about the future of the earth, and have been working hard for this. Which cheats do you choose? Hong asked curiously. 9 heavy thunder knives, the lord of the museum. Xiao Yu replied. Black God set, combat service, weapons and cheats, and the staff will come over afterwards. Hong Xiao said. These rewards for you are generally obtained in the elite training camp to a certain standard, but it is already a primary war god, and the effort has reached 3.5 times, so I did not evaluate the reward to you. Quote, thank you for the Lord. What can Xiao Yu say in addition to thanks? In addition, as the god of war in the Extreme Martial Arts Museum, there are generally two roads. One is to go to Hongning Base City to enter the Special Action Group, or apply to be a training camp teacher, or other in the future. Second, send it to other base cities and serve as important positions. Hong Jingjing, a black-haired man, looked at Xiao Yu. You choose. Xiao Yu thought about it and said, the owner of the museum, I still want to go to the wilderness to kill the monsters often, and I don't want to stay in the base city or the college. Okay, then you can choose to faction and hang up in the base city. Hong laughed. Xiao Yu's idea is in line with his intentions. Then I chose to faction, and finally it was in Zhongnan base city. Xiao Yu replied. Yes, there is currently a deputy supervisor in the Zhongnan base city. Hong nodded. When you become a high god of war, you can be promoted to the supervisor, that is, the supervisory ambassador. The monitoring envoy is a very high position in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It has the right to supervise and audit. It can be said that it is the leader of the Extreme Martial Arts Museum in the base. There is a position that reports directly to Hong. Chapter 24, War God Palace. After Xiao Yu came out of the tea room, he had not reached the elevator mouth, and met three people on the face. He was the beauty of a beautiful woman, and it was Hong's guardian enchanting. Xiao Yu, this is what the Lord gives you. The enchanting said. A bald-headed Chinese man in a uniform behind him held a metal box and sent it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's god of war, this is something that the owner asked us to prepare in advance. Bald-headed Chinese man said. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded and picked it over. Not only the items that the owner just told you, but also a set of conscious sensor helmets. Enchanting laughed. Conscious sensor helmet, Xiao Yu puzzled. Isn't it that the god of war will send someone to evaluate today? It can only be obtained after the assessment. At the same time, the lord of the museum is also the first speaker of the god of war. He believes that you have passed the assessment and automatically join the war god palace by default. Naturally, you don't need to arrange other people to come to the assessment. Have many special power. When you use the conscious sensor to enter the virtual space, you will know the many specials of the god of war. Thank you. Xiao Yu laughed. The fingers pass through the lock, drip, and the metal box is directly opened, revealing the blue helmet, packaged combat clothes, weapons, black gods and cheats. Enchanting members and everyone, goodbye. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, put the metal box into the black backpack in the left hand, carrying a backpack with a backpack, and walking directly into the elevator. At the Extreme General Hall, take the Extreme Martial Arts car and drive towards Yongzhou City. In the evening of the sunset, a special car drove into the Yongzhou City Extreme Hall, and the car parked at the door of Xiaojia in Mingyu District. Xiao Yu sounded the door of the villa with a black backpack. Who? The voice of his mother Xu Jingyi came. It must be Xiao Yu. His father Xiao Donghuo said. Mom, it's me. Xiao Yu said. The gate opened inward. Xiao Ling smiled redly. My god of war, come back. Xiao Yu smiled, walked in, and found that there were really many people at home today. Not only Xiao Ling came over, but even the uncle Xiao Guohua, his aunt, the uncle Xiao Guoxuan, the third sister-in-law, and the younger brothers and sisters came over. Tonight is a sleeping night. Xiao Yu became the god of war, making the Xiao family happy, drinking and carnival all night. When the sun rose from the east, everyone dispersed. Seeing Xiao Ling was leaving, Xiao Yu said, Sister Ling, wait a moment. Xiao Ling asked in doubt, what is it? After a night, this will be a little dizzy. I have to go back to sleep. Sister, don't you also use a knife? I just bought 2 9 series war knives the day before yesterday, but yesterday the museum lord rewarded 2 SS level war knives, and the equipment I bought before was not used. Xiao Yu laughed and said with a smile. Essence. The combat service is divided into men and women, but the weapons are regardless of it. Wow, I rewarded you SS level battle knife. Xiao Ling was surprised. The price of a SS level weapon is tens of billions, and the price is more than 10 billion yuan, which is much more expensive than the 9 series weapons, let alone 2. Haha, who makes your brother? I am a genius, even Hong is rare. Xiao Yu said narcissistic. Thank you Xiao Yu. Xiao Ling was very happy. Even the 9 series weapons had a 2 series Huasha coin, which was much stronger than the 6 series weapons she used now. Xiao Yu quickly ran to the martial arts room on the second floor. He took it down from the 2 silver moon war knives A9, which was placed on the weapon frame, and went downstairs. Sister, give you. Well, thank you. Xiao Ling nodded and walked out. Xiao Dingguo, a father who was resting on the sofa next to him, heard the conversation between the 2 sisters and brothers, sat up, his eyes kept staring at Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu turned around, he saw his father's eyes. Dad, I just got a set of SS level combat clothing. That set of D9 series combat clothes is still the whole body, and I have not passed it once, so I will give it to you. Xiao Dingguo is a high-level warrior, and generally fights with high beasts. The D9 series combat service is completely enough. If he breaks through the God of War, the wealth obtained by Xiao Yu's ability can definitely set up SS combat uniforms. A set of SS level combat service costs 120 billion yuan in full price, and the half price is also 60 billion Wuxia coins. Of course, the price of the War God Palace is a lot cheaper, only 40 billion Wuxia coins. Haha, my son finally knew his filial piety. His father Xiao Dingguo laughed. Dad, right, I wore the D6 series combat suit and the D6 battle service you replaced, just give it to our Xiao family. After the younger brother and sister passed the martial arts assessment, they would be given to them. A lot of money, Xiao Yu suggested. By the way, I still have 1.5 billion Chinese coins here. Okay, his father Xiao Dingguo was not polite to Xiao Yu. Basically, Xiao Yu will go upstairs. Xiao Yu, thank you. His father Xiao Dingguo's eyes were moist. Dad, what is this trouble? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Your mother's physical fitness has also reached a martial arts level, said Xiao Dingguo, his father. Ow, Xiao Yu laughed. You also rest early, drink a night of wine. Xiao Yu hurried upstairs, took a bath in the bathroom, put on a full SS level combat suit, and then went directly to the martial arts room to take out the Black God suit. He put his right hand into the Black God suit, and his index finger felt a pain. The Black God suit extended a needle into the blood vessel, and in a moment, the master recognition procedure was completed. Xiao Yu tried the function of the Black God suit. It can change at will according to Xiao Yu's wishes. It can cover the whole body, or only cover one arm, or change into a metal bracelet worn on the right hand. Xiao Yu took out the full set of 9-layer Thunder Blade secret book and CD from the metal box, read it carefully twice, and put the secret book away. With Xiao Yu's photographic memory now, he only needs to read it once to remember all the contents. System, check the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double the gene multiple 100 wish copper coins close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. Physical fitness reaches the 8th level of apprentice 64,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of wishes completed 12 times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket remaining wish points 1,302,800 points. Close black lens bracket. An additional item was added. It seems that the system upgrade in the future is related to the number of wishes completed. This is to encourage me to use the system more. The system sets the third wish to perfectly comprehend the 5th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Perfectly comprehend the 5th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade 27,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The system realizes the third wish. Perfectly comprehend the 5th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Open black lens bracket wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the third wish is being realized. Close black lens bracket. A stream of comprehension poured into Xiao Yu's mind, and a stream of lightning streaked across the sky, containing endless artistic conception. At the same time, a stream of special energy entered Xiao Yu's body as if out of nothing, constantly strengthening his physique. After a moment, he completely understood the power-generating technique of the 5th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade as if he had an epiphany. The Luguang body method also reached the 5th level, and he also understood all the 5th level of the 9-layer Hunyuan guidance technique. The speed of cultivation doubled. Open black lens bracket the third wish has been realized. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu stood up, slashed the SS-level sword in his hand forward, a cold light, accelerated 5 times in a row, the sword cut through the air, forming a vacuum. Poochie, sonic booms continued to sound. The 5th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade was completed. In this way, his power reached 4.2 times. As a primary war god, his strength was equivalent to that of a high-level war god. He practiced the 9-layer Thunder Blade for 2 consecutive days, and became as familiar with every possible power technique as possible. The system sets the 3rd wish to perfectly comprehend the 6th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 3rd wish. Perfectly comprehend the 6th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, 40,500 wish points. Close black lens bracket. It's time to improve physical fitness. The system realizes the 2nd wish of physical fitness reaching the 8th level of apprentice. Open black lens bracket wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the 2nd wish is being realized, close black lens bracket. No mistake, a special energy appeared in Xiao Yu's body as if out of thin air, constantly strengthening his physique, increasing his strength, speed and nerve reaction ability. A stream of ownerless gene energy appeared from the void above his head and poured directly into his body. After the gene energy entered his body, it was automatically marked as his gene energy. The gene energy quickly circulated in the body according to the 5th level of the 9-layered Hunyuan guidance technique, constantly strengthening the body. After a while, everything returned to calm. Open black lens bracket the 2nd wish has been realized. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu's physical fitness has reached the 8th level of apprentice, that is, the middle level of war god. The basic punch force is 128,000 kg and the speed is 460 meters per second. After 4.2 times the force, although his strength is not as good as the planetary level, it is also stronger than the general high-level war god. The sudden increase in strength made it difficult for Xiao Yu to control his own strength. In the following week, Xiao Yu continued to adapt to his increased strength. Until he could perfectly control his own strength, he stopped. During this period, Xiao Yu's father Xiao Donghua went out hunting with the Iron Blood team. This time he did not call Xiao Yu again. The system sets the 3rd wish to reach the 9th level of apprentice physical fitness. After the 2nd wish was fulfilled, the original 3rd wish was naturally promoted to the 2nd wish. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 3rd wish. Physical fitness reaches the 9th level of apprentice, 128,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. After finishing these things, Xiao Yu picked up the dark blue helmet and entered the War God Palace. The most important thing about using this consciousness sensor at home is to protect yourself. Because once you put on the dark blue helmet, your consciousness will enter the virtual space, so if someone comes to assassinate you, it will be troublesome, but in the base city, no one in the warrior community dares to do this. This consciousness sensor helmet also has a security warning device that can detect whether someone enters the surrounding area. Others are afraid of safety issues, but I am not afraid. Xiao Yu smiled, and a black membrane immediately extended from his body. With the protection of the Black God suit, what is there to worry about? Safety range setting, 5 meters by 5 meters. Xiao Yu still set it up. The doors and windows of the room had been locked. Once someone invaded the surrounding set safety range, Xiao Yu's consciousness would be automatically kicked out of the virtual space. Xiao Yu put on the helmet directly, and the Black God suit had already extended to cover the dark blue helmet. The whole person sat cross-legged on the ground like a black sculpture. Entering the virtual space, this is a quiet and large room. Xiao Yu, wearing a simple white robe, suddenly appeared in this room. What a big room, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. Visually, the length of the entire room is more than 50 meters, the width is about 20 meters, and the height is 5 meters. The area of this room is more than 1,000 square meters. In the center of the room is a large round bed with a diameter of 3 meters. In front of the bed is an indoor swimming pool that is 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. Bed, swimming pool, desk chair, luxurious dining table, reclining chair, training area with yoga mats. The large and spacious room of more than 1,000 square meters is divided into many areas in an orderly manner. Xiao Yu smiled. Welcome, God of War Xiao Yu. An electronic voice suddenly sounded, scaring Xiao Yu. This is your private room in the Ares Palace. No one can enter your room except you. The electronic voice echoed in the room. In the Ares Palace, you can order whatever you want to eat and drink. There are many delicious dishes here that are not available in reality. There is a book on your desk, The Regulations of the Ares Palace. I wish you a happy time in the Ares Palace. The electronic voice disappeared. The desk is close to the window. The south side of the whole room is full of large floor-to-ceiling windows. Xiao Yu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the beautiful scenery outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the window, you can see that the outside is vast and boundless, with clouds and mist everywhere. The sun shines in the clouds and mist, reflecting colorful light. The virtual space is 10,000 times more beautiful than the real world. The real world still has to follow the rules of physics and the 10 laws. But the virtual space does not need it at all. Xiao Yu opened the black leather cover of The Regulations of the Ares Palace, and there was only a piece of paper inside. Welcome to join the Ares Palace. The Ares Palace is the strongest organization of human warriors created by the first speaker Hong and the second speaker Lei Shen. All the gods of war on earth and those who surpass the gods of war are members of the Ares Palace. The management of the Ares Palace is the Council of the Ares Palace. Only those who surpass the gods of war are qualified to become members of the parliament. And the parliament has 5 speakers. They are the first speaker, the second speaker, until the 5th speaker. These 5 people are the 5 strongest people on earth. In the Ares Palace, there are mall, auction hall, arena square, trial tower, many functions, waiting for you to discover. After reading it, Xiao Yu smiled, walked to the closet, changed into casual clothes, opened the door and left the room. Along the corridor, he naturally walked to the outer wall corridor of the Ares Palace. This outer wall corridor is 9 meters wide. Walk down the spiral staircase. When Xiao Yu stepped on the first floor hall, the entire first floor hall suddenly darkened, from the original soft and comfortable light intensity, to dim. The soothing music before also disappeared instantly. Here it comes. Xiao Yu knew in his heart that as a member who had just entered the War God Palace, the most dazzling moment had arrived. All the war gods who were originally talking almost all looked towards the stairs, almost all looking at Xiao Yu. Ding! With a crisp sound that seemed to make people's souls tremble, the whole hall immediately sounded loud, enthusiastic, and joyful music, and the music echoed throughout the hall. Nearly 1,000 war gods from all over the world in this luxurious hall stood up, and some clapped their hands. At this moment, no matter where they came from or which force they served, they all unconsciously encouraged humanity. A faint light shone on Xiao Yu below. The War God Palace welcomes a new war god, his name is Xiao Yu. A rough voice like a god sounded. A faint light shone on Xiao Yu below. As the sound echoed, a 3-dimensional virtual projection appeared above the hall, and 3-dimensional large characters appeared on the projection. Name: Xiao Yu. Nationality: Wuxia. Level: God of War Elementary. At the same time, the number 3515 on the huge display screen on the wall of the hall suddenly jumped to 3516. Humanity welcomed the 3516th living god of war. And then everything returned to calm. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. 2 figures walked over from a seat in the corner far away, and Xiao Yu looked at them in surprise. These 2 people turned out to be people he knew, including his uncle Xiao Guohua and the president of the Extreme Club Zhou Zhengyang. Chapter 25 Level 3 Rat Tide. Xiao Yu, what do you like to eat? This is your first time here, I'll treat you. Zhou Zhengyang took the menu from the waiter next to him with a smile and handed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked at the menu. Many things like dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder do not exist in the real world. They are very expensive. Even some common dishes are very expensive. The things in the War God Palace are expensive, but the taste is very perfect. It can't be made outside, Xiao Guohua said next to him. However, although the price of these things is expensive, it is nothing for the war gods. For the war gods, even if they serve a certain organization, it is normal to have a salary of 5 billion Chinese yuan a year. If they hunt some lord-level monsters, it is easy to make tens of billions a year. Xiao Yu ordered a few dishes and a glass of wine at random, and handed the menu to Zhou Zhengyang. Soon the waiter came to Xiao Yu with the dishes and drinks. Xiao Yu tasted it and praised, "It tastes really good, nothing to say." In terms of deliciousness, How can the real world compare with the virtual space? Zhou Zhengyang said with a smile. Xiao Yu, through the War God Palace, we warriors who have just entered the War God can make more friends, and we can solve some powerful monsters together in the future. Xiao Guohua said with a smile. Yeah, Xiao Yu naturally understood. Now the Xiao family can be said to be in full swing, with 2 war gods in one family. Zhou Zhengyang said with some envy. It can't be compared with those forces, not to mention the top forces such as the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and the HR Alliance. Even some families within the HR Alliance can't compare. Xiao Guohua said with some sighs. There are 52 powerful counselors in the world. Among these counselors, there are 7 or 8 counselors who are unwilling to be subordinates and set up their own mercenaries. In addition, there are many high-level war god families. These are incomparable. Okay, Xiao Yu, let's go to the War God Palace Mall later. How about it? The prices of items in the War God Palace are much cheaper than outside. Okay, Xiao Yu responded. Next, the 3 war gods went shopping together. For Xiao Yu, it was just a simple shopping trip. Not to mention that he didn't lack anything for the time being, even if he did, he didn't mind spending money to buy it. Now he could be said to be a pauper. After visiting the War God Palace Mall and returning to his residence, Xiao Yu left the War God Palace. The time came to November 22nd, and there were still 6 days before the 3rd level rat tide occurred in City 0231. Xiao Yu was not sure whether he could save Lu Gang's life with his current strength. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, he decided to use the system to improve his strength again. System, check the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double the gene multiple 100 wish copper coins close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. Perfectly comprehend the 6th level of the 9-layer thunder blade 40,500 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Physical fitness reaches the 9th level of apprentice 128,000 wish points close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of wishes completed 14 times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket remaining wish points 1,211,800 points. Close black lens bracket. The system realizes the second and third wishes at the same time. Open black lens bracket the wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is being realized. Close black lens bracket. The voice of the system just fell. Xiao Yu was surrounded by a special energy, and he instantly fell into enlightenment. Countless cultivation experiences and insights about the 6th level of the 9-layer thunder blade were integrated into his mind, becoming his knowledge, and becoming body instincts in repeated washing. At the same time, energy like infinite creation energy poured into his body, constantly strengthening his physique, increasing his strength, speed, and nerve reaction speed. The body has undergone a qualitative change from the inside out. Energy like endless genetic energy poured into his body and became the genetic energy he cultivated himself. At the same time, his mental power was also growing invisibly, reaching the level corresponding to the high-level war god who took the spiritual mind master route. Although Xiao Yu did not have the idea of taking the spiritual mind master route, the growth of mental power could increase his control over the body. As long as the mental power is sufficient, even if the power increases tenfold, it can be quickly and perfectly mastered. Half an hour later, everything fell into calm again. Open black lens bracket the wish has been perfectly fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu's basic punching force is 256,000 kg and the speed is 600 meters per second, which is close to twice the speed of sound. The 6th level of the 9-layer thunder blade is 4.9 times the force, so his maximum speed should be able to reach or approach 3 times the speed of sound. After standing up, Xiao Yu found that his power was not out of control. Although his control was not perfect and could not be accurate to the millimeter, it was much stronger than many high-level war gods who had just entered the stage. Despite this, Xiao Yu still trained non-stop for 5 days until he could perfectly control every bit of power in his body. Now that his strength has reached the level of a high-level war god, he wants to see how many wish points he needs to use the system to advance to the planetary level. The system sets the second wish to break through to become a planetary first level. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. break through to become a planetary first level, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. 100 wish copper coins, that is, 1 million wish points. The system sets the third wish to perfectly comprehend the 7th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Perfectly comprehend the 7th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, 81,000 wish points, close black lens bracket. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket 1,043,300 wish points remaining. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu put on a full set of SS-level combat uniforms and went downstairs with 2 SS-level swords on his back. On the first floor, he saw his mother Xu Jingyi, who was busy. "Mom, I have something urgent to go out for." These days, the mother is very happy. Although her son is busy practicing all day and rarely chats with her, she is happy as long as her son is around. "Okay, son, be careful," Mother Xu Jingyi said with some worry, even though her son has become as strong as his elder brother Xiao Guohua. "Don't worry, Mom, your son is invincible," Xiao Yu said confidently. The special armored vehicle of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall has stopped at the door of the villa. In the armored vehicle, Xiao Yu opened the contact information of Zhou Zhengyang, the chairman of Zhongnan Base City. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, and 1 look. The phone rang only 3 times before it was connected. "Inspector Xiao, what's the matter?" Zhou Zhengyang said. "President Zhou, please just call me by my name from now on." Xiao Yu said, "President Zhou, please check the satellite monitoring near the North Military Region to see if there is a tendency for a rat tide or beast tide to occur." Although the description of the third-level rat tide in the original novel is very brief, a rat tide will not occur suddenly, and there must be some signs and trends. The third-level rat tide is only the smallest and least harmful rat tide, which cannot threaten the military region at all. At most, it will consume some ammunition of the military region and lose some low-level combat power. There are second-level rat tide and first-level rat tide above the third-level rat tide, which are disaster level. But even the number of rat beasts in the third-level rat tide, which is the weakest, is in the hundreds of millions. Presumably, the god of war Lu Gang was overwhelmed by the rat beasts and could not escape. He was killed after fighting until he was exhausted. Even his body could not be found, and only the sword he used before his death was found. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yu, satellite monitoring shows that there is a tendency for a large number of rat beasts to gather in 0252 City and the surrounding counties. It is expected that a third-level rat tide will form in 0252 City at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and will begin to continuously swallow all creatures in the surrounding thousands of miles. The incident has been notified to the Northern Military District. Zhou Zhengyang said seriously. "I hope the Northern Military District can take timely measures," Xiao Yu said worriedly. Sure enough, the rat tide has already formed, but it will only advance to the vicinity of 0231 County where Luo Feng is located tomorrow. Xiao Yu got off the train at the train station and used the warrior privilege to temporarily buy a train ticket to the Northern Military District. The warriors who met along the way or knew Xiao Yu or had met him several times all looked at him, Xiao Yu God of War. Why would Xiao Yu God of War go to the Northern Military District? I haven't heard that there are Lord-level monsters there. Occasionally, a puzzled warrior would whisper to his teammates next to him. With Xiao Yu's current hearing, he could hear all the sounds on the entire train clearly. Ignoring the comments of others, Xiao Yu closed his eyes and rested on the train. It was not until the evening that the train finally arrived at the Northern Military District. After getting off the train, Xiao Yu did not enter the supply base, but went straight to the gate of the wilderness area. There is a rat tide in the vicinity of Qinli. All warriors are requested to stay in the military district and wait for the rat tide alarm to be lifted before entering the wilderness area. The gates of the military district kept broadcasting in a loop. I hope that fewer human warriors will die. As soon as Xiao Yu left the base, he met Luo Feng who was returning to the supply base from hunting monsters in the wild. He was wearing a 6 Series combat uniform and weapons, wearing 2 9 Series flying knives on his waist, and carrying a black oversized backpack, running towards the military district at a speed of about 80 meters per second. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu, why did you come to the Northern Military District? I heard that you have become a powerful god of war. Luo Feng asked in confusion. A few days ago, After Luo Feng returned to the base, he met some warrior friends. They all talked about Xiao Yu, the newly promoted war god. At first, he didn't believe it, but as more people talked about it, he couldn't help but believe it. It's just luck that you became a war god. I believe you will soon become a war god or even surpass the war god. Xiao Yu smiled and said, I came here. Satellite monitoring found that there is a tendency for a large number of rat beasts to gather in a county near the military district. I'll go and see the situation. The military district has issued an emergency alert message to everyone's communication watch. Luo Feng said after taking a breath. It was not only Luo Feng himself who returned urgently from the wilderness area, but also thousands of warriors. During the time when Xiao Yu was talking to Luo Feng, at least 30 warriors passed by. Luo Feng, your name has spread throughout the Zhongnan base city. You have been hunting like crazy for 2 months. Xiao Yu patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and said, it's time to take a break. It's just right to take this time to return to the base city to accompany your family. Haha, Luo Feng smiled, I'm also preparing to go back. I haven't seen my parents and younger brother for 2 months. I miss them. Are you missing your family or Shu Shen? Xiao Yu joked. Haha, I miss both. Luo Feng's face flushed. Chapter 26 Killing the Rat King and Calming the Rat Tide. On November 29, 2056, Xiao Yu finally arrived at the 0252 city where the rat tide broke out the most. On the way, he also encountered dozens of small rat tides, each of which was not large in number, with only hundreds of thousands of rat beasts. With the speed of these rat beasts, they naturally could not do anything to him. The rat beasts in the rat tide encountered before were not large in size, only more than 30 centimeters. But the rat tide in the 0252 city was different. There were hundreds of millions of rat beasts here, black and boundless, almost covering the entire city. The strange thing is that the rat tide did not tend to spread outward, but instead continued to shrink inward. Xiao Yu carefully jumped onto the rooftop of a 20-story commercial building in the suburbs and took out a telescope to see clearly. There were 3 centers in this rat tide, which were 3 high-rise buildings. There was a figure on each high-rise building constantly fighting, and countless rat beasts surged onto the high-rise buildings, like 3 black pyramids. These 3 figures should be the 3 war god-level warriors trapped in the rat tide. The sonic booms produced by the battle resounded throughout the city, and even Xiao Yu, who was on the edge of the city, could hear them. After finding out the reason for the strange behavior of the rat tide, Xiao Yu did not act rashly, and continued to search in the dark rat tide. The rat tide would not happen for no reason. There must be a rat king leading the rat beasts inside, and there may be more than one. Looking at the scale of the rat tide in front of him, to control hundreds of millions of rat beasts, the level of the rat king should reach the lord level, or even the high lord level. The rat king usually hides in the rat tide and will not show up easily. There are 3 dark blue shadows flying in the distant sky. At first glance, I thought it was a flying monster. When the dark blue flying object approached, Xiao Yu saw it clearly. These are 3 flat round flying fighters similar to the shape of flying saucers. Nowadays, most of the military flying fighters are of this flat round shape, because this shape is conducive to defense and offense once it encounters an attack from a flying monster in the air. These flying fighters actually dived towards the rat tide. When they were still 100 meters away from the ground, the flying fighters just hovered above the beasts. With Xiao Yu's vision, he could clearly see a huge muzzle exposed on the belly of the fighter. Endless hot flames suddenly spurted out from the muzzle, directly covering the rat tide below. Under the high-temperature flames that were probably thousands of degrees, a large number of rat beasts were on fire and burned to death. For a long time, Xiao Yu did not find any trace of the Rat King. He guessed that the Rat King might be hiding in some buildings. The building where the Rat King hides should have a better view and can control the overall situation. In this 0252 city, there are only 3 high-rise buildings with a good view, one of which is located at the center of the triangle formed by the positions of the 3 war gods. Xiao Yu guessed that the insidious Rat King might be hiding in it. The 200-meter-high commercial building is nearly 30 miles away from Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu wanted to rush over, there were 2 options. One was to fight his way through, but he might also be trapped by the rat tide like the other 3 war gods. The second option was to take a flying fighter plane. Xiao Yu took out a satellite communication watch and turned on the public channel. I am Xiao Yu from the Extreme Martial Arts School. My number is 542658111XXX. I have important things to do and need fighter plane support. Xiao Yu repeated to the communication watch over and over again. Soon a voice came from the public channel. Hello, God of War Xiao Yu. I am the Tiger Eagle fighter plane. Your request has been received and the fighter plane will rush over immediately. One of the 3 fighter planes that were constantly clearing the rat tide quickly adjusted its flight attitude and flew towards the high-rise building where Xiao Yu was. 3 minutes later, the flying fighter plane was suspended more than 10 meters above Xiao Yu's head, and the rear door of the cabin slowly lowered to form a horizontal platform. Xiao Yu exerted a little force on his feet and came to the platform with a whoosh. Don't close the cabin, Xiao Yu said, fly to the tallest building in the middle of the city. Xiao Yu pointed to the center of the triangle formed by the 3 war gods. Received. The fighter pilot received the order. 3 minutes later, Xiao Yu jumped off the flying fighter. The name of this building can still be vaguely seen as Crown Summer Building. After the flying fighter dropped Xiao Yu, it did not immediately move away, but circled around to kill the rat beasts. The originally calm building suddenly boiled because of Xiao Yu's arrival. Thousands of rat beasts poured out from all parts of the building and surrounded Xiao Yu on the roof. The size of each one is several times larger than that of ordinary rat beasts. Xiao Yu was relieved. Sure enough, it seems that the Rat King is hiding here. The black god suit instantly extended from the right hand to the whole body, revealing only the eyes and nose. The SS swords in both hands were unsheathed, and instantly came to a nearly 2-meter-long primary beast general level rat beast. With a wave of his hand, the rat head flew to the side. Xiao Yu wielded 2 swords with both hands, and at least 1 rat beast was killed with each slash. And the bodies of the killed rat beasts were devoured by the system under his mind control. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of a rat beast to gain 1 wish point. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of a rat beast to gain 25 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of a rat beast to gain 3 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Comma. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of a rat beast to gain 100 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Thousands of voices continued to ring in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu kept killing his way down from the rooftop. The more he went down, the higher the obstacles he encountered and the stronger the rat beasts he encountered. After nearly half an hour of fighting, Xiao Yu finally descended from the rooftop to the 25th floor. Xiao Yu encountered an unprecedented blockade. There were only 20 rat beasts on this floor, but each of them was more than 3 meters long, and the 3 longest ones were more than 5 meters long. The long black hair of these rat beasts reflected cold light, as if they had scales. Xiao Yu was shocked. These rat beasts actually had Lord-level strength. The weakest one was also at the primary Lord level, with 7, and the intermediate Lord level had 10. There were actually 3 high-level lords. Among the 3 high-level lords, which one was the Rat King, or were all Rat Kings, Xiao Yu was not sure. Tiger Eagle, this is Xiao Yu. A large number of Lord-level rat beasts have been found here. The Rat King should be among them. Call the other war gods to come for support. Tiger Eagle received. Immediately pick up 3 war gods to come for support. Xiao Yu, God of War, please ensure your own safety and do your best to kill. After the rat beasts found Xiao Yu, they surrounded him and attacked one by one. Sonic booms continued to sound. Xiao Yu's heart moved, and his figure was like lightning, instantly passing through every attacking rat beast. All the attacking rat beasts flew backwards in an instant, and countless black and blue blood splashed in the air, forming a blood mist. 2 of the primary Lord-level rat beasts were almost split in half and completely lost their lives. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of a primary Lord-level rat beast will gain 2000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of a primary Lord-level rat beast will gain 2100 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The flesh and blood disappeared, and only a pile of scales and other important materials were left on the ground. While attacking, Xiao Yu flashed to the materials, and with a thought, these materials were collected into the space ring. Now Xiao Yu is only interested in the materials on the Lord-level monsters. The walls were smashed into pieces. The battlefield started from the 25th floor, fought all the way to the 28th floor, and then returned to the 25th floor. GG. Three 6-meter-long high-level Lord-level rat beasts finally couldn't hold back, and their speed had reached supersonic speed, rushing towards Xiao Yu. Poochie, the sound of sonic booms continued to sound. Xiao Yu moved his body and accelerated 6 times in an instant, shaking off the pursuit of the high-level lord, and came to the side of a primary Lord-level rat beast. When it reacted, the SS-level sword in his hand had already crossed his neck after 2 consecutive accelerations, and the rat head with a flashing black light flew several meters away. Xiao Yu moved his left hand, and the body of the primary Lord-level rat beast disappeared. The primary Lord-level rat beasts were like chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered by Xiao Yu, and were dealt with by Xiao Yu first. 7 primary lords were eliminated by him in less than 3 minutes, and turned into monster materials and entered his space ring. War God Xiao Yu, War God Lu Gang, War God Zheng Ji, and War God Wei Chen have arrived. No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. 3 flying fighters were suspended above the tall building. The Rat King is currently on the 25th floor, Xiao Yu said. No, be careful, the building is going to collapse. Just now, a high-level Lord-level rat beast smashed 4 or 5 weighing walls in a row while chasing Xiao Yu. The tall building was like being cut in half, tilting from the 25th floor, and collapsed in less than a minute. 3 flying fighters hurriedly evaded the surroundings, and at the same time 3 black shadows rushed out of the flying fighters and flew into the tall building. Countless rat beasts dodged to the side. Thousands of rat beasts in the square downstairs were crushed into snow and mud before they could dodge. The 25th floor suddenly became the top floor of this tall building. The collapse of the tall building splashed a cloud of dust, and suddenly Xiao Yu felt a series of sonic booms behind him, and a figure of 5 to 5 meters in size rushed in front of Xiao Yu. Puff! Xiao Yu, who was always nervous, dodged to the side of a mid-level lord next to him, and the SS-level sword in his hand accelerated 6 times in a row. With the blessing of 3 times the speed of sound, he instantly killed the mid-level Lord Rat Beast. This was the 10th Lord-level Rat Beast Xiao Yu killed. When the building collapsed just now, Xiao Yu took advantage of the panic of some rat beasts and killed 2 mid-level Lord-level rat beasts in a row. Lu Gang, Zheng Ji, Wei Chen, the 3 of you will contain the 7 mid-level Lord-level rat beasts, and I will deal with the remaining 3 high-level Lord-level rat beasts. Xiao Yu said. The strongest person in the field is Xiao Yu. Under the 6th and 9th Thunder Blades, Xiao Yu's strength is comparable to that of a first-level planetary warrior. When Lu Gang, who was at the intermediate war god level, saw the scene of Xiao Yu fighting with the rat beast, he thought to himself, Xiao Yu's strength is definitely at the invincible war god level, not just the primary war god level as described in the information, and his body skills have actually reached the artistic conception level. He has also practiced the 9-layer Thunder Blade, and has actually reached the 6th level. How is this possible? Xiao Yu's reputation as a genius war god has long been spread throughout China, especially in the circle of war god level warriors. No one does not know his information. The 3 war god level warriors who saw Xiao Yu's strength responded one after another, okay. Lu Gang took the lead and rushed towards the 3 intermediate lord level rat beasts, and the 3 lord level rat beasts also rushed towards him. At the moment of approaching, Lu Gang's feet instantly accelerated 4 times and passed by like a phantom. At the moment of passing by, the S-level war knife in his hand accelerated 4 times in a row, accompanied by endless sonic booms, and chopped at one of the rat beasts. After the rat beast was severely injured, it became even more crazy. Lu Gang also attracted the 3 lord-level monsters and ran down. Every rat beast that passed by, whether it was a beast general or a beast soldier, or an ordinary rat beast, was killed. The huge lord-level rat beast rushed all the way, and hundreds of rat beasts that had no time to dodge were squeezed and fell from the high building and fell into the sea of fire below. Zheng Ji and Wei Chen also used similar methods to lead the 2 lord-level monsters down. On the 25th floor, only Xiao Yu was staring at his 3 high-level lord-level rat beasts, and many rat beasts pouring in from downstairs. Puff, puff, the sound of explosions continued to sound, and the fierce battle lasted for a long time. The entire 25th floor was destroyed, as if it had been cut off by a bulldozer. 1 person and 3 beasts fought from the 25th floor to the 20th floor. The 3 high-level lord-level rat beasts had more and more scars on their bodies, and the ground and air were filled with blood mist splashing from the rat beasts. This will end your suffering. Xiao Yu looked at the three seriously injured and inconvenient high-level lord-level monsters. Pucci. With one step forward, his feet instantly accelerated 6 times, and Xiao Yu came to the front of a high-level lord-like teleportation. At the moment it howled, the SS-level sword pierced its head through its mouth, and it immediately turned backwards, twitching all over. Pucci. Then Xiao Yu's figure accelerated 6 times and rushed to the left side of a high-level lord whose left eye was severely injured, and the SS-type sword in his hand instantly pierced into its head. Pucci. 2 consecutive sonic booms sounded, and the last high-level lord was also killed by Xiao Yu. With a thought, thousands of rad beast corpses on the ground disappeared, and even the flesh and blood in the bodies of 3 high-level lord rad beasts disappeared, leaving only 3 piles of materials, which were collected in the space ring. When Xiao Yu went down to the 18th floor, he saw that Lu Gang had killed 2 medium-level lord monsters, and the remaining one was also seriously injured. Xiao Yu, go down and see if they need help. I'll take care of this one right away. Lu Gang smiled. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded and continued to go down. The lower floors were also in ruins. Xiao Yu suspected that it was a blessing that the building could still support it. On the 16th floor, he encountered the corpse of a medium-level lord monster. On the 15th floor, he encountered Wei Chen, who was entangled by thousands of large rad beasts and covered in blood. The lord monster was still intact and was not injured. It attacked Wei Chen from time to time. Although Wei Chen was also a medium-level war god, he used a war hammer, and the level of the skills he practiced was far inferior to the 9-layer Thunder Blade, and his strength was much worse than Lu Gang's. Xiao Yu flashed behind the middle-level lord-level rad beast, and the SS-level sword pierced into the rad beast's back at 3 times the speed of sound under 6 accelerations. With the defense of the lord-level monster, it would be impossible to pierce its back if it weren't for the SS-level sword used by Xiao Yu at supersonic speed. The sword pierced through the rad beast's back and cut off its spinal nerves, and the middle-level lord-level rad beast was immediately unable to move. Xiao Yu flashed in front of the monster, and the sword pierced through its eyes and head at an unparalleled speed. Without the guidance of the lord, the rats in front of him fled in all directions. Wei Chen, go upstairs to help Lu Gang, I'll go see how Zhang Ji is doing. As Xiao Yu continued to rush downstairs, the original tide of rats that kept rising began to dissipate. When he went down the 10th floor, he found Zhang Ji leaning on a weighing column with his left arm bandaged, and there were bright red bloodstains on his combat uniform. Zhang Ji, you're injured. Xiao Yu said, taking out emergency medical equipment from his backpack, I'll help you. We were attacked, Zhang Ji said with a wry smile. Half an hour later, the rat tide that swept thousands of miles began to gradually dissipate, and countless rat beasts burrowed back into the ground. Xiao Yu, Lu Gang and the other 4 war gods took a flying fighter back to the northern military region. Chapter 27 Welcome Dinner. Yangzhou City, Jiangnan Base City, Mingyu Community Extreme Hall. Xiao Yu's exclusive martial arts training room on the 6th floor. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the center of the martial arts training room, entered a state of trance, and allowed the mental power in his eyebrows to move freely, doing nothing. Naturally, this was how he exercised his mental power in his previous life. Although the efficiency was not high, it was better than safety. After practicing for 3 hours, Xiao Yu exited the state of concentration. System View System Panel. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double the gene multiplier, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. Break through and become the first level planet, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Perfectly comprehend the 7th level of the 9-fold thunder sword, 81,000 wish points, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of wishes completed, 17 times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the remaining wish points are 1,163,669 points. Close black lens bracket. Boom. Xiao Yu opened his eyes and looked outside through the window of the martial arts training hall. A blue flying saucer-shaped fighter plane was slowly descending from a high altitude, and finally landed on a lawn in Mingyu Community. Director Wu Tong led some warriors to greet someone there. The cabin door of the faint blue flying saucer fighter opened, and a total of 3 people came out. It's a pity that Xiao Yu doesn't know anyone. Since Wu Tong did not inform him, It means these people are not important. Xiao Yu's mind returned to the system. The system fulfills the third wish. Open black lens bracket wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish is coming true. Close black lens bracket. A special energy enveloped Xiao Yu's body, and he suddenly fell into an epiphany. Countless experiences and insights about the use of the 7th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword suddenly poured into his mind. Xiao Yu, who was in an epiphany, quickly absorbed the knowledge in his mind. Suddenly, a strange energy glowing with red light enveloped his whole body. Xiao Yu suddenly stood up, waving the 2 swords in his hands and using the Luguang movement under his feet. Both body and sword skills were accelerated 6 times in a row. It's like fast-forwarding countless times. The entire martial arts training room is full of Xiao Yu's figures, and each figure is performing different sword and body techniques. After a moment, countless figures seemed to have gathered together. Xiao Yu dodged and accelerated 7 times in a row. The swords in his hands slashed in different directions, all accelerating 7 times in a row. Xiao Yu's figure returned to the middle of the martial arts training area after performing the 7th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword's sword technique and movement technique dozens of times. Sit down cross-legged again. It was like he hadn't moved. Then waves of cultivation experience and understanding of the 7th level of the 9-level chaotic source guidance technique poured into Xiao Yu's mind. Wait until it is fully understood before giving up. Everything fell into calm again. Open black lens bracket. The wish has come true. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu has perfectly understood the 7th level of the 9-layer Thunder Sword, which has 5.6 times the mana. The system checks the body attributes. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength. 257852 kg close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed. 612 meters per second close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket nervous reaction. Apprentice 9th level is perfect close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu turned on the boxing strength testing machine. Pong. After Xiao Yu's fist accelerated 7 times in a row, it was like a meteor, hitting the boxing target of the boxing strength testing machine, and the boxing target shook violently. This boxing strength testing machine sent by President Zhou and others is a top-notch testing machine. Drop. The number, 1,443,970 kilograms, appears on the display screen. The same number 6 times in a row. Xiao Yu was surprised that he could perfectly control this improvement. Although he was confused, he did not explore it. Maybe the system had improved, or maybe his mental power was strong enough. Bip, blop, blop. The alarm in the communication watch keeps ringing. The alarm clock is ringing. It's already 11:45. It's time to go back for lunch. Xiao Yu wore loose training clothes and walked out of the martial arts hall. Click. The door of the martial arts training hall closes automatically. Inspector Xiao. In the corridor outside the martial arts training hall, a young man was standing there with a smile and bowed slightly. The chief is waiting for Inspector Xiao in the conference room next to him. Oh, Xiao Yu wondered whether the military region wanted to recruit him. Let's go. In the conference room, as soon as Xiao Yu entered the conference room, he saw the 3 people in the conference room at a glance. A middle-aged man with a trace of white hair on his temples was sitting there as straight as a leopard with sharp eyes. Next to him is a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The third person is Wu Tong, the owner of the guild hall. Hello, Mr. Xiao Yu. The middle-aged man stood up, and the man with glasses next to him also stood up with a smile. Hello. Xiao Yu was a little confused. Xiao Yu. Wu Tong next to him said with a smile, let me introduce to you, this is Li Dui. Next to him is Wang Luohan. Xiao Yu nodded. Although he had never met these people, he knew them. Xiao Yu also knew their purpose of coming. Although the war between humans and monsters has reached a stalemate, it is only because humans have laser cannons and the negotiations between Hong and the king-level monsters that the current situation is maintained. But humans face not only land monsters and flying monsters, but also massive ocean monsters. Although the king-level monsters in the ocean are afraid of human laser cannons and dare not easily hit inland rivers, many monsters below the king level frequently invading land. The monsters killed by humans are not as many as the monsters in the ocean that are produced every year. Facing the threat of marine monsters, the Southeast military region must always be on guard. As the leader, Li Dui must strive for all the strength possible. The purpose of the two people's trip is to win over Xiao Yu, the invincible war god who has demonstrated his strength in the eradication of the third-level rat tide. Okay, I accept. Xiao Yu did not hesitate at all. The war between humans and monsters is a war for the survival of the race, and there is no reason for him to refuse. In order to facilitate Xiao Yu's actions in various military regions, Li Dui arranged a 900-man guard for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded and accepted this arrangement. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. He planned to arrange some of the guards around his villa to strengthen the protection of his mother, and at the same time increase the defense force of the entire Mingyu community. The news that Xiao Yu became a high-level war god continued to spread. After receiving the news, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall urgently upgraded Xiao Yu's level to a high-level war god. Not long after, Hong promoted his position to the supervisory envoy in a video meeting with Xiao Yu, removing the word deputy. It turned out that Supervisor Liu of Zhongnan Base City was transferred to other places after handing over to Xiao Yu. Since Xiao Yu was appointed as the deputy inspector, he knew that he would leave Zhongnan Base City, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Time passed day by day, and it was getting closer and closer to December 15th. On the evening of December 15th, a large dinner to welcome the new inspector was held at the Extreme General Hall in the main city. On the evening of December 14th, Xiao Yu kept trying on his evening gown at home, and Xiao Ling next to him helped with the consultation. Suddenly, the communication watch on Xiao Yu's wrist made a sound beep. Beep. Is there an email? Xiao Yu immediately passed his finger through the button and clicked on the mailbox. The title was exactly, Notice of Departure from the Ancient Civilization Relics. Xiao Yu has not improved his strength to the planetary level because of the ancient civilization ruins. Open the email. The title of the email was clicked, and an email with Chinese characters was opened. The content of the email mainly reminded Xiao Yu that he needed to go to Hongning Base City on December 29th to meet up with many war gods and go in together. There are also some precautions, mainly that you cannot wear the black god suit when entering the No. 9 civilization ruins, and you can only wear combat uniforms made by human technology. Xiao Yu understands that the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins is a talent screening assessment. As long as the physical fitness reaches the god of war level, you can enter. The challenges and dangers encountered by each person after entering are different. In the evening of December 15th, in the large residential area where the Extreme General Hall is located in Zhongnan Base City, about 90% of the Extreme Martial Arts School warriors in the entire base city live here. The sound of music echoed. In the residential area, there is a 3-story large snow-white villa building. Tonight, a welcome dinner will be held here to welcome the new supervisor. So early in the morning, about 100 meters around this 3-story white villa, it was separated by a white wooden fence, and outsiders were prohibited from entering. At the welcome dinner, not only many warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts School, but also Commander Li Dui of the Southeast Military Region, Mayor Yi, important figures of the Thunder Martial Arts School in Zhongnan Base City, and members of many families in Zhongnan Base City also participated. When Xiao Yu was chatting with a group of politicians, he suddenly saw Luo Feng who had just walked into the hall. Luo Feng, here, Xiao Yu said. Everyone was attracted by Xiao Yu's voice and looked towards the entrance. Some people knew, and some people were puzzled. Sorry, I delayed you from going to the wild. Xiao Yu smiled. We are all brothers, how can I not attend your big day? Luo Feng smiled unhappily, but these are all big shots. Of course, the supervisor, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Zhongnan Base City, his promotion banquet, and important people from the entire base city will come. Xiao Ling explained next to him. Luo Feng, this is my sister, Xiao Ling. Xiao Yu introduced. Hello Sister Ling, I am Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled. Hello, Mayor Yi next to him suddenly said, look, the Shu family is here. There were 3 people from the Shu family in the distance. The leader was a slightly fat white-haired old man, and on both sides of him, one of them was a young woman with noble temperament, wearing a black evening dress. She looks about 30 years old, and the other one is Shu Xin in a purple evening dress. The biggest asset of a woman is youth. Shu Xin is young, and wearing this off-shoulder evening dress that highlights her figure, she is even more sexy. It makes people's eyes light up. Luo Feng, your family is here. Xiao Yu joked. Luo Feng pretended to hit Xiao Yu's shoulder. Xu Xin saw Xiao Yu, Luo Feng and others in the center of the field and walked straight over. Cousin, Xu Xin said with some complaints, why didn't you tell me earlier? If it weren't for Grandpa staying, I wouldn't know you became an inspector. Xiao Xin, I won't disturb you and Luo Feng, you two have a good chat. After the welcome dinner, Xiao Yu began to practice intensively. He planned to practice the 9-layer Thunder Blade to the 9th level before entering the ruins of the ancient civilization. Chapter 28 Relics of Ancient Civilization. Yangzhou City Extreme Club Hall, Martial Arts Training Room. In the 300 square meter martial arts training room, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the center. The system sets the third wish to perfectly comprehend the 8th level of the 9-fold Thunder Sword. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Perfectly comprehend the 8th level of the 9-fold Thunder Sword, 162,000 wish points, close black lens bracket. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket 962,300 wish points remaining. Close black lens bracket. It seems that the remaining wish points in the system are enough to cultivate the 9-level Thunder Sword to the 9th level. Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart. The system fulfills the third wish. Open black lens bracket wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the third wish is being realized, close black lens bracket. A special energy enveloped Xiao Yu's body, and he suddenly fell into an epiphany. Countless experiences and insights about the use of the 8th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword suddenly poured into his mind. Xiao Yu, who was in an epiphany, quickly received the knowledge in his mind and transformed these insights into his own. Xiao Yu fell into an inexplicable state. Countless figures of Xiao Yu instantly appeared in this martial arts training ground, and each figure was constantly using the 7th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword. After a long time, all the figures finally converged into one figure, performing the flowing body technique. Every step, every turn, and every jump was accelerated 8 times in a row. Every sword move performed by the figure is accelerated 8 times, either one time or continuously, which is extremely weird. When Calm returned to the martial arts training ground. Open black lens bracket the third wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu stood up and experimented with the 8th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword. It was like instinct and he could master it perfectly, just like he had been practicing for many years. Despite this, he still continued to train, not only to become familiar with the 9 layers Thunder Sword technique, but also to understand his own field in the future. Drop. The alarm on the communication watch rang. It was already 17:50 in the afternoon. He needed to go home for dinner. After dinner, I chatted with my mother for a long time before getting up and going back to the bedroom to rest. The next day, we continued training in the martial arts training room to practice sword and body skills. After 5 days of continuous training, when Xiao Yu felt that he could truly master the weapon in his hand perfectly, he started a new round of improving himself. The system sets the third wish to perfectly comprehend the 9th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. Perfectly comprehend the 9th level of the 9-fold Thunder Sword, 324,000 wish points, close black lens bracket. The system fulfills the third wish. Open black lens bracket wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the third wish is being realized, close black lens bracket. A special energy enveloped Xiao Yu's body, and he suddenly fell into an epiphany. Countless experiences and insights about the use of the 9th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword suddenly poured into his mind. These understandings about the 9 layers Thunder Sword are not only those of the Thunder God in the past, but also those of Luo Feng in the future, and there are even many unknown ones. These existences include all those who have mastered the 9-fold Thunder Sword in the entire time and space of the past, present, and future, and are not even limited to this time and space. Combining the experiences of so many masters in cultivating the 9-layer Thunder Sword, Xiao Yu realized that the 9-layer Thunder Sword was unprecedentedly perfect, even more perfect than the creator of Thunder God. It took a whole day for Xiao Yu to finally fully understand all the secrets of the 9 layers Thunder Sword. Open black lens bracket the third wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. System view system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double the gene multiplier, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. Break through and become the first level planet, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of wishes completed, 20 times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the remaining wish points are 476,300. Close black lens bracket. After perfecting the 9-layer thunder sword, Xiao Yu's force generating skills have reached 7 times. After finishing a day of practice, Xiao Yu stood up and walked out of the martial arts room. The automatic door closed on its own. When he reached the end of the corridor, he met Wu Tong walking towards him. Xiao Yu, your trip to Hongning Base City at the end of this month has been decided. Wu Tong said. Although Wu Tong had a good relationship with Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Donghua, he still showed some respect when facing Xiao Yu, who was now the supervisor. This is not flattery, but respect for the strong. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Xiao Yu smiled. While Xiao Yu continued to practice, Luo Feng and his Fire Hammer team came to City 003 to practice. At the same time, the Hoya team accepted the mission of the Thunder team and escorted Li Wei for actual combat training. While hunting monsters, the Fire Hammer team encountered 3 Indian warriors who were fighting with a high-level beast general level 2-headed black-threaded snake. The two parties reached a cooperation and jointly killed the 2-headed black-threaded snake, and the spoils were divided equally. Just like the original work, after the Fire Hammer team and the Indian warriors killed the 2-headed black snake, they encountered the Thunder team and the Tiger Tooth team who were guarding Li Wei, and the two sides clashed. The Hoya squad's repeated violations angered Luo Feng, making him determined to eradicate the Hoya squad. When Luo Feng was eradicating the members of the Hoya team, he encountered a duel between 2 gods of war and an armored dragon, and successfully stole the dragon egg. In the process, I also harvested the armored dragon's treasures, SS-level swords and the god of war combat suit. The armored dragon frantically chased Luo Feng after losing the dragon egg. After Luo Feng struggled to escape, he met the old man surnamed Lu, Li Wei, Karen and Pan Ya from the Thunder team. Due to Li Wei's perverted hobby of hunting geniuses, Luo Feng launched a fierce battle with them. The mentalist used all his methods and finally succeeded in wiping out the entire Hoya team and Thunder team. On December 28, Xiao Yu arrived at Hongning Base City on a flying fighter plane from the Extreme General Hall in Zhongnan Base City. Apart from the 2 beautiful service personnel, the only people left in the flying fighter plane were Xiao Yu and some of the personal guards assigned to him by the military. There is no way to use the Black God suit in the ruins of civilization No. 9. The main reason is probably because the Black God suit itself comes from the ruins of civilization No. 9. Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand, transformed the Black God suit into a bracelet, and then transformed into a glove model. After the Black God suit absorbs blood and recognizes its owner, it can change according to the owner's wishes, and can even be hidden under the skin. But it also has a disadvantage, that is, it is difficult to leave the body. There is no mistake in every song, 1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, take a look. There are only 2 ways to take off the Black God suit. One is the death of the owner. The second is to cancel the master recognition process. The method is also very simple, that is, the master forces out the blood absorbed by the Black God suit. After some operations by Xiao Yu, the Black God suit returned to its original state. The space ring on the ring finger of his right hand flashed, and the Black God suit was absorbed into it. In Hongning Base City, the global headquarters of extreme martial arts is a huge building like an ancient giant spaceship. It is actually a spaceship that cannot fly but has some functions available. In the giant spaceship building, Xiao Yu was welcomed into a lounge as soon as he arrived. There were dozens of seats in the spacious lounge. There were already 5 people inside. Judging by their appearance, Xiao Yu judged at a glance that 1 man and woman should be Chinese, 1 sitting there with his eyes closed should be Indian, and there were 2 other black people who were also sitting quietly. Hello, Xiao Yu, I am Li Yan, from Kyoto Base City. One of the Chinese men came over and introduced, as far as I know, among the 9 people we set out in this wave, only the ones from China are from China. You and I, oh, Miss Lin who just spoke to me is from Hongning Base City. Hongning Base City is located in West Asia and is one of the 23 base cities independent of the 5 major countries. Miss Lin is naturally not from China. Yes, Xiao Yu nodded slightly, said a few words casually, and then sat aside to meditate in preparation for the upcoming trip to the ancient civilization ruins. Soon, the last 3 people arrived. This time, all members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall went to the ruins of ancient civilization No. 9. Everyone, please follow me. Led by a man in a loose blue robe, Xiao Yu and 9 other gods of war from all over the world came to a quiet room made of strange purple wood. The purple wood that made up the quiet room was not what Xiao Yu and the others meant. Any kind of purple wood I have ever seen not only has a strange fragrance, but also makes people feel calm and focused like never before. A man in black was standing in a quiet room, with his back to Xiao Yu and a group of people. Master. Xiao Yu and the other 9 bowed slightly. The man in black turned around, glanced at Xiao Yu and the others, and said indifferently, although the danger level of ancient civilization ruins number 9 is lower than that of other civilization ruins, the casualty rate is still 72%. If any of you regret it now, if you want to quit, you can say so. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it if you enter the ruins of ancient civilization. Everyone was silent. Very good, the man in black said indifferently, enchanting, come in. The sound spreads. Brush. A blurry figure gathered outside the door. It was a mysterious woman wearing a black robe and a golden mask, with long black hair hanging loose. Her eyes were so captivating. Xiao Yu remembered those eyes, which he had seen before on Hong's bodyguard Yaorao. The 9 of you will set off for the ruins of ancient civilization number 9 later. Enchanting will lead the team. The man in black ordered. Yes, everyone obeyed. Yaolao took the god of war in his place and quickly rushed to the ruins of the number 9 ancient civilization deep in the Amazon jungle of South America in a Chenkin-class smart fighter plane. There's a language in the ancient civilization ruins number 9, which is different from any written language on our planet. Yaorao said, if you can't understand the language in the ruins, you can't understand the text. It will be a huge waste of your time. In the early days, when no one understood the written language, there was a god of war who stayed in the ruins for more than 7 months before coming out. Quote, understanding the written language will help you get twice the result with half the effort. So before entering, I will install a set of translation software in your communication watches. This translation software can translate the text language of the ancient civilization ruins number 9 into Chinese and English. After you come out, I will be responsible for uninstalling this No. 9 relic language translation software. After 5 minutes, the installation process ends. It was night, in the Amazon jungle of South America, and the Chenkin-class intelligent fighter jet was quickly swooping down from high altitude, and then slowly landing. The hatch opens. Xiao Yu and other 9 war gods walked out with Yaorao. They were surrounded by a wasteland, and the wasteland was surrounded by an endless jungle. Some monsters could also be seen, but no monster dared to come close. They were afraid of the aura released by the ruins. The soil shook, and the ground split directly to both sides, creating a 5-meter wide passage leading to the ground. The silver-gray elevator rose directly to the ground. The elevator door opened and an old man in gray robe came out. Under the guidance of the gray-robed old man, Xiao Yu and 9 other war gods took the elevator to a black corridor made of alloy. In the black corridor, a group of people passed through 9 checkpoints and finally came to an empty hall of hundreds of square meters, where hundreds of humans from all over the earth gathered. Open the entrance, the red-robed old man shouted loudly. The curved alloy wall in front of the hall actually cracked, revealing a circular passage. Go all the way along the passage and enter the shining mirror, that is the entrance to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. The red-robed old man shouted. Go, go. Xiao Yu walked in first, and the war gods behind him entered one after another. The number 9 ancient civilization ruins is a ruins of the nature of selection and elimination, trial used by the meteorite civilization. After entering, it is divided into 2 channels, AB. Warriors generally follow the A-type channel to enter the depths of the ruins. And the spiritualists will be arranged by the ruins to follow the B-type channel to enter the depths of the ruins. As soon as Xiao Yu entered, a complex voice sounded in the hall. Fortunately, the translation software was installed. The voice after translation was, please enter the model A channel. The black hall was slowly shaking. After about half a minute, a black channel appeared, and there were complex words next to the channel. Chapter 29 Relics Harvest. Xiao Yuang stepped into the passage, and a dream of a dream covered him. XX, XX, XX. The rhythmic harsh sound suddenly rang through the black hall. Xiao Yu even looked down at the communication watch, and there came a sound in the communication watch. Turn on the elite trial, please wait for 15 minutes. Quote 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 quote. The width of the brain domain 18 should be a standard line for Meteorite Inc. star screening talents. Only by exceeding this standard can we be qualified to test the corresponding test. After passing the test, you can get the identity of the meteorite star. Time passed 1 minute and 1 second. Xiao Yu waited silently. XXXXXXX. Echo the echo in the channel. Xiao Yu looked down at the communication watch, and translated a sentence in the communication watch. Elite trials have been opened, please continue to move forward. Xiao Yu moved forward quickly. After 500 meters forward, 9 forks appeared. Xiao Yu continued to travel along the fork on the left. 9 forks appeared again. Like the 9 labyrinths, Xiao Yu carefully observed the surroundings, and the surroundings were all full of runes to form a channel, without any features. Suddenly, in the 500-meter fork in front of Xiao Yu, the runes of the black metal wall flashed, and a blurred black shadow was penetrated. The black shadow gradually condensed and turned into a gray robe with a black mask. The same thing happened in other forks. In Xiao Yu, there are 9 positions in each position, and each position has 9 forks. Each fork is born to a gray robe. A total of 81 gray robe people began to follow along the fork gathered in the direction of Xiao Yu. In 9 positions, 9 gray robes rushed towards him like lightning in each direction, and each gray robe man was full of killing. Looking at the speed of these gray robe people, the 9 order strong of the apprenticeship is definitely the perfect level. XXXXXXX. The complex sound sounded above the head. The voice after the translation of the communication watch. The task is open, the time limit is 1 month for death or defeating all opponents. In fact, only one choice is given, that is, to defeat the 81 high-level god of war in 1 month. At the same time, he faced the 81 martial arts, which is definitely a huge challenge for life and death for him. At present, the most important thing is that he cannot be blocked. He must choose to break out in one direction. Under his feet, he was secretly struggling in tens of consecutive strengths. Xiao Yu's speed instantly broke through the speed of sound, like a blood-red phantom rushing forward. With 2 consecutive accelerations of the SS-level war knife, the impact of more than 2 million kilograms is on the body of the gray robe. At the same time, he also hit another gray robe man. At the speed of Xiao Yu's more than 3 times the speed, a group of gray robes were surpassed by him and fell behind. The speed of the gray robe people who caught up later is obviously not as good as Xiao Yu, who continues to show 9 heavy thunder knives. There were only him before he had been heavy, and the 2 gray robes who hit the flying were blocked at the entrance of the cave. At the moment of rushing out of the cave, Xiao Yu was blocked by the 2. Bang! The gray robe man on the left smashed into Xiao Yu's head. At the same time, the gray robe on the right kicked to Xiao Yu's abdomen. This punch is heavy as Taishan and weighs more than 1 million kilograms. Xiao Yu reacted instantly. In the face of the attack, the SS-class war knife in his hand responded separately. After using it with one heart, the right-handed knife was scratched to the thigh of the gray robe man on the right. Essence. The war knife successfully cut into the neck of the gray robe man on the left. The war knife was at least a very centime centimeter. His skull fell in the run, and the whole person turned into a black mist. The thighs of the gray robe on the right were cut off, and the falling thighs turned into black mist. When Xiao Yu replenished the knife of the gray robe who was inconvenient to move, the 79th gray robe people in the back chased up, and Xiao Yu had to escape. Xiao Yu continued to escape in this maze while looking for the opportunity. The remaining gray robe people did not keep gathered together, and occasionally scattered the siege to intercept him. While Xiao Yu was dispersed, they successfully attacked them. Generally, they first hit 1 or 2 gray robes, such as cutting their legs or feet, making them inconvenient. Later, the gray robes who were inconvenient in the next attack. Like the chase of jungle hunters and prey, in terms of situation, those gray robes are hunters and Xiao Yu is a prey. But from the perspective of the battle, Xiao Yu became a hunter, and those gray robes were prey. Intersection. Just when the trials in the ancient civilization ruins were in full swing, major incidents occurred in the outside world. Li Yao and the blonde beautiful woman Vanina issued a reward of 100 billion Wuxia coins. The reward has sufficient evidence to prove that who kills their son Li Wei. For a while, all parties shocked, various intelligence networks, various forces, launched their own channels to find the murderer in front of this huge bounty. The wealth is moving, even Luo Feng himself was impulsive. Luo Feng suppressed the impulse in his heart. Under the pressure of sky-high rewards, he soon practiced the third most in 9 Heavy Thunder Sword. In order to be safe, Luo Feng chose to sell the iron armor and God of War in the city of 003 through the black market. He inspected many parties in the martial arts forum and found that the reputation of the Prince of Kyoto Gate is relatively good. Luo Feng came to the Kyoto base in the pseudonym. After he rushed to the Kyoto base city, Luo Hua still moved according to the plot, because the relationship between the two was blocked by his girlfriend's parents. After misunderstanding his girlfriend, he dived and committed suicide. Timely discovery, rescue timely. Luo Feng was also determined to buy the water of life in medical treatment for his brother. This trip to the Kyoto base, Luo Feng has gained a lot: Iron Dragon Egg 5 billion Wuxia coins, SS level Treasure Sword 8 billion Wuxia coins, SS Class Combat Vest 15 billion Wuxia coins. S-Class combat clothes are only sold for 8 because of wear. 100 million Wuxia coins, a total of 28.8 billion Wuxia coins were harvested. It can be described as wealthy. The money was stored in an unknown account of the European Union and was not rashly used. Luo Feng began a hard work at home. Intersection. It was almost 20 consecutive days to chase, sneak attacks, and killed, and Xiao Yu successfully killed 80 gray robes. In the past 20 days, Xiao Yu can be said to be unpredictable, even if eating and drinking water are solved in exercise. Fortunately, Xiao Yu prepared enough meals in advance. Looking at the gray robe man who was less than 100 meters behind, Xiao Yu accelerated instantly, and his body rushed towards the gray robe man like an artillery shell. The gray robe also rushed towards Xiao Yu, and the doubles hit Xiao Yu's head like a war hammer. At the moment of the motion of the gray robe, Xiao Yu's figure flickered at the time of the gray robe. The war knife in his hand scratched the skull of a gray robe like lightning. The figure of the gray robe stopped, and gradually turned into black mist dissipated. There is no mistake. 619. One book. A book. XXXXXXXX. The familiar sound sounded in the maze. It's almost a month, and I finally hear this sound again. Xiao Yu even looked down at the communication watch on the wrist. The communication watch soon translated this passage. Congratulations, elite trial tasks, succeed. Please go along the passage in front of you, come to see me, and receive a reward for successful assessment tasks. The tough wall formed by the black metal in front of Xiao Yu's tough wall was quickly cleaned, forming a passage with 3 or 4 meters wide. The passage was deep and there was a psychedelic light at the end. That light. Xiao Yu quickly moved along the passage and quickly came to a palace with dreams of dreams. The length and width of the palace had to be tens of meters, such as a gym. The moment Xiao Yu stepped into, a large number of colored light gathered, quickly formed a vague tall man, and then condensed and became a bald crystal man. Essence. Oh, Xiao Yu. The bald crystal man smiled and said a word that turned out to be Wuxia. Hello. Xiao Yu greeted. You seem to be surprised at all. Since you can appear in front of me in this form, in terms of your technology, the development of the entire Earth should be in your monitoring, and it should be nothing to say about Wuxia. He said that even if he didn't know the plot, he thought it was taken for granted. Your mind is very good. Bald head crystal people laughed. Because you start the elite trial task, I will appear in front of you. If you try to fail, you will die, and you will not leak the news. If the trial is successful, the trial is successful. You are eligible to enter the Meteorite Star and become a member of the Meteorite Star. Naturally you can't leak the news here. Quote. Now, I will give you a reward for successful trial tasks. As soon as the bald crystal man waved, several items deep in the palace were flying over by a colorful light. There were 4 items: black vests, silver arms, a book with a little starlight, a 6-sided side, a 6-side shape metal card. These 4 items are suspended in front of the bald crystal people. The first one is called the Black God Set. The bald crystal man pointed at the black vest. Second, this silver-colored arm-shaped shape is auxiliary light brain. The third one is the secret transmission of Foundation 123 inches of the warrior. The fourth is the token of meteorite ink stars. Xiao Yu reached out and took these 4 items. As soon as the idea moved, the 3-type income in the space ring in the right hand, only the auxiliary light brain in the shape of the silver-colored arm care. You already have a space ring, it seems that there are another adventure. The bald crystal man sighed. Occasionally obtained. The meteorite token is useless now. You already know the use of this black god set. The bald crystal man continued to explain, and this auxiliary light brain is what every gene warrior and spiritual teacher want. It is for you to use. It is very useful. In addition to all the functions of your communication watch, there are many other functions. The most important one is to measure the target strength. Quote, Xiao Yu first unbuttoned his original arm protection arm on his left arm, put on the silver arm protection arm, and infiltrated a trace of spiritual thoughts. The silver arm guard quickly fits the skin, and the surface of the silver arm guard appeared. Chinese. You know how to use it, said the bald crystal man. I got some information from some ruins. Xiao Yu laughed. The auxiliary optical brain also has a translation function. The bald crystal man said, the translation software of your communication watch will reveal the secrets here, so I have deleted all the information related to this in your communication watch. Xiao Yu nodded. This is a protection measure for the ruins by the intelligent program of this ruins. Chapter 30 Chenkin Intelligent Fighter. Xiao Yu slightly pressed the button on the lower left side and pointed the auxiliary optical brain towards himself. Suddenly, the text appeared on the surface of the auxiliary optical brain. Combat power, mental power, apprentice level 9, genetic energy, apprentice level 9. Although he did not practice mental power specifically, his mental power after being strengthened before still reached the same level as a warrior. Your genetic energy is at the 9th level of the apprentice, but your power is 7 times, and you can exert the physical strength of the 1st level of the planet. The bald crystal man smiled. The warriors, generals, and gods of war you mentioned are all collectively called apprentices in the vast universe, and above the apprentice level is the planetary level, which is also divided into 1 to 9 levels. Most of the members of your Earth are planetary 1st level, and a few are planetary 2nd level. Among them, there are 2 planetary 3rd level. The strongest, Hong, is planetary 6th level, and 4 is planetary 7th level. And above the planetary level are the star level, the universe level, and the domain master level, which are also divided into 1 to 9 levels. As for the higher levels, it is useless for you to know. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. I'm afraid he knows more about these realms than the bald crystal man in front of him, but he was preached instead. You are the first member of the meteorite star on Earth in 5,000 years. The bald crystal man said, I hope you can leave the Earth and fly in the universe. Haha, of course, Xiao Yu smiled. Let's go, work hard. Xiao Yu. After saying that, the bald crystal man completely dissipated and turned into countless streams of light. The passage has been opened, you can leave. The passage is open. Xiao Yu is the last one to come out among this group of people. 5 people came out before Xiao Yu, 2 of them were successful, 3 were disabled, and 3 had not appeared yet. Seeing Xiao Yu walk out of the passage, Yao Rao said, Xiao Yu, congratulations on your safe return. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Xiao Yu pointed to the black vest in his hand and said. Yao Rao used the communication watch to call Hong's contact number. Master, Xiao Yu has successfully passed the assessment of the number 9 civilization ruins and obtained the black god suit. But there are still 3 people who have not come out yet. Wait another 2 months. If they still haven't come out, notify their relatives of their death. The black man Hong said in a low voice, Xiao Yu got the black god suit, let him give it to you to bring back. Yes, Yao Rao replied. After Yao Rao finished her call with the owner Hong, she said to Xiao Yu, the owner told me to give me the black god suit. Just give it to me. Okay, Xiao Yu said, and he handed the black vest to Yao Rao and was about to leave. Wait a minute, I'll help you delete the translation software in the communication watch. Yao Rao said. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded. Soon Yao Rao uninstalled the translation software in Xiao Yu's communication watch. Let's go, I'll give you a ride. Are you going back to Zhongnan Base City? Yao Rao asked. Let's go back to Hongning Base City first. I just want to ask the owner for something. Xiao Yu smiled. The two took the Chang'an-class intelligent fighter back to Hongning Base City. Xiao Yu envied this intelligent fighter all the way. Although he had 2 spaceships in his space ring, he didn't dare to release them rashly. He was worried that once the spaceships were released, they would attack him first, and he would not die in the hands of the monsters, but died in mistakes. Perhaps he could also directly use the system to make a wish to obtain the right to use the spacecraft, but he did not know the specific wish points that needed to be consumed. Inside the giant spaceship building, Hong, a man in black, sat cross-legged in the middle of the large room, and Xiao Yu sat cross-legged opposite him. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and a strangely shaped metal spear appeared in front of him. At the same time, he gently pressed the button on the auxiliary light computer and aimed the auxiliary light computer at the metal spear. A line of text appeared on the auxiliary light computer: Force Weapon Shadowless Gun, 3rd level superior. Master, this is one of the rewards I got from the No. 9 Civilization Elite Trial this time, a 3rd level force weapon shadowless gun. Xiao Yu smiled and said, I use a knife myself, and this gun can't be used, but I know that the master uses a gun, so I wonder if I can exchange something from the master. Hong has been attracted to this war gun since Xiao Yu took out the shadowless gun. At his level, the Earth can no longer manufacture suitable weapons for use, and what he uses are all obtained from the ruins. Yes, it seems that you have gained a lot from this trip to the ruins. The black-clothed man Hong got a lot of information from the ruins, and naturally knew something about the classification of force weapons. Hong waved his arm, and the room suddenly darkened, and a 3-dimensional virtual projection appeared, which continuously analyzed the functions and effects of the shadowless gun. The final price was 80 stars. This is the price of the shadowless gun. Hong's expression was calm. Stars are a currency unit I set at random. Look again, their value is based on my determination and the price given. Hong continued to wave his hand. A virtual exchange table was projected, and many items were listed on the form. Dragon Blood, 1 star. Black God Suit, 5 stars. Millennium Black Root, 1.5 stars. King Level Intelligent Fighter, 2 stars. Chang'an Level Intelligent Fighter, 15 stars. Phoenix Soaring Strike, 36 stars. Escape Sky Shuttle, 50 stars. Primordial Level Intelligent Fighter, 80 stars. The exchange list includes not only battle suits, weapons, elixirs, but also intelligent fighters. Master, I don't have an intelligent fighter yet, and it's inconvenient to travel. I decided to exchange for a Chang'an-class intelligent fighter, plus a 1,000-year-old Black Crow root, and I also want to exchange for a portion of dragon blood. Xiao Yu said. Although Xiao Yu wanted the Hongwang-class intelligent fighter very much, it was exclusive to Hong, so he didn't take it away from others. Besides, the reason why Hong set the price so high was that he didn't want people to exchange it. Carefully watch the introduction of the Chang'an-class intelligent fighter on the screen. Chang'an-class intelligent fighter. The intelligent system controls the fighter, and the fuselage can resist the attack of any king-level monster, with a maximum speed of 12 Mach. Xiao Yu has also been looking forward to this 1,000-year-old Black Crow root for a long time. As long as it is soaked into 3 kilograms of medicinal wine and 100 grams is drunk every day, the physical fitness will jump after drinking it, and the skin will become extremely tough. Okay, Xiao Yu, you are now a high-level war god. This 1,000-year-old Black Crow root is not very useful to you. It should be exchanged for your family. Hong smiled. Yes, my father has been at the warlord level for too long, and my mother is just an ordinary person. I want to increase their strength so that they can have a certain degree of self-protection when they encounter danger. Okay, this time you have used a total of 19 stars, and you still have 61 stars. Hong Xiao said, you can exchange them at any time when you need them. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded, and completely ended this journey to the ruins of civilization. At the entrance of the mysterious giant spaceship building at the global headquarters base of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Xiao Yu walked out accompanied by a white man in a red robe. Mr. Xiao Yu. The white man in a blue robe smiled and said, look over there, that intelligent fighter is yours. Yeah, no mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Xiao Julian turned his head and saw a dark purple triangular fighter parked on a vacant land next to him. The entire fuselage of the fighter had a beautiful curve, which could be called a work of art. The total length of the fuselage was about 20 meters away, and the width was 10 meters away. The overall feeling was relatively thick and solid. This is the Chang'an-class intelligent fighter, an air fortress that claims to be able to resist King-class monsters. Mr. Xiao Yu, since you have never used this intelligent fighter, there will be a system recognition process at the beginning. The white man in blue robe smiled. Please follow me. Came to the side of the fighter. Under the illumination of a dreamy blue light, Xiao Yu was enveloped, and suddenly, voila, the cabin door opened quickly, making only a small sound. Mr. Xiao Yu, only you can go in now, I can't go in. The white man in red robe was next to him, and his eyes were full of envy. Okay, thank you, I have heard about the specific operation. Xiao Yu smiled. He immediately stepped into the cabin, and the seats in the cabin were very comfortable and luxurious. The cabin door closed. At the same time, many parts of the entire intelligent fighter lit up, which looked very dreamy, and an electronic voice sounded. Hello, Master, I will show you the control method of this Chang'an-class intelligent fighter right away. After that, a virtual projection appeared in front of the cabin. In the virtual projection, how the entire fighter is controlled is introduced in detail. Ding! A red beam of light shot towards the auxiliary optical computer on Xiao Yu's left wrist, connected to the auxiliary optical computer, and began to install the intelligent fighter remote control system in the auxiliary optical computer. I'll name you now, Chang'an. Xiao Yu picked a name casually. At the same time, a silver password box emerged from the bottom of the cabin. After it completely emerged, the hole below closed again, and the electronic voice continued. This is the box left by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for the owner. Xiao Yu opened it and saw that it was a test tube fixed with a 1,000-year-old black cypress root and foam. The test tube was plugged with a stopper. There was golden blood in the test tube, which occupied more than 1/3 of the test tube volume. The test tube contained dragon blood. Chang'an, Go Home, Mingyu Community, Yangzhou City, Zhongnan Base City. The Chang'an-class intelligent fighter quickly broke through the air and flew into the clouds, quickly heading towards the direction of Zhongnan Base City. On the fighter, Xiao Yu took out the Black God suit from the space ring and restarted the master recognition program. The whole black glove was like boiling water, with black water droplets trembling. The red color was flowing into the black water droplets, and countless black water droplets were entangled with Xiao Yu's left hand. The whole process lasted for a quarter of an hour before it ended. With a thought, the Black God suit was tightly attached to his skin all over his body, and it was very breathable. There was no feeling of suffocation at all. In less than an hour, the Chang'an-level intelligent fighter landed over the Extreme Club. At noon, the Mingyu community was very lively, with many warriors coming and going. Old Wang, look, that's the owner's intelligent fighter. A middle-aged warrior who was about to enter the Extreme Club said to the person next to him. Old Li, don't point blindly. The owner's intelligent fighter is of the prehistoric level. The one in the sky is obviously of the Chang'an level. It should be a patrol envoy coming. The warrior surnamed Wang obviously knew more than the warrior surnamed Li. The dark purple triangular flying fighter slowly landed on a lawn deep in the community. The door opened, Xiao Yu stepped out of the cabin, waved his right hand, and the Chang'an fighter disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yu had some concerns before, but now that he had visited the ancient civilization ruins and found the source of the space ring, he no longer had any concerns. Chapter 31 Xiao Donghuo becomes the god of war. Inside the Xiao family villa in Mingyu Community, Yangzhou City. A metal password box was placed in a corner of the coffee table in the living room. When the password box was opened, there were only 2 items inside, a black plant root that had already taken the shape of a human, and a test tube containing a golden liquid. Xiao Yu, is this test tube filled with dragon blood? Father Xiao Donghuo said in confusion. Dad, this is dragon blood. I exchanged it specifically with the owner of the museum. Although the amount of dragon blood is not much, just this little bit can make a mid-level warrior promoted to a god of war. Xiao Yu explained. Is it really dragon blood? Mother Shu Jingyi was even more puzzled. Although she had heard of these treasures, she had never seen them in reality. How can there be so many dragons in this world? Dragon blood is refined by Hong Yong's blood of king-level monsters, and the effect is very good. Xiao Yu smiled. It is said that this dragon blood can double the strength of genetic warriors, but how to use dragon blood? Father Xiao Donghuo asked. Dad, This dragon blood only needs to be applied on the skin, not all over the body, but there is one thing to note, it cannot be taken orally. In addition, there may be some pain when the body is improved. Xiao Yu said solemnly, this dragon blood is a gift for you. Xiao Yu picked up the black ebony root in the metal box and said, Mom, this 1,000-year-old black ebony root is a gift from me to you. 1,000-year-old black ebony root? The spirit of plants and trees? Asked Mother Shu Jingyi. Yes, the method of using this 1,000-year-old black ebony root is to soak it into 3 kilograms of medicinal wine, and then take 100 grams every day. It can not only enhance physical fitness, but also make the skin tighter. Xiao Yu said, Mom, I'll go and soak the wine. You can use it after it's done. Good son, the new year is coming soon, and Mom will make you delicious food at that time. Mother Shu Jingyi smiled. The 3 people in the living room were very happy. That afternoon, Xiao Yu bought a large glass bottle of white wine from the winery, which was 3 kilograms, and a lot of medicinal materials, all of which were bought according to the instructions for use of the 1,000-year-old black ebony root. This medicinal wine only needs to be soaked for a month, and the medicinal properties will be fully revealed. After getting the dragon blood, Father Xiao Donghua couldn't wait to use it. When Xiao Yu was accompanying his mother downstairs, he heard Xiao Donghua in the martial arts room on the 2nd floor, roaring non-stop. Xiao Yu, Mother Shu Jingyi was very worried. Mom, don't worry, these are all normal phenomena. Xiao Yu explained. The transformation of the human body by dragon blood is at the genetic level, getting rid of useless genes and improving and perfecting genes. It is a change from the inside out, and it changes not only tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, and internal organs. And these changes are all carried out in a short period of time, so they are naturally extremely intense. It's good to be normal, it's good to be normal. Although Mother Shu Jingyi said so, there was constant worry in her eyes. Mom, I will exchange you more items such as plant spirits to improve your strength in the future. Xiao Yu also regretted that he was arbitrary when exchanging dragon blood before. He should have exchanged more plant spirits to improve his father's strength. After Xiao Yu came back from buying liquor and medicinal materials in the afternoon and finished the process of making medicinal liquor, there was no movement in the martial arts room on the 2nd floor. In the evening, Dad, he's awake, Xiao Yu said, and quickly came to the martial arts hall on the 2nd floor. A fishy smell came into his nose, and his father Xiao Donghua's loose training clothes were all black and red blood stains. Xiao Yu quickly covered his nose. Excuse me, I'm going to take a shower. Father Xiao Donghua rarely showed an embarrassed expression in front of his son. Don't. Xiao Yu stopped his father who was about to get up. Be careful, don't step on the floor. Xiao Yu laughed. Good boy, you are capable, right? The father pretended to be angry, but got up and walked carefully. Xiao Yu pointed the auxiliary optical computer on his left hand at his father and said, check my father's strength. The words appeared on the surface of the auxiliary optical computer, combat power, genetic energy, apprentice level 8. In just one afternoon, the strength of his father Xiao Donghua was much stronger than that of his uncle Xiao Guohua, who had been a war god for a year. His uncle had not yet completed the road to becoming a primary war god, let alone breaking through to an intermediate war god. After taking a bath, his father gave people a completely different feeling. He was sharp and sharp. Perhaps he had not fully adapted to the new strength. He broke 5 or 6 pairs of chopsticks in 7 bowls while eating, and his mother hid far away for fear of being affected. In the past 10 days before the new year, Xiao's father Xiao Donghua has been constantly adapting to the new strength. At the same time, he also revealed the good news of his promotion to the war god to his good friends and brothers and sisters in advance, and agreed to get together after the new year. The day after his father used the dragon blood, Xiao Yu bought some gifts and visited Luo Feng's house. Mingyu community, in the reception room of the Luo family. Luo Feng was sweating and panting as he kept talking and laughing with a young man in casual clothes. Crazy, I heard about your previous deeds. You made a lot in 003 city, right? The young man laughed. Luo Feng frowned and said, not much, less than 1 billion. Luo Feng's apparent gains were indeed like this. Do you need me to help you deal with that couple? Xiao Yu revealed Luo Feng's secret. How did you know? Luo Feng was shocked and asked in confusion. Haha, the mountain man has his own tricks. The couple doesn't know it was you who did it yet. You are safe for now. Xiao Yu laughed and said, However, with your strength, how did you kill the pair of high-level warriors? Do you have other means? Let me guess what means. Xiao Yu pointed the auxiliary light brain on his left hand at Luo Feng and said, check Luo Feng's strength. The words appeared on the surface of the auxiliary light brain: combat power, mental telekinesis, apprentice level 7, genetic energy, apprentice level 5. Well, are we still friends? You awakened mental telekinesis and even hid it from me. Xiao Yu pretended to be angry and said, and it's the elementary war god level mental telekinesis, and the genetic warrior level has reached the middle level of the general. What are you using? It's not a communication watch. How can you check other people's strength? Luo Feng asked. This is an auxiliary light brain. I got it in the ruins of ancient civilization. Xiao Yu said. Ancient civilization ruins? Luo Feng asked worriedly, are there many auxiliary optical computers? No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Xiao Yu understood what Luo Feng was worried about and said, not many. There are 31 ancient civilization ruins in the world, and the easiest one is the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. The probability of failing the assessment in the number 9 ancient civilization ruins is as high as 72%, and even those who pass the reward are just ordinary items. Those who can get auxiliary optical computers are the elite among the elites. Then I'm relieved, Luo Feng said. If you don't hide the fact that you are a spiritualist at the beginning, you will get better training in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Xiao Yu said, but now it seems better to hide it for the time being. Yes, a reward of 100 billion Chinese yuan is not easy to deal with. Luo Feng said distressedly. Not really. Our Extreme Martial Arts School has 2 major training camps, one is the basic training camp and the other is the elite training camp. If you can enter either of them, the couple will not dare to attack you in the training camp. Xiao Yu smiled and said, also, what level have you cultivated your 9-layer Thunder Blade to? I have cultivated to the 3rd level. I just bought the secret book of the first 5 levels, but I have never found a way to cultivate it afterwards. Luo Feng smiled. Luo Feng was still very confident about his attainments in the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Very good. You have been a warrior for less than half a year, less than 19 years old, and your genetic warrior strength has reached the intermediate level. You have also cultivated the 9-layer Thunder Blade to the 3rd level. You have good talent and qualifications. I can recommend you to practice in the elite training camp. Elite training camp? Luo Feng was a little confused. The elite training camp, also known as the War God Preparatory Camp, is, as the name suggests, a training camp for training war gods. The training camp has a lot of training resources, such as the gravity training room, etc. The school system of the elite training camp is 5 years. As long as the performance is rated as war god level, you can graduate. In order to enjoy the resources in the training camp, many war gods basically do not hunt lord level monsters even if they become war gods, and wait until 5 years to graduate. Xiao Yu explained. Our Extreme Martial Arts Hall's elite training camp is the world's #1 training camp. Every place is priceless. Even the Super Consortium family, with their network of relationships, can hardly buy a place at a cost of tens of billions. Luo Feng was extremely surprised. One place is worth tens of billions, and it is not necessarily available. I will personally talk to the owner Hong about this later. I believe he will agree, but I guess you still need to pass certain tests. Xiao Yu smiled. Luo Feng was puzzled. He did not get such information from the martial arts forum. Let's go upstairs first. I'll show you the 4th and 5th levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Okay. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. The two came to the martial arts training room on the 2nd floor. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and watched. Xiao Yu started to demonstrate from the 1st level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade to the 9th level. Since Xiao Yu perfectly comprehended all 9 levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade, he felt different every time he practiced. There was always an inexplicable sense of lack in his heart. He always felt that the 9-layer Thunder Blade could be faster and stronger. Sometimes he even felt that he was about to break through that barrier, but he always failed in the end. But Luo Feng's feeling when watching was different. Even the 1st level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade was a great harvest for him. He found that there were still many places to improve in the first 3 levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade he practiced. Xiao Yu demonstrated 5 times in a row before he finished. Although he did not break through that layer of window paper, he also gained a lot. Luo Feng's gains were naturally not small. He not only had a direction for practicing to the 4th level, but also had a better way to improve the first 3 levels of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. After the demonstration, the two chatted about trivial matters. Luo Feng, I heard that your brother Luo Hua fell into the water before. Xiao Yu said. Yes, he had some misunderstandings with his girlfriend Xiao Nan. Luo Feng said. His girlfriend's parents disliked his disabled legs, so they found my brother without Xiao Nan's knowledge. They said something unpleasant, and my brother couldn't stand it, so he did it. Chapter 32 Water of Life. Xiao Yu patted Luo Feng on the shoulder to comfort him. I know that the water of life can make broken limbs grow again and can heal my brother's legs. Luo Feng smiled bitterly, but I heard that the price of the water of life is very high. It may not be auctioned at 30 billion Chinese yuan, and it is not often auctioned. The water of life can indeed be auctioned. I saw that the auction house in the War God Palace often auctioned this thing. In the War God Palace, it can usually be auctioned for 10 billion Chinese yuan, and it is basically sold every time. Xiao Yu smiled. Really? Then I will give you money, and you help me auction one. Luo Feng said anxiously. The War God Palace only holds auctions on the 15th of each month. I've missed the January auction, and I'll have to wait for the February auction. I'll bid first and wait for the water of life to arrive. Xiao Yu smiled and said, by the way, I wonder how the funds I invested in Luo Hua are doing now. I heard from Luo Hua that the returns are good and have doubled. Luo Feng smiled, why don't I ask him to come up? For Luo Feng, today is a good day. The channel for the water of life has been solved in advance, and it may not cost much. No, I don't need this money for the time being. Save it first and continue to invest. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, let's talk about this today. I will tell the owner of the elite training camp about it. I'll tell you when I have news. Okay, thank you. Luo Feng nodded. After Xiao Yu returned from Luo Feng's house, he went to the Extreme Club, his exclusive martial arts training room. He began to practice the secret of genetic warriors, basic 123 styles. Basic 123 styles, a total of 123 styles. Learners 123 styles, it is possible to increase the amplitude of the genetic warrior to 50. 50 times the strength and defense, even if it is a 9th level apprentice warrior, the strength is comparable to the basic strength of the 4th level planetary warrior. After returning home in the evening, Xiao Yu recommended Luo Feng to Hong to enter the elite training camp. Hong agreed, but Luo Feng needed to pass the B-level assessment at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall on March 28 before he could officially enter the elite training camp. Xiao Yu handed this matter over to Zhou Zhengyang, the president of the Extreme General Hall in Jiangnan Bay City, and informed Luo Feng of the good news. February 4, 2057 is the Chinese New Year. During the period before and after the New Year, Xiao Yu practiced and visited relatives and friends. After the 5th day of the first lunar month, Xiao Yu couldn't stand this peaceful life. On February 10, he took a Chengkin class intelligent fighter to City 003. The fighter plane hovered in the air for a long time, thoroughly investigating the monsters in the entire city of 003. The Chengkin fighter plane hovered over the amusement park in the city of 003. The amusement park that attracted worldwide attention before the Great Nirvana is now occupied by a large group of monsters. The leader of this group of beasts is a 6-tailed tiger cat, a high-level lord, with a body length of nearly 20 meters, 6 tails behind it, and a body covered with light red scales. Chengkin, open the fighter cabin door, Xiao Yu said to the control platform of the Chengkin-level intelligent fighter. Boom, the fighter cabin door opened, and Xiao Yu jumped from the fighter plane hovering at an altitude of 100 meters. The moment he landed, a 2-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. The moment he landed, Xiao Yu rushed towards the 6-tailed tiger cat monster 300 meters away. In the blink of an eye, his speed exceeded 1,000 meters per second, comparable to the speed of a sniper rifle bullet. After the 6-tailed tiger cat monster found Xiao Yu, it reacted instantly and pounced on him. Xiao Yu did not dodge, but chose to fight head-on. The SS-level sword chopped at the tiger cat's claws. The sword completed 9 accelerations before the collision with the claws. With an amplitude of 7, the impact force of Xiao Yu's sword exceeded 2 million kilograms. The sword cut off the tiger cat's claws and drew an arc in the air. The tiger cat was also hit and flew backwards. Xiao Yu did not stop there. He chased the tiger cat that flew backwards and kept attacking. The scales on the tiger cat's body kept breaking, and the skin and flesh that were originally protected by the scales were cracked into half-a-meter deep cuts, and blood kept surging. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yu stabbed the six-tailed tiger cat's head with a knife, completely ending its life. There was no intact place on the six-tailed tiger cat's body, and all six tails were cut off at the root. It's so cool. Xiao Yu laughed. This feeling of crushing monsters of the same level without having to find the opponent's weaknesses is really good. With a thought, the body of the six-tailed tiger cat disappeared, leaving only a pile of materials. Open black lens bracket absorb the body of the six-tailed tiger cat to obtain 80,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. With a wave of his right hand, the precious high-level Lord level six-tailed tiger cat monster materials disappeared. The surrounding primary Lord and Beast General level monsters kept rushing towards him. He easily solved two primary Lord level monsters, gained nearly 30,000 wish points, put the monster materials into the space ring, and no longer cared about other monsters. He had no interest in these monsters that had not yet reached the Lord level. After 3 consecutive flashes, he came to the rooftop of a 10-story building next to the amusement park. Xiao Yu said to the auxiliary light brain in his left hand, "Chenkin, come and pick me up." "Yes, master." The Chenkin-level intelligent fighter came to Xiao Yu's sky as if teleporting. With a slight force on his feet, Xiao Yu jumped 100 meters high and entered the Chenkin intelligent fighter. "Continue to search for high-level Lord-level monsters," Xiao Yu ordered in his luxurious chair. "Yes." The Chenkin-class intelligent fighter cut through the sky and flew towards another place where a high-level Lord-class monster was entrenched. 10 days later, on a small island in the East China Sea, it was called a small island, but the area of the island was still more than 10 square kilometers. There were trees crooked and countless pits on the ground in the middle of the island for nearly 1,000 meters. It was obvious that this was a battlefield, and there were several figures lying on the edge of the battlefield. A black and red figure rushed out from the crown of a huge tree that was 100 meters high, and shot at the head of a snake-shaped monster that was 100 meters long. The body of the snake-shaped monster was as thick as the trunk of a century-old tree. From the remaining bowl-sized scales on its body and the scales scattered on the ground, it can be seen that this battle was absolutely fierce. The speed of the black and red figure was extremely fast, breaking through 3 times the speed of sound and almost reaching 4 times the speed of sound. At the moment of impact, a cold light pierced into the head of the snake-shaped monster as fast as lightning, and the snake-shaped monster fell to the ground and could not get up, deader than dead. The black and red figure said to the wristband on his left hand, "Qian-kun, come and pick me up." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand towards the snake-shaped monster, and the monster material that was instantly transformed disappeared. Open black lens bracket absorbing the corpse of the patterned giant python to obtain 180,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. It seems that this patterned giant python is about to break through to the king level. The black and red figure Xiao Yu flashed to the side of the other Lord level monsters that fell to the ground. There are really many monsters in the ocean. Even this small island actually has 2 high-level Lord level monsters, 2 medium-level Lord level monsters, and 10 primary Lord level monsters. After collecting all the monster materials, he obtained a total of 350,000 wish points. A minute later, Xiao Yu sat back in the luxurious seat of the Qian-kun level intelligent fighter, reviewing the gains of the past 5 days. For 5 days, he has been fighting high-level Lord level monsters, hunting 8 high-level Lord level monsters, 20 intermediate lords, and as many as 50 primary Lord level monsters. He obtained 1.5 million wish points and monster materials worth 200 billion Chinese yuan. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1/6, 1/9, 1 book, 1 bar. After selling these monster materials to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Xiao Yu's personal contribution value will also reach 4 stars. So many gains, or he specifically hunted high-level Lord level monsters. Since he has a Chenkin level intelligent fighter, his efficiency in searching and hunting monsters has increased by many times. "Master, the auction of the God of War Palace will start in half an hour." "Okay, the God of War Palace will hold an auction on the 15th of every month, and on this day, more than 90% of the gods of war in the world will gather to participate in this event. Today is February 15th, the first auction after the Chinese New Year in 2057. At 1945 Chinese time, in the auction hall of the God of War Palace in the virtual space. The layout of the auction hall is similar to that of an opera house. It is circular. In the center of the auction hall is the exhibition stand for items, and around the exhibition stand are a large number of seats, with a total of 5,000 seats. At this moment, the auction hall is already crowded with people, and the gods of war are chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Xiao Yu, this way. When Xiao Yu, who was wearing simple casual clothes, entered the auction hall, many gods of war in the extreme martial arts hall waved and shouted enthusiastically. Passing through the corridor, Xiao Yu soon came to a large area of the gods of war in the extreme martial arts hall, which was magnificent. It is worthy of being the world's #1 elite force. In a corner of the auction hall, the vulture-scorpion couple was sitting there. Xiao Yu is here. Venina looked into the distance. I wonder if we can recruit this invincible war god for the family. Everyone. The entire auction hall quickly quieted down, and the original music disappeared. Swish. A light shone on the central booth, and a Chinese man and a white man stood on the stage. One spoke in Chinese, and then the white man said it again in English. We meet again. The Chinese man smiled, and the white man said it again. The two waved their hands at the same time. Suddenly, a large number of various items appeared around the central booth, very many, and disappeared in just a moment. There are a total of 83 auction items in this auction. The Chinese man smiled. Maybe there is what everyone wants here. I won't say much. I am here to officially announce that this auction will begin. The first auction item is a work of art. As soon as the Chinese man finished speaking, a huge famous painting immediately appeared above the auction hall, slowly rotating in the sky so that every war god could see it. The 8th auction item is 2 sets of A-level gene medicines. One set has 10 copies, and the reserve price is 1.2 billion Chinese yuan per set. Since Xiao Yu became the god of war, he has not bid for an item since entering the God of War Palace. With his current strength, ordinary items are no longer in his eyes, not to mention that he has a system and can get whatever he wants. The 43rd auction item is a bottle of water of life, with a reserve price of 10 billion Chinese yuan. As this voice sounded, a tube of water of life appeared above the auction hall. 11 billion. Xiao Yu shouted directly. Several gods of war who were about to raise their hands put down their hands when they saw that it was Xiao Yu who was bidding. 11 billion for the first time. Xiao Yu understood that the reason why no one bid was because he was already a high-level war god, and many war gods in the field gave him face, but this was the first time the bid would be so. 11 billion for the second time. 11 billion for the third time. Congratulations to war god Xiao Yu. The Chinese man laughed. The auction lasted for more than 3 hours. Xiao Yu spent 11 billion Chinese yuan to bid for a piece of water of life, which was considered a bargain. After the auction was over, Xiao Yu was also pulled by a group of war gods from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to gather in the hall. He met some of the most famous war gods in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and also accidentally made friends with Aurora, the head of the 11th District of the United States. The water of life that Xiao Yu auctioned today was provided by this person. Xiao Yu spent 11 billion Chinese yuan to buy another one, which was specially bought for his uncle. Chapter 33 Planetary Level 1. The next morning, Xiao Yu had returned to his home in Yongzhou City last night. Ding ling ling. The doorbell of the villa kept ringing. Xiao Yu opened the door and saw 2 young men standing upright at the door of the villa. One of them was carrying a backpack. After walking in front of Xiao Yu, the slightly curly-haired young man said, "Mr. Xiao Yu, this is an item you bought at the War God Palace. Your fingerprint can be passed to open the alloy box." He took out the all-black alloy box from his backpack. "Thank you." Xiao Yu took the alloy box, swiped his finger, and the alloy box opened. 2 test tubes with faint green liquid lay quietly in the alloy box. Xiao Yu handed a bottle of water of life to him and left it. After visiting Luo Feng's house, he would give it to his uncle. After breakfast, Xiao Yu knocked on the door of Luo Feng's villa. "Xiao Yu is here to visit." Luo's mother Gong Xinlin said with a smile. "You came when you said so. Why are you carrying a gift? If the gift is too heavy, we can't accept it." Since Luo Feng's family moved to Mingyu community, some of the people who had not been in touch for a long time have started to visit each other, and they are all the initiative of the other party. The relatives and friends who used to be indifferent to them are now as warm as family members. Auntie, what are you talking about? Isn't Xiao Feng's home my home? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Why would you buy gifts when you go to your own home? This box contains Luo Feng's things. Luo Feng, who was wearing a loose training suit, hurried down when he heard the sound. What's wrong? Luo Feng asked. Xiao Yu nodded and patted the box. Mom, Xiao Yu and I have something to say. Luo Feng pulled Xiao Yu to the second floor. Crazy, why are you so anxious? Xiao Yu said with a smile. How can I not be anxious? Ever since I found out about the water of life, I've wanted to get it all the time. Luo Feng clenched his hands and said, my brother Luo Hua has been in a wheelchair for long enough, and he almost died because of this. Xiao Yu's fingers slid across the lock and opened the alloy box. This is the water of life. Xiao Yu pointed to the test tube and said, don't look at it as not much, I spent 11 billion Han coins at the auction in the Ares Palace. If I can cure my brother's legs, let alone 11 billion, even 50 billion or 100 billion Han coins are worth it. Luo Feng said excitedly, I'll transfer the money to you now. Luo Feng took out the EU supply bank card. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded, without refusing, and handed the alloy box to Luo Feng. Luo Feng's hands trembled slightly, and the test tube flew out of the alloy box and floated in front of the two. Luo Hua, Luo Feng shouted, brother, what's the matter? Luo Hua's wheelchair soon came to Luo Feng's room. Luo Feng smiled, from today, prepare to throw away the wheelchair. Luo Hua was stunned. Brother. Luo Feng pointed to the test tube floating in front of him. Yes, that. Luo Hua's eyes were wide open, his body was trembling slightly, his eyes were wet almost instantly, and his hands that were originally holding the wheelchair were shaking. Luo Feng nodded. Seeing his brother nod, Luo Hua's tears flowed. He had waited too long for this day. From today, Mingyu community has one less young man in a wheelchair, and one more financial genius full of confidence. After leaving the Luo family, Xiao Yu went to the Xiao family martial arts hall and handed the water of life to his third uncle. After that, Xiao Yu took the Chang'an class intelligent fighter to the Extreme General Hall of Zhongnan Base City. Extreme General Hall of Zhongnan Base City. Inspector, is there anything important that you came here for this time? President Zhou Zhengyang asked. Recently, I have hunted some Lord-level monster materials and want to sell them to our Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Xiao Yu said. Okay, then follow me. This way, President Zhou Zhengyang led the way up to the 23rd floor and into a large office. Inspector, put the monster materials in this metal basin, President Zhou Zhengyang said. Xiao Yu waved his right hand, and a mountain of monster materials appeared on the huge metal basin. Zhou Zhengyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the tools. Under the instrument scan, the quality, name, and price of each monster material appeared directly on the screen. There is actually a high-level Lord-level monster close to the King level. Zhou Zhengyang sighed. The total price is 160 billion Chinese yuan, and the contribution points are 80 million points. That night, when Xiao Yu entered the Extreme House again, the screen showed his current identity information in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Name, Xiao Yu. Gender, male. Address, Zhongnan Base City. Warrior Certificate Number, 426,123,203,803,213,251. Level, God of War Advanced. Contribution Value, 91,400,000 points, 4-star. Currency Balance, 170,361,250,000 Hanbi. There are no items he can use in the Extreme House for the time being. If there are any items he needs, he can directly exchange them with Hong. A smart fighter is constantly circling in the sky above Zhongnan Base City at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the Chang'an class smart fighter, Xiao Yu is wearing a black loose training suit, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. System, check the system panel. Open black lens bracket host, Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish, double the gene multiple, 100 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish, break through to become a first level planet, 98 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish, none close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of wishes completed, 20 times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1976300 wish points remaining. Close black lens bracket. It's time to break through the planetary level. Apprentice level warriors fight with pure power, while the battle between planetary level and above is not only a confrontation of power, but also a confrontation of energy, domain, and law. For this breakthrough, Xiaoyu rested for a whole week. During this week, he did nothing else except calming down and concentrating. The system fulfills the second wish. Open black lens bracket wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is being fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. A stream of special energy was injected into his body, and the genetic energy in his body was like boiling, expanding nearly 100 times in an instant. The genetic energy quickly circulated in his body. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. After these genetic energies circulated throughout the body, they continued to gather in the body's dantian, as if there was a bottomless black hole in the body, and the genetic energy entered the hole in an endless stream. Whenever the genetic energy in the body was insufficient, the special energy that flowed into the body was converted into genetic energy. When there was no more genetic energy left in Xiaoyu's body, the black hole disappeared and turned into a miniature planet. If you look closely, you will find that this miniature planet is not round, but has 10,081 faces. After the miniature planet in the Dantian space was formed, it began to oscillate and rotate in space. An invisible and strange wave spread from this light ball, spreading all over Xiaoyu's body and spreading outside the body. At the same time, the bones, bone marrow, meridians, muscles, fascia, skin, etc. in the body are undergoing incredible changes. The genetic genes in the body are also rapidly decomposing and combining, and his life has undergone a transformation. Xiaoyu's body, which was originally sitting cross-legged, automatically floated up, and the magnetic field generated by the miniature planet in the Dantian offset the influence of the Earth's gravity on him. The essence of planetary life is completely different from that of apprentice life. If the apprentice level is a land creature, then the planetary level is a sky creature, a real sky creature that can fly without the help of wings. Open black lens bracket the wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiaoyu officially entered the first level of the planetary level of the genetic warrior. The basic strength of 1 million attacks plus 1 million attacks of genetic energy is 2 million kilograms. After 7 times the force, the attack power is 14 million kilograms. Chenkin, open the cabin door. Xiaoyu ordered. Received. After the cabin door opened, Xiaoyu flew out of the fighter. Even though it was his first flight, he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt extremely free, like a natural darling in the air. He dived and rose rapidly. Zhongnan Base City Defense Hall. Alarm, alarm. Report, an unknown humanoid creature was found above Zhongnan Base City, with a speed of Mach 3. A young soldier reported the latest news. What, is it a king-level monster? The middle-aged officer said, humanoid creature. Zoom in and see. Yes, the scene on the big screen quickly enlarged, and a young man wearing a black membrane appeared in the camera. Isn't this the god of war Xiaoyu? God of war Xiaoyu has become a planetary level. There was a commotion in the hall. It was obvious that Xiaoyu's becoming a planetary level was beyond everyone's expectations. Cancel the alarm and enter the physical characteristics of Counselor Xiaoyu into the identification system. The middle-aged officer. After the staff operated for a while, the alarm finally disappeared. Chief Li, Xiaoyu has just been found to be promoted to a counselor. The middle-aged officer said to the communication watch. Got it, the old voice sounded. The news of Xiaoyu's promotion to the planetary level spread quickly. The next morning, Xiaoyu received a call from Hong. Xiaoyu, I know you are a genius, but you have been promoted to the planetary level earlier than I expected. You have reached the planetary level within a year. Even when I was in the Great Nirvana period, I didn't reach this level. Hong said. In the Great Nirvana period, warriors are always facing life and death crises. Under such high pressure, their strength advances by leaps and bounds. It can be said that this is the period when Hong and Thunder God's strength improves the fastest. Yesterday when I was practicing, I accidentally felt it and broke through. Xiaoyu smiled. Xiaoyu, since your strength has reached the level of a counselor, you will be the 6th inspector of my extreme martial arts hall. Our Extreme Martial Arts Hall will publicly announce a date, and then the whole world will know it, and I will personally grant you the position of inspector. Hong said. Xiao Yu nodded. The level of a counselor is not the end of cultivation, but the starting point. Hong said. Understand, the level of a counselor we are talking about is the planetary level, and above it there are also the star level, the universe level, and the domain master level. Star-level powerhouses can form an internal cycle in their bodies and live in space, and the universe level can even set foot on white dwarfs as if it were a common thing. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Master, don't worry, I won't be complacent. With the current strength of our Earth humans, we can only be treated as slaves in the face of civilizations in the universe. In this universe, no one is willing to be a slave. Whenever I see the picture of the universe-level powerhouse fighting, I always feel that there is not enough time. Hong sighed. Chapter 34 Inspector, Xiao Family Villa, Mingyu Community, Yangzhou City. In the living room, the father and son sat quietly. Dad, you saw it right, my strength has surpassed the god of war and become a counselor. Xiao Yu said again. Father Xiao Donghua was still stunned, and after a long time he said, My goodness, our Xiao family is going to become a big family now. A family with a god of war is a big family in a base city, and it can be said that it is rampant. And the families with counselor-level strongmen are counted all over the world. Dad, I got some Chinese currency from hunting monsters before, and I can't use it recently, so I transferred it to you. By the way, don't forget that when I just became a formal warrior, you said that you need to take out 10% and transfer it to our Xiao family's family account. Xiao Yu smiled. Father Xiao Donghua nodded. In his opinion, Xiao Yu didn't go out for long after becoming the god of war, and it would be good to have 20 billion. After seeing the bank transfer information received, he was even more surprised. 160 billion Chinese yuan, how can it be so much? Father Xiao Donghua hesitated. Could it be that the bank transferred an extra zero? Yes, that's it, Xiao Yu said. 16 billion has been transferred into the family account at once, the third child must be so happy. Father Xiao Donghua said, after having money, some equipment that we didn't dare to buy before can be equipped, and we can also open some research companies to serve our Xiao family. Yeah, I don't understand these, you can discuss with uncle and uncle, just tell me if you need me. You two stop chatting, come and eat. Xiao's mother Xu Jingyi shouted in the restaurant. At the dinner table, the mother kept picking up dishes for Xiao Yu, and the father was jealous. Dad, what's wrong with Mom? Xiao Yu whispered to his father Xiao Donghua. Isn't it time for the medicinal wine you soaked? Your mother drank it once this afternoon and felt the effect was good. Father Xiao Donghua said a little sourly. This son is really partial. Xiao Yu recalled that it was indeed a full month. Generally, the spirit of plants and trees has a certain effect on the warriors of the god of war level, and the effect on the mother whose physical fitness has barely reached the first level of apprentice will be even better. On March 5, 2057, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the inspection ceremony officially began in the large conference hall of the headquarters of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inspection ceremony of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Today, the participants of this ceremony are, the head of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Hong. The host on the stage introduced loudly, and the camera was immediately aimed at Hong, who was sitting in the center of the front row below. The head of the Global Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the second speaker of the God of War Palace, Lei Shen. A big bald head, with an outstanding talent, combined with ancient yoga and Chinese internal skills, a genius who created the 9-layer Thunder Blade. The third speaker, Mo Henderson. The fourth speaker, East. The important figures sat calmly in their seats, while the three-dimensional virtual projection on the stage showed the figures of each guest being introduced one by one. The last person I want to introduce is Counselor Xiao Yu, who will take over the position of the Global Extreme Martial Arts Gym Inspector this time. Suddenly, the figure of Xiao Yu appeared on the three-dimensional virtual projection on the stage. Next, please welcome Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Extreme Gym in Yangzhou City, Jiangnan Base City, and also the earliest instructor of Counselor Xiao Yu. The host shouted, and the music sounded immediately. Wu Tong stood up nervously and ran to the front desk. It was the first time for him to show his face in front of so many big figures. Soon, Xiao Yu's father Xiao Donghua, as well as Lu Yuanping, Zhuo Yan, and Lu Gang, the gods of war of the Iron Blood team, were invited to the stage. They told how Xiao Yu grew from a mere unknown warrior to a counselor-level strongman step by step. Of course, all the deeds introduced were positive. The whole ceremony lasted about 2 hours. Dear guests, now is the most important moment of this ceremony. Please welcome Counselor Xiao Yu. The host shouted loudly. Xiao Julian stood up and walked to the front desk in the sound of music and under the gaze of people from all over the world in the entire conference hall. The host bowed slightly to Xiao Yu and then continued. Next, we also have to invite our world's #1, the head of our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Mr. Hong, to personally appoint Mr. Xiao Yu as the 6th inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Immediately, there was continuous applause from the audience. Hong, dressed in black, walked to the front desk. Hong stood in front of Xiao Yu. Hall owner. Xiao Yu looked at Hong. Hong flipped his hand slightly, and the Extreme Inspection Order, which symbolized the privileges of the inspector, appeared out of thin air in his hand. That's right, from today on, you are the 6th inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Hong smiled. Hong handed the Extreme Inspection Order in his hand to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu took it solemnly. The power of the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts School can be said to be extremely great, second only to Hong. He has the right to make decisions on all matters within the Extreme Martial Arts School, especially the round table meeting held by the inspector. Once the majority of inspectors vote in favor, the Extreme Martial Arts School will immediately implement it. Moreover, compared with the supervisor, the inspector has all the rights that the supervisor should have, and the inspector's power is even greater. The inspector can even directly dismiss the president of each branch, while the supervisor cannot. In name, the inspector is the supervisor's superior. After the ceremony, Xiao Yu began his own journey of cultivation. After retraining the basic 123 styles, in just half a month, the amplitude of his body quickly reached 7. Retraining the basic 123 styles does not mean that the 9-layer Thunder Blade cannot be used, but after practicing the basic 123 styles, the amplitude needs to start from 0. During this period of time, Xiao Yu also understood what his planetary level special ability was, which was exactly the thunder and lightning he had always wanted. The specific skill was the Thunder and Lightning Incarnation, which could instantly transform into thunder and lightning, increase the nerve reaction ability and speed tenfold, and release attacks with thunder and lightning properties. When he used the Thunder and Lightning Incarnation, the consumption rate of the cosmic energy in his body increased sharply, and the surrounding time and space seemed to slow down. Unfortunately, with the current cosmic energy in his body, it can only last for less than 1 second. Since knowing that his special ability is the Thunder and Lightning Incarnation, Xiao Yu has been using the Thunder and Lightning Incarnation in practice, trying to get familiar with this ability as soon as possible, and use and control it in battle. Ding, ding, no mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619. The time reminder ringtone set in the auxiliary optical brain interrupted Xiao Yu's practice. Xiao Yu looked at the time on his left wrist, March 28, 2057. Today is the day when Luo Feng goes to the elite training camp at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to participate in the B-level assessment. Xiao Yu is going to personally send Luo Feng to participate in the B-level assessment, to be a background for Luo Feng, so that Li Yao and the Scorpion Venina Paulinas will have some scruples when dealing with Luo Feng. At least after Luo Feng enters the ancient civilization ruins and is declared dead, they will not be too unscrupulous. In the cabin of the Chenkin class intelligent fighter, Xiao Yu sat in the seat and dialed Luo Feng's communication watch. Luo Feng, the time is up, where are you? Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu, I'm at the main hall in the main city. Luo Feng said. Okay, wait a minute, I'll pick you up right away and take you to the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Hongning Base City. Xiao Yu said. After a while, Xiao Yu's Chenkin intelligent fighter plane stopped steadily in the square outside the building of the Extreme General Hall in Zhongnan Base City. There were more than 20 soldiers guarding around, and several others were waiting outside the cabin. President Zhou Zhengyang and Luo Feng were standing among them. President Zhou Zhengyang said to the middle-aged man in combat uniform next to him, Special Envoy Yang Wei, this is the Chenkin class intelligent fighter plane, which is the vehicle of Xianxia Envoy. Thinking back to the scene when I saw Xianxia Envoy's promotion at the headquarters, I was also shocked. I never thought that our extreme martial arts hall could produce a 19-year-old inspector. The middle-aged man Yang Wei said. At this time, Luo Feng, who was standing next to him, was even more envious. It turned out that the two of them became official warriors at the same time. Now his friend's strength is beyond his reach. The cabin door slowly opened, and a figure came in front of everyone. Luo Feng, long time no see. After Xiao Yu greeted Luo Feng, he looked at Zhou Zhengyang, then looked at Yang Wei next to him and said, "This must be Yang Wei from the headquarters." "Yes, Inspector," Yang Wei said. He pulled a handsome boy with slightly yellow hair and a soft face next to him and said, "This is Xianxia, a young warrior selected by my extreme martial arts school to enter the basic training camp this year, and he is also a little genius. I came here specifically for these two people." Xiao Yu naturally understood what Yang Wei meant. "Then let's go together." Xiao Yu smiled. "Let's go, Luo Feng." After that, he took the lead in logging into the Chenkin intelligent fighter. Yang Wei followed closely behind. Luo Feng glanced at Xiao Yu's back and followed him. "Let's go, Xianxia." The handsome boy Xianxia asked curiously, "Brother Luo Feng, do you know Inspector Xiao? We are good friends and have known each other for a long time." Luo Feng smiled. As the four entered the cabin door slowly closed. The metal plate at the bottom of the cabin opened, and 3 seats rose up slowly, and then the metal plate closed again. Luo Feng, Yang Wei and the other 3 sat down one by one, and Luo Feng sat next to Xiao Yu. "Qian-kun, go to the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Hongning Base City." Xiao Yu ordered the intelligent control platform. "Yes, Master." The intelligent fighter quickly pulled up and continued to accelerate to fly to Hongning Base City in West Asia. "Luo Feng, the plane we are riding now is a Qian-kun class intelligent fighter. It is very fast. Even if it is to Hongning Base City, it can fly to it in at most an hour." Qian-kun class. Luo Feng was puzzled. For the time being, there are only 3 types of intelligent fighters on our Earth: King-class intelligent fighters, Qian-kun class intelligent fighters, and prehistoric class intelligent fighters. These are unmanned and have intelligent programs. For the time being, our Earth's technology cannot manufacture them. These intelligent fighters are all excavated from the ruins of ancient civilizations. Chapter 35. Increasing Gene Multiples. In less than an hour, the Chenkin-class intelligent fighter had already hovered above the square next to the dragon-shaped building, slowly descended, and landed steadily on the square. The arrival of the Chenkin-class intelligent fighter aroused the curiosity of the students walking on the square, and they stopped to watch. "I wonder which inspector is coming to the training camp." Xiao Yu smiled. The cabin door slowly opened, and Yang Wei took Luo Feng and Xianxia to walk down first, followed by Xiao Yu. After getting down, Xiao Yu waved his right hand, and the Chenkin-class intelligent fighter disappeared. This phenomenon aroused the curiosity of Xianxia and others. Xiao Yu was also in this training camp for the first time, and he was also quite curious. When he just came down, he was attracted by the giant black dragon that was nearly 50 meters high. He still exuded a faint breath of a king-level monster. Xiao Yu was sure that the breath it exuded was because of the pair of eyes carved by this black dragon, which were the eyes left by the king-level black dragon monster bred from the volcano killed by the owner Hong. On the black dragon scales of the giant black dragon, there are small display screens with names on them. No 1 Renatus Bridge, 530,321. No 2 Chu Chang, 540,601. No 3 Eben Pass, 520,916. Number 182 Jacqueline and Bernard, 570,319. Walking along the way, Yang Wei kept explaining to Luo Feng. Xiao Yu, Luo Feng and others came to a 9-story giant tower. Although this 9-story tower has only 9 floors, it is comparable to the height of a general 20-story building, commonly known as the 9-story building. Xianxia was placed in a 2-story pavilion by Yang Wei before. Yang Wei took Luo Feng and Xiao Yu to the 9th floor of the 9-story building. The 9th floor is an empty hall with some cushions in the hall. Some young men and women are sitting and chatting casually, either in English, French or other languages, and some use Mandarin. When Luo Feng and Xiao Yu came in, many people looked at them. "Brother, are you Chinese?" "Is the one next to you Xiao the inspector?" "Chinese." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Xiao Yu didn't care about the discussion of these people. He was just accompanying them for the time being. I believe that with his companionship today, the effect will definitely be significant. Under the leadership of Yang Wei, the three came to the innermost part of the hall. There was a passage here, and there were large rooms on both sides of the passage. The three came to a room in the innermost layer. The space in this room was not large, and it was even a little dim. There were only 2 sofas in the room, and a dark blue helmet was placed on each of the 2 sofas. This helmet is a consciousness sensor. As long as you wear it, you can enter the virtual space. Yang Wei smiled and said, "The War God Palace is a virtual space." Luo Feng stared at the helmet blankly. Virtual space. He didn't listen to what Yang Wei said about the War God Palace later. Put it on, your consciousness will enter a virtual space with a simulation degree of 100%. After that, we will let you enter the trial tower and accept the B-level test. Yang Wei said. Don't panic, there will be no danger. Xiao Yu comforted Luo Feng. Luo Feng imitated Yang Wei, lying on the sofa and wearing a helmet. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Feng opened his eyes and took off his helmet. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Luo Feng, it seems that you have passed the B-level assessment and officially become a member of the elite training camp. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. Yang Wei, who sat up next to him, said, Luo Feng is indeed a genius. He has successfully cultivated the 4th level of the 9-layer Thunder Blade. It is normal to pass the B-level assessment. Okay, Luo Feng, since the matter is over, I will go back. I will pick you up after you graduate. Xiao Yu smiled. Xiao Yu did not continue to care about Luo Feng's training in the elite training camp, but he believed that with his actions today, those people would never dare to act recklessly. He didn't know whether Luo Feng would be like in the original book without those ridicules and pressure. Almost at the same time, the news that Luo Feng entered the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall spread to major forces around the world. In a building built underground in Kyoto Bay City, Wuxia country. The 3rd floor underground. In an elegantly decorated office, a thin man in loose training clothes tapped the table with one hand and flipped through the information about Luo Feng in his hand. Although Counselor Xiao is paying attention to Luo Feng, we can't be careless. Send a message to the branch in Zhongnan Bay City and send someone to secretly watch Luo Feng's family 24 hours a day. First, make sure that Luo Feng's family will never leave Zhongnan Bay City. Second, ensure that Luo Feng's family is safe. Yes. As the executive president of the Wuxia region of the Our Alliance, Venina Paulinas naturally knew the news almost immediately. Zhongnan Landscape Community, Yo Peak Mountain Villa. Venina, isn't this Luo Feng one of our many suspects? Vulture Li Yao, who was flipping through the information, immediately thought of the inconspicuous Luo Feng among the many suspects. Yes, when Awei died, he was the one who was closest to Awei. Venina shook her head, but he is only 19 years old this year, and his strength is only at the primary level of a general. He has a close relationship with Xiao Yu, who has just become a counselor. This time, it was Counselor Xiao who personally sent him to the elite training camp. Counselor Xiao left only after Luo Feng confirmed that he had passed the B-level assessment. How did he get into the elite training camp? Is it because he is a spiritualist? Li Yao's eyes flashed coldly. No matter who it is, as long as he is the murderer who killed our son, I will not let him go. No, you will know after you finish reading it. Venina shook her head. Yao, I think you are too nervous to find the murderer, and you don't care at all. On the way back, in the Chenkin class Intelligent Fighter. Xiao Yu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the seat. System, check the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Xiao Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Increase the gene multiple by 1, 200 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket third wish. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of wishes completed, 21 times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket remaining wish points 996,300 points. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu considered that the future of the Earth's human beings will come into contact with the universe, and it is necessary to learn to listen and speak the universal language of the universe. The system sets the second wish to master the universal language of the universe, listening, reading and writing. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Second wish. Master the universal language of the universe, listening, reading and writing, 10,000 wish points. Close black lens bracket. The system fulfills the second wish. Open black lens bracket. Wish points have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. No mistakes in one post, one content, 1.6, 1 book, 1 forum. A stream of knowledge about obscure languages such as English and Chinese, which Xiaoyu did not master, poured into his mind and was firmly imprinted in his mind. At the same time, he could understand the meaning of every word and every sentence in those languages, and he even felt that he could read and write them fluently. Open black lens bracket. The second wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. In less than a minute, Xiaoyu completely mastered the universal language of the universe under the indoctrination of the system. In order to verify, he also specially recorded a video of himself translating Chinese into the universal language of the universe, and then compared it with the words translated by the auxiliary optical brain, and found no mistakes. After mastering the universal language of the universe, Xiaoyu stood in the intelligent fighter and looked at the bright spots on the ground map on the big screen one after another, all of which were marked as Lord-level monsters. Although Hong signed a contract with the monster, planetary-level humans and king-level monsters were not allowed to participate in the fight between humans and monsters at will. But as long as it is not excessive, no monster will dare to go to Hong. With Hong's current strength, he is afraid of the 2 Emperor-level monsters in the ocean, and the Emperor-level monsters dare not come out of the ocean easily, otherwise there will be 1 less Emperor-level monster. Chenkin, open the cabin. Xiaoyu ordered. Yes. Xiaoyu flew down directly from the sky, rushed to a snake-like high-level Lord-level monster quickly, and killed it with just 1 knife. After absorbing the monster's corpse, he obtained 130,000 wish points. Xiaoyu shook the SS-level sword in his hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. It seems that he has to choose a weapon carefully. For a genetic warrior, choosing the right weapon is very important. Along the way, Xiaoyu successively killed 8 high-level Lord-level monsters, most of which were monsters that were about to break through the king level, and gained 1.1 million wish points. After returning to the extreme hall of Yongzhou City in Zhongnan Base City, Xiaoyu returned to his exclusive martial arts training room, changed into loose training clothes, and sat cross-legged in the center. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket. Remaining wish points. 2,216,300 points. Close black lens bracket. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket. 200 wish copper coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. The wish points required by the system to fulfill the wish are changing, as Xiaoyu's strength increases and the changes after the wish is fulfilled. Open black lens bracket. The wish is being fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. A stream of blood-red special energy instantly enveloped Xiaoyu's whole body, and a trace of blood-red energy entered Xiaoyu's body through every pore of Xiaoyu. After entering Xiaoyu's body, the blood-red energy turned into a smaller energy and entered every cell of Xiaoyu's body. The blood-red energy changed the genes in Xiaoyu's body, and Xiaoyu's body was undergoing drastic changes from the inside out. This change was too drastic. Without the system's usual gentle improvement feeling, Xiaoyu felt pain from the bone marrow. Xiaoyu's body was constantly being destroyed and repaired at the same time. The pain during the destruction and the comfort during the repair were intertwined. Ah! Xiaoyu moaned and howled unconsciously. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the martial arts training room is good, otherwise the warriors in the building will feel like it is haunted. The blood-red energy is constantly absorbed by Xiaoyu. The blood-red energy is endless, and even if Xiaoyu keeps absorbing and refining it, it does not decrease. This system upgrade lasted for a full hour before it stopped. Open black lens bracket. Wish has been realized. Close black lens bracket. His gene multiple has reached 2 times. Xiaoyu checked his current strength through the auxiliary optical brain. Strength, Gene Warrior planetary level 15%. The power of 15% of the first level planetary level of a Gene Warrior is 1.15 million kilograms, plus 1.15 million kilograms of genetic energy, which is 2.3 million kilograms. After the gene multiple was increased to 2 times, Xiaoyu's basic strength became 4.6 million kilograms, and after 7 times it was 32.2 million kilograms, equivalent to the basic strength of the 5th level planetary level. This is the charm of increasing the gene multiple. Chapter 36 Thunder Marrow Fluid. The increase in gene multiples not only increases strength, gene energy, speed, but also nerve reaction, defense, etc. After the strength is improved, it is necessary to master it through continuous training. Fortunately, the increase in gene multiples did not reduce Xiao Yu's control over strength. In just 3 days, he restored the perfect control of every bit of strength in his body. After regaining perfect control of every bit of strength in his body, Xiao Yu finally had time to sort out the items in the space ring. With a thought, a 1 cubic centimeter sized, glowing crystal floated in front of him. This is the cosmic crystal. The cosmic crystal is a crystal condensed from the energy of the origin of the universe, which can be used as currency or for cultivation and absorption. Xiao Yu felt the attraction from the cosmic crystal and thought that since the system can absorb the corpses of monsters with genetic energy, can it also absorb the cosmic crystal to obtain wish points? Do it when you think of it. The system absorbs this cosmic crystal. Open black lens bracket absorb 1 cubic centimeter of the origin of the universe energy and get 1 wish copper coin. Close black lens bracket. Get rich. Xiao Yu was very happy. Now there is no need to worry about insufficient wish points. Xiao Yu directly took out a cubic decimeter of cosmic crystal, which is 1000 cosmic coins, and used it to absorb. Open black lens bracket absorb 1 cubic decimeter of cosmic origin energy and obtain 1000 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. System checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining 1022 wish copper coins, 6300 wish points. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu continued to check the various weapons in the space ring. Every time he took out a weapon, he used the auxiliary optical brain to identify the weapon. After a week of sorting, he finally had a general understanding of his property. There are 1063 various force weapons in the space ring, of which only 763 are intact and 300 are partially damaged. Among the intact weapons, there are 13 5th-level force weapons, 692 4th-level force weapons, and only 58 3rd-level force weapons. These force weapons are engraved with complex secret patterns, and the higher the level of the weapon, the more complex the secret patterns on the weapon. What interested him most was the 5th-level lightning-type force weapon, the Purple Lightning Spear. The 5th-level force weapon is the Realm Master's weapon. The secret patterns of the origin engraved on it are close to the laws of the universe's origin. Only by becoming a Realm Master and possessing the power of the origin can it be truly driven. What made Xiao Yu feel strange was that among these force weapons, there were lightning-type force weapons from the 3rd to the 6th level, but these weapons were all large in size, not like weapons used by humans, but rather like weapons used by giants 10 meters tall. For example, among the 3rd-level force weapons, there were 2 lightning-type weapons, both of which were of excellent quality. One was a knife-shaped and the other was an axe-shaped. The knife-shaped weapon, Thunder Blade of the Sky, was a double blade type made of special materials, with an arc-shaped blade, a blade length of 1.8 meters, and a thorn-like tip. The handle of the knife was on the back of the knife, and a separate hollow space was used for grabbing. The total length of the axe-shaped weapon was nearly 4 or 5 meters. Xiao Yu held the handle of the Thunder Blade of the Sky tightly with both hands, and suddenly felt as if this Thunder Blade of the Sky was made for him. The system analyzes the Thunder Blade of the Sky in my hand. Open black lens bracket setting successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Analyze the Thunder Blade of the Sky, 1 wish copper coin, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket deduct 1 wish copper coin. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish has been fulfilled, the analysis is successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the Thunder Blade of the Sky is a thunder and lightning force weapon specially made for the tribe members by the immortal gods of the Thunder Clan. It is a 3rd-grade superior product. When used by a Thunder Clan gene warrior, it has 2 forms. The first form requires the understanding of the 3rd or higher level of the Thunder and Lightning field, and the second form requires the 7th or higher level of the Thunder and Lightning field. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu was very satisfied with the Thunder Blade of the Sky. But he was a little confused about the content of the analysis. Why is the Thunder Blade of the Sky from the Thunder Clan? Wasn't my space ring materialized by the system? When I first got the space ring, I thought the system had made a big gift. It turned out to be stolen from the children of the Thunder Clan. In addition to the 2 spaceships that Xiao Yu dared not touch for the time being, an astonishing number of cosmic crystals, and thousands of force weapons. There were also 2 clothing items and 22 jade boxes in the space ring. Through the auxiliary optical brain detection, these 2 clothing items are 2 battle suits. One is a 5th level lightning force battle suit, and the other is a 3rd level lightning force battle suit. The 3rd level force battle suit is generally used by cosmic level warriors, while the 5th level force battle suit is used by realm level warriors. In order for the 3rd level force battle suit to fully function, it generally requires the user to step into the threshold of the law. Xiao Yu put away the 5th level force battle suit and put on the 3rd level force battle suit. At first, the force battle suit looked like a giant's, but after wearing it on him, it automatically became extremely fit. The overall battle suit is dark blue, engraved with purple secret patterns. Then he began to check the items in the jade box. Xiao Yu's mind moved and a jade box appeared in front of him. After slowly opening it, a crystal ball lay quietly in it. Could this be the inherited crystal ball? Xiao Yu was amazed. Xiao Yu used the auxiliary optical computer on his left wrist guard to try to identify the crystal ball, but it didn't respond for a long time. The system analyzes the crystal ball in front of you. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Analyze the crystal ball, 100 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket deduct 100 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled, the analysis is successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thunderbolt inheritance crystal ball. The Thunderbolt immortal spirit is made of disciples in the clan, and has a complete passage of Thunderbolt law. Close black lens bracket. It's really developed now. Continue to check the second jade box. The jade box is engraved with strange secrets. After the jade box was opened, for a while, the surroundings were all sad. Only the blue-green surface and the fruit of water droplets were the most dazzling. The blue-green shot, the rich and intoxicating aroma is filled with a strong aroma. The entire martial arts room is full of vitality. The core source of all vitality is the green fruit. Suck. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, and the permeable aroma entered the body. Every cell in the whole body felt a sense of expansion. Each structure in the cell was rapidly evolving, as if eating the heaven and earth. In the cells the genetic material has changed rapidly, the whole body bone crackling sounds, and the muscles are rapidly transformed. He felt that he had moved forward in the planet first. This feeling made Xiao Yu think of the fruit of life when Luo Feng's adventure in the main world of the border. Xiao Yu hurriedly closed the jade box, and he knew the preciousness of the fruit of life. Just such a fruit, letting the industry use a galaxy to change, there will be countless people who are willing to change. The fruit of life is the strange crystal in the vast universe, which contains incredible vitality. Even the boundary of the endless power is contained in the body. Even if the consumption is large, the injury is heavy, and one can be fully restored. Xiao Yu used the auxiliary light brain to check his strength, power, 73% of the first level of Gene Warrior planets. The level of life fruit is too high, and it is not cost-effective now, and it has a greater effect on plant life. It has the opportunity to get plant life such as Mo Yun and Vine. Xiao Yu can't figure out what level of strong people this space ring is obtained. The wealth in the spatial ring can be arranged by the strong who can own it in the world. What about the world ring? Maybe it may be a domain level master who is loved by the Ritter and even the strong. For the remaining 20 jade boxes, Xiao Yu did not dare to open it rashly. If there are some strange things similar to the fruit of life, even if it was opened at the moment of opening, it was a pity. System analysis of the items in the remaining 20 jade boxes. Successful settings. Open black lens bracket first wish. Items in 20 jade boxes, 500 toning copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Exclude 500 wish copper coins. Wishes have been realized, and the analysis is successful. The name and usage of the items in the 20 jade boxes have been introduced into Xiao Yu's mind. The remaining 20 jade boxes are the most precious, of which are the space secrets inherit the crystal ball and the time secret method inherit the crystal ball. Secondly, the essence crystal of the thunder spring of the thunderbolt in the thunderbolt, which can increase the talent of users to understand the law of thunder. The other is a fruit and strange substance that recovers the power of injuries in many domains. In other words, the space rings not only include space, time, and thunder and lightning laws inherit the crystal balls, but also have 2 life fruits, 1 can enhance the talent, and many items that restore the injuries. The value of these items is much larger than the cosmic crystal. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Xiao Yu hesitated. Do you want to use the glutinous fluid now? Because in the system description, even the thunderbolt, it is best to use it after the 9th stage of the planet, otherwise the body may not be able to withstand the energy in the glutinous fluid explosion. Dead. However, Xiao Yu has a system. He believes that under the escort of the system, he should be able to absorb safely. In order to prevent accidents and hurt innocents, Xiao Yu put away all the jade boxes and left the martial arts room. After entering the Chenkin class smart fighter, the Chenkin was ordered to hang in 20,000 meters high. Xiao Yu moved from the space ring to a cubic meter cosmic crystal supply system to absorb. Absorb 1 cubic meter of universe energy, get 100 wishes silver coins. 100 wish silver coins, that is, 1 million wishes copper coins, 10 billion wishes, should be enough to use it temporarily. The first desire to set the system is perfect absorption of glutinous liquid. Successful settings. The first wish is perfect absorption of glutinous liquid, 3 wishes silver coins. Take off the 3rd order force combat clothes and replace it with loose exercises. Xiao Yu took out the jade box with the raviolic fluid. As soon as the jade box was opened, the air was created from the air. There is a thumbs of thumbs in the jade box. The test tube is sealed with special materials, which contains a half-half bottle exuding a strong purple light liquid. The use of this ravished fluid is also very simple. You only need to remove the bottle plug. The mouth of the bottle is facing the navel, and the glutinous liquid in the bottle will enter the human body along the navel. Xiao Yu touched the test tube with his fingers, and a trace of thunderbolt entered his body along his fingers. If Xiao Yu's special ability was not a thunderbolt, he might be paralyzed all over his body at this moment. Xiao Yu opened the jacket of loose and practicing uniforms and exposed the navel. After plugging the test tube bottle, the thunder and lightning of the arm was generated from the void, and it continued to radiate it. Xiao Yu didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately buckled the bottle mouth at the navel, and at the same time meditated. The system realizes the first wish. Open black lens bracket wishing point is being deducted, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is coming true, close black lens bracket. As soon as the purple thunder marrow fluid touched the navel, it immediately entered Xiao Yu's body. The thunder marrow fluid, along different channels, was divided into countless tiny purple lightning rays, penetrating into every tissue cell in his body. The lightning energy is violent, and the thunder marrow fluid is thousands of times more violent than lightning. These violent thunder marrow fluids are changing the structure of Xiao Yu's body cells in an extremely violent way, including the brain and other tissues. Countless cells burst because they could not withstand this violent evolution. The purple violent energy not only entered Xiao Yu's body, but also entered Xiao Yu's sea of consciousness along unknown channels, optimizing and transforming his soul. Xiao Yu felt the pain from his soul. This pain almost made him faint, but he could not faint, so he could only passively bear it. Just when Xiao Yu's body was almost unable to hold on, the system's protection took effect. Waves of vital energy were generated from the void above Xiao Yu's head, and continuously poured into Xiao Yu's body, entering every tissue and every cell. There were also large amounts of life energy entering his sea of consciousness, constantly repairing his sea of consciousness space and soul. Xiao Yu felt better. The violent energy was constantly destroying, and the vital energy was constantly recovering, and this recovery was not restored to the original appearance, but the appearance after the violent energy destructive transformation. As if they had their own missions, one persisted in violent transformation and optimization, and the other persisted in repair. This tug of war lasted for a whole day and night before it ended. Open black lens bracket the wish has come true close black lens bracket. Exhausted Xiao Yu opened his eyes, the air was full of fishy smells, and the loose training clothes had long been stained with blood. Xiao Yu looked at the blood-stained clothes, his heart moved, and the genetic energy in his body shook, and the training clothes turned into flying ash and floated in the air. He also did the same thing to the blood eggplants that were attached to his body. The microplanets in his body vibrated slightly, and the blood eggplants turned into flying ash and were blown away. The intelligent fighter plane was ventilated frantically for a while, and the fishy smell disappeared. Xiao Yu put on the third-level force suit again, closed his eyes and silently felt the changes in himself. He found that he was much stronger, and felt that there were tiny lightnings everywhere in the void attracting him. I don't know when two microplanets appeared in the Dantian space, one larger in the middle, and the other smaller one was constantly rotating around the microplanet in the middle. Xiao Yu quickly used the auxiliary optical brain to check his own strength, Gene Warrior Planetary level 286%. It was really a pleasant surprise to reach the second level of the planetary level. Suddenly, the sky below the fighter plane was covered with dark clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and countless lightning flashed. Xiao Yu felt even more intimate in his heart, so he flew from the bottom of the cabin into the thundercloud. Countless lightnings entangled him, but did not hurt him at all. On the contrary, Xiao Yu felt that he could control these lightnings. He played in the thunderstorm like a favorite of thunder and lightning. 3 hours later, after the thunderstorm passed, Xiao Yu returned to the Chengkin-class intelligent fighter. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining, 95 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. It seems that the wish points used this time exceeded 5 wish silver coins, which is much higher than the system's estimate. Chapter 37, Lightning Field. April 15, 2057, Yangzhou City, Mingyu Community. A blue-purple figure, carrying a wisp of lightning, rushed directly from the sky to a villa in the community. In the Extreme Club, Wu Tong was looking at the sky and happened to see this scene. He sighed, "This kid is getting more and more amazing." A young warrior who had just joined the Extreme Martial Arts Club asked in confusion, "Are you talking about Counselor Xiao?" The young warrior is also a resident of Mingyu Community. Although he has just moved in, he is still very clear about the figure passing by the sky. With this figure, Yangzhou City Mingyu Community is the safest place in the entire Zhongnan base city. Xiao Yu, whose body has just been integrated with the thunder marrow fluid, will occasionally overflow with lightning because of poor control. Although these lightning will not hurt people, they will also make people feel paralyzed. So in the past few days, every time Xiao Yu goes home, he lets his mother Xu Jingyi finish eating first, leaving some food, and then eats by himself. After every meal, Xiao Yu would return to the Chengkin intelligent fighter to rest or practice, because he felt that since absorbing the thunder marrow fluid, he had an inexplicable feeling, as if his body and sword skills were about to break through again, and it was not an ordinary breakthrough. When he practiced the 9-layer thunder sword before, he felt that his body and sword skills had reached the artistic conception level, but the artistic conception level always gave people a hazy feeling. If there is another breakthrough, it will be the domain level. The domain is a kind of aura that is comprehended by the law of perception. It is the product of the body, will, force, and soul reaching an extremely beautiful harmonious state. In the domain, it can greatly improve the strength of the domain owner and weaken the strength of the enemy in the domain. Thanks to the fusion of thunder marrow fluid, Xiao Yu has become highly compatible with the law of thunder and lightning. The law he currently wants to comprehend first is the law of thunder and lightning. The Chengkin fighter took him to various areas with dense thunder and lightning around the world so that he can feel the thunder and lightning more intuitively. In order to comprehend the lightning law faster, Xiao Yu accepted the inheritance memory of the lightning secret inheritance crystal ball. The memory in the inheritance crystal ball is huge, which contains 36 special lightning secrets unique to the lightning clan, and 3,108 ordinary secrets. Most of these secrets require a domain or understanding of certain lightning laws before they can be used. Only one secret can be used without understanding the lightning law and lightning domain. By learning these secrets, he can also speed up his understanding of lightning, which is not only conscious, but also includes the original force, soul and body in the body. This is also why he still needs to comprehend it himself even after obtaining the inheritance of the law comprehension in the inheritance crystal ball. In thunderstorms all over the world, Xiao Yu constantly feels lightning intuitively and practices the secrets in the inheritance crystal ball. The longer the time, the deeper his feeling. Finally, his body, soul, force and body reached an extremely beautiful harmonious state. His body was surrounded by a special aura. In this aura, his strength increased tenfold. His speed could be accelerated to the fastest speed instantly, while other people in the force field would be greatly reduced as long as he wanted. He, Xiao Yu, finally became a genius with a domain. The second person on Earth to have a domain, he realized it earlier than Thor. This is thanks to the gift of the system, which is worth being grateful for. This day is April 28, 2057. Although Xiao Yu has been busy practicing during this period, he occasionally pays attention to some information about Luo Feng pushed by the elite training camp. The day before yesterday, April 26, Luo Feng's first breakthrough after entering the elite training camp, the trial tower level was already 3.2, and his power was 3.5, and the combat power amplitude was 11.2. The ranking of the elite training camp in April will end at 12 o'clock tonight. At that time, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will hold a roundtable meeting, and Xiao Yu, as an inspector, is also invited. That night, Xiao Yu entered the virtual space on time. In a large conference hall, the floor of the conference hall is silver, the walls are silver, and the huge round table is also silver. Only 7 chairs are pure black, as if they can swallow everything. At this moment, 6 white-robed people are sitting on the 7 chairs around the silver round table, and 1 chair is empty. 6 white-robed people, 4 Chinese, 1 white, and 1 black. Everyone, this is Luo Feng's information. His trial tower level is 3.3, and his fist power level is 3.5, which means that his combat power amplitude is 11.55, which is excellent. Inspector Wang said. Combat power amplitude 1 to 2 is elementary, 2 to 4 is medium, 4 to 8 is advanced. This 8 to 16 is excellent. Luo Feng has entered the ranks of excellent. The black man in white robe, Vladimir, nodded. His combat points for hunting monsters are equivalent to those of the third-year veterans in the training camp. His combat power amplitude is excellent, comparable to the average level of the 5th-year veterans. The combination of the two ranks second. The black man in white robe, Vladimir, continued, Inspector Wang, I agree to summon Luo Feng, but the treatment you give him seems a little. Xiao Yu said, Vladimir, I think the treatment given by Inspector Wang is not high. Not only is it not high, it is a little low. Although this is Xiao Yu's first time participating in the roundtable meeting as an inspector, he still has to clearly express his attitude. Round table meeting. Only 7 people are qualified to participate in the round table meeting, the owner of the hall, Hong, and the 6 inspectors. The 6 inspectors are all existences beyond the gods of war. The owner of the hall and the 6 inspectors are the top leaders of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Any one of them is enough to make a country tremble with fear. The round table meeting was previously held by the 5 inspectors, but now it has become the 6 inspectors. The owner of the hall himself rarely intervenes. Because Xiao Yu and the other 6 inspectors are scattered all over the world, the round table meeting is held in the virtual space. Naturally, other gods of war have only heard of the round table meeting, but have never seen it. 6 inspectors. An electronic voice sounded. Silence. Xiao Yu and the other 6 inspectors looked up at the sky. In the starry sky above the conference hall, 6 documents floated down and landed directly in front of the 6 inspectors. The electronic voice continued. This is the decision of the owner on how to deal with Luo Feng. If you have any opinions, you can report to the owner. If you have no opinions, please implement this decision. Do you have any opinions? The electronic voice said. No, 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 no. The 6 inspectors took a quick look and responded quickly. The content was simple. One was to require Luo Feng to officially join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, with an annual activity fund of 5 billion Chinese yuan. Second, there are some rewards set for Luo Feng's combat power reaching a certain level. Party B can obtain 9 series combat uniforms and weapons, any set of secret books, and a set of dragon blood worth 80 billion if the combat power amplitude reaches 12 before June 1, 2057. Party B can obtain 9 series combat uniforms and weapons, a drop of chalcedony worth 30 billion if the combat power amplitude reaches 12 between June 1, 2057 and October 1, 2057. Party B can obtain SS-level combat uniforms and weapons, a set of dragon blood worth 80 billion, any 3 sets of secret books, and a set of ancient civilization relics, Black God, if the combat power amplitude reaches 16 before January 1, 2059. Xiao Yu took a quick look and found that it was similar to the original work, with only the time changing. Then, Inspector Wang, please execute immediately, said the electronic voice. There is no mistake in the first one. Take a look at the content of the first one. Yes, Wang Xianxia said, he often does these things. Since Luo Feng's strength has improved so much, he may be recognized by Hong as a spiritualist earlier, but the life-and-death adventure trip to Australia is certain. During this period, Xiao Yu dared not be careless. He must prevent the possibility of the scorpion couple attacking Luo Feng's family. He secretly instructed his guards to strengthen the protection of the places where Luo Feng's parents and brother often go in and out, and he would always pay attention to it. After the round table meeting, Xiao Yu began his own journey of cultivation. The system sets the wish to improve the strength to the peak of the 9th level of the planetary level. In the warrior path of this universe, only the big stage is a qualitative change, and the promotion of the small level can be completely cultivated with resources. Therefore, as long as the geniuses within the forces such as the Virtual Universe Company are promoted from the 9th level of the planetary level to the star level, they don't have to worry about the energy accumulation from the 1st level to the 9th level. It only takes a short time and uses expensive business fluids. Although he did not have the support of those nutrient solutions, he had a system plugin. He could directly upgrade from the 1st level to the 9th level without having to upgrade one level at a time. Before, there was no way because of insufficient wish points. Now that this problem has been temporarily solved, there is no need to delay. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Strength increased to the peak of the 9th level of the planetary level, 12 wish silver coins, close black lens bracket. Fulfill the first wish. Open black lens bracket 12 wish silver coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is being fulfilled, close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the Chenkin, saw that the empty space above his head was like a bucket-like hole, and countless special energies enveloped Xiao Yu's whole body. As if immersed in water, his whole body was flooded with infinite cosmic force. Every cell in the body is constantly growing, and the genes in the cells are constantly optimizing and strengthening. At the same time, almost endless cosmic force is pouring into the Dantian space, and the 2 microplanets are growing continuously, especially the second microplanet is growing the fastest. When the second microplanet almost stopped growing, the cosmic force continued to flow into the Dantian space. These cosmic forces continued to condense in another empty space in the Dantian space, and finally gathered into a microplanet, which was much smaller than the previous 2. When the third microplanet was formed, Xiao Yu's body shook, and his body evolved more rapidly. At the same time, the aura in the field he comprehended became more intense. The lightning characteristics contained in the cosmic force in the body also became more intense. The third microplanet continued to grow, followed by the appearance of the 4th microplanet. The 5th microplanet appeared. The 9th microplanet appeared and continued to grow until all the microplanets stopped growing. Open black lens bracket the wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 38 Return to the elite training camp. Everything inside the Chenkin smart fighter fell into silence, and Xiao Yu opened his eyes. When he was promoted, he fell into a deep sleep, and he woke up as soon as the promotion was over. He glanced at the auxiliary optical brain on the left wrist guard and saw that it was already May 10, 2057. This time the system took a total of 11 days to complete the promotion from the 2nd planetary level to the pinnacle of the 9th planetary level. Check my strength. Xiao Yu spoke to the auxiliary optical brain, and the auxiliary optical brain displayed Chinese characters. Strength, 99.9% of the 9th level of the genetic warrior planetary level. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the planetary level, the basic strength of the physical body has reached 512,000 tons. Adding the genetic force, it is 1.024 million tons. 2 times the genes, plus the amplitude, it is equivalent to the power of the 3rd level of the star. Judging from Xiao Yu's current strength, it is nothing in the universe. Even a genius from a small force can reach more than 10 times the amplitude of his body at the planet level, and some can even reach 30 times, or even more, high. With this upgrade, his physical strength increased hundreds of times, and he needed to exercise to adapt to the new strength. From this day on, Xiao Yu has been seen almost all over the world, including glaciers, volcanoes, the seabed and other places. During this period, he also hunted and killed 2 king-level monsters to practice his skills. After handing the monster corpses to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym for processing, he received 200 billion Chinese coins, all of which were handed over to his father Xiao Donghua. This training lasted for nearly 3 months before he fully mastered his own strength. During this period of time, Xiao Yu has also been paying attention to various news about Luo Feng. On May 15, Luo Feng's trial tower level was 3.6, with a force of 3.5 and a combat power amplitude of 12.6. He completed the first phase of the goal and obtained a 9 series combat uniform, a complete set of weapons, and a complete set of 9-fold thunder knives, worth 800 a portion of 100 million dragon blood. After Luo Feng used dragon blood, his warrior strength increased from a mid-level warrior to a junior war god. In July, Luo Feng practiced the 5th level of the 9-level Thunder Sword. His tower level was 3.9, and his combat power amplitude reached 16.38. He completed the second stage goal and obtained SS-level combat uniforms, a complete set of weapons, and 2 complete sets of cheats. A set of civilization relics, Black God. On July 31, Xiao Yu, who was on the Antarctic glacier, received a call from Hong. Xiao Yu, come with me to the elite training camp tomorrow to show up. This is your first life and death adventure in the elite training camp after taking over as the inspector. The black-haired man said. Okay, Master, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Master, my strength has increased a lot recently. We can compare with each other when we have time. Okay, the black-haired man laughed. After receiving the news from Hong, Xiao Yu took the Chengkan Smart fighter plane and rushed to Hongning Base City in West Asia, the global headquarters of extreme martial arts. We met Hong that night. In a martial arts training ground as big as a football stadium, the two of them stood on one side of the training ground. Xiao Yu, don't you want to spar with me? The black-haired man smiled. Come on, this martial arts training ground, the entire room is made of special metal, even a star-level strongman cannot destroy it. Master, then, come on. Xiao Yu, wearing a 3rd-level force suit, smiled. You go first. Hong Yi, a black-haired man wearing a black combat uniform, said. Hong stood quietly like that, showing everyone's demeanor. A master-level aura naturally emerged from him, lingering in the entire martial arts training ground. Then I'll take action first. Xiao Yu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the 9th level of the planet was revealed, but he did not use any power-generating techniques, did not use the power increased by genetic multiples, and did not attack the weak points. Let's discuss it, that's it. With an instant step, the speed increased to 10 kilometers per second, and he was in front of Hong in an instant. The thunder blade of the sky in his hand struck Hong instantly with lightning. Xiao Yu's speed surprised him. His body tensed up and he resisted with all his strength. Okay, Hong shouted excitedly, the war gun in his hand trembling slightly. Xiao Yu discarded all the increases, and his pure physical strength was almost the same as Hong Do's. Master, this shadowless gun is okay, Xiao Yu said with a smile. While talking, the two fought for several more rounds. This force battle gun is very good, and it matches my force power very well. Hong said, sweating profusely. Xiao Yu, in the discussion just now, you haven't used the force. And as far as I know, the force should be 7 times greater. Okay, then I will use my full strength, and I hope the owner will not hide his clumsiness. Xiao Yu said. Okay, Hong said with a smile. Xiao Yu instantly felt an invisible force field envelop the martial arts training ground, and the world suddenly turned black. This is the realm of light. Suppression of aura, visual deception. Hong took the lead in attacking this time, targeting Xiao Yu's weak points with his gun. Fortunately, Xiao Yu's fighting instincts are pretty good, coupled with his good strength, under 7 times acceleration, he can always dodge all the attacks after discovering Hong's attacks. But if Kai Hong's domain is not broken, he can win unless he does not hide the increase in genetic multiples, or uses the special ability of lightning incarnation. However, the two are not a life and death fight, so there is no need for this. If you want to win without hurting Hong, you can only use the domain. Both of them are in the 1st level field, but Hong has delved deeper into the field and will definitely be stronger, but Xiao Yu will not be affected too much, and his own strength will increase in the field. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated, and his heart moved. The field of lightning and electricity began in the field of light. Many thunder and lights were naturally generated in the void and gathered on Xiao Yu. Yes, I even realized the field. It is much stronger than the thunder. Hong Xiaoyi laughed. Hong also knows that Xiao Yu's field is great, meaning his defeat. However, he never worried, but was extremely happy. In his opinion, nothing had better genius than humans. Moreover, the discussion among the strong areas will only make both parties go further in the field. Sure enough, at the limit speed of Xiao Yu, Hong was accidentally scratched by Xiao Yu's sword. A shallow red line stayed on Hong's neck, and the blood flowed out, and the wound began to heal in a few seconds. Okay, I lost, Hong Xiao said, but next time I will win back. Haha, it seems that we will have one more speaker in the God of War. Hong laughed. Museum, don't laugh, it's really exhausted to discuss with you. Xiao Yu pretended to say, the owner of the museum, don't let the news of our two discussions. Why, isn't it good to be the first strongest on the earth? Hong Dao. I still want to be at home for a few days. Xiao Yu said reluctantly. Okay, Hong laughed. I learned this with you today, I have gained a lot. I am too, Xiao Yu said. I just realized the field of realization. This is not 2 months, and there are many things that don't know much about. Okay, let's discuss it. Hong Dao, there is no mistake. 619, one book, 1, a book. Both of them had a lot of gains. They talked overnight. The two also met each month for a while. Later, 4 also joined after knowing this. On August 1st, the day of the Elite Museum Elite Training Camp. On this day, all the students and gods in the Elite Training Camp stood on the grass, waiting for the first strongest Earth, the arrival of Hong. A blood-red triangle fighter slowly landed from high altitude. The fighter landed, wow. The door opened, 2 yellow people and a white person, at the same time, came out of the cabin step by step, just like this, as if there was a step that ordinary people could not see in the air and walk directly to the grass. This scene widened all the students present. Xiao Yu, why are you here? This is the first sentence in Luo Feng's mind. Xiao Yu was among the 2 yellow people who just came out. After the 3 were settled, before Hong appeared, his light was shrouded in the field of light. In the field, he was like God. As long as he thought, any other person's strength was weakened. The man in black, Hong, was standing on the square as an aggressive gun. Elite training camp, this wave of trainees is good. Hong Xiaoyi's cold voice sounded. In these subordinates and before the outside world, Hong can always pretend to be very uniform. Museum, this wave of trainees has a good seed. Wang Qiqian said. He came to the elite training camp in advance and welcomed Hong. When Hong's thoughts swept through all the students present, they suddenly found abnormalities. Men in black. Hong came to a trainee's side. You are Luo Feng. What a strong spiritual power. Luo Feng, it was really a mental teacher. Candies in the crowd thought that he still remembered that his aunt asked him to pay attention to Luo Feng. Candies has a good relationship with Aunt Vanina. For Channies, Vanina is both aunt and similar to his mother. His strength can be so strong, and some aunt has deliberately guided education since he was a child. He naturally couldn't help but listen to his aunt's explanation. Since Hong said that Luo Feng's spiritual power shows that Luo Feng's chances of being a mental teacher are stable. After Hong Luo Feng was unveiled as a mental teacher, he left. Xiao Yu also left with, in the quiet tea room, your little boy, Luo Feng is a matter of mental chanting, you won't know. Hong laughed and cursed. His spiritual power should reach the level of high war god, there are not many in the god of war. Haha, the lord of the museum, isn't Luo Feng have an enemy? Since he is not disclosed, I don't need to preach. Xiao Yu was not wrong with me. Okay, let him come over, I want to see him alone. Hong laughed. Okay, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu came out and walked to the square and said, Luo Feng. Go to meet the head of the general hall. Yes. Although Luo Feng was puzzled, he followed Xiao Yu to see Hong. In front of the quiet tea room, Xiao Yu patted Luo Feng's shoulder and said, rest assured, there is no problem with the aunt and uncle in Shalwa. Hong cannot allow such things to happen. ... Luo Feng nodded. Xiao Yu continued. Go in, the lord of the museum is inside. Pushing the door of the quiet tea room, Luo Feng walked in. Chapter 39 Willow King. When the vulture Li Yao knew that Luo Feng was a spiritual teacher, the whole popularity was dizziness and swelling. After a few months of resentment, he finally had a vent. Luo Feng. Kill, he must die. The Chinese language next to him is not standard, but the evil spirits contained in the sound are easy to hear. Vanina's eyes are like poisonous needles and sharp sounds. He is not going to Australia in Australia. This is an excellent opportunity for life and death. The two can be said to be named. In fact, the virgin and poisonous scorpion, the two not only wanted to eradicate Luo Feng, but also wanted to remove Luo Feng's family together. However, the only dark forces of the Our Alliance can be relying on the HR Alliance in Wuxia, and they cannot bring them in special equipment. Due to the identity of Luo Feng when the mercenary was hired, only 3 war gods were willing to go to the Australian mainland for the large commission. Li Yao, who had a black god set, personally took this temporary god of war. In order to ensure that everything is lost, the poisonous scorpion has a set of laser guns. The action against Luo Feng's family was rejected by the leader of the Our Alliance before the two rushed to Australia. Otherwise, the entire Plena's family would be sanctioned. The only one who can make the big leader of the Our Alliance is only Thor and Hong. This change made the vulture Li Yao change his mind. He understood that he became a grinding stone of Hongli Lian Luofeng, and he asked the poisonous scorpion Vanina to stay in the Paris base. On the other side, 183 students such as Luo Feng soon came to a plain area in the Australian mainland. After sending these students to mainland Australia, all the war teachers returned by passenger planes. Xiao Yu has always been concerned about the situation here on the Chenkin Smart Fighter. Each college has positioning, and it can be found out to know the location and biological status of each college according to the positioning. Luo Feng also understands that his trip to Australia is the best hands-on opportunity for Li Yao and his wife. They will never let go. The price of 100 billion Chinese coins is still there. So act alone. Although Li Yao's threat is still there, Ke Luofeng is not afraid. He is a spiritual teacher and can fly. So he chose to sneak in advance, but he did not expect that Li Yao also had a black god set, and no one could not. Although Li Yao's attack power is better than Luo Feng, there is no long-range attack. Luo Feng did not dare to let Li Yao approach. Although Li Yao couldn't break the black god set, his impact also made Luo Feng unbearable. In general, Li Yao is passively beaten, but he has 3 gods of war gods and laser cannons. In the end, Luo Feng could only escape under the threat of the laser after killing the 3 war gods. It is only recognized by humans to prohibit humans from using laser cannons to deal with human itself. And how can the energy attacks such as laser cannons on the Australian continent, which has attracted much attention, is not known by the Extreme Martial Arts Museum. The 2 war gods, Puka and Iron Sect, came to the laser cannon location by the Iron Fighter, and collected it. Luo Feng and Li Yao fled into the island area covering the fog. When Xiao Yu found that Luo Feng's positioning entered the Wam Island area, he launched a fighter. He was not far away, and he arrived in less than half an hour. When Xiao Yu entered the Great Mist area, he saw Li Yao soon. Vanina, you notify your family to find some strong ones. Li Yao asked, it is best to have a strong man with a black god set, or a strong spiritual teacher. Ah, Xiao, 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 why is you, quote. Li Yao looked at Xiao Yu, who was fighting the void above his head in surprise. I'm here, why do you want to insert a kick? Xiao Yu said overbearing. A flash of body came to Li Yao's side in an instant, slapped him with a slap, and even a hole appeared in the black god set. No, dare, Li Yao was shocked, trembled, and got up. He did not expect Xiao Yu, who had just become a member of the parliament level strong. Yao, what happened? Vanna's voice was constantly coming in the communication watch. Don't hurry up, Xiao Yu said sharply. Li Yao could only hide, but he didn't run away, and he didn't give up such a big wealth here. Luo Feng, come out, report the news of the spirit of the grass and trees quickly. Xiao Yu laughed. He had long discovered Luo Feng's figure. I still want to wait for the people in Europe to come first and let them make it effort. Luo Feng came out from the giant wood outside 100 meters away, and the 2 flashes to Xiao Yu. There is no need to fight. According to the internal distribution rules of the Extreme Martial Arts Museum, those who find treasures and return the message. Once confirmed, they can get the 10% share of the Martial Arts Museum. There are 30% of the share. That Luo Feng hesitated. The wealth of these plants and trees is nothing to me. Xiao Yu waved his right hand, and a cosmic coin flew at the fingertips. Luo Feng's eyes stayed. This is, He is mentally mindful and sensitive. The energy contained in the cosmic crystal surprises him, and the small cube is still stable without having such a huge energy, which is even more surprising. Xiao Yu waved his hand and the cosmic crystal disappeared. The cosmic crystal is formed by condensing the original energy of this universe. Luo Feng no longer hesitated, took out his mobile phone, and reported the discovery of a large number of plant spirits in Australia and their coordinates. For a long time, a flying saucer-type fighter plane was over Kirishima. It had stopped floating in midair, and the door of the flying saucer opened directly. Whoosh, 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 the black-robed man Catalan, the savage man Keita, and the lean man Ivan jumped directly from the air and fell quickly downwards. The Bolina's family members are here. Luo Feng showed a smile. Comers, stop, this is the place where the treasures were discovered in my extreme martial arts gym. Xiao Yu immediately dodged and came to the three of them in an instant. Congressman Xiao Yu, Catalan, the man in black robe, said in shock. Ruthless people seldom talk nonsense, and Xiao Yu happens to be a cruel person. Just like he did to Li Yao before, he reached in front of Catalan in a flash, and his right fist landed heavily on his head in his panic. Catalan was hit at least 1,000 meters away. Even though Xiao Yu did not use all his strength and even though Catalan was protected by the Black God suit, he was still knocked unconscious. Next to them, Keita, a savage man, and Ivan, a lean man, hurriedly took action. However, before they could move, they were each kicked by Xiao Yu and flew 1,000 meters away. They hit dozens of trees and fell to the ground seriously injured. Sorry. Li Yao, who had just arrived next to him, was even more horrified. Congressman Xiao Yu is so domineering. He didn't even ask a question, he just came up and did it. Xiao Yu glanced at Li Yao and then returned. Just this glance made his legs so weak that he could not stand up. If you want to get the spirit of vegetation from these 9 willow trees, you must first get rid of the 3-meter-thick willow king in the middle. Luo Feng, do you want to try it? Xiao Yu said with a smile. When I first arrived here, I was attacked by it. This willow king is the most powerful. And its pale golden willow branches are 200 to 300 meters long, enough to cover this place and penetrate into the ground to protect the roots. I used a flying knife before, and it was hard to get a light golden willow branch. Even if it was injured, it could recover immediately. Quote, Xiao Yu's figure seemed to teleport, and he came to a willow tree more than 1 meter thick. A flash of lightning flashed, and the 1,000-year-old willow tree fell to the ground. A piece of breathtaking green light flew into the sky. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and the green light flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the essence of this 1,000-year-old willow heart should be able to improve your strength a lot. Xiao Yu said with a smile, remember to pierce the surface crystal shell, and then take the inner liquid essence orally. Do not take that, swallow the crystal shell. Thank you, Luo Feng said gratefully. This is what you deserve, I just gave it to you in advance, Xiao Yu said, you just need to break through here, and I will protect you. After Luo Feng used Willow Heart for 1,000 years, the aura he exuded continued to increase, from the elementary god of war to the middle of the intermediate god of war, and his mental power reached the peak god of war level. Stronger than the previous Catalan, Luo Feng's breakthrough took a full half hour. There is no mistake in every song, one post, one content, 161, one book, take a look. Luo Feng, you try again now. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Now Luo Feng's flying knife has an impact of more than 500,000 kilograms, and he can control 6 flying knives. It can be said that he is like 6 high-level war gods. The golden wicker that Wanfa used to chop off with a flying knife was now really easy. While he continued to use 4 flying knives to resist the attack of the Willow King, the other 2 flying knives attacked the remaining 7 willow trees. Soon, 7,000-year-old willow hearts were obtained. He threw 2 to Xiao Yu. I'll give them back to you. You are quite generous, Xiao Yu said with a smile. 1 code equals 1 code, Luo Feng said. Then he concentrated on attacking the 1,000-year-old Willow King. Luo Feng's swift and fierce attack finally defeated the Willow King. After all the golden willow branches were cut off, he cut off the trunk, and an oval crystal as big as a fist appeared. Ingested by Luo Feng in his hand, there was a touch of green flowing in the crystal, mixed with a hint of gold. Putting it in the palm of your hand and looking at it with the naked eye can make people feel nervous. Then he looked at Li Yao. Li Yao, you can't escape. Li Yao was frightened and ran away quickly. shouting at the same time, "Catalan, the four of us joined forces to deal with Luo Feng." "Feel sorry." Catalan, who had regained consciousness, smiled slightly and glanced at Keita and Ivan, who had recovered somewhat from their injuries. The three of them had experienced countless battles, and of course they understood each other's intentions. Flee in the other direction. Rumble. Li Yao was running at extreme speed, and the air waves generated often shattered some vegetation wherever he ran. Luo Feng's 6 flying knives attacked Li Yao 3 times in a row, but unfortunately he was never able to kill Li Yao. This is all thanks to the Black God suit. Without the Black God suit, Li Yao would have died long ago. Both parties, you have been chasing me for a long time, and Li Yao is also in a panic. When 6 black streams of light hit Li Yao again, this time, Li Yao did not use the impact to run straight, but suddenly turned a corner, and Luo Feng thought Li Yao was going to run in a straight line and rushed out a long distance, but he lost track of him. Luo Feng had no choice but to return in distress. Suddenly, a fiery red light flew from the end of the sky in the distance, just like a meteor. In this dark night, this fiery red light is very conspicuous. The fiery red light stopped in front of Xiao Yu and Luo Feng. "Xiao Yu," the man in the flames said in English. "Senator Fowl," Cartel and others in the distance exclaimed. "I just happened to be in Australia to practice." Senator Fowl, who was bathed in flames, hadn't finished speaking yet. He was punched away by Xiao Yu and fell to the ground from the air, and the flames on his body went out. "What are you pretending for? Everything here belongs to my extreme martial arts school." Xiao Yu spat after retracting his hand. At the same time, a purple-red triangular fighter hovered over Xiao Yu. "My extreme martial arts school's fighter." Luo Feng showed a hint of joy. "Hello, Senator Xiao." 2 figures hovered beside Xiao Yu. "Hello, Senator Lu." "Hello, Iceberg," Xiao Yu said. "Are you Luo Feng?" Inspector Lu asked. "Hello, inspectors." Luo Feng bowed. "What's going on down there?" Inspector Lu next to him asked. Luo Feng reported what had just happened one by one. The 2 first looked at Fowl, who was lying on the ground, and then at Xiao Yu, with fear in their eyes. Inspector Lu looked at Bingshan and said, "It's up to you." Bingshan flew into the foggy sky. He had a very powerful detection ability and could quickly find the spirits of plants and trees. Boom! The entire fog island suddenly shook. Xiao Yu was delighted, and the Moyun Vine was born. Chapter 40 Obtaining the Moyun Vine. "You leave first," Xiao Yu said. "Okay." Lu He nodded. "Luo Feng, let's go." Lu He, the patrol officer, flew towards the blood-red fighter in the air, and Luo Feng also flew in with his feet on the shield. Xiao Yu's perception was very sensitive, and he immediately determined the location of the movement and rushed over. The golden masked man, Iceberg, fled from a large lake in a panic. In the distance, a black and purple vine with a diameter of 20 centimeters shot into the air and chased the back of Iceberg. The length of this vine could not be seen at a glance. What the naked eye could see was that it was 500 to 600 meters long, and the unknown length was in the mist in the distance. The long vine was still extending, and its speed was much faster than that of Iceberg's flight. It quickly rolled towards the iceberg and entangled the fleeing iceberg. Bingshan held a long knife as thin as a cicada's wing in each hand, and it was like a transparent ice knife, slashing fiercely with the black and purple vines that were wrapped around it. Suddenly, the shock waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions, and the towering trees below were shattered by these shock waves. Vulture Li Yao, Cardlin, Blood Shadow Ivan, and Giant Bear Keita in the distance fled in a panic. But the black and purple vine with a diameter of 20 centimeters was only chopped by the ice knife, leaving a wound of about 1 centimeter on the surface, but in the blink of an eye, even this 1 centimeter wound was restored. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu judged that the strength of this Moyun Tang should be around the 6th planetary level. Seeing that Hong's personal guard Bingshan could not break the defense of the black and purple vine of Moyun Tang, Xiao Yu did not intend to stand idly by. The microplanet in his body spun wildly, and the force in his body was agitated. He came to the back of the iceberg in an instant. A flash of lightning flashed, and the black and purple vine with a diameter of 20 centimeters broke. Purple liquid gushed out from the broken end, wrapped around the iceberg vine, and slowly loosened. "Stay away," Xiao Yu said. The iceberg left immediately and flew towards the fighter in the air. Although he didn't know how strong Counselor Xiao Yu was, as Hong's personal guard, he also knew about Xiao Yu's competition with Hong. After the iceberg entered the fighter quickly raised its hovering altitude. At the same time, he found that the scene of Xiao Yu fighting with the purple vine appeared out of thin air in the dark cabin, and Lu He and Luo Feng were watching. From time to time, they also made sounds of admiration. After rescuing the iceberg, Xiao Yu immediately flew down along the vine. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long vine appeared behind Xiao Yu, and it whipped in the air like a whip, whipping Xiao Yu's back. When the vine came to 1 meter behind Xiao Yu instantly moved half a meter to the side, and the vine continued to whip forward along the battle suit. At the same time, the blade of the force sword in Xiao Yu's hand slashed backwards, and the vine broke and fell into the lake, splashing water hundreds of meters high. A huge shock wave raged around. At the same time, one vine after another extended out. Each vine was black and purple, with a diameter of 20 centimeters, equally tough, and also more than a kilometer long. There were a total of 15 vines, which cooperated closely with each other, either stabbing like a spear or whipping like a long whip. Xiao Yu kept dodging, and when he had the opportunity, he cut off a vine. Soon Xiao Yu went underwater, and underwater, Xiao Yu's strength would be weakened by 20 to 30%. Planetary warriors can fight even if they don't breathe air, but Xiao Yu's special ability is not water after all. When moving underwater, he encounters great resistance and his speed is suppressed. In this era, speed brings combat effectiveness, and reduced speed means reduced strength. In the underwater battle, Xiao Yu is no longer conservative. The first layer of lightning field is opened, and Xiao Yu's speed suddenly increases. Almost instantly, he arrives at the main root of the Moyun vine. When Xiao Yu was fighting with the Moyun vine underwater, a black-haired man came to the blood-red fighter. Lu He, Bingshan, and Luo Feng hurried out and said, "Master." Senator Fao, who had recovered some of his injuries on the ground, also flew close and bowed slightly, saying, "Meet the first speaker. I found your fighter before, and guessed that you were here too, so I didn't rush to get ahead of you." The black-haired man said calmly. The black-haired man turned to Lu He and others and asked, "What's the situation below?" Senator Xiao is fighting with the purple long vine, and the battle scene cannot be seen clearly for the time being. Bingshan said, "That guy is here too. Don't worry, let's wait and watch the show here." The black-haired man smiled. On the ground in the distance, Cardlin, Ivan, Li Yao, and Keita admired the figure in the air from the bottom of their hearts. This was the admiration for the strongest man on earth. At this time, the entire Kirishima was still shaking, and countless shock waves were raging, and from time to time there were some lightning flashes as thick as arms. Suddenly, the black-haired man said, "Okay." Kirishima suddenly stopped shaking, and shock waves were no longer generated. Only the aftermath of the shock waves, the sound of the aftermath of the water, and the sound of mudslides were left. A blue-purple figure approached quickly from below, as if dragging an octopus. Bang, bang, huge sounds kept ringing, and the octopus finally became more honest, and more than 10 tentacles kept shrinking. When the blue-purple figure flew closer, the octopus became only more than 1 meter long, but it could be seen from its black-purple tentacles that it was unusual. 18 tentacles, this is the Moyun vine. There are actually Moyun vine on the earth. The black-haired man said in surprise, "Xiao Yu, you kid, you've made a lot of money this time." The blue and purple figure Xiao Yu said with a smile, "Haha, owner, isn't this all thanks to Luo Feng?" "It's all thanks to him." Luo Feng still doesn't quite understand it for the time being. Maybe he can only understand the meaning of what Xiao Yu said now after more than a year. "Haha, yes." Hong Yi, the black-haired man, laughed and said, "But, Xiao Yu, do you know how to conquer it?" Hong Yi was very keen on Moyuntang. It was very precious even in the universe and could be used as an auxiliary combat force. Cultivating it would definitely be a big help. "Of course I know," Xiao Yu said without looking into Hong's hot eyes. "There is no danger below, you can continue." When he was fighting underwater just now, the reason why Xiao Yu used all his strength was to defeat Moyunding. Now he only needs to shed blood to recognize its master. Maybe it was because Moyunding was beaten a little too hard just now. Moyunding almost sucked nearly a liter of blood before giving up. If it weren't for the planet-level warrior's strong body recovery ability and the crazy hematopoietic function in his body, Xiao Yu would definitely have suffered from kidney deficiency. Generally, he is laughed at by everyone. After recognizing his master, Xiao Yu felt a sense of intimacy from Mo Yuntang, although it was still very weak. Moyending can not only help its master fight independently, but can also be transformed into a battle armor to increase its defense. Moreover, the defensive power of the armor transformed by Moyending is closely related to its level. There is no mistake in every song, one post, one content, 161, one book, take a look. Bingshan, Liuhe, please continue. The black-haired man said. Yes. Bingshan and Liuhe responded. Bingshan and Liuhe went deep into Kirishima to continue to obtain the spirit of plants and trees. Hong and Xiao Yu were hovering in the air and watching, while Luo Feng stayed in the blood-red fighter plane and kept watching the video of Xiao Yu's battle with Mo Yuntang. Counselor far next to him didn't dare to make any move. There were Xiao Yu and the strongest man Hong here, whose strength was unknown. He didn't dare to have any other ideas. After waiting for a while, seeing that the two people ignored him, he flew into the flying fighter plane, picked up the 4 people from the HR Alliance below and left quickly. Hong said solemnly, "This Kirishima is very strange." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "A small island has always been shrouded in fog, and it is possible to find so many grass and tree spirits. It even has the Moyun vine in the universe. This Moyun vine is definitely not a product of the earth." Hong continued, "Yes, we need to send people to study it carefully. Maybe there are relics of ancient civilizations here or nearby." Xiao Yu was silent. It is conceivable that as long as the Extreme Martial Arts School arranges people here, the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School will definitely follow up. Even the 5 major countries and the HR Alliance will definitely send people. All forces on Earth will gather here. After a long time, Liuhe and the iceberg returned. Inside the blood-red fighter plane, 5 people sat cross-legged. Lu He sighed. This time, Bingshan made a lot of money. Then he looked at Luo Feng and said, "Luo Feng, I'm afraid your gains will not be small this time." Bingshan took off his golden mask, and a rare smile appeared on his cold face. "This time I picked 80 grass and tree spirits, and Counselor Liuhe also picked 22, plus 6 from Luo Feng, and 2 from Counselor Xiao. We obtained a total of 110 grass and tree spirits. It can be said that it has not happened for several years to discover such a large number of plant spirits at one time." Lu He also sighed. Although Luo Feng was puzzled, he had also seen from the warrior forum that the spirits of plants and trees were legendary among warriors. The black-haired man Hong Jingping said, "Luo Feng reported merit this time, and he also made merit during the mining. 15% of the quota can be allocated." Xiao Yu this time. Before Hong finished speaking, Xiao Yu interrupted, "Master, I don't need to distribute. I have already obtained what I want. For the rest, just give me 2 grass and tree spirits." Hong understood what Xiao Yu meant and continued, "That's it. Liuhe mines a small part and can be allocated 8% of the quota, and Bingshan gets 27%. Xiao Yu did not expect that Hong, the owner of the hall, would allocate 10% more quota this time. It can be seen that Hong was very happy. After Hong finished speaking, he glanced at Xiao Yu again, and then continued, "We will wait until the headquarters to discuss the details. Luo Feng, you will come with us." "Yes, Chief Master." Luo Feng nodded. After a while, Hong said, "You got a black god suit before. According to the rules of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, you need to go to the ancient civilization ruins to get another set and sell it to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. You know this, right?" "Yes, Inspector Wang, I told you before," Luo Feng said. "At the end of next month, there will be an opportunity to enter the ruins of ancient civilization No. 9. You will follow us at that time. The specific time will be notified to you in advance," Hong said calmly. "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. He had heard Xiao Yu talk about the ruins of ancient civilization number 9 before. More than 2 hours later, the blood-red fighter plane slowly landed in front of the huge spaceship building at the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters in Hongning Base City. "Master, I'm going back first." After Xiao Yu said goodbye to Hong, he got on his Chenkin-level smart fighter and returned to the Zhongnan Base City. Afterwards, Xiao Yu got the accurate information about the distribution of the spirit of plants and trees when he was chatting with Hong after a sparring match. Luo Feng got 43 stars with a 15% share this time, and Luo Feng also used 35 stars to exchange for the 3rd-level telekinetic weapon Duntian Shuttle, 3 stars to exchange for the Spiritual Psychic Master Basics Secret Book, 2 stars to exchange for the Prehistoric Intelligent Fighter, and left a 1.5-star 1,000-year-old Black Crow root. 42 Chapter 42 Improving Genetic Level. On the night of Xiao Yu's return to Zhongnan Base City, he received the news that Luo Feng was promoted to the Zhongnan Base City Supervision Miscelona. Since Xiao Yu was promoted to the Inspection Ambassador, the Zhongnan Base City has not appointed a monitoring ambassador for the past few months. Early the next morning, many people here were waiting for Luo Feng's arrival. Luo Feng's parents, the curator of the Yongzhou City Extreme Hall, Ji Tong, and some who had just become a warrior. Xiao Yu stood outside the floor-to-ceiling window of the exclusive cultivation room, and a dark blue fighter slowly decreased. Luo Feng is here. Xiao Yu smiled and walked out of the cultivation room. When Xiao Yu walked out of the hall lobby, he was seeing that Luo Feng was greeted with everyone. Patrol the adult. The passage. In front of outsiders, Tong Tong has always been the case. Only in private, he will call Xiao Yu's name. Patrol the adults. A group of martial arts around him opened his mouth, and his tone was very respectful. Xiao Yu nodded, and said hello to everyone. Then looked at Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng, this time it is not a small gain. Well, there are indeed a lot of treasures of the General Museum. Luo Feng said happily, this king-class smart fighter was exchanged by me. Although it is not as good as your one, it is also very good. That's good, let's talk about it later. After a few months of going out this time, I must miss my family. I will not delay your reunion. Xiao Yu said. Don't forget to see Xu Xin, she this time is not easy. Quote. Xu Xin's troubles during this time, thanks to her good brother, constantly doing it, even if Xiao Yu's intervention has not changed anything. Although Xiao Yu is a cousin, the relationship is far away. Fortunately, Xu Xin's resolute attitude. Since Xiao Yu's strength has reached the 9th level of the planetary, it has rarely entered the God of War, and naturally, he has not seen the first dazzling of the Luo Feng God Palace. When he cultivated and entered the God of War again, he found that the numbers on the big screen outside the War of War Palace became 3,519. During this time, Xiao Yu has been practicing the secrets of the warrior's secret biography 123, increasing the amplitude of the body. For warriors, the body amplitude is very important. For example, the amplitude is 7, which increases not only strength, but also speed and defense. Of course, the speed increase is not as much as 7 times. System viewing the remaining desire. Remaining 83 wish silver coins. The system increases the amplitude of the body to 10. Successful settings. Open black lens bracket first wish. The amplitude of the body increases to 1400 wish copper coins, close black lens bracket. The system doubles the gene multiple. Successful settings. Open black lens bracket second wish. Double gene multiple, 15 wishes silver coins, close black lens bracket. The system realizes the first wish. 1400 wish copper coins have been deducted. Open black lens bracket wish is being realized, close black lens bracket. A colorless energy dropped from the empty air, covering the entire martial arts room. Xiao Yu unconsciously fell into sleep. He suddenly got up and continued to practice some tricks. He had a knife, a body, a boxing method, and a very fast speed. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's shadow was everywhere in the martial arts room, each of which was practicing different tricks and body methods. These shadows are very familiar, with the shadow of 9 heavy thunder knives, the shadow of 123 types, and even some shadows of thunder and secrets. Xiao Yu's physical strength and strength in the body consume very fast, but whenever the physical and force consumes almost empty, a special energy will always appear in his body. After this energy appears, it was about to recover. At the same time, the memories of these figures all poured into Xiao Yu's mind, and deep marks were imprinted. Just like he cultivated himself. Xiao Yu's martial arts room is 10 times or 100 times. This process lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The martial arts room returned to quiet, and Xiao Yu opened his eyes. Wishes have been realized. The sound of the system sounded in the mind. Xiao Yu felt exhausted, and it felt completely different from the previous use of the system to improve the 9 heavy thunder knife. To endure exhaustion, look at the auxiliary light brain on the left. Care of the left, view your strength. A group of Chinese characters appeared on the screen of the auxiliary light brain. Holding his right hand, he punched his strength in front of him, sounded the sound of sound, and the fist drove the shock wave of the air, which shook the fist target on the fist test machine. The control of strength is just like it is raised a little bit. Xiao Yu glanced at the time on the light of the light, and then learned that he had improved this time, and it took 2 days. I did not go home for 2 days, and my mother would worry about it again. Xiao Yu quickly changed his clothes and returned to his own villa. Mingyu Community, Xiaojia Villa. The restaurant, a whole table of dishes, is precious, and many of them are the kind that ordinary people can't see. Xiaomu Shu Jingyi gave Xiao Yu a chopstick dish and said, "You talk about it, you used to go to the wilderness area before, but not going home for a long time, but now you are on the side of Yangzhou City. Don't go home." Quote, "Mom, aren't I forgot about this time? I guarantee that I will not be able to go home to eat with you if I may go home," Xiao Yu said in a hurry. Mother Xiao is not arrogant, but as a mother, she still wants to be around her son. Your dad is the same. He used to be able to go out for a month and stay at home for a month. Now that he is stronger, he is away from home for a longer time. Now he has been out for a month and a half, and he doesn't even come home. Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi complained. "Mom, even if dad is outside, we can chat through the communication watch," Xiao Yu said. "That's right, they chat for a while almost every night," Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi said. "Your uncle and your sister Ling are the same. Your aunt complained to me the day before yesterday. Seeing that his boy Xiao Yan will be 18 years old next year, he will also have to take the warrior assessment to become a warrior. I guess there will be more complaints at that time." Since Xiao Yu handed over the purple light dew he obtained to the family, the physical fitness of the 15 and 16-year-old children of the Xiao family has reached the standard of quasi-warriors after using it. Because they are not yet 18 years old and their character is not good enough, Uncle Xiao Guohua, as the former head of the Xiao family, decided to let them wait until they are 18 years old to take the assessment. Since Xiao Yu became the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, his uncle Xiao Guohua resigned from the position of clan leader and elected Xiao Dingguo to succeed him. Since Xiao Dingguo became the clan leader, his sense of responsibility has greatly increased. He has become extremely busy and often goes out on missions. This is also the reason why Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi complained before. "Mom, how is your body now?" Xiao Yu asked. "I haven't felt any changes in my body during this period. The effect of the 1,000-year-old black crow root should be stable." Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi. After Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi drank the medicinal wine soaked in the 1,000-year-old black crow root, her physical fitness was still slowly improving. It was not until some time ago that the medicinal effect was completely consumed. "Okay, then let me see what level your physical fitness has reached now," Xiao Yu said. A line of Chinese characters appeared on the auxiliary light brain on the left wrist. Strength, physical fitness, apprentice level 3. "How do you see it?" Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi was puzzled and was about to stand up. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. "Mom, no, I've finished reading it. How is it? Is it better than your dad?" "Yeah," Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Mom, I still have a bottle of plant spirit dilution here. You just need to divide it into 10 times, take it orally, once a day, and after 10 days, your strength should be about the same as your father's." When Xiao Yu said this, even he himself didn't believe it. "That's great, bring it here," Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi said with hope. Revitalizing the women's power has always been her dream. Xiao Yu flipped his hand, and a glass bottle emitting light green liquid appeared on the dining table. "Son, your space ring is really useful, just like what is written in the novel," Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi said. "Mom, I will give you one later," Xiao Yu said. Xiao's mother Shu Jingyi picked up the glass bottle containing the 1,000-year-old willow heart dilution on the table, stroked Xiao Yu's hair twice and said, "Good son." The next day, Xiao Yu continued to come to the martial arts room to practice. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket 1 5 wish silver coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is coming true, close black lens bracket. A stream of blood-red special energy instantly enveloped Xiao Yu's whole body, and a trace of blood-red energy entered Xiao Yu's body through every pore of Xiao Yu. Despite the first experience, Xiao Yu still moaned and howled unconsciously. This system upgrade lasted for an hour and a half before it was over. Open black lens bracket the wish has been fulfilled close black lens bracket. His gene multiple has reached 3 times. After Xiao Yu's gene level was increased to 3 times this time, his control over power became a little worse. In the following period of time, Xiao Yu continued to practice and restore his control over his body. September 1st was the welcome day for Luo Feng's promotion to the supervisory commissioner. Xiao Yu, who was stationed in Zhongnan Base City, naturally received an invitation in advance as the nominal supervisor of the supervisory commissioner. The supervisory commissioner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall succeeded, and many politicians, representatives of consortiums, representatives of forces, and gods of war in Zhongnan Base City came. Xiao Yu's father, as the god of war in Yongzhou City, Zhongnan Base City, was also invited. Not only that, but even his uncle Xiao Guohua was invited. Xiao's father, Xiao Dongguo, returned to the base city on August 20th. After returning, Xiao Yu gave his father the Millennium Willow Wood Heart. After using it, his strength also reached the high-level god of war. Although he was a newcomer to the high-level god of war, he became a high-level god of war after all. Xiao Yu also found a third-level force weapon axe and gave it to his father. Although he could not exert the power of the weapon, the third-level force weapon was much more powerful than the SS-level axe. After Xiao Yu arrived on time, he hugged Luo Feng and congratulated him. "Lord Supervisor Luo, congratulations." The two looked at each other and laughed. Xiao Yu was worried that he would steal Luo Feng's limelight. After meeting Luo Feng, he took his family to hide in a corner. In the middle of the banquet, Li Dewei talked about the outbreak of the first-level beast tide. Luo Feng and Lei Meng, the two supervisors of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts Hall, responded and wanted to go together. The god of war in the field also followed. In fact, this was Li Dewei's conspiracy. In such an occasion, he told the story of the beast tide, and it was difficult for many war gods in the field not to participate. Xiao Yu's father and uncle naturally followed. Xiao Yu was worried about his father's safety, so he followed, but he would not take action unless a king-level monster appeared in the beast tide, or his father and uncle were in danger. Fortunately, this war was planned by humans and broke out in advance. My father and uncle only needed to kill or repel the lord-level monsters on the shore, and they did not encounter any danger. Xiao Yu also saw that Luo Feng and Lei Meng were competing with each other to see who killed more monsters, but it was a bit overconfident for a warrior to compete with a spiritualist. Lei Meng killed 2 monster lords and repelled many. Luo Feng killed 18 monster lords. Luo Feng had a great harvest this time, but he only collected 3 high-level lord-level materials and donated the rest. Chapter 43 The Sixth Speaker. On the third day after the outbreak of the first-level beast tide, Luo Feng visited Xiao Yu's exclusive martial arts training room in the Extreme Club. The Extreme Club has sent me a notice to enter the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. Luo Feng said, at the end of this month, I am required to meet at the headquarters of the Extreme Club in Hongning Base City on the 29th. After entering the number 9 civilization ruins, everyone encounters different situations. Xiao Yu said, and the time required by each person is also different. Most people can finish within a month, and the longest time is 7 months, but that was before. The elite trial has never been opened before. But I encountered the elite trial. Elite trial. Luo Feng was puzzled. Whether the elite trial is opened is related to the width of the brain area. As long as the width of the brain area is greater than 18, the elite trial will be opened. Xiao Yu smiled and said, I am a genetic warrior. The elite trial that is opened can also be said to be a death trial. Within the time limit, you pass or die. As for you, a spiritualist, it is hard to say what will happen. The time is also hard to say. You'd better plan to stay in it for a long time. Luo Feng was a little confused. You have to tell your family in advance to prevent them from worrying. According to the usual practice of our extreme martial arts school, if you have been in for more than half a year and have not come out, we will definitely announce your death to the public. Xiao Yu explained. The two then discussed the experience of practicing the 9-layer Thunder Blade. Xiao Yu even suppressed his strength and sparred with Luo Feng for half an hour. When sparring with Luo Feng, Xiao Yu remembered the agreement with Hong to spar frequently. The next day, his special plane, the Chenkin Intelligent Fighter, flew to Hongning Base City. Hong was there. After Hong failed in the sparring at the end of July, he continued to practice for more than a month and his strength has increased a lot. In the martial arts training ground, shock waves raged, and after a series of sonic booms, the two were sweating profusely, sitting in the tea room next to the martial arts training ground, tasting the precious wine brewed from the materials of the king-level monster. This is Hong's special supply, not available to the public. Master, your light field is going to break through again, right? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Well, I feel like it's going to break through the second level. Then you won't be my opponent. Hong said calmly. Haha. Xiao Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Not to mention that Xiao Yu has now reached 3 times the number of gene layers, which means 3 times the strength, gene force, defense, nerve reaction ability, etc. And Xiao Yu will continue to improve the gene level in the future. Your strength has been exposed during the last trip to Mist Island. Now someone in the War God Palace has proposed that you be the 6th speaker. Hong smiled. If you ask me, you might as well expose your strength completely and be the 1st speaker. No, just get the 6th. Xiao Yu smiled. The efficiency of the War God Palace is still very high. On September 29th, the day when Luo Feng rushed to Hongning Base City, the War God Palace held a grand meeting. At 20:30, almost all the war gods were present in the hall of the War God Palace. At the same time, the heads of the 5 major countries and the Speaker of the Our Alliance, Hong, 4, Mo Henderson, East, Atkin, etc., all arrived on time. Standing in the void, Hong suddenly said, I believe everyone has seen the scene of the battle between Xiao Yu and Senator Fal before. With Xiao Yu's strength, the identity of a counselor is no longer suitable. I propose to directly promote Xiao Yu to the 6th speaker. A big bald man next to the black-haired man Hong in the void said, I agree with the proposal of the 1st speaker. At this time, Senator Fal below said, I agree too. Xiao Yu was watching below, and he didn't dare not agree. For example, Liuhe, Bingshan and other extreme martial arts halls and thunder and lightning martial arts halls all agreed, and the Chinese side also voted in favor. Then some members of the 5 major countries also agreed, and even the counselors of the Our Alliance also expressed their approval. Finally, the 3 speakers Mo Henderson, East, and Atkin also expressed their approval. Unanimous approval. The black-clothed man's loud voice rang out. From today on, Xiao Yu is the 6th speaker of our Ares Palace. There were rounds of applause from below. Afterwards, the Ares Palace held a grand cocktail party, and Hong provided free drinks and meals. Although Xiao Yu became the 6th speaker and needed to attend some major global events, such a parliament would not be held once a year, and there were no major events for the time being. Xiao Yu's main task was still to improve his own strength. He took out 200 cubic meters of cosmic crystals from the space ring, which was a full 200 million cosmic coins. The system absorbs 200 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. Open black lens bracket absorbed 200 cubic meters of cosmic origin energy crystals and obtained 20,000 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining 2 wish gold coins, 67 wish silver coins, and 8,600 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. In the next year, he continued to use the system to improve his own gene level. Almost every month, the gene level doubled. The first month, the system doubles its own gene level. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double your own gene level, 30 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket 30 wish coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is being fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Streams of blood-colored energy appeared and flowed into Xiao Yu's body. Open black lens bracket the wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu's genetic level reached 4 times that of humans on Earth. Over the next month, Xiao Yu continued to practice and adapt to increase his strength while recovering from physical fatigue. While system lifting is extremely safe, the body can still tire during this lifting. Second month, the system has doubled its genetic level. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double your genetic level, 45 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. Comma. The third month. Comma. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Double your genetic level, 75 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. Comma. The fifth month. Comma. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. double your genetic level, 195 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. Comma, 9th month, comma, open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket first wish, double your genetic level, 1335 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket, comma, 12th month, comma, open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket first wish, double your genetic level, 5655 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket, comma, open black lens bracket the wish has come true. Close black lens bracket, Xiao Yu's genetic level has reached 15 times, and he felt an extremely huge sense of fatigue, coming from his soul. This year, he upgraded his genetic level 12 times, consuming a total of 14,760 wish silver coins. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining, 5,307 wish silver coins, 8,600 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. There is no mistake in every song, one post, one content, 161, one book, take a look. When Xiao Yu regained perfect control over his body, the time had reached September 20, 2058. Although Xiao Yu has not specifically cultivated Moyun Vine over the past year, his strength has continued to grow and has now reached the 7th level of planetary level. Luo Feng has been in the ruins of ancient civilization number 9 for nearly a year. 3 months after Luo Feng entered the ancient civilization ruins number 9, someone proposed to define Luo Feng as dead, but Xiao Yu did not agree, and Hong also vetoed the proposal because of Xiao Yu's opinion. When Luo Feng entered half a year, Lian Hong had no choice but to define it as possible death, which was not determined for the time being. At Xiao Yu's request, the headquarters sent Luo Feng's former teacher at the elite training camp, Zhang Feng, to explain the situation to Luo Feng's family and comfort them. On September 29, 2058, another roundtable meeting was held. The owner of the museum, Hong, and the 6 inspectors were all in place. The meeting mainly discussed whether the news of Luo Feng's death should be publicized to the outside world, and the distribution of Luo Feng's property. Everyone, I still don't agree with the announcement of Luo Feng's death. Xiao Yu said. It has been a full year since Luo Feng entered the ruins of ancient civilization No. 9. Even if he couldn't understand the language or read the characters at the beginning, the longest he could come out alive was more than 7 months. After he understood it, the longest just 1.5 months, a white man said slowly. Before me, no one participated in the death assessment. Xiao Yu said. Maybe Luo Feng also carried out the death assessment mission in the elite channel. My deadline is 1 month, maybe his mission deadline is 1 year, 2 years, even 3 years. With Xiao Yu's lessons learned, no one can refute this statement. Then when will death be determined? There must be a deadline. The black man in white robe said. 2 years, let's take 2 years as the deadline. Xiao Yu said. Okay, for a period of 2 years, Luo Feng will remain out of touch for the time being, but the cash portion of his assets will be transferred to his family, and the ownership of the rest will remain unchanged. Hong said, a black-haired man. After the round table meeting, Xiao Yu went to Luo Feng's home in person to visit Luo's father and mother. Xiao Yu's parents also often go to Luo Feng's house, and the two families often move around. Even Xu Xin often visits Luo Feng's parents. Luo Feng has a lot of cash, and he still has hundreds of billions of Chinese coins. The materials of the 3 high-level Lord-level monsters that Luo Feng hunted during the first-level beast tide alone are worth close to 100 billion of Chinese coins, plus Luo Feng the total number of tens of billions of Chinese coins that Feng won from gambling at the elite training camp must have exceeded 100 billion. After Luo Hua obtained such a large amount of funds, he made big moves in the Earth stock market and soon became the 8th shareholder of Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At the same time, the poisonous scorpion and the vulture couple were extremely happy to learn that Luo Feng had not returned from civilization No. 9. In their hearts, they were sure that Luo Feng was dead. He asked someone to trouble Luo Feng's parents and deliberately created some disputes. Because Luo Feng was favored by Li Dewei, he was given a quota of 1,000 people in the personal guard, and these people were arranged by him to protect his family. In addition, Xiao Yu lives in Mingyu community in Yangzhou City. They only dared to wait for the 2 days when Xiao Yu went out to the headquarters to discuss with Hong, and then started to cause some trouble, such as finding a shrew to trouble Luo's mother and start a fight. Any bigger troubles were stopped by the guards. Even such a trivial matter was discovered by Luo Hua, who spent a lot of money to hire some high-level generals and warriors to protect his parents. Venomous Scorpion and Vulture were even planning whether to take action themselves. Luo Feng followed Hong's personal guard Yaorao into the ruins of Civilization No. 9. As soon as he entered, he was detected to have a brain width of 21, which met the criteria for opening the Spiritual Master and Elite channel. After entering, he met 18 in the Nine Palaces maze. The men in black robes chased and intercepted him. Luo Feng, who has mastered the 5th level and 9th level Thunder Sword, is stronger than the original work. After he eliminated 3 black-robed figures, when he broke through and looked for an exit, he was covered by a crystal house that was 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. The death assessment mission was started. Within 3 years, break through the assessment chamber by practicing the 312 basic formulas of the Spiritual Masters, Control Master, esoteric instructions engraved on the wall of the chamber. If you pass, you will get a reward; if you fail, you will die. Luo Feng was very worried when he learned the news. First, he was worried that if he could not go out for such a long time, the Extreme Martial Arts Gym would announce his death and worry his family. He was not too worried about the safety of his family. His friend Xiao Yu was in Zhongnan Base City, and those people did not dare to take action. The second is to worry about Xu Xin. What will happen if she knows that she is dead? For this reason, he worked harder and practiced desperately. Finally, 1 year and 2 months later, November 29, 2058. After successfully controlling 16 handles to fly, Luo Feng broke into the room, passed the assessment, and completed the death assessment task. He obtained 4 prizes: the Black God Suit, the Auxiliary Light Brain, the Master's Attack Method, Escape, and the Falling Ink Star Token. In fact, there is another one, and that is the Master's Secret, Basic 312 Forms. On November 29, 2058, the monthly competition day began. Hong, Lei Shen, and Xiao Yu began to compete in a martial arts training ground the size of a football field. At first, they were fighting independently. When Xiao Yu showed some strength after forming, even Hong's light field had reached 2 levels, and it gradually appeared. Defeat. Hong and Thor began to cooperate. The cooperation between the two can be said to be intimate. It is definitely a typical example of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. But with Xiao Yu's current amplitude reaching 10 or 15 times the genetic level, his strength is equivalent to 150 times the peak of the 9th level planet level. Even if it only shows 10% of the strength, it is still 15 times the peak of the 9th level planet level. Thor is now at the 8th level of planetary level, with an amplitude of 7. This is achieved thanks to his constant efforts and being crushed in every battle. As for Hong, his strength is still at the 6th level of planetary level, but his domain has reached the 2nd level. Xiao Yu's strength was suppressed a lot when fighting him. However, the gap between the two was quite big. Even if he suppressed 50% of his strength, it would not work. Xiao Yu always has to hold his hands back when competing with them in reality. The discussion in the virtual space is open. Without limiting his strength, Xiao Yu can basically kill 1-on-2 instantly. When his physical fitness was limited to the 6th level of the planetary level, Xiao Yu could draw with Hong but could not win. But against him, Thor was still in a crushing state, and the amplitude difference was a bit big. I have been beaten by Hong Yao before, and I admit it. After all, we are from the same generation. Now a junior is better than me. Thor collapsed on the sofa and said helplessly. Thor God, the force-generating technique can be applied not only to strength and speed, but also to defense. It won't work if your defense can't keep up. In the previous battles between Xiao Yu and Thor in the virtual space, Thor was shocked to death 7 out of 10 times, even with the protection of combat uniforms. Master, Luo Feng is out. Suddenly Hong received a message from Civilization No. 9 Ruins. Okay, Hong said happily. After hanging up the video, he said to Xiao Yu next to him, your judgment is correct. Luo Feng has come out. Thank you. Chapter 44 Kirishima Excavation. Hongning Base City, Giant Ship Construction, in the lounge. Xiao Yu, the black-clothed man Hong, and the bald Thor sat casually on the sofa. The Kirishima issue should be resolved. Hong said, it's just an emperor-level monster. After resolving it, we can also explore the wonders of Kirishima and search for possible ancient civilization relics. Not only Kirishima, the two emperor-level monsters in the ocean have lived long enough. Xiao Yu's voice was cold. Xiao Yu, I say, with your strength, you should have been able to resolve the two emperor-level monsters long ago. Thor said. Haha. Xiao Yu smiled and did not deny it, which was considered a tacit agreement. Everything will be discussed after the Kirishima issue is resolved. Hong said calmly. Beep, beep. Xiao Yu looked at the auxiliary optical brain on his left wrist. It was his personal guard Ada who called. After the call was connected, a fully armed young man appeared in front of him. Commander, it's bad. Luo Feng just came back. I heard that his family has been harassed in various ways during this period of time. He left again on a flying fighter plane. The personal guard Ada said anxiously. Okay, I know, Luo Feng's parents have not suffered any other harm. Xiao Yu said. Physically, they are fine, but mentally, they have been restless recently. You also know that those shrews have no sense of propriety when talking. Those shrews are really hard to guard against and are omnipresent. It is impossible to confine Luo Feng's parents. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu cut off the communication and looked at Hong. What Luo Feng can't tolerate most is that others target his parents. He must have gone directly to the vulture and the poisonous scorpion. Xiao Yu smiled. Just take a look and you will know. Hong smiled, waved his hand, the lights in the room dimmed, and Luo Feng's picture began to appear on the big screen. In the video, Luo Feng, dressed in black, stepped on the sky shuttle, rushed down from the King-class fighter, and flew to the HR Alliance Square like a black lightning, and the glass on the side of a building. Luo Feng should have turned on the War God Palace sharing system, so that he can accurately find Li Yao's location. Hong Ping said calmly. Li Yao actually broke through the glass on the other side and jumped into the air. He thought that Luo Feng would not dare to mess around under the filming of various monitoring equipment in the base city. Unfortunately, 16 streams of light were like 16 roaring dragons, along the curve, bombarding Li Yao at the same time. Li Yao's face turned red, and blood spurted out of his mouth like tap water. This Luo Feng's strength has reached the planetary level. The power of 16 flying knives is equivalent to 8 million kilograms. Thor observed carefully. In view of Li Yao's escape last time in Australia, Luo Feng had previously won a gold wire net at the auction house of the God of War Palace. At this time, he was going to use the gold wire net to cover the seriously injured Li Yao. Li Yao burst out more than 1 million kilograms of power at the critical moment, but still failed to break free. Luo Feng's 16 flying knives kept bombarding Li Yao, and he vomited blood again and again. In a hurry, Li Yao actually used the function of the Black God suit to extend 2 tentacles, like 2 legs, and ran towards the crowd. At this time, Venina also came out with a small instrument in her hand and asked Luo Feng to let Li Yao go. Because she was holding a remote control, which controlled the remote control of the T-111 model bomb she placed in a nearby residential area and on this street. Finally, the Ice Blade Lan Ran appeared, which temporarily ended the conflict. The screen ended, and Hong disconnected the video link. Hong, Luo Feng's strength is already at the level of a congressman. Should we promote him to be the 7th inspector of our extreme martial arts hall? Xiao Yu smiled. Well, it's okay. Hong said. He was very optimistic about Luo Feng, including Luo Feng's action this time. A warrior should do what he should do and not do what he should not do. He should not be too cautious or too presumptuous. Luo Feng values his family and at the same time cares about the lives of ordinary people. He did it very appropriately. Ding. Xiao Yu checked it and found that it was a real name report letter, and there was sufficient evidence to prove that the vulture Li Yao and his wife planned the murder against Luo Feng's family. Master, Counselor Luo Feng sent evidence to Su Li Yao, Venina and Polenas, the masterminds behind the murder of his parents. A deep voice sounded. Hong frowned slightly. Is the evidence sufficient? Sufficient evidence. The voice replied. Hong nodded slightly. You notify the 3 best lawyers in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and let them accept this case. And, arrange for a planetary-level strongman to personally arrest Li Yao and Venina, and the trial will be held at the Supreme Court of our headquarters at 15:30 tomorrow afternoon. Luo Feng will publicly serve as the inspector of my Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I hope this case will be beautiful. Hong ordered. Yes, Hong, your intelligence is really useful, Xiao Yu said enviously. Hong smiled and said nothing. The intelligent system that just made the sound was the intelligent system in this giant ship. It has recognized Hong as its master, and Hong has the highest authority. This is also one of the reasons why Hong always has the highest authority in all kinds of intelligent fighters produced by Hong. That night, Li Yao and Venina were arrested in panic and escorted directly to the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall overnight. Xiao Yu did not go back and continued to stay at the headquarters. Xiao Yu called his mother specifically to explain this. On the afternoon of December 1, 2058, at 1510, in the Supreme Court in the giant spaceship building of the headquarters, Lu He, Baigrave, Zhu Shi, etc. were all present, including Yan Hai, who had a very good relationship with Li Yao. Finally Hong, Lei Shen and Xiao Yu also arrived together. The trial only lasted for an hour before the verdict was given to Li Yao, Venina and Belina's death penalty. Execute now. The ones responsible for escorting were Lu He and Amu Han. Luo Feng requested to go in person and was allowed. The lives of Li Yao, Venina and Belina's finally came to an end. Although there were twists and turns in the execution process, Li Yao unexpectedly broke through to the planetary level due to grief and anger during the execution, and obtained special abilities. His ability is light, and his speed is much faster than that of ordinary council-level warriors. But it is still not as good as Luo Feng, who has the Sky Escape Shuttle. Moreover, Li Yao does not have the Black God suit. Even if he is promoted to the planet level, he is only at the first level. Under the attack of Luo Feng's Sky Escape Shuttle skill, Mountain Cone, he can instantly become a corpse. Luo Feng also fought and established his parliamentary status. A banquet was held at the palace of the God of War to celebrate Luo Feng becoming a new counselor. At the banquet, many counselors looked longingly at Luo Feng's weapon, the Tiso. After the banquet, Xiao Yu returned to his home in Zhongnan Base City. He has been practicing for more than a year, looking for opportunities to break through to the star level, even when he improved his genetic level before. The past 2 months of practice have allowed him to get a hint of the secret. This was also due to the Thunder Marrow liquid he had taken before. He felt that he would break through to the stellar level in the near future. December 5th was the day when Luo Feng took over as the inspector. The large conference hall of the Global Extreme Martial Arts headquarters. On this day, not only Luo Feng's friend Xiao Yu, who had been living in Zhongnan Base City for a long time, was present, but Hong, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, also came in person. 4 also came with him, and many other powerful council-level people also came. The entire ceremony process was the same as when Xiao Yu took over as the 6th inspector. After the ceremony, Luo Feng officially served as the 7th inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. The day after the ceremony, in the early hours of the morning, over the ocean, a blood-red triangular fighter jet flew quickly, followed closely by a Chenkin-class smart fighter and a King-class smart fighter, all rushing to the Australian mainland. Inside the blood-red fighter plane, Luo Feng in black and red suit, Hong, a man in black, Thunder God, in white robe, and Xiao Yu in blue and purple force suit were all sitting on the seats. Brother Hong, Xiao Yu, I didn't catch up with the spirit of grass and trees and Moyun Vine last time. Kirishima has something to offer this time, so don't snatch it from me. Thunder God Company said. Benefits. Let's talk about the benefits now. We can deal with the Monster King only if we have the ability. Hong glanced at the God of Thunder, picked up the tea next to him, and took a sip. Monster King is a bit difficult for me. But for you and Xiao Yu, who can't handle it easily, said the God of Thunder. Not long after the few people talked, Kirishima arrived. Is this Kirishima? Luo Feng asked, looking at the island below. There is no mistake in every song, 1 post, 1 content, 161, 1 book, take a look. Since the cloud vines in Kirishima were taken away by Xiao Yu, the fog in Kirishima has dissipated. Hong said, as for the island, a battle not long ago destroyed the entire island. At least, the surface of the island was destroyed, and the deeper parts of the island were flooded. The white-robed, Thunder God, pointed at the vast white lake. This Kirishima lake is very strange. There are a large number of water monsters in it, many in number, and very powerful. Moreover, there is one with 13 long tentacles. A terrifying monster. It's the 3rd Monster King we've discovered on Earth. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Luo Feng, don't worry about that Monster King, I will deal with it. Okay, everyone, let's get down. Hong said calmly. This place is different from before. Luo Feng stepped from the fighter plane, without using the Sky Escape shuttle, and had already broken through to the planet level. Since our extreme martial arts school set up a cutting-edge research base here, major forces around the world have followed suit. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Below, small fighter planes are scattered around the shores of the lake with a radius of hundreds of miles, either setting up laser cannons or setting up some special detection and monitoring instruments. A large number of staff are carrying out their work under the protection of a group of warriors. At the same time, there is almost no living monster to be seen within dozens of miles close to the lake. After Luo Feng answered the phone, he flew towards the base of Wuxia Kingdom nearby. Xiao Yu said, Hong, God of Thunder, just wait here while I go to deal with the tentacle beast. Okay, Hong said, and he and Thor floated quietly 50 meters above the lake. Xiao Yu rushed down. Attention all personnel, Inspector Xiao of the Extreme Martial Arts School is about to enter Kirishima Lake. In order to kill the Beast King in one fell swoop and prevent his own death, all non-member strong men must immediately enter their respective bases. Council-level strong men must also not go over the lake. Be careful of being affected. The sound was like rolling thunder and spread over hundreds of miles. No one at the council level except Luo Feng was doubtful, but most of the warriors at the God of War level and below were hesitant. Why didn't Hong go and kill him? Beside the shore of the lake, more than 30 powerful people of the same level flew into the air to observe the battle. Not long after Xiao Yu's figure disappeared underwater, the entire lake seemed to be boiling, with shock waves rippling as if it were a rising tide. Waves nearly 10 meters high continued to wash away the base on the shore. Many counselors checked the battle scene on the communication watch screen. Chairman Xiao Yu is even stronger than Hong. Counselor Jia Yi of the Wuxia military side. The lake is only about 300 meters deep, but the main body of the tentacle beast is 3,500 meters underwater. Xiao Yu quickly approached the tentacle monster. As soon as he approached, he was counterattacked by 3 tentacles. Each of these 3 tentacles is more than 1,500 meters long and nearly 20 meters thick in diameter. Looking at the 3 huge tentacles that were whipping at him, Xiao Yu smiled contemptuously, and the thunder blades in both hands flashed with lightning. Xiao Yu swung 3 knives at the 3 tentacles in the distance. The 3 knives contained the characteristics of lightning and condensed force blades, which instantly penetrated the tentacles and cut off the 3 tentacles at the root. Xiao Yu was very fast and arrived at the Beast King turtle shell in the blink of an eye. The thunder blades of the sky in both hands were like sharp scalpels dissecting specimens, quickly dismembering the Beast King monster. The 13 tentacles only lasted for less than a second before they all separated from its body. The tentacle beast, without tentacles, was left with only the beast. Nah, a harsh and sad voice came from underground. Xiao Yu chopped its head with a force blade full of lightning, and the turtle shell was split in half. Dead. The Beast King, tentacle beast, is dead. Countless happy voices rang out in the base on the shore. Xiao Yu conveyed a thought to the Moyun vine attached to his body, and it quickly stretched out 18 tentacles, wrapping around the body and tentacles of the Beast King that fell to the bottom of the lake. These are precious materials with high research value. Xiao Yu used the Moyun vine to pull the body of the Beast King out of the lake and put it on the shore. The entire body of the Beast King was more than 3,000 meters long, and it was like a small mountain on the shore. The people watching this scene on the shore were silent, and at the same time, the governments of various countries on Earth were itching for it. The corpse of the Beast King, this is the first corpse of the Beast King on Earth, a priceless treasure. Mr. President, our research team has never obtained any of the corpse of the Beast King. I asked Mr. President to negotiate with Xiao Yu of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to obtain part of the corpse of the Beast King. Many people in the 5 major powers, the HR Alliance, etc. are coveting this corpse. You must know that when studying the first King-level monster corpse, humans developed SS-level combat uniforms and weapons, and even invented SSS-level combat uniforms and weapons. Now, through the research of the first King-level monster, humans may be able to research something more powerful. Hong, the corpse of the Beast King is here, and you can handle the rest. Xiao Yu smiled, not caring about the opinions of others, and directly handed over the right to handle it to Hong. He believed that Hong would not treat him unfairly, and he didn't care about this income. Hong started the communication. Lu He, Immediately dispatch the A-1 research team and 2 special war god teams. Come to Kirishima as quickly as possible and see me. Yes, owner. Lu He responded. Xiao Yu, I admire you. It took less than a minute to solve a Beast King. Lei Shen said with a smile. Brother Hong, your extreme martial arts hall is really full of geniuses. Not only does it have Xiao Yu, a little pervert, but also Luo Feng, a genius. Xiao Yu smiled and said, haha, don't waste time, let's go down and explore quickly. If it's too late, the benefits may be obtained by others. Beast, the Beast King has been solved, hurry to Kirishima. Hong kept giving orders. Luo Feng also received the order to assemble. Chapter 45 Mu Yajing. Many counselor-level warriors who had just flown in the air entered the lake one after another. Luo Feng landed. At this moment, Hong and Xiao Yu were standing next to the corpse of the Beast King, as well as the personal guards Yaorao and Bingshan. Master. Luo Feng landed. Luo Feng. Hong turned his head to look at Luo Feng and nodded slightly. Xiao Yu has killed the Beast King's tentacle beast. Now the biggest problem in exploring the Wudao Lake has been solved. All major forces have begun to explore the Wudao Lake. The 3 of you should also set off immediately. Once you find a treasure, take it if you can. If you can't take it, immediately notify Xiao Yu and me. Yes, Master. Luo Feng, Yaorao, and Bingshan immediately responded. If you find a treasure this time and successfully obtain it, the person who finds the treasure can get a 30% reward for the treasure itself. The person who takes the treasure can also get 30% of the treasure itself. The remaining 40% belongs to the martial arts hall. Hong said solemnly. Yaorao, personal guards, and Luo Feng all nodded, and then set off to enter the lake. Hong, I'm going down too. Xiao Yu was interested in the Muya crystal found on the Fog Island, not for his own use, but because the Muya crystal was a precious item for cultivating plant life. Okay, Hong nodded, still standing on the lake, waiting. Xiao Yu turned into a flash of lightning and entered the lake, avoiding Luo Feng and others. The Fog Island Lake is more than 100 miles in radius, such a large area. What's more, the Beast King was entrenched 3,500 meters underground at the beginning, and the average depth of the lake is only 300 meters. Maybe the treasure is still somewhere in the mud, soil layer, and rock layer at the bottom of the lake. It is very difficult to find. Fortunately, Xiao Yu has a system. The system sets the first wish to continuously scan all energy-containing substances within a range of 3,000 meters around me. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Continuously scan all energy-containing substances within a range of 3,000 meters around me 30 wish points per minute. Close black lens bracket. The system begins to realize the first wish. Open black lens bracket. The first wish is being realized. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wish points are continuously deducted until the host actively ends it. Close black lens bracket. Suddenly, a scanning map of a spherical space with a radius of 3 kilometers with Xiao Yu's body as the center appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Everything within this range, including the god of war level, counselor level strongmen who entered the lake to search, lord level monsters, etc., all energy abnormalities were revealed. Even Hong and Thunder God above the lake could be seen clearly. And not only were they displayed, but also the shape and size of the objects were presented. Xiao Yu went deep into the bottom of the lake, scanning quickly, and dealt with the lord-level monsters he encountered. Suddenly, he found that there was an underground river 2 or 3 kilometers underground, and there was a crystal-like object emitting faint light 2 or 300 meters below the dark river. Xiao Yu immediately drilled into the soil in the rock layer. These rocks were no different from tofu to Xiao Yu. The field moved away, and Xiao Yu squeezed directly into the ground without slowing down. In less than a minute, he got the white crystal that exuded a faint rice fragrance, the Muya crystal. Xiao Yu immediately took out the auxiliary optical computer, took a video of the Muya crystal, and sent it to Hong and Luo Feng. Hong, Luo Feng, I found a treasure underground. Xiao Yu laughed. This is Muya crystal. Hong finally lost his composure. Muya crystal is a treasure that is useful for planetary-level warriors. According to the records in the ruins, it is very precious in the universe. Luo Feng, who was still searching next to him, was a little puzzled. What is Muya crystal? Muya crystal can directly improve the strength of the planetary level. Xiao Yu explained. Ah, Luo Feng also began to search directly underground, and also told Yaorao and Bingshan. 4. Muya crystal was found underground. Hurry up. When Hong went down, he kindly reminded the Thor next to him. Brother Hong, what did you say? Muya crystal was found. As soon as the Thor's voice fell, he immediately turned into a lightning and rushed straight to the bottom of the lake. The rocks at the bottom of the lake are nothing to Hong, who has a domain, and they can't even reduce his speed. Xiao Yu found this Muya crystal and immediately searched around. Soon he found another one, but he didn't make it public. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng found the nominal second Muya crystal. Then Hong and Lei Shen also found one. Half an hour later, when Luo Feng found the third Muya crystal, he met Mo Henderson. After Xiao Yu reported the news, the two started to fight for it. During the fight, the Muya crystal was eaten by a Lord-level Earth Dragon, and soon the Earth Dragon was promoted to a King-level monster. Hong and Lei Shen quickly arrived at the scene, and soon many planetary-level strongmen arrived. Xiao Yu took advantage of this time to rush to the position 2,000 meters below, where he found 10 Muya crystals within 100 meters. I don't know what this Babata is up to. The width of my brain area does not meet its requirements. In addition, I am still a warrior, not a spiritualist. But there is no reason not to pick up this Muya crystal that is given for free. He unfolded the lightning field and continued to dive. During the process, he unexpectedly found 2 more crystals at the edge of the scan. He hurried over and got the Muya crystals, then continued to go underground. 10 Muya crystals were successfully obtained. The appearance of the king-level monster in the underground dark river made it impossible to conceal the news of the discovery of the Muya crystals. All major forces were shocked and participated in this operation with all their strength. This also made this excavation operation extremely cruel, and the war gods and counselors level strongmen bled profusely. Who wouldn't be envious of a treasure that can enhance the strength of a planetary level strongman? Ordinarily, everyone might be afraid of Hong's strength, and the fight was basically maintained at a certain level. Now facing the treasure, everyone relies on their own ability. Soon the first bloody incident occurred. Senator Fowl, when competing with 3 Indian war gods for the Muya crystal, directly killed and seriously injured the other party. Even Hong couldn't stop it. As Xiao Yu continued to search underground, he soon found 4 more Muya crystals. At 11:31 late at night, Hong also found a Muya crystal. At 11:47 late at night, the European Union obtained a Muya crystal, and the first death occurred in the fight. At 0:12 late at night, the American side obtained a Muya crystal. This time, the American side and the Soviet side fought fiercely, resulting in a total of 3 congressmen from both sides being seriously injured. At 1:56 late at night, Thor found and obtained 2. Soon, Luo Feng found 3, but this was discovered by Luo Feng, Mo Henderson, and 2 powerful parliamentarians from the EU. During the 3-party reinforcement, Hong rushed over in time and collected 3 Muya crystals. When the time came to 5:31 in the evening of the next day, after nearly 20 hours of excavation, humans had discovered 23 Muya crystals and obtained 22 Muya crystals. This does not include the ones found by Xiao Yu. He only reported 2, and the other 36 were hidden. Soon Luo Feng also found the trick. The deeper you go, the easier it is to find the Muya crystal. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Luo Feng continued to explore downwards. When he rested in a cave underground, his SS-level combat boots were pierced by a blood-red meteorite star fragment. He reached out and picked it up. It was just a small fragment, but it weighed more than a ton. He judged that there must be incredible treasures underground and continued to search downwards. Since Xiao Yu found the 10 Muya crystals, he has found 24 more Muya crystals in succession. When he came to a depth of 10,000 meters underground, he found 4 more Muya crystals. Then he found that there were several Muya crystals every 1,000 meters underground. Soon he was induced to a depth of 15,000 meters underground, where there was actually a huge empty space. The system can scan a huge number of Muya crystals 100 meters ahead, and there are some other items that the domain cannot reach. Xiao Yu understood that he had come to Babata's home court, and he could not enter unless he wanted to. He led himself here, but did not open the hatch, which seemed to be waiting for Luo Feng. Xiao Yu silently said in his heart, "The system ends the first wish." Open black lens bracket. The first wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A total of 5 wish copper coins were deducted. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu waited for nearly 10 hours, and a figure fell from above. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Luo Feng asked curiously. I'm waiting for the Muya crystals in front. Xiao Yu smiled. Boom, a sound. The rock in front of him collapsed, revealing a strange silver-white metal door. This door, similar to the door of an intelligent fighter, was half closed at the moment. A burst of rice fragrance came out. Let's go. Xiao Yu smiled and entered first. Be careful, it's dangerous. Luo Feng reminded, and 18 blades flew around his body. Soon, Luo Feng's eyes turned red, and there was a pile of wood crystals behind the door. 10, 20, 30. Luo Feng counted and put them into the backpack behind him, his heart pounding. Xiao Yu just smiled and watched. A total of 324. After Luo Feng finished packing, he stood up and finally remembered that Xiao Yu was still there. He said embarrassedly, Xiao Yu, this is what we found together, let's each take half. Okay. Xiao Yu smiled and said, this is for you. Xiao Yu took out a cosmic crystal from the space ring and threw it to Luo Feng. Really? Luo Feng was very happy. It's an exchange, Xiao Yu said with a smile. This universe coin is equivalent to 3.3 million black dragon coins. The two of them followed the entrance passage and continued to explore inside. Soon they encountered a huge corpse that exuded pressure. This huge corpse had dark skin, thick arms, and was wearing a special battle armor with dense patterns. The dense patterns were many times more complicated than those of the Sky Thunder Blade. What level of strong man is this? It's so scary. Luo Feng took a breath. He just glanced at the eyes of the corpse and was terrified. Don't look into his eyes. Such an immortal strong man, even if he is dead, cannot be desecrated. Xiao Yu reminded. The two continued to move forward, passing by one huge corpse after another, each of which was like a giant. Ding! A voice rang out. Suddenly, the originally dim hall suddenly lit up, and the dazzling light shone down from the height of the hall, making the whole hall bright. At the same time, strange lights converged in the center of the hall and began to form a black virtual figure. It was a small man of only 1.45 meters, like a child, with 2 horns on his forehead, bloodshot eyes, and wearing a black robe. Babada, like a little devil, appeared. Chapter 46 Disciple. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu, you are finally here. Demon Babada said in Chinese. Who are you? Luo Feng looked at Demon Babada cautiously. I have been waiting for you for 50,000 years. Demon Babada shook his head, the human qualifications of your earth are too poor. It took me 50,000 years to wait for the right person. You mean the right person? Xiao Yu asked. For 50,000 years, I have been looking for a suitable successor for the master. Now it finally appears, it is you, Luo Feng. Demon Babada said excitedly. Me? Luo Feng pointed at himself and asked. Yes, let me introduce myself first. My name is Babada, you can call me Demon Babada, of course this is the name of the earth language. Demon Babada said, in essence, I am a kind of intelligence. Then why did you bring me here? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Although you can't become the master's successor, you can also become the master's personal disciple. Demon Babada said. Oh, Xiao Yu was silent. Intelligence. Luo Feng was puzzled. Intelligent cores are divided into different levels. Only those that are no worse than humans in thinking can be called intelligent. The intelligent core of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins that you know of is considered truly intelligent. Demon Babada said, and I am called an intelligent life, a life that exists just like you humans. That is to say, you have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness just like humans. Xiao Yu said. Not bad. Okay, Luo Feng, Xiao Yu, come and pay homage to the master. Demon Babada said. In the semicircular gorgeous hall, Demon Babada's white little finger pointed to the center of the ground, and suddenly a hissing sound was heard, and the metal ground suddenly split apart, revealing a passage. Follow me, let's go, Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu did not reject paying homage to such a strong man, and it was nothing to become his direct disciple. Anyway, the two jumped down with Demon Babada, and when they landed on the ground below, the dark hall below also lit up. The hall was empty, the walls were octagonal, and there was nothing in the hall. Open. Demon Babada pointed to the ground. Ka ka ka. The ground shook slightly and slowly began to crack. A crystal coffin slowly rose, and the corpse inside was still lifelike. The corpse was about 3 meters tall, with 2 flexible tentacles on the forehead. Except for the larger tentacles and body size, it was exactly the same as the human beings on Earth. He had a very handsome appearance, a pair of narrow eyes, and a strange charm that shook people's souls. The two quickly completed the worship in the demon Babada. Afterwards, the demon Babada popularized some knowledge of the universe to the two. The Milky Way alone has more than 210,000 planets with a large number of humans living on them, and the 8 neighboring galaxies such as the Milky Way and Beta Galaxy form the Silver Blue Empire. The Silver Blue Empire is just a country of primary civilization in the universe, and there is also the Black Dragon Mountain Empire above it. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire directly controls more than 6,000 galaxies, and at the same time has more than 500 inches primary civilizations in the universe, vassal states, and the Silver Blue Empire is just an insignificant member of them. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire belongs to the Middle Civilization. There is also an advanced civilization above, the Chinwu Universe country, which occupies the entire Chinwu star region. In the universe, star fields and star regions are map units. Generally, one star field has about 1,000–20,000 galaxies. One star region, on average, is about 10,000 star fields, which is equivalent to about 100 million galaxies. The Chinwu star region has more than 13,000 star fields and more than 100 million galaxies under its jurisdiction. The Earth belongs to the Chinwu star region, the Black Dragon Mountain star region, and the Milky Way. Babada said. Luo Feng's brain width is 22, the highest among all humans on Earth, and he is also a master among spiritualists. He can be trained as the master's successor. Babada said continuously. And Xiao Yu, you can actually practice to the 9th level of the planetary level in a short time, and you have also comprehended the domain. Even in the universe, you are a genius. I can also accept you as a disciple on behalf of the master. Do you agree? Decide. This universe is very big. Only with my assistance can you go further. Babada continued. I agree. Xiao Yu had nothing to hesitate about. In his previous life, he had no teacher and walked alone. The road was very difficult. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment, agreed, and nodded. The process of becoming a disciple is very simple. You only need to kowtow 8 times to the master's crystal coffin. Xiao Yu and Luo Feng completed the ceremony of becoming a disciple according to Babada's instructions. After becoming his apprentice, the demon Babada gave Luo Feng a pair of black wrists. There was a crystal core in the inner layer of the left wrist. Babada now lived here. This crystal core also had a certain storage space, which contained a large number of treasures such as wood crystals and arc knife discs. It was also Babada's money bag. Babada gave Luo Feng a storage ring, which was 612 meters long, 521 meters wide, and 108 meters high. The space of this storage ring was a piece of the universe that the strong cut out and integrated into the artifact. It was very difficult to make. Xiao Yu, most of the items left by the master are used to cultivate the controller. For warriors, I have some secret methods here. I will leave a clone in the auxiliary light brain of your left hand, and leave the secret knowledge related to warriors. Okay, it's good to be able to do so. Xiao Yu said. The owner also left a lot of wealth, existing the Star River Bank of the universe, and after Luo Feng's strength meets the corresponding standards, I will let him give you part of it. Babada soothed. He also felt that he was a little eccentric, and Xiao Yu's talent in front of him was not good. Not only did he reach the 9-level planetary level, but even realize the field. These can be called in the universe genius. Unfortunately Xiao Yu is not a mental teacher. Luo Feng, Xiao Yu, let's go. This meteorite spaceship has been damaged and unable to fly. Even if it is the Silver Blue Universe, it can't be repaired. For the time being, you can only put it away first, and wait later. Barbara sighed. Tone. When the two walked out of the spacecraft with a Smart 1, Babada income the huge meteorite star spacecraft in the crystal nucleus. The disappearance of the spacecraft, the huge gap produced, caused a large amount of rocks to fall. Xiao Yu. The crispy child sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. Babada, this is your avatar. Xiao Yu thought. That's right, I will guide your practice in the future. Babada said, I saw that you have Mo Yun Vine before, and you will not give it to you. Well, okay, Xiao Yu nodded. This teacher can't worship in vain. Our meteorite ink star, not only the secret of the spiritual controller, but also the secret law of many warriors. Under my guidance, you can break through the star quickly. Barbata confidently said, unfortunately, you are Earth people in the universe, it is still a black household, otherwise you can connect the virtual universe network. Barbata, as a smart life, you should easily crack the defense system of the spacecraft. Xiao Yu asked. Yes, but I am not the subject, and the function is much worse. Barbata divided it. Xiao Yu nodded and didn't say much, there was already measured in his heart. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Let's go. Xiao Yu and Luo Feng flew towards the surface. The two stayed at the bottom of the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. When Hong rewarded the wooden crystal before Hong, the two were not there. When the two came to the surface, they found that Hong was still there. Xiao Yu directly handed over the 2 wooden crystals found before. According to this rule, Xiao Yu, you get a 60% share, which is 1.2 wooden crystals. Luo Feng, one person gets 6 wooden crystals, calculated according to 60%, is 3.6. The group combined with group battles 4 times. According to different contributions, it adds up to 2.1. So the total is 5.7. Hong K said. Each wooden crystal, I can give you the quotation of 20 stars. Do you want to sell it to me or sell it? Hong continued. Sell it for you, Xiao Yu said. This time he harvested the wooden crystal given by Barbata, with a total of more than 300. Luo Feng shook his head and said that he no longer needed wooden crystal. Okay, that time, it is also the perfect end. Hong Lingjian said, and then he included 8 more wooden crystals. Brother Hong, 2 days later, I decided to kill the 2 beast emperors, the 2 beast emperors in the ocean, and the trouble to help position their position. Xiao Yu laughed. Today, there is no creature on the earth except the Zerg Mother's Nest. Okay, Hong Shen thought for a while. Xiao Yu, will the 2 beast emperors kill those king-level monsters crazy? Luo Feng said worried. Maybe there will be some king-level monsters to start retaliation of human beings, but most of the king-level monsters are afraid to go ashore. Hong Pingjing said, we humans have many laser that can threaten king-level monsters that can threaten king-level monsters. With the existence of the Beast Emperor, they will only be more honest. At that time, it is estimated that some king-class monsters on the land will escape into the ocean. Quote. Okay, then we set this way. After a week, I will start to act. Xiao Yu said. After that, Xiao Yu flew into his Chenkin smart fighter. Qian-kun, go home. Xiao Yu ordered. In the fighter, Xiao Yu was sitting on the seat. In his mind, the sound of Barbata kept sounding. Xiao Yu, I haven't asked you just now, how did you improve the genetic level as a pure type Earth humans? Barbata asked. Barbat's fascinating speed through Xiao Yu's before, and the speed of flight determined that Xiao Yu's genetic level was not comparable to the human beings. Occasionally obtained 1, ancient relics, there was a fruit full of vitality. After eating, that's it. Xiao Yu lied. What fruit? Why didn't I hear it? Barbata suspected. Nuo, the storage ring on my right hand was harvested at that time, but there was only 1 fruit. Xiao Yu pointed at the space ring on his right hand. A wave of his right hand, a secret jade box appeared in his hand. This is one of the gains. Xiao Yu said, opened a gap while opening. Instantly, the entire cabin was full of vitality. This is the fruit of life. Fast, close the lid. Barbata said anxiously. The jade box was closed for a moment. Xiao Yu, you really made a fortune this time. I was worried before that the quality of the Moyan vine you got was not as good as the one I gave to Luo Feng. Now with this fruit of life, the quality of the Moyan vine can be improved by several levels. Chapter 47 Killing the Beast King. After you cultivate the Moyan vine you have now to the star level, use the fruit of life. Not only will its qualifications be improved by several levels, but its strength will also reach the universe level. When the time comes, when you go to the universe to train, it will definitely be a great help for you. Barbata's clone kept saying. Well, I understand. Xiao Yu nodded. Using the fruit of life is actually a helpless move. After it enters the universe, it can be auctioned off and the Lan K fruit can be purchased, which will be more cost-effective to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, he took out 3 Muya crystals from the storage ring and fed them to the Moyun vine. After swallowing the Muya crystals, the Moyun vine stretched out a tentacle and touched Xiao Yu's arm affectionately, then merged into Xiao Yu's body surface and fell into a deep sleep. The Muya crystals you have now are completely enough to cultivate this Moyun vine to the 4th level of the star level. Babata said. Babata, I feel the opportunity to break through the star level. Xiao Yu suddenly said. He has been at the peak of the 9th level of the planetary level for more than a year. Since he absorbed the thunder marrow fluid, although he has not practiced specifically to improve his realm, with the continuous improvement of his genetic level, his promotion to a star-level strongman has become a natural outcome. The Chenkin intelligent fighter returned to Zhongnan base city. On the morning of December 9, 2058, Xiao Yu came directly to the Extreme Club in Yangzhou City, his exclusive martial arts training room. The system sets the wish that the entire martial arts training room will be isolated during my breakthrough to the star level. At the same time, it will isolate Babata from exploring my thoughts. Xiao Yu is worried that the momentum of his breakthrough will be too great, causing heavy losses to the Extreme Club, especially casualties. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. First wish. Isolate the entire martial arts training room during the breakthrough to the star level. 10 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Second wish. Temporarily prohibit Babata from exploring the host's thoughts. 10 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. In fact, even if Xiao Yu does not say it, the system will isolate all functions of Babata when he uses the system and lock it in a small black room. The system realizes the first and second wishes. Open black lens bracket. 110 wish silver coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The wish is coming true. Close black lens bracket. A colorless energy enveloped the entire martial arts training room. The martial arts training room became extremely quiet. Open black lens bracket. The wish has come true. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the center of the martial arts training room, thinking about the secret inheritance obtained from the Thunder Clan, which contained the secret method of breaking through to the star level. Xiao Yu continued to practice according to the secret method. Today's Xiao Yu is like half a member of the Thunder Clan. The 9 planets in the Dantian are rotating rapidly. The earliest microplanet formed in the middle is the largest, just like a star. The other 8 microplanetary planets are orbiting the star in the middle like planets. Suddenly, in Xiao Yu's Dantian space, it was like a tiny star system was formed. Not only were there miniature stars and planets, but even asteroid belts existed. At the same time, in the Sea of Consciousness, the crystal formed by the condensation of mental power actually exploded and turned into a cloud of mist. At this moment, an aura from the inside out was generated, and Xiao Yu's life underwent a transformation. He was completely different from before. The whole world gave him an unprecedented feeling. Now he can not only fly, but also leave the planet and fly into space, and can survive for a long time until the energy in his body is exhausted. The basic power of the first-level star reaches 1 million tons, plus the impact of the original force, which is 2 million tons. And Xiao Yu's gene multiple is 15 times, with an amplitude of 10, which can exert 150 times the power of the first-level star. Xiao Yu's basic lifespan has also increased from 1,000 years of planetary level to 1 era. Era is a unit of time, and 1 era is 10,081 years. His own gene multiple is 15 times, and he doesn't know how many times his lifespan can be increased. He doesn't know yet. Xiao Yu, who successfully reached the first-level star, took the initiative to remove the force field covering the martial arts training room. As soon as Xiao Yu walked out of the martial arts training field, a voice kept ringing in his mind. Xiao Yu, what happened just now? Why can't I feel anything? Babata's voice came. I was just practicing, I don't know anything. Xiao Yu said. Babata used the function of the auxiliary optical brain to scan Xiao Yu's whole body. Wow, you have broken through the first level of the star level. The amplitude is 10, which is a bit low. Next, you have to practice strictly according to what I said. I guarantee that your amplitude will reach more than 30 within a year. Babata said. Okay, Babata, see if I have any missed calls in the past 2 days. Xiao Yu smiled. Xiao Yu, I just checked. It took you 3 days and 3 nights to break through the star level. During this period, there were 3 missed calls, one from Luo Feng, one from Lu He, and one from Hong. Babata said. Then call Hong first. Xiao Yu said. Okay, I'll connect right away. Babata said. Xiao Yu, I finally connected. I always showed no signal when I called before. Hong said calmly. Yesterday, I held a human meeting with Thunder God and passed the resolution to kill the Octopus Beast King and Thunder Dragon King. This is a good thing. I thought there would be waves. Xiao Yu smiled. After the meeting, the 5 major countries and the 2 martial arts schools implemented round-the-clock monitoring and positioning of the 2 Beast Kings. Now they have real-time control of their movements. I will send you their real-time locations later. Hong smiled. Okay, I will take action immediately after receiving the coordinates. Xiao Yu said. After the call was disconnected, Xiao Yu had another video call with Luo Feng. Luo Feng, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Yu asked. Babata said before that he couldn't contact his clone, and thought you were in danger. I'm glad you're okay, Luo Feng said worriedly. I don't know the details. I was busy practicing and breaking through in the past 3 days, and didn't care about other things. Xiao Yu said. After the call was hung up, Babata said to Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Xiao Yu must be hiding some secrets, otherwise my clone would definitely not lose contact. On this earth, except for those ruins, there is no place that can isolate my detection. And just now, after reconnecting with the clone, I found that it didn't know what happened. Babata's words confirmed Luo Feng's long-standing guess. In this world, the strong always have their own little secrets. As long as I am sure that he will not harm me, it will be fine. Luo Feng pondered for a while and said, remember the valuable cosmic crystal I showed you before? That was what he gave me. That's right, but, Luo Feng, you have to get stronger quickly. Xiao Yu is already at the first level of the star level, and you are only at the first level of the planetary level. There is a big level difference. The master only has 2 of you disciples. I have invested a lot of effort in you. You can't drag your feet. When he said this, Luo Feng was a little annoyed. Xiao Yu almost became a positive example for Babata to spur Luo Feng. It's only been 3 days, and Babata has said it nearly 100 times in his ear. Xiao Yu, just after finishing the call with Luo Feng, received the coordinates of the 2 Beast Kings. He spent the whole day with his family. His father Xiao Donghua happened to be there, and the family of 3 spent a happy day. No mistakes in 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9. The next day, December 13th, morning. Xiao Yu sat in the seat of the Chenkin intelligent fighter and connected the video with the owner Hong. Hong, I will rush to kill the Octopus Beast King immediately. Okay, I will keep an eye on the Thunder Dragon King. The black-haired man Hong said. Good luck. Thunder God interrupted. War God Palace, in the hall. The 5 speakers of the War God Palace, all the members of the parliament appeared, even the heads of the 5 major countries and the speaker of the Our Alliance appeared, and there were many war gods below. The black-haired man Hong said, Xiao Yu has rushed to the Pacific Ocean to kill the Octopus Beast King. I will rush to the Atlantic Ocean to keep an eye on the Thunder Dragon King to prevent it from moving. At the same time, I also hope that everyone can pay close attention to various coastal bases to prevent large-scale counterattacks by marine monsters. Our human counterattack has officially begun. Hong's calm voice, the content of his words, is very inspiring. Many members and war gods are in high spirits, and they dream of the arrival of this moment. Humanity will win. Humanity will win. Master Xiao's fighter plane has taken off and is heading to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The Chenkin fighter plane has entered the Pacific Ocean. In less than 2 hours, a Chenkin intelligent fighter plane arrived in the Pacific Ocean, above the coordinates of the Octopus King. The rear cabin of the cabin opened, and Xiao Yu, wearing a blue-purple force suit, flew out and stood in the air. With a thought, the membrane of the Black God suit covered his whole body, including his mouth and nose. At the first level of the star class, even if he is not a spiritualist, his spirit has a certain detection ability. Xiao Yu, the Octopus King is right below, 5,000 meters below the sea. He has discovered you and is about to escape. Babata kept reporting the dynamics of the Octopus King. Don't worry, Babata, it can't run away. Xiao Yu smiled confidently. The body turned into a black lightning, rushed straight to the bottom of the sea, and instantly came to the head of the Octopus King that looked like an island. With a casual punch from his right hand, he hit the metal-like black skull of the octopus beast king. A huge force burst out from Xiao Yu's fist, and the island-like head of the octopus beast king collapsed instantly and broke into pieces. Ang! The octopus beast king made a piercing cry, and the ink-like venom suddenly sprayed out around. At the same time, white and red liquids sprayed out directly like fountains. The planetary level 6 level octopus beast king was completely dead, but its 8 thick tentacles were still swinging wildly unconsciously. The Chinese military, Jia Yi, who was watching the video. A young soldier reported, "Member Jia, after calculation, the instant speed of Lord Xiao Yu entering the sea just now has exceeded 500 kilometers per second. A star-level strongman is no longer a human." Member Jia Yi sighed in his heart and continued to watch. Suddenly, a black figure rushed out of the video. Xiao Yu, who was covered in a black god suit, stretched out several black and purple tentacles, dragging a huge island-like octopus into the sky. The turbulent ocean surface surged with a 3 or 4 meter high tide. The staff in the hall exclaimed, "Wow! It's solved, that's the Beast King. Master Xiao just went down for less than a minute." Chapter 48 The Birth of the Golden Horn Beast. Over the Pacific Ocean, Xiao Yu dragged the corpse of the 8-claw beast emperor, flew towards the nearby small island, and put it on a small island of tens of kilometers. Suddenly the island was like a mountain. "Xiao Yu, the coordinates of Kojima have been sent to Hong." Barbata split. "Okay, let Chenkin go home directly, let's rush to the Atlantic," Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yufei flew towards a high altitude of 20,000 meters and quickly rushed towards the Atlantic Ocean, like a human-shaped lightning. In less than 3 minutes, Xiao Yu came to the Atlantic Ocean, and the coordinates of the Lei Long Emperor came up. A blood-red triangle fighter below hovered in the air, and a black-haired man beside him stared carefully at the sea. Suddenly the black-haired man looked up at the sky, and the two looked opposite, showing each other with a smile. "Xiao Yu, the speed of the star is really enviable," Hong Xiao said. Through the previous battle video of Xiao Yu, he naturally speculated that Xiao Yu had broken through the star. "Hong, the 1-kilometer-long Lei Long Emperor gave me." Xiao Yu laughed. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yu disappeared, leaving only a passage that leaving the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yu looked at the beast emperor on the bottom of the sea. Its body was a dragon that winds more than kilometers, like a kilometer in mythology and legends. Lightning. This Thunder Long Emperor's strength is more than the 6th level of the planetary planet. He can kill the strong player of the planetary 6th level underwater. Even if it is a domain, it will be seriously injured underwater. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu facing it today. This gene has reached 15 times, and the star who reached 10 with an amplitude of 10. When Lei Longwang saw Xiao Yu's moment, he fled out quickly. It might understand that he was not an opponent, and he didn't even have a handsome idea. "Xiao Yu, this Thunder Dragon Emperor's intelligence is not low, higher than the average human, you know you escape when you see you," Barbata said. There were 8-headed monsters rushing towards Xiao Yu in an attempt to hinder his actions. Xiao Yu's body was like a thunderbolt, walking around a king-level monster. With a loud noise, the 8 shock waves stirred the sea as it was boiling. The 8-headed monster sank to the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yu continued to chase towards the Thunder Long Emperor. There were countless Lord-level and King-level monsters, but none of them were blocked. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu stood on the head of Lei Long, ignoring the flickering thunderbolt. The thunder blade of the hands flashed in the blade of the hands, and the head of the Thunder Long Emperor was split from the middle, and the red liquid dyed the surrounding seas. Xiao Yu grabbed one hand, and the tail of the Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor dragged his corpse and flew out of the sea. "Haha, Xiao Yu, it's amazing." Hong laughed, and then said, "Recently, Luo Feng was using wooden crystals and exchanged a lot of items with me. It seems that this time it was a lot. Why do you need to be exchanged?" Quote. It seems that Hong is very eye-catching for Mu Yanjing. Isanda of the Hour League has also found Luo Feng, and the heads of the 5 countries have also expressed their intentions to acquire wooden crystals at high prices. Barbata laughed. Xiao Yu smiled and thought about it. "If it is possible, exchange me for 10 plants and trees. These grass and trees are prepared for the Xiao family. Uncle Xiao Guohua can take a step further, and the hidden disease of the 3rd Uncle Xiao Guoxuan will also recover after using the spirit of the grass and trees, and the strength will improve. The eldest sister Xiao Ling can also use it. With the spirit of these grass and trees, the strength of the Shao family will be higher. Okay, if these are just these, the stars have enough. Hong Pingjing said. Okay, Hong, then I'm gone. Xiao Yu dragged the body of a 1,000-meter-long corpse and flew towards the nearest island. Hong also entered the fighter, and the blood-red triangle fighter tail followed Xiao Yu. For a moment, he saw a deserted island of nearly 50 square kilometers, and there were some Lord-level monsters on the island. The star-rated aura is no longer covered, the air is turbulent, and dozens of Lord-class monsters escape back to the ocean. Put the corpse of the Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor on the island. Hong, the coordinates of the corpse of the Thunder Dragon Beast Emperor have been sent to you. In the follow-up things, you send someone to handle it, and I don't care. Xiao Yu said. The corpse of the Beast Emperor is absolutely valuable for humans. The corpse of the 8-claw Beast Emperor on Wujimao before was still studying, and now there are 2 more materials. Hong did not treat Xiao Yu at a loss. Each Beast Emperor's body gave the price of 30 stars, which is comparable to 1.5 wooden crystals. When Xiao Yu returned to his home in Jiangnan Base City, he just caught up with lunch. During lunch, Xiao Yu's parents watched the TV while eating. The news of Xiao Yu was broadcast on the TV. In the picture, there were reporters interviewed by reporters, the scene of the teacher in Xiao Yu kindergarten, as well as interviews with neighbors Zhang San, and even the camera of Xiao Dongguo. Xiao Dongguo, his father, proudly said, "My son is the world's torrent. Son, proud of you." After Xiao Yu killed the 2 marine beast emperors, between humans and monsters, they fell into a strange peace, and no one of the 2 sides launched a fierce action. The human side, it is easy to say that after all, a large number of wooden crystals have been obtained before. If you want to act, you have to wait for these gains into combat power. Yangzhou City, the Extreme Club, in the martial arts room. Babata, always pay attention to the changes in sea monsters. Xiao Yu ordered. Okay, Xiao Yu, what are you going to do? I don't want to enter the dark room. Babata protested. The system sets the first wish to increase the amplitude to 30. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. The amplitude is increased to 30, 24570 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. The system checks the remaining wish points. Open black lens bracket remaining. 5,287 wish silver coins and 8,595 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu waved his hand and took out 200 cubic meters of cosmic crystals from the space ring. The system absorbs 200 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. Open black lens bracket absorb 200 cubic meters of the original energy of the universe and obtain 2 wish gold coins. Close black lens bracket. The system fulfills the first wish. Open black lens bracket 24570 wish silver coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish is coming true. Close black lens bracket. A colorless energy descended from the void and enveloped the entire martial arts room. Xiao Yu fell into a deep sleep unconsciously. He suddenly stood up and continued to practice some moves, including sword skills, body skills, and boxing skills, all at a very fast speed. It's like time is speeding up. In the virtual space, Babata's clone kept smashing the bottles on the table and said to himself angrily, "You asked me to pay attention to the outside world, and you blocked me." At 8:36 p.m. on December 25, 2058, Earth, the Pacific Ocean, deep in the ocean hundreds of kilometers away from the Hawaiian Islands. There is no mistake in every song, one post, one content, 161, one book, take a look. In this seabed area, an oval black giant egg with a diameter of about 12 meters has been staying here for more than a year, and it is covered with mud and weeds. Many monsters in the surrounding seas have discovered this giant egg, but no monster can bite through the eggshell, not even king-level monsters. Suddenly, the mysterious black giant egg trembled slightly, and the eggshell slowly cracked, and a dark, mucus-covered, unidentified object emerged from the eggshell. The unknown creature began to devour the eggshells. Every time it ate a piece of eggshell, the unknown creature grew a little bigger. When the eggshell was completely swallowed, its body length had reached 16 meters. At the same time, its appearance was fully revealed. It was completely black, covered with black scales, had strong limbs, and a pair of wings covered with scales, like the tail of a dragon. The mucus that was previously covered all over the body was completely absorbed, and its body became clearer, with the secret patterns all over its body shining with golden light. This is the golden horned giant beast, newly born with 10 times the genes. The appearance of the golden horned giant beast aroused the eager gaze of the creatures that dominate this seabed. Real-time monitoring Hall of China, military, and marine monsters. The red alarm kept sounding. Alarm, alarm. In the Pacific Ocean, near the Hawaiian Islands, the king-level monster dragon turtle hidden under the sea is suspected of having a fight with an unknown monster. The subordinate reported to a middle-aged officer. Monitoring the movements of every king-level monster on land and ocean is what humans must do for their own safety. The battle is over, and the dragon turtle's signs of life have disappeared. The one who destroyed the king-level monster dragon turtle is suspected to be a newly emerged beast king. Contact Extreme Martial Arts Hall immediately, Chairman Xiao Yu. Hongning Base City, Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters, inside a giant ship building, in a quiet room. Hong Jung closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. After practicing with Muya Crystal, his strength has broken through to the 7th level of planet level. Master, the military of the 5 major countries discovered that a Beast King-level monster is suspected to have appeared near the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Have you notified Xiao Yu? Hong Jingping said. Master, Speaker Xiao Yu's communication watch is temporarily not connected. I guess he's practicing again. He's really trying his best. Pay attention to the movements of the suspected Beast King and notify me immediately if you notice anything unusual. After Hong finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. January 3, 2059. The martial arts training room where Xiao Yu was located finally returned to calm. When Xiao Yu opened his eyes, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Open black lens bracket, the wish has come true. Close black lens bracket. Babata, check my strength. Xiao Yu said to the auxiliary optical brain. Xiao Yu, you're such a pervert, you blocked me again. It's been 20 days all of a sudden, I'm really pissed off. Babata said angrily. Xiao Yu just thought of something. Even if Babata didn't see him using the system, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds every once in a while, which is really unreasonable. If things go on like this, Babata will definitely find some clues. In this case, it is better to transform Babata's clone so that he only listens to himself and cannot report everything to the main body. System, transform Babata's clone and set me as the owner of the highest authority. Open black lens bracket setup successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Transform Babata's clone and set the host as the owner of the highest authority, 100 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, the 100 wish silver coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, the wish has come true. Close black lens bracket. A purple data stream appeared out of thin air and poured into the auxiliary light brain of the left wrist guard. Xiao Yu, Master. Babata's voice stopped abruptly. In the virtual space, the main body of Babata said to himself angrily, I don't know what Xiao Yu did, I can't get through. Chapter 49 Golden Horn Beast. Barbata, look at my strength. Xiao Yu continued. Master, you are currently the first order of Gene Warrior stars, with an amplitude of 30. Barbata splitted as usual. Barbata, I will call my name directly in the future. In addition, it is forbidden to transfer your subject in the future, and don't say my strength changes. Xiao Yu told him. Now this smart avatar in his hand is completely belonging to him. When you have the opportunity to upgrade him, just have a chance to upgrade him. Okay, Xiao Yu. Barbata took a look. With a shocking force, Xiao Yu's body became very clean again. It had disappeared like the odor that had not been bathing for several years. Xiao Yu, you have dozens of non-answers during this time, nearly 10 of them are your parents, 2 Xiao Ling, 3 are Luo Feng, the 4 are Monstel Jia, a thunder god, a Thor, a thunder god, a thunder god, a thunder god, a thunder god, a thunder, a thunder god, 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 a thunder god. In the end, there were 5 more than Hong. Quote 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 quote. Xiao Yu flew directly from the window of the martial arts room to his villa. Mingyu Community, Xiaojia Villa, in the living room. Xiao Yu is like a good baby, accepting his parents' and sister Xiao Lingai's accusations. 20 days in a row, it was like disappearing, the phone was unreasonable, and no one saw it. If it wasn't for the Dogwan Hall of the Extreme Hall, Xiao Yu would still be in the martial arts room, and they would definitely be crazy. In the end, Xiao Mu Shu Jingyi said calmly, "This can't blame us to say that you are the boss, or a person," you said, "if we don't care about it, who else will feel bad for you?" "Mom, I know wrong." Xiao Yu confessed his wrong, but he decided not to find a girlfriend. "By the way, Xiao Yu, this made your mother stunned. I almost forgot to say that more than 10 days ago, the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion gave it to the 2 metal boxes and put it directly at home. What do we have?" At the beginning, Xiao Yu said over the Atlantic Ocean and talked to Hong when he talked about the matter, and said it directly to his family. Xiao Yu took 2 metal boxes, wiped the lock with his fingers, and opened the metal box. I can see that each metal box is placed in a well-packed. 5 light green objects have plant rhizomes and are like crystal. These are the spirit of the grass and trees I bought. Buy it for you, and the family of our Xiao family improves physical fitness. Xiao Yu laughed. Wow, is this the spirit of the grass and trees? I still heard the second uncle said before. After use, there is no sequelae, and it is very comfortable. Xiao Ling said happily. When she heard the second uncle Xiao Donghuo said before, she was extremely envious. After soothe the mood of the parents and family, Xiao Yu returned to his bedroom after handing it over to his parents, and returned to his bedroom to reply to Jia Yi, Thunder, Hong, and others. The things they said were almost the same, and there were suspected new beast-level monsters in the ocean, and the Bull's King monster had disappeared. Xiao Yu understands that it must be the birth of the Golden Horn. When he hit Luo Feng, he knew that Luo Feng had been busy practicing recently, and these telephones were all called Barbata. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with my avatar and why can't I contact? Barbata kept asking. Xiao Yu didn't care about Barbata constantly asking, disconnected the call directly, and went downstairs to go out. Dad, Mom, I want to go out for 2 days. There is an emergency task to deal with it, Xiao Yu said. Before going out, his mother Shu Jingyi told, be careful. Intersection. In the Western Pacific, a blue-purple figure stopped in the air hundreds of miles away from the Bermuda Islands. Xiao Yu, the latest disappearing tiger shark king 3 days ago, is here. From the report of nearly 20 days, it can be seen that the beast emperor is very cunning, the disappearing 3-headed monster, both ends in the Pacific Ocean, the 2 ends are in the Pacific Ocean. The distance between the Atlantic is far away. This should be a golden horned giant. It has the ability to devour metals. Maybe it may also hide and devour the metal mineral storage of the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yu said worriedly. As the Golden Horn Giant appeared on the earth. It's really rich, Barbata said happily. Nympho. Suddenly, Barbata said in surprise, the East China Sea green dragon, which often moves in the southeast waters, has just disappeared. Okay, let's rush over immediately, Xiao Yu said. Before the words were finished, Xiao Yu turned into a thunder and flew towards the East China Sea. A small island on the Pacific Ocean, Wuyun densely, thunder and lightning, it was about to make a heavy rain. Suddenly a loud noise, Lei Yun was dispersed by a huge shock wave. In less than 1 minute, Xiao Yu stood at the coordinates of the Qinglong disappearance of the East China Sea, and this sea area was almost red. System, lock the Golden Horn Giant. Successful settings. First wish. Lock the Golden Horn Giant, 1 wish copper coin, min. The wish point is continuously deducted. Wishes are realizing. Suddenly, a highlight appeared in his mind. The highlight was 500 kilometers away from his western, and he had been walking towards the west. Xiao Yu turned into a lightning flying west, just above the sea. Along the way, countless sea monsters poked their heads out of the sea, curiously observing what had flown over before, but they could only see the shock wave, leaving an endless passage on the sea. In less than a breath, Xiao Yu caught up with the Golden Horn Beast. Xiao Yu went deep into the sea, and the Golden Horn Beast seemed to sense that someone was chasing it. It accelerated instantly, left the sea, flew into the atmosphere, and then a blue-purple shadow chased out. The Golden Horn Beast, after birth, accepted the secret method of racial inheritance. Although it was less than a month old, its strength has reached the 8th level of the planetary level. This Golden Horn Beast has a perverted secret skill, Absolute Space, which can increase the speed of acceleration after practicing. The secret skill is divided into 3 levels, the first level of Arc Light, the second level of ever-changing, and the third level of teleportation. Fortunately, in the time period of its birth, even if it majored in absolute space, it would never be able to teleport. After the golden horn beast rushed into the air, it reached its fastest speed in a very short time, almost comparable to the speed of an ordinary first-level star-level warrior, 300,000 meters per second. Unfortunately, it was Xiao Yu who was chasing it. If it was Hong, even Hong, who had reached the 9th level of the planetary level, could not catch up. The thunder blade in the air in Xiao Yu's hand continued to condense the power of lightning. After catching up with the hand of the golden horn beast, a flash of lightning flashed, and the huge thunder blade pierced through the body of the golden horn beast. He almost used all his strength in this attack, and the golden horn beast was split into two halves, and the broken gap was full of burn marks. The body of the golden horn beast fell diagonally downward. Xiao Yu knew that the sea of consciousness and soul of the golden horn beast were not in the head, and it could move, so it could not be regarded as an ordinary monster. The system locked the sea of consciousness of the golden horn beast. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket second wish. Lock the sea of consciousness of the golden horn beast, 1000 wish copper coins per minute. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wish points are continuously deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the wish is coming true. Close black lens bracket. Suddenly, Xiao Yu found that he could see through the body of the golden horn beast and find the core of his sea of consciousness just like a perspective eye. No mistake, the thunder blade in the sky in Xiao Yu's hand continued to condense the force, and at the same time mixed his mental power into it. The force attack mixed with mental power can hurt the soul. A beam of light shot through the sea of consciousness of the golden horn beast, and a 3-meter-sized hole appeared in its chest. The sea of consciousness of the golden horn beast can still be seen in the mind, but it has become extremely weak. Xiao Yu, the life signs of the golden horn beast have disappeared. Babada's clone said. System, detect the soul strength of the golden horn beast. Open black lens bracket set successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the third wish. Detect the soul strength of the golden horn beast, 100 wish copper coins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 100 wish copper coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the soul strength of the golden horn beast, 0.1%. Close black lens bracket. The system ends the first and second wishes. Open black lens bracket the wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket a total of 1005 wish copper coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. 2 purple black vines stretched out from his body and entangled the body of the golden horn beast. Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Global Monitoring Center. Chairman Xiao, another Beast King level monster was killed, said the young warrior proudly. This Beast King seems to be much stronger than the previous two. A warrior next to him said. Why did he fly towards the island? The young warrior asked in confusion. On a deserted uninhabited island in the East China Sea, Xiao Yu connected to Luo Feng's video. Babada, come and see, what is this? Xiao Yu smiled. Wow, it's the body of a golden horn beast. How can there be a golden horn beast on Earth? Golden horn beasts are not common in the universe. Babada's figure appeared in the video and kept talking. Luo Feng asked. Babada, what is a golden horn beast? The golden horn beast is the top race of the star beasts. The Star Beast Alliance is one of the 9 superpowers in the universe. Babada explained. Babada, this golden horn beast is not completely dead yet, and there is still a trace of soul. Xiao Yu laughed. Really? Babada said in surprise. Luo Feng, hurry up, let's go over, your opportunity has come. What opportunity? Luo Feng was puzzled. The golden horn beast is a top race, and it has the strength of a realm master when it grows up, which is far beyond the reach of humans on Earth. As long as you take over his body, there is hope to avenge the master. Babada said. But, does taking over the golden horn beast mean that I will lose my human identity? Maybe I can enslave it with a soul seal. Luo Feng said hesitantly. He was unwilling to give up his human identity, and he couldn't bear to leave his parents, let alone Xu Xin. The relationship between the two had reached the point of discussing marriage. Luo Feng, in this universe, strength is the first priority. Babada kept lobbying. Luo Feng, this golden horn beast has space inside its body, which can breed clones. It can breed a clone just at the planetary level. You can first take over the body of the golden horn beast, and then breed a human clone. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu was unwilling to abandon his own body to take over the body of the golden horn beast, nor was he willing to use the system to transform the golden horn beast into his own clone. To him, the golden horn beast was not as good as those special races. Okay, I'll tell my family about it, Luo Feng said. Okay, but Babata, I need the coordinates to enter the universe. Xiao Yu asked for the coordinates he had always wanted. There were no cosmic coordinates in his auxiliary optical brain. Okay, but, Xiao Yu, do you have a spaceship? Although I have been collecting materials to repair the spaceship recently, it will take 5 to 6 years to complete it. Babata asked in confusion. There are 2, Xiao Yu said. Really, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had a spaceship? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work day and night. Babata complained. Chapter 50 Preparations for the Journey to Space. Mingyu Community, Luo Feng's house. In the living room, Luo Feng told his parents, Dad, my mother, I have to go out for a while, it may be a long time. Brother, what's the matter with you going out this time? Luo Hua asked, standing next to his girlfriend Zhen Nan. The two of them pulled hands. Specific things need to be confidential. Shalwa, my cash has been given you. You work well in the financial market. Don't forget to do it with your heart, you have to operate it carefully. Luo Feng told him. After bidding farewell to his family, Luo Feng came to the core area of the Zhongnan base city, and Shu Xin's open company. I heard that Luo Feng was going out again, and the two embraced each other for a long time. After this mission, we get married, Luo Feng said affectionately, taking out the eternal love from the space ring. This is the couple's peacebook I got from a relic. Intersection. The islands of the Golden Horn giant corpse are stored in the East China Sea. Baying on the corpse of the Golden Horn, a blue-purple figure was standing, and from time to time, thunder and lightning scattered from that figure to the surrounding air. Ah, I didn't think about it, I was so, and the field of thunder was the second. Blue-purple color whispered to himself. Xiao Yu, your talent for Thunderbolt has more than thousands of times more than ordinary people. It is already a special race in the universe, and the Thunderbolt clan. The crispy child sounded. This child's voice broke the blue-purple color, and the quiet repair in the past week. Barbata, just communicate directly, there is no need to make a sound. Xiao Yu whispered. Suddenly Xiao Yu looked at the sky in the distance, and saw a dark blue flight fighter flying to the island at a speed of 10 Mach. The cabin of the fighter opened, and a black and red figure came out. Luo Feng. Xiao Yu, you are so amazing, you find that the young golden beast. Barbata's voice sounded from Luo Feng. Barbata, this golden horns, it is estimated that it is possible to throw it to the earth, I will happen to happen. Xiao Yu said. You say that, it is also possible that the earth is too ordinary, and there is no special metal needed for the growth of the giant beasts. The only advantage is that it is remote. Barbata said. Okay, Luo Feng, I will give it to you here. Gaifu this golden horns, you are slavered or you decide yourself. Luo Feng obtained all the inheritance of Huyanbo. Naturally there was a unique secret seal of the secret method, and at the same time, he also obtained the secret method of winning the house. In fact, among the strong universe, these two types of secrets are not special, and even to a certain extent, it is not necessary to be a mental teacher to slavery. Okay, I have decided to win the golden horn. Luo Feng's eyes were firm. Okay, Barbata, send me the wormhole coordinates entering the universe. Xiao Yu laughed. Xiao Yu, before, the coordinates of the Earth were covered up by the owner. This has made no cosmic fleet arrived in 50,000 years. After you enter the universe, you must not leak out, otherwise the current strength of the Earth will not escape the fate of being slavered. Barbata told. When Xiao Yu was going to coordinate before, Barbata concluded that Xiao Yu must have a good spaceship. Understand. Xiao Yu nodded. In addition, I suggest that you wait for some time to take Luo Feng together. You are the same door and should help each other. Barbata said. Luo Feng's time to win the golden horns may not be too long, but the time he bred the Earth's avatar must not be short. This is the first time I was exploring the road. Xiao Yu Dao. In this case, then you go first. I have sent the planned route to the avatars. You hold this. Barbata said that there were 100 circular coin objects appearing out of thin air, and each coin was on each coin. printed with special secret patterns. Is this? Xiao Yu asked. These are 100 dry witch coins. This is the currency in the universe. It can be used in the entire Great Star District of the Great Witch. If you first arrived in the universe, you must not have some money. A dry witch coin can be exchanged for 1,000 black dragon coins. Black dragon coin is a universal currency issued by Heilongxian, but its use range is only the Black Dragon Mountain Star domain. In the official places, dry witch currency can be exchanged for black dragon coins, and black dragon coins can also be exchanged for silver blue coins, but on the contrary, it is not possible. Only some black market channels can be converted into dry witch coins with black dragon coins, but the exchange ratio can be exchanged. It is much higher than 1,000 to 1. Barbata continued. Xiao Yu nodded, he understood these. Okay, then, Luo Feng, Barbata, I will go first. Xiao Yu's body came to the air in the air like lightning. Be careful, Luo Feng cared. Xiao Yu nodded and flew towards the city of Zhongnan. Intersection. The hazy figure of the unknown time and space, watching the solar system in an endless distant place, the entire galaxy is ecstatic. Suddenly an intangible energy is sent out from the unknown existence, rushing into the earth, falling on the Wham Island where the Wutao is located. Location. The Australian continent is like a large earthquake, and it is shaken. Alarm, alarm, explore unknown energy. It is comparable to thousands of hundreds of millions of tons of hydrogen bomb explosion. Submitted reports. Emergency evacuation, the officer-like man ordered. Suddenly, thousands of people entered the flight fighter urgently, and the flight fighter took off urgently. 3 black figures flew out of the lake in panic. As soon as they flew out of the water, they seemed to be caught by an invisible big hand. Not only did they not fly into the air, but they were dragged into the lake. Ah! A terrifying scream sounded. After a few seconds, the scream subsided. The bases of the major forces that were prosperous before are now deserted. Suddenly, the entire Kirishima and the surrounding shores disappeared as if out of thin air, leaving only a huge pit several thousand meters deep, and countless groundwater began to flow back. I believe that a larger lake will be formed here soon. Almost at the same time as Kirishima disappeared, a colorless energy wave flew to the East China Sea. Almost all news media in the 5 major countries are reporting this unheard of event. The 5 major countries, HR Alliance, Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunder Martial Arts School, and Major Mercenary Corps have resent capable personnel to the Australian continent for investigation. The disappearance of 3 parliamentary-level strongmen is by no means a trivial matter. And the disappearance of Kirishima is the top priority. Previously, all the major forces had obtained a lot of Muya crystals in Wudao, and almost all of them had tasted the sweetness. Even Babada, who was on a small island in the East China Sea, knew about this. It's strange, I didn't find anything special about Wudao before. How could it suddenly disappear? Babada was puzzled. Don't think about it, let's deal with Luo Feng's possession first. At this time, Luo Feng was sitting in meditation to adjust his state, preparing to possess the golden horned beast. On the way back, Xiao Yu hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and his aura was slightly released, and no flying monster dared to approach. The system sets a wish and sets me as the highest authority owner of the 2 spaceships in the space ring. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Open black lens bracket setting successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first wish. Change the highest authority of the 2 spaceships in the space ring to the host 10 wish silver coins. Close black lens bracket. The system realizes the first wish. Open black lens bracket 10 wish silver coins have been deducted. Close black lens bracket. Colorless data streams flowed into the space ring, split into 2, and entered 2 spaceships. Open black lens bracket. The wish has been fulfilled. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Yu's spirit probed into the space ring, and with a thought, a dark black spaceship hovered in the air. It was 100 meters long, 25 meters high, and 25 meters wide. Xiao Yu approached the spaceship. Ding! Biometric scan passed. A series of mechanical sounds sounded directly in Xiao Yu's mind. The hatch is open, welcome the master. A crisp female voice sounded. The black metal hatch opened, and a 10-meter long passage appeared. There were dense holes on both sides of the entire passage. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu entered directly. Master, please follow the instructions and go to the main control room. A crisp female voice sounded. An arrow appeared in front of Xiao Yu, and he followed the arrow and went forward to the main control room of the spaceship. Welcome, Master Xiao Yu, I am the intelligence of the Julius spaceship. A crisp female voice sounded. Babata, can you control this Julius spacecraft? Xiao Yu asked. Xiao Yu, although I am just a clone, my intelligence level is higher than that of an ordinary spacecraft intelligence central control. Babata's clone made a strange sound. It was not the child's voice before, but a voice similar to that of a teenager in the voice change period, dry and hoarse. Babata, why did you suddenly change your voice? Xiao Yu asked strangely. Change your form. Babata's clone may have realized that the voice just now was not pleasant, and turned back to a child's voice, but it always felt different from before. Xiao Yu, the great Lord Babata has completed the control of this spacecraft. This is a Domain Master Level D9 spacecraft with a D9 level laser cannon and 3 D6 level laser cannons. Babata continued. The classification of spacecraft is divided into A, B, C, D, E, and F, corresponding to the planetary level, star level, universe level, domain master level, world master level, and immortal level respectively. Each level is divided into 9 small levels, such as the Black Dragon Mountain X81 is C5 level, which is the universe level. The D9 level laser cannon can severely damage or even kill a general domain master level 9 level strongman. This spaceship is really so terrifying. The key is, how did the Thunder Clan strongman get the human spaceship? Could it be that the spoils were captured by killing the human strongman in the battlefield outside the domain? Now that this spaceship is in my hands, in a broad sense, it can be regarded as returning to the original owner. Xiao Yu thought so. Babata, this spaceship has a stealth function. Xiao Yu asked. Yes, Xiao Yu, Babata's clone responded. Okay, then turn on the stealth function and go home. Xiao Yu ordered. The Julius spaceship suddenly disappeared, completed the stealth, and flew towards the Yongzhou urban area of Zhongnan Base City. A moment later, Xiao Yu returned home. In the living room on the first floor, Xiao's father Xiao Dongguo, Xiao's mother Xu Jingyi, his uncle Xiao Guohua, his third uncle Xiao Guoxuan, and Xiao Ling were all standing by, surrounding Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, are you really going to the universe? Xiao Ling said. Xiao Yu did not hide this from his family and told them directly. Sister, parents, uncle, and third uncle, don't worry. The spaceship I got from the ruins is of a high level and it is safe to travel in the universe. Xiao Yu smiled and said, and I also have a full set of strategies. Don't worry, there will be no danger. If there is danger, I will not go there rashly.